soul ripped from Earth, dumped into a world of swirling cosmos and unknown continents. No magic, no tech, this realm runs on something far older, combat chi. And every soul on this continent chases that power, or dies without it. Survival itself demands strength. That is the only law written in the stars. 12 ranks stand between a man and godhood, and almost no one climbs them all. This is the world of combat chi, vast, ruthless, and waiting for its next monster. Every Isekai hero wakes up chosen, but our boy transmigrated into a downgrade. He'd been a prodigy, then 3 years ago, heaven gutted his power and left him ordinary. So he bit into an apple and cursed the gods for being lazy about it. That apple got punted back into his skull and launched him through 3 trees and a fence. Thugs dragged a pink-haired girl into the brush and froze when they spotted a watcher in the shadows. He recognized their clan crest and felt the old fury stir under his skin. One cold stare from the kid was enough to make grown bandits rethink their life choices. He stepped out like he owned the forest and told them to drop the girl in the most dramatic way possible. He even waved them off instead of finishing it. And chat, you already know that was a mistake. Outstretched hand, that arrogant smirk. The Xiao clan sigil, every frame screamed final boss energy. But the patch on his shirt gave him away. Xiao Yan, the Xiao clan's favorite punchline. The laughingstock of Wu Dan City, famous for being famous, and not in a good way. One thug charged in swinging insults at his father, and Xiao Yan answered with a wham that echoed through the trees. Steel and clubs came down on him while he shielded the girl, screaming at her to run. They snatched her anyway, bit and all, and stomped our boy into the dirt for his trouble. The bandit chief grinned, asked for a little reward, and called his brothers in clothes. Knife to her face, tears streaming, until a blue-haired blur crashed in and the girl went tumbling free. One swing later and the bandit lost his head, clean off mid-sentence. Bloody fingers clawed the dirt, and the philosophy was already being written in gore. The strong treat the weak like insects, and the strong of this world had just announced itself. 2 blades lunged, and a girl in blue launched a counter-strike mid-leap, somersaulting through them both. She spun once, twice, and the forest floor drank what was spilled. A single pulse of light hurled the bigger thug backward through his own partner, and the canopy cleared. Sister Zua stood frozen in the clearing, jaw slack. Xiao Yan wheeled around and asked if she'd hurt him. Zunner stepped between Xiao Yan and the crying girl. He tried to brush past, she blocked him, voice flat. The kid cowered behind a wooden stick. He flashed a cocky grin and told her to run, eyes half closed, playing the savior. She bolted with grateful tears, and Xiao Yan bent double, coughing red. Zunner caught him before he hit the dirt. She fussed over every bruise. He shrugged it off and flexed, only to take a shin kick from the kid and grin like it proved something. In the dappled light, he smiled the smile of a man who'd made peace with being useless, and Zunner cut through every word of it. His eyes went wet. She panicked at the silence, pointed at nothing, fled into small talk, and he reached for her, lost. She cornered him over the day's combat chi test. He claimed it didn't matter, he'd only be mocked. So she refused to step up herself and watch him cave in real time. Victor in hand, she grabbed his wrist and dragged him toward the clan grounds, cackling. They descended on chains toward the testing tower, hair whipping skyward. Into the crowd, Zunner carved a path with her palm out and an apology on her lips. They arrived hand in hand into a courtyard that hated him for it, glares from every direction, breath held, judgment ready. 2 elders greeted Zunner warmly. The patriarch waved them on, hiding his annoyance. She launched skyward trailing light, and the watching crowd forgot every grudge. Palmed crystal, she poured herself in and the pillar blazed at high ninth stage. The square erupted, even the monks roared. Patriarch Xiao Yan and a bearded elder beamed about prodigies, and traded a grin over the prodigy they used to have. The grand finale. Xiao Yan's name echoed across the snowy yard, and the boy was nowhere to be found. Frenzied scanning, pointing, shielding eyes across the ice, one voice found him. He'd had to fetch a wooden ladder to reach the test platform. Every elder in earshot took notes. The patriarch himself doubled over. At least the failed prodigy was good for laughs. He stood before the cracked stone alone, and raised a glowing palm, begging fate for a miracle. Pressing in, he poured every ounce of fight he had into the slab. Crimson script crawled across the rock, and he dared to look. 2 graybeards cornered the patriarch, begging him to cut his losses on Xiao Yan. But before the patriarch could answer, a messenger burst through the door with wild news. Yun Lansek's elder Ji Yi and their heiress had arrived unannounced, and the whole hall went cold. Outside, Yun Lan banners snapped in the wind, and the world tilted toward the Xiao compound. Crowds pressed in wide-eyed, whispering that the empire's strongest sect had come to seal a marriage with their fallen heir. Onlookers gawked and swooned, though one voice dared to mention Xiao Yan's name and got shushed fast. Inside, a servant sprinted in breathless, and the patriarch narrowed his eyes. The wedding wasn't due yet, so why now? Elder Ji Yi swept in with clasped hands and a courteous bow, playing the diplomat of the hilt. Beside him, Nalan Yanran waited with a pout, hungry for a promise she hadn't named yet. Birds wheeled across a bleeding gold sunset, and for one breath the world went quiet. Across town, our boy dozed on a rooftop, blissfully unaware the storm had arrived. Zunner shook him awake, grinning, because his betrothed had come calling, and his first thought was that no news had been good news for 3 whole years. He shrugged it off, didn't even know the girl's face, but Zunner's smile faltered as she asked if she'd been a better match all along. She doubled down, voice steady, offering to be his wife, or even just his maid if it meant staying at his side. Their eyes locked close enough to count heartbeats, the moment stretching thin as glass. He broke the spell by patting her head, calling her silly, the sunset catching them both. She told him to go. He teased that he'd marry the heiress if she was half as pretty, and Zunner swatted him flustered, but they laughed. They reached the great hall, pillars towering and the silence inside heavy as stone. He caught sight of Nalan Yanran and his jaw dropped, hearts blooming in his eyes. He muttered she couldn't hold a candle to Zunner, earned a hard slap for it, and felt the mood in the room curdle towards something ugly. 3 treasure chests cracked open, gold, swords, and elixirs crafted by the Elixir King himself, light spilling like a dare. Elder Ji presented them with a serene smile, gifts fit for a king from a sect that didn't deal in charity. 2 monks clasped their hands in reverence, already counting the blessings this marriage would rain on their clan. But Ji knew gold the shiny always carries teeth, and asked plainly what Yun Lan wanted in return. The elder faltered, then admitted it concerned Nalan, the sect's heir and its entire future, and the room braced for the blow. Yanran stood, voice iron-sharp, and dropped the hammer herself. She'd come to call off her engagement to Xiao Yan. Speed lines screamed behind her, and the whole Xiao clan stared at the girl who just torched their pride in public. The words hit Xiao Yan like a blade to the chest. They wanted him gone. He turned to the patriarch and offered to make this easy. Take any compensation, just call off the wedding. But the clan elders had bled for that arrangement, and a furious patriarch unleashed his Du Qi in answer. Lacter techniques collided midair, greenwood blade against lion's rage, and the swordsman flew backward from the blast. Monks surged forward, weapons up, and a pendant screamed across the room aimed straight at Xiao Yan. Nalan Yanran stamped her foot and declared she'd decide her own future, because nobody else would choose it for her. An elder leaned in and laid the truth bare. Her future was blinding, and the Xiao heir was a closed door. That insult landed on a bruise 3 years old, and our boy's fist cracked under the pressure. The elder doubled down. You were a star once, boy. Now you're nothing but a waste of talent. Then the room shifted, energy crackling, and a pink-haired girl turned sharp at the disturbance. Steel sang as the young man drew a red blade, his eyes locked on something only he could see. Nalan's whip cracked wide in a sweeping arc, and her smirk said it all. You're too slow to even dodge me. An elder roared at her to stop, but she only grinned back, loving every second of the humiliation she was delivering. So Xiao Yan laughed, a ragged, defiant bark that shocked the whole hall, because he'd finally had enough. He charged screaming, red blade blazing, and met her weapon head-on in a shower of sparks. A red beam screamed past someone's face, missing the heart by inches. An ally staggered forward, gasping, screaming Yanner's name like a prayer. Clutching his chest through the blood, Xiao Yan grinned. You missed, and it isn't my day to die. Nalan grabbed his blade with both hands, tears in her eyes, begging him to just agree so this could end. He'd rather bleed out than hand his clan a punchline for the whole continent to laugh at. Yanner relented. She'd withdraw the demand, but only on one condition, and it came with teeth. 3 years, Yun Lan sect, a duel with the engagement on the line, take it or be publicly shamed. Xiao Yan bled, panted, and smiled like he'd already won, because he had no intention of waiting 3 years. He flung his bloodied sword aside with a clatter, and a girl's cry chased him across the hall. Fresh wound open, torn fabric in his fist, he spat that he'd never want a woman like her. Then he tore the paper in two and divorced her on the spot, severing Nalan from the Xiao name forever. Wounded and defiant, he turned to his father and swore he'd march on Yun Lan's sect in 3 years, no matter the cost. But the elder backed down and the patriarch dismissed him. Yanner seethed beside them, vowing quiet revenge on the boy who just publicly shamed her. The 2 girls locked eyes, pink hair against black, a silent promise that this wasn't over, until the black-haired girl spun on her heel, one eye blazing gold, and promised that if Yun Lan touched Brother Xiao Yan, she'd burn their sect to ash. Yanner watched her go, swallowed hard, and told her elder they needed to leave right now. Then a bloody hand slammed the floor, the price of pride finally cashing its check. He dropped to his knees, clutching his side, calling for a doctor because the blood wouldn't stop. Zunner crashed through the door, screaming his name. He heard her voice, and recognition broke through the pain. He almost smiled at that silly girl rushing in for him. Later, voices outside argued whether his bravery meant anything against a beating he couldn't possibly survive. He lay bandaged and sweating, every breath a small war. Guards at the window called guarding him a waste of time, and his fist tightened on the sheets. Alone with his thoughts, he tasted the bitter truth. Respect follows power, and right now he had none. All he had left was his mother's ring, until a cheerful stranger crashed through his ceiling and yelled at him to cheer up. He jolted awake, shielding his eyes from something impossible blooming in his room. A swirling vortex opened around a dark ring, and a voice told him heaven always leaves a path, so get up and find his hope again. He sat up, eyes wide, realizing the voice was coming from inside the ring. A white-haired master stepped through the clouds and asked the wounded kid one question. Did he want to become strong? A boy and his white-haired master stood at the threshold of something ancient. Yanner jolted awake, gasping, that dream still clinging to him like smoke. From beyond the door, the 7th stage had been broken at last. His mother smiled, told him the future was bright, and the kid lit up, swearing he'd climb to emperor rank. She called him a silly child, and let him hold on a moment longer. Wind stirred the family burial grounds beneath a golden-leaf tree. He knelt at her headstone, weeping, ashamed he'd become the joke of the clan. Standing among the graves, he screamed the humiliation into the open sky. A voice drifted from the canopy, cryptic and ancient, offering help. The boy spun, and a dark-hilted sword dropped into view with a grin. Back inside, his mother's ring flowed up, glowing, and a voice apologized. thanking him for 3 years of stolen Du Qi that had finally woken it. The betrayal hit him like a blade. This thing had been feeding on him all along. Fury boiled over. He hurled the ring off the cliff before his brain caught up with his arm. Realizing what he'd just thrown, he panicked, then heard a scolding from thin air. The white-haired man materialized above him, serene, admitting he took 3 years and not a drop more. His fist drove forward, 3 years of rage behind it, and passed clean through the bastard. The stranger smirked at his anger. The kid smirked back. Maybe that rage was a weapon after all. The mentor warned his wounds were tearing. The kid shot back that none of this would have happened without him. Because of him, his fiancée had tried to cut the engagement and walk. A fist cracked down on the old man's head, and through the grin came an offer. He could return what he stole. The kid froze, stunned, and for once the temper ran out of road. The old master leaned in, red eyes blazing, swearing he could make him strong again. The kid kicked him off, grinning. Without a leech on his Du Qi, he didn't need anybody. But the mentor reminded him. Nalan Yanran stood at his level, 3 years gone, and the hill only got steeper. He had to break the 7th stage within a year. Alone, he doubted it. With help, unlikely. He turned, and there was the old man, already behind him, already smiling. Proof, 3 years of feeding, and now the old ghost wanted trust on top of it. So the old man answered with fire, cold fire, blue, white, and roaring. A hurricane of it that forced our boy to throw up a hand or lose his eyebrows. It burned without heat, devoured the air itself. A name landed in Xiao Yan's head like a verdict, heavenly flames. And every lesser flame on the continent bent its knee to them. He watched the old man's fist gather every wandering spark within 100 yards and pull them inward, obedient, terrified. When the wind died, our boy stood at the bottom of a fresh crater, yellow sash still trailing. Believer now. The old ghost smiled, smug as a cat with a caught songbird. Believer confirmed. So Xiao Yan offered a deal, teach him, and he'd forget the 3-year theft. The old man pretended to consider it, then waved it off like bad wine. He turned on his heel and walked, tossing a goodbye over his shoulder. Behind him, the old ghost panicked. She needed him more than he needed her. Pride swallowed, Faye accepted. She caught up and pitched the next dream. Alchemy. Our boy's dark aura flared before she finished the question. Alchemists brewed elixirs that could buy cities, bend duels, rewrite bloodlines. The cauldron was the true throne of this world. Of course he wanted it. Every hungry kid on the continent wanted it. He nearly cracked his own knuckles asking if he qualified. Yao Lao told him to keep dreaming out loud and at volume. But the catch was the teacher. Nobody walks the alchemist path alone. He stopped, pointed, and the realization hit him mid-breath. He pushed back hard. A dozen alchemists on the whole continent, so which stage are you, old man? A fair question. The old ghost couldn't remember his own rank, which told our boy everything. Xiao Yan dropped to his knees and clapped his hands together. Master Yao Lao, disciple Xiao Yan. One small ceremony, one enormous ladder out of the grave. Methods came in 4 tiers. Heaven, earth, black, yellow. He was already doing the math on which one he'd get. He begged for a heaven tier method. Yao Lao answered with a knuckle sandwich and the word dodge. No heaven tier, but something special, she promised, turning it into a sales pitch. Yellow tier, bottom of yellow tier. The old ghost delivered it without blinking. Our boy's face went white, then red, then volcanic. Learn a trash method and call it special. On whose authority? The old ghost smiled like someone holding the only key. Special, she said, because it could evolve. Evolve, the word landed like a second heartbeat. He fired questions. Did you learn it? Did anyone? Is this a scam? And every answer came back no. Our boy ran out of rope and scratched his head. Wind howled across the cliffs as his frustration boiled over. She brushed it off with a grin and handed him a talisman paper, his first real homework. He leaned in, read the list, and broke out in cold sweat. The elders gathered beneath the meeting hall sign, dropping a bomb wrapped in polite language. The coming-of-age ceremony would now run every year, and the patriarch's blessing was suddenly optional. That landed like a slap. They smiled as they said it. If Xiao Yan failed the test, clan law would exile him to the branch family. Rules were rules. The patriarch's fingers tightened around a teacup, a single name burning behind his teeth. Meanwhile, the kid himself was halfway across the market district, lost in thought, while Zunner flowed beside him in a fresh outfit he hadn't noticed. Deep inside the ring, a disciple gawked at a shopping list like it was a death sentence. Purple leaf bluegrass, bone bleach flowers, a tier 1 wood monster core, all brushed off as basics. The white-haired master smiled serenely while Xiao Yan's soul form hurled the list across the mountainside. Absolutely done with this woman. The plants were fine, sure, but cores were stupid expensive, and that was the actual problem. Those cores came from things with fangs, manes of lightning, and a burning refusal to share. Yao Lao flowed there unbothered, one finger raised like patience was free. 1,000 gold for the full list, and our boy's entire savings barely cleared a few hundred math that did not math. She had the nerve to smirk and call him cheap, like a former legend's growth elixir was pocket change, and he was just being dramatic. 3 years of stolen Du Qi exploded out of him in one golden scream, ring-shaking, soul-waking fury. She patted the air until he calmed down and suggested, sweetly, that he just borrow the money, because lending institutions were famously kind to disgraced young masters. That answer chased him straight out the gate and back into the mortal world, where gold still cost gold. Back on the street, Zunner touched his sleeve and named the danger before he fell it. 3 hidden guards, same route, same shadows. Xiao Yan flicked on spirit sense and the world lit up, the stalker's outline bleeding through the crowd. Bodyguards fine, but she clocked them at ninth stage Du Qi, which meant Zunner's instincts ran deeper than her rank ever suggested. Nothing aggressive, so they walked on, and something he'd been mulling all morning finally climbed up his throat. He nearly tripped over the words, a bead of sweat rolling down his cheek, because yesterday's promise had just hit him like a freight cart. Zunner waited, patient and sparkling, while he rubbed the back of his head and absolutely failed to be smooth about it. Without fanfare, she slid a black card across the table, 1,000 gold, no questions asked, like it was lunch money. His eyes went white. Then she started rolling up her sleeve for a second card, and he nearly passed out at the sheer audacity of being funded by a sugar mommy. He shoved the whole purse at her instead, and told her to buy whatever she needed, no receipt required. She leaned in, blushing, hearts blooming between them, and for one heartbeat the entire world narrowed to just the two of them in a crowded market. He bolted off swearing he'd repay her. The little man had a strut in him now. She waved it off, pink-cheeked. Nobody had ever tried so hard to pay her back. Haggling with a shopkeeper came easy when you walked taller, and from a few stalls down she watched, delighted. Later, he shouldered his sack and readjusted the load with a rustle. They crossed most of the list. Only the monster core remained, and cores don't grow on trees. He sprinted off to scout, leaving her in the dust. She pouted, same as always. A rack of jade beads caught her eye, glowing emerald and violet under the awning. The old vendor beamed. 5 silvers, sold. Then something behind her made her jolt. From the next stall, a woman in teal fumbled her purse and turned betread short on coin, long on shame. The merchant stood firm at 50 gold. The stubborn young man kept fighting her, and the woman felt invisible. He vented to her about the profiteers. No cores in sight, bad luck everywhere, and felt the storm building. Her vein throbbed. He asked what was wrong. Her answer was footsteps fast and furious. He scratched his head. Girls, truly a foreign language. She stormed through the market, robes whipping past fruit stalls and wide-eyed villagers. But mid-stride, the anger cooled. That core mattered to him, so it mattered to her too. The next stall over, a woman in blue and green planted a rude old man's face into the dirt, hard. A blond young master stepped forward, polished, apologizing for his servant, then froze. He'd spotted Zunner passing by. He waved bright as sunrise. Zunner stared, offering exactly nothing back. Wind snapped through her hair. His smile wilted under the silence. He slid in closer. She sniffed. The longer the gap, the better. Then he pulled out a pendant, a wood monster core on bead silk, 2,000 gold, gifted with a smirk. The only core in the city allegedly bought just for her. What generosity, what a flex. His attendants clapped as Jai Liao laughed it off, but inside, Zunner caught on. A wood monster core. The exact piece Xiao Yan needed. Brother Xiao Yan needed that core. She swallowed her pride to weigh the cost. Jai Liao explained the perks like a salesman who'd already won. Restore chi, grow stronger, all his. She sighed, caving. Then Xiao Yan lunged for the bracelet, ripping it from Jai Liao's hand and turning a generous gift into a standoff. Xiao Yan's cousin barreled and shouting his name, eyes wide with alarm, because blood meant more than pride in this family. She stepped between him and the blond young master, calling him trash to his face, and the insult landed, because the blonde smirk curdled into recognition. So Xiao Yan planted himself in front of Zunner, fist cocked, daring anyone to test that line. The blonde Jai Bai tried to dress bribery as diplomacy, framing the bracelet as a courtesy between great houses. His lackeys piled on, jeering that Xiao Yan was just jealous, which told him everything. The boy was scared, not generous. Jai Bai spread his arms wide, pleading innocence, claiming he only wanted Zunner to look prettier. Xiao Yan flashed a grin and told the kid to stop worrying about gifts, because he had something better. Up came the bracelet Zunner had been wanting, sparkling between his fingers like a small green sunrise. Zunner gasped and covered her mouth, and Jai Bai's entourage cracked up at the cheap trick, until Xiao Yan revealed exactly which bracelet it was. Jai Bai smirked and held up his own, claiming one bead from it was worth more than anything Xiao Yan could ever offer. Deterred, the rival tried another angle, unfurling a pendant and promising Zunner only the very best. Xiao Yan quietly produced a jade of his own, heart hammering, and let the goods speak while Zunner looked between them. Jai Bai sneered at the upstart courting without wealth, and the silence from Xiao Yan's side said plenty. Xiao Yan dangled the necklace lazily, asking if she wanted it, because confidence was its own currency. Zunner snatched it clean out of his hand, and the rich kid's butler nearly wept at the humiliation. The butler rallied the guards with a loud "Stay strong," which only made the beatdown louder. She clasped the bracelet on and hugged her wrist to her chest, grinning, because she'd never doubted him for a second. An older companion ground his teeth in jealousy, while a fur-collared man smirked, filing this little rejection away for later. Xiao Yan warned Jai Bai that Zunner couldn't be bought, and the blonde smiled too politely, cracking his prayer beads in his fist. Zunner asked if he was leaving, and that was the final insult, because Jai Bai unleashed a blast of Du Qi at their backs. She landed between him and the blast in a fighting crouch, because letting anyone else take that hit wasn't an option. Xiao clan guards pushed through the crowd, clearing a path, and their head of security recognized the young master on sight. Pei In calmly read Jai Bai's bluff. The rich kid wanted a duel, just not on foreign ground where his name meant nothing. Xiao Yan called him out on the age gap, 15 versus 21, and the taunt hit exactly where it hurt. Jai Bai gritted his teeth and promised that Xiao Yan's coming-of-age ceremony would exile him from Wu-Tan City for good. Xiao Yan stood there, arms crossed, letting the threat hang, because some vows only harden when someone names them out loud. Jia Lai Bai dug in, shouting threats and swinging for Xiao Yan's broken engagement to twist the knife. Zunner flinched at the insult, fury spiking hot behind her blue eyes. She surged, ready to answer for her brother, but Xiao Yan stepped between them, daring Jia Liao one-on-one. The bystander lit up with a realization, smirking as he nudged his buddy, because the man Jia Liao had clipped on the way and wasn't a stranger. He was Xiao clan security in plain clothes. That little detail flipped a market scuffle into a declaration of war. Xiao guard sprinted across the square and caught the wounded man, calling his name. The guard woke hazy and bloody, confirming he was Xiao clan's, and suddenly the Jia Li boys weren't winning this one. Xiao clan leapt on it, shouting that Jia Liao had struck first and anything after was self-defense. Spears ringed the blonde fighter before he could blink, guards hemming him in. Outnumbered and outclaimed, Jia Li Bai bit back his rage and conceded. Xiao Yan waved him off with a smug goodbye, thanked his friend, and let the Jia Li heir slink home. After the dust settled, he cupped Zunner's head and promised, "You'll always have me as your shield." She grinned, and together they bolted toward their next score. The Wu-Tan market sprawled around them, noisy, colorful, and full of deals. Zunner tugged his sleeve and announced she'd spotted something good. Monster core, glowing green in its box, payday. Xiao Yan reached for a scrap of dark metal on a stall, and the thing slid away from his fingers on its own. A white-haired stranger leaned in, pointing at the scrap and murmuring, "Buy it, kid, trust me." He caught the bait, a wood monster core, pricey and pretty. Merchant sized him up, rubbed his palms, and quoted a steep 500 gold. Xiao Yan laughed in his face and countered with the real market rate. The merchant cried about costly mercenaries, but our boy just demanded an honest number. At 470 they shook. Then Xiao Yan slammed a junk chest on the counter and demanded it thrown in. He pointed at the bonus pile, grinning, and insisted on every trinket. Deal sealed, loot strapped on. The duo strolled off while the merchant quietly counted his win. Behind them, the eye-patch merchant cackled into his gold coins and called it the best haul of his life. That night under a fat full moon, the Xiao resident sat quiet, and our boy's haul was spread across his table. Yao Lao shuffled through the loot, mildly impressed, as Xiao Yan turned a plain, dark slab of metal in his hands and wondered what the old ghost had actually seen in it. Because this slab wasn't scrap. Some alchemist had forged it, and only a trained spirit sense could feel the secret sealed inside. The word hit Xiao Yan like cold water, a combat chi skill hidden inside a piece of junk metal. Yao Lao pegged it on the low end of black tier, and our boy's brain started doing the math. A skill like that should run 10,000 gold minimum, and he grabbed it for pocket change. Yao Lao called it weak, but Xiao Yan didn't care. The bargain alone had paid for the whole trip. Then the old man reminded him how small the Xiao clan's prized techniques really were, and offered a glimpse of something higher. Xiao Yan bragged about his family's best, middle black tier, top of the line to him, and Yao Lao just ruffled his hair and promised to widen his world. Palm raised, the air split open, and vacuum palm yanked Xiao Yan across the room like a toy on a string, sucking the blood clean from Atard's body. Yeah, that sounded less like a skill and more like a death sentence. But Yao Lao cooled him off. Works on equal footing, useless against anyone stronger, so don't get creative. So a third stage body couldn't wield it yet. Xiao Yan hugged the tablet to his chest anyway and swore he'd grow into it. And just like that, the old man shifted gears, summoned herbs in a swirl of blue light, and told the kiddo to watch, because the real lesson was about to begin. Somewhere under a full moon, a white-haired figure in ceremonial robes stood smiling at the night, and that ominous calm was about to break. Guards sweated outside a door, unnerved by the strange noises and the "please do not disturb" sign. From inside, Yao Lao's voice cut through. Xiao Yan watched closely. It was starting. He summoned water from nothing, coiling it into a glowing green droplet, and our boy could only stare. The droplet distilled from flower and mushroom alike, dripping pure essence into his palm. Raw alchemy, performed like a parlor trick. Spirit sense, he learned, was the real currency of the craft, and his 2 lifetimes of memory gave him an edge. Flame control came next, different materials, different fire. One slip and the batch was ash. Our boy admitted he was lost. So Yao Lao scrapped the lecture and flicked a droplet into a swirling blue vortex, letting the work speak for itself. Then he crushed the core barehanded, ice and energy detonating outward in a blinding burst. Xiao Yan's jaw hit the floor, the core melted. Fragments scattered through the shockwave, the demonstration over as fast as it began. A green elixir hovered into a waiting jar with a clean whoosh of gathered power. Foundation elixir, complete. Yao Lao beamed and offered it to his kid. Our boy grabbed the jar and chugged it in one gulp before his master could move. Yao Lao slammed into him in a panic. Drink that straight and his meridians were finished. He had to dilute it, soak, and train in the water. Smack to the head later, Yao Lao held up one finger. With this, 7th stage in a year. 7th stage, our boy nearly dropped the bottle ecstatic. But the supply would only last 2 months. After that, he hunted the next ingredients himself. Night fell, and a rooftop creaked ominously under our boy's wobbling steps. He got slapped, spun, and scalded his father head to toe with the teapot in both buckets. His dad cooled himself with a technique and brushed off the soaking like it was nothing. Then, dead serious, "Yanner, I have something to tell you." Under a sliver of moon, the boy sighed. What more could go wrong? The coming-of-age ceremony had been pulled forward 6 months. Our boy's plan to reach 7th stage in a year was suddenly too slow. Fail the test, and the elders would ship him off to some distant branch, exile dressed as duty. Because the elders weren't just moving the timeline. They were stacking the deck, promoting the head elder's grandson to squeeze Xiao Ning out of the patriarch race. Xiao Ning heard the whole truth and swallowed it down with a bitter grin, rage coiling behind his teeth. But Xiao Ning's father wouldn't stand for it, grabbing his boy with tears in his eyes and swearing to make it right. And our boy Xiao Yan stepped forward with quiet fire, promising the world a version of him it hadn't seen yet. Yao Lao's voice cut through the dark, because the scrap metal lessons were over and the real cultivation had begun. He sank into the hot spring and started moving, hands and legs crossing in rhythm, drawing swirling energy into his core. Yao Lao watched the boy drink in spiritual power like a man dying of thirst, talent lighting up behind his eyes. Half a year, 7th stage, no matter what it cost, he'd become strong. 1 month bled into the next, and Xiao Yan found himself at the combat hall, borrowing every scroll he could get his hands on. The old keeper laughed and handed them over free, privately sure those dusty manuals were worthless, a mistake he'd lived to regret. He stepped out into sunlight with scrolls under his arm, only to find the clan arena roaring with life. A contest was underway, and the crowd's noise pulled him straight to the fighting ring. And he caught the name Xiao Ning, 8th stage, against Zunner, 9th, and realized this was going to be ugly fast. Because in the air above him, armored Xiao Ning was throwing haymakers at Zunner, who slipped everyone without breaking a smile. Xiao Yan froze Zunner in a real fight, and his cousin swinging for blood. Zunner turned toward him mid-dodge, ribbons catching the light, and half the arena forgot how to breathe. Except Xiao Ning wasn't watching her face. A golden dragon screamed to life behind her back, and Xiao Yan only had a heartbeat to shout the warning. 2 months of training in the wild, and the kid had built himself a whole pack. Then trouble came knocking, a shout, a palm blast, and Zun caught in the middle. Bearing over, Xiao Yan materialized at her side and clocked the change immediately. She'd broken through to the 4th stage. Cousin Xiao Ning waltzed in, swinging his jaw, calling our boy coward, hiding behind girls, until Zun stepped forward, and a single comeback left him sweating. Another suitor tried to claim her, and it went head-to-head with Xiao Ning in a fist-stringing collision. So Xiao Ning grabbed his collar, promised a crushing defeat at the ceremony, and our boy just smirked back. All right, he'd be waiting. Up in the Xiao family mountains, the peace didn't last long. Xiao Yan came crawling with a stack of low-rank skills, begging his master for something worth using at the ceremony. The old man saw through him instantly, but the kid kept pleading, eyes scrunched on the brink of fake tears. Against his better judgment, the master agreed, and Xiao Yan's imagination went full power-up fantasy. A Xuan rank upper-level skill, tossed out like pocket change, and our boy could only wonder who on earth would beg for something that good. Fingered up to forehead, the skill burned its way in, and with it came the memories, every sneer, every humiliation, and a vow that this time he'd make them pay. Flash cut to live drill. Zun look out, a palm blast screamed toward her, and she turned just in time. 2 months later, he sat submerged in swirling waters, the pendant on his chest pulsing with absorbed Du Qi. He broke the surface like a man reborn. 5th stage. His first real breakthrough in years, and the master for once actually praised him, then reminded him he'd burned through the entire potion stash to get there. 2 months, 1 bottle gone. He still owed Zun from last time, and richer men's sons were the only ones who could afford that hobby. The old man shrugged, not his problem. So the kid mid-bath had a thought, cheaper ingredients, same brew. Possible, but the effect would suffer. Then a better idea hit him, and a very annoyed voice from the doorway reminded him to put his pants on first. Chapter 7, closed. Wu Tan's social season had its queen, and tonight she sat framed by stained glass, 2 cats in her lap, smiling like she already owned the room. But upstairs, a 2-star alchemist had just slipped into the city, and Clonny's people weren't about to let that walk past their gates. His instructions were short: stay polite, stay sharp, and make their outfit the one the newcomer wanted to work with. Down in the hall, Yafei took her bow, tossed a wink to the crowd, and got the night moving. Chat, you've seen this trope: bachelorette auction host, thirsty crowd, and one masked weirdo nobody can read. Yeah, that last one was actually interesting. Lot 1 hit the floor. Elixir of Foundation Spirits, the exact brew that had bled Xiao Yan's coin pouch dry, now polished up for sale. Every trainer under due practitioner felt their wallet twitch. 8,000 to start, bids flying past 10, and the room climbed to 15 before the gavel could catch its breath. Backstage, the masked alchemist, that was Yao Lao in a rented cloak, rubbed his hands at the margin. He crowed that only he could brew this in the whole Jia Ma Empire, while his partner hissed that the cut-rate ingredients would tank the results. Yao Lao's palm sliced the air, 40,000, take it or leave it. Because a Xiao clan elder had just matched that bid clean across the room, and his eyes said he knew exactly whose elixir he was buying. Patriarch Xiao Yan took the lot at 40, the hall went church quiet, and Yafei's gavel cracked once to seal it. Jia Lai Bai didn't take it well. He grabbed Xiao Yan by the collar, due energy crackling, until Yafei reminded him whose house he was standing in. Chapter 8, auction, and the night's real game had just begun upstairs. Clonny was still briefing his men. Do not offend the new arrival, period. Because when Yafei finally met the hooded alchemist, the only thing traded was a single green card, and that was enough. Her smile faltered, an old man's voice coming from a young palm, and the cloaked figure bolted for the door before she could pin him down. She saw him out with a warm goodbye, already pitching the middle house for his next batch. So she turned on Clonny with one question. Was that really an alchemist, or just a very good costume? Clonny dropped the bomb. Whoever that was, he outranks me, and that rank 2 elixir is above even my pay grade. He warned her what stealing an alchemist's recipe costs. One family tried it on Pil King Guhi and got a race to the last child by 4 Dou Kings. And Yafei smiled, because she wasn't scared anymore. Our boy stood his ground before his old man. No more hiding, no more excuses. And Zun caught the whole thing, giggling behind her hand at his bravado. So she told him plain, she'd stand beside him no matter what came. But back at the clan hall, Grandmother Patriarch tore into Xiao Yan for burning 40,000 gold on one potion. She slapped a black card on the table, 100,000 coins, and ended the argument before it started. The elders gaped, because that kind of money didn't belong in anyone's hand at the clan. Meanwhile, deep in training, Xiao Yan finally unleashed his octag smash, splittered the branch clean and laughed under the moon. But the rebound wrecked his arm, and only months of brutal conditioning kept the bone from snapping. He collapsed onto a boulder, finally understanding what the technique really tested, whose body could take the hit. 1 use per night was all his 5th stage frame could handle. He asked Yao Lao the only question that mattered, how long until 7th stage? The old soul floated beside him, grinning. 2 months, maybe less, because 3 years of suppression was finally breaking loose. Our boy clenched his fist under the moonlight. Nalan Yan Ran was next, and he would recreate his miracle again. And to his father he laid it out clean. He was done running from his problems. Back on the training field, a glowing rock screamed from his hand. Then one screamed back at his palm. Yao Lao praised the improvisation, but Node Suck Palm still needed a paired due skill to hit its ceiling. So our boy laid the guilt trip on thick, begging for one rare technique. The master saw through it, then a memory surfaced, an old commission payment long forgotten. He rifled through decades of memory, eyes shut, hunting the right skill. And our boy waited, grinning like he'd already won. Found it Chuan rank lower, fire-blowing palm. A wind pressure strike born from an old alchemist's debt. 3 years of exile, and the Xiao clan finally rolled out the red carpet, the coming-of-age ceremony. Xiaomei strutted up first, fist in the air, hyping her 8th stage Duchi like she'd conquered the world. Some blue-haired cousin tried to clown her, and got dragged into a flashback nobody asked for, the kind that ends with a staff to the skull. Cousin Xiao Yu stormed off swearing revenge, and Zun caught our boy peeking with the world's most guilty smile. Then Zun stepped up, cracked her knuckles, and detonated a burst of Duchi that made the whole courtyard flinch. Trope check, mysterious prodigy flexes once, entire crowd goes quiet, textbook. She strolled past like it was nothing, fished for a compliment, got one, then pouted anyway. An announcer cut the flirting short, final examiner was Xiao Yan, and the room got heavy. Up in the VIP seats, the patriarch whispered our boy's name like he already knew how this ended. 2 elders couldn't wait to rig him a nice, safe failure job, anything to keep the fallen genius buried. But the patriarch just sipped his tea and smirked. The result, he said, was still unknown. The whispers started before he even moved, cheater, trickster, fraud, because admitting he'd actually restored his talent hurt worse than losing to him. Some green-clad fighter laughed and threw his name in the ring, and Xiao Yan accepted with the calm of a man who already knew the ending. The arena banner dropped. Chapter 10, The Coming-of-Age Ceremony. Let the beatdown begin. Xiaomei struck the testing stone, her 8th stage glow lighting up the tablet, and the blue-haired brat tried to belittle her again. The green-clad challenger launched first, roaring into a mid-air clash that rattled the ring. Xiao Yan answered with a yellow rank stone, shattering palm straight to the chest, low diff, full send. Before the dusty and settled, our boy followed with a flying kick that booed the man clean across the arena. One attack, that's all it took, the winner declared, the crowd gasping like they'd seen a ghost. Xiao Yan raised his hand, wind swirling, and declared his return, because the silence he'd craved for 3 years had finally arrived. Xiao Ning pocketed a glowing green pill, a desperate trump card granting temporary due practitioner strength. He waved it off, cocky as ever, while his sister warned of brutal side effects. Xiao Yan staggered, blood on his lip, the match called against him. His bare-chested opponent lunged for the kill, swirling blue Duchi reeing his fist. Yan answered with Shuan Rang Octag Smash, and the 2 techniques detonated on contact. Steel met steel in a shockwave that sprayed blood across the stunned crowd. Yan kick sent the fighter flying, and the monks finally called the match, until a voice cut through, hold it. Xiao Yu leapt in, demanding revenge for her brother, but Zun stepped up to fight in his place. Xiao may invite him to train a Huang rank due skill at the pavilion tomorrow. Xiao Yan and Zun bickered, tension simmering between them. Then Xiao Mei blushed and asked him along to tomorrow's training session. Their closeness left her tongue-tied, and she decided to stop being a third wheel. She bowed out stammering, leaving the 2 of them alone. Zun puffed up, jealous he hadn't already refused, and he gently teased her down. The ceremony was done, and in 5 days the Du Chi pavilion awaited. Every clan skill lives in paired bamboo scrolls, parent and child, and the rules are brutal. Only the child class responds, and smuggling them out means death. Which was true, unless someone strong enough simply severed the resonance. A glowing crystal would test each entrance element and route them to the right passage. The gates opened, Light flooding the hall, and the first wind element cultivator was waved through. Contestants lined up, hungry, ready to prove their element belonged inside. Xiao Yan and Zun were rooted to the fire passage, room 43, where her turn came first. She offered him a Chuan rank scroll. Ignition burst, no small gift pressed into his hand with a calm smile. He waved it off with a grin, pride outweighing gratitude, certain he could hunt down something better on his own. They moved toward a glowing arched doorway, as lesser cultivators threw themselves uselessly against its light barrier. The barrier held hard, and the crowd surged after them anyway. Xiao Mei and her allies learned the hard way. More attackers only made the barrier stronger, and their 2 hours were bleeding out. Xiao Yan bulldozed through the corridor, barking at every body in his path. Xiao Mei spied her cousin and lit up, finally rescued. He walked right past her, eyes forward, not a glance, not a word. Her voice cracked after him, small and abandoned. She broke down where she stood, confessing she'd been one of the many who abandoned him when his Dou Qi vanished. He sighed but kept walking. He turned back once, told her to stop crying in public and move aside, then shouldered past. Red Dou Qi coiled around him as he powered up, the air itself flinching. He launched forward, a single red streak through the crowd. Glass shattered overhead, and Xiao Yan crashed through the ceiling to land where Xiao may need him. She wept her apology, and for the first time in a long time, he smiled at his cousin. Later, under a tree, Yao Lao caught him studying a fire skill he had no rank to wield and reminded him, practitioner first. Zun fretted about Nalan Yan Ran, her Yunlan sick backing, and the pill King Guhi, the 3-year clock ticking louder. Yao Lao scoffed at Guhi's title and dangled a shortcut, a chi accumulating pill that could push him into due practitioner today. Yao Lao's price: gather ingredients, he'll cook the breakthrough pill and the skill with teeth. Chapter 13 opened on a title card for Windfall, its cover woman lounging like royalty among scrolls. Across the city, a billboard towered over the Mitre auction house, plastered with a comically pretty portrait of our boy advertising the elixir of foundation spirits. But he was stuck attending anyway. Every coin from these sales funded the ingredients for Yao Lao's chi accumulating pill, his ticket to due practitioner. A white-bearded elder in the crowd praised the mysterious alchemist, and Xiao Yan sweated bullets hoping nobody connected the hood supplier to the kid selling pills. Bidding opened at 30,000 and climbed fast. His grin said everything about how rich he was about to get. Beside him, his sister brought up Jia Nan Academy's upcoming recruitment. A nearby boy practically levitated at the thought. Do great master professors, Chuan rank skills, the works. So when Xiao Yan was asked if he'd apply, he shut it down cold. Academy instructors had nothing to teach him, and he had a master who made them look like interns. The arrogance was thick enough to choke on, and the brown-haired girl nearly choked on it too. She fired back that Jia Nan Academy was crawling with cultivators who dust him, and Xiao Yan doubled down, claiming the Academy's prestige was all marketing. That earned him a sworn enemy on the spot, and a 73,000 bid for the first pair of bottles. Pompous officials scooped them up and sneered about the poor not belonging, which was the exact kind of villain energy begging for a payday. The second batch opened at 75,000 and the room turned into a bidding brawl. Our boy's potion money was multiplying by the minute. And Patriarch Xiao Yan locked eyes with Jia Lai Bai across the floor, and years of grudge boiled over into open war. Xiao Yan remembered the last time Jia Lai Bai had fleeced him and threw 80,000 down to start a revenge bidding war. 90, 95. Both patriarchs flinging gold like it was dirt. Backstage, the silver-haired aide tallied the take. 7 bottles, 285,000 gold coins, net and ready. He presented a crate of hand-picked rare ingredients, every one top quality, gathered just for the hooded alchemist. Xiao Yan offered his card to pay, but the blonde proprietor waved it off. Serving him was already payment enough. He bowed, pocketed the ingredients, and vanished into the city, leaving grateful hosts behind. Patriarch Xiao Yan was mid-conversation when a cloaked figure approached, and both men startled. Yafei and Master Klani were bowing to the stranger like royalty, and the patriarch could not figure out who commanded that kind of respect. Then the hood came down. It was his own disciple, and the patriarch's mask slipped into pure shock. He walked away toward the Xiao estate with a smirk, leaving 2 onlookers rooted to the floor. 5 days later, the elder drilled him on the mountain behind the residence, pouring Dou Qi into his channels under a full moon. Meditation cracked open, energy spiraled through his torso like a cyclone, and the breakthrough slammed into him. Somewhere in the dark, a white-haired figure smiled at a scream echoing across the tree line, and the chapter cut. The breakthrough landed and the kid erupted with triumph, screaming the news to the tree line. His master smiled with quiet pride, brushing off Pill King Gu he like the master was an amateur. And the boy knows something wrong. His master was fading, turning see-through at the edges. The price of that breakthrough came due. Spirit energy drained, master translucent, disciple stuck footing the bill. Freshly ascended, the kid got cocky and started begging for an evolvable skill, which was the cue for the white-haired master to materialize like he'd been waiting for exactly that question. 2 scrolls appeared, one black, one glowing red, and the master warned that picking wrong would be catastrophic. The choice hung over Xiao Yan like a blade, 2 scrolls promising 2 very different futures. Yao Lao laid it out plainly. This skill could climb all the way to heaven rank, but only if it fed on essence flames the 23 wild ones alchemists had already catalogued. And his own chilling bone flame, ranked 11th, earned through pain our boy couldn't imagine yet. But the price of that power was simple. One wrong step during absorption meant death. So Xiao Yan stood there weighing the scrolls, knowing the wrong pick could bury him. 3 years until Nulan Yan ran, and only the strongest survive a world like this. That creed had been carved into him by every rival who spat on his fall. Ao Lao grinned and swore he'd guide his disciple to the peak regardless of which path he chose, then puffed up at the kid's eager question about his glory days. He started bragging about traveling the world alongside fellow Dou Lords, then caught himself before getting sentimental. That's when the answer hit Xiao Yan, clean and brutal. He wanted the peak, and he wanted to rewrite a land where only strength spoke. He snatched the dark scroll in a single breath. Terminal Blaze, the one that could grow. Ao Lao's smile said everything. He'd picked the right kid. Meditation under the full moon. And Xiao Yan forced his Du Qi through the new art until it burned yellow in his palm. But the flame was shallow, yellow rank low grade, so Ao Lao drilled the rule into him. End fights fast because depth wins wars. Xiao Yan worried the rank would doom him against better skilled foes, and Ao Lao dangled a promise. A new skill waiting once he'd mastered what he had. Ranked no lower than Octag Smash. They shouted encouragement across the moonlight like two guys who'd already won something. Next morning, Zun lit up at his breakthrough to do practitioner, and Xiao Yan soaked in the rare moment of pride. Then she asked what rank, and our boy deflected hard. Turns out rank is a humbling word for him right now. He begged her to trust him anyway, swearing he'd explain later, and she softened, and he pivoted smooth as silk, steering the conversation to what had the clan elders looking so rattled. Because the Jia Lai clan had just rolled out medicine that shouldn't exist without serious alchemy backing. Zun confirmed it, first-class alchemist freshly hired. Xiao Yan's jaw set. Whoever was bankrolling the Jia Lais had just made themselves a problem, and he was already moving to find out who. Storage ring slid across the table, ingredients secured, the deal sealed. Our boy promised one chi-accumulating pill on delivery, then he'd vanish into the night again, which left Yafei's people wondering if they'd just met an alchemist way beyond 4th rank. Because medicine cauldrons had ranks of their own, intakes were their souls, and the more a pot could drink, the rarer the craft it could brew. 2 intakes meant a bottom-shelf pot. Ao Lao basically said Yafei had rinsed them. Until his spiritual sense grew, that limit held him fast. So he started brewing, and the very first batch detonated into a fireball. Every alchemist's rite of passage. Ao Lao told him to keep going, which meant burning coin by the fistful, one smoke cloud at a time. 10 days later, he finally blew out the last ember, hollowed out but victorious. For a successful brew, Ao Lao's congratulations hit like a championship bell, until the kid asked if that made him an alchemist yet, and got laughed straight back to the lab, which only sharpened the resolve in his eyes. The Jia Lai clan had no idea what was about to hit them. Because behind those closed doors, the Xiao clan was bleeding out. 100,000 gold gone in days, the middle supply nowhere near enough, 3 days from collapse. Hot heads wanted the alchemist killed. Cooler voices won the room, but just barely. Then the hood stranger walked through the patriarch's door at golden hour, and Xiao Yan nearly dropped his tea, the mysterious alchemist, right in his own hall. He came with a proposal. Xiao clan channels, his alchemy, a partnership built on mutual bleeding. Then came the payload, 1,000+ bottles of blood coagulating powder, each one a dagger pointed at Jia Lai's rejuvenating powder. But the old guard tried the classic squeeze, 90-10 in their favor, smiles all around. The alchemist wasn't born yesterday, and they'd underestimated who they were bargaining with. 50-50, fair split. The patriarch swallowed his pride and bowed, suddenly very grateful indeed. Pockets full of gold and the clan breathing again. Our boy walked into the sunset without a backward glance, and the old patriarch stood slack-jawed in the doorway, watching the kid who'd humiliated his bloodline become its unlikely savior. The old man tossed him a cloak and called it settled. Our boy swept it on, struck a pose against the dying sun, and warned the Jia Lai clan, no more trouble or he devastated them. And chat, you already know he meant every word. Meet alchemist Liu Zai, a man whose reputation was about to outlive his caution. Trapped between two powers, his choice would reshape Wu Tan's market war. Under the hood, our boy sweetened the deal at the middle auction. 5 extra chi-accumulating pills, free of charge. 800,000 gold dropped on the table, and the buyers couldn't believe it. But gifts like that always carry a hook. Across town, Liu Zai smelled blood in the water. The Jia Lai clan's desperation had a price, and he intended to name it. Triple his cut, a lady on his arm, and a furious noble scent packing. Leverage looks good on him. Then the panic call hit. The middle auction house had slammed its doors on the Jia Lai clan. Liu Zai barely blinked, just adjusted his robe, kissed his girl's hand, and decided to stroll the Xiao clan's marketplace himself. Inside Xiao territory, the elders rolled out the red carpet for Yafei, thanking her for the embargo that was strangling their rivals. She smiled over her teacup and let the real punch land. Middle's loyalty was already bought and paid for by the hooded young master. Out under a tree, Yafei pressed the boy for a name, little brother, or honored supplier. Either way, the partnership stood. 5 pills a month in exchange for starving Jia Lai of ingredients. Clean math, and he respected the woman behind it. Which is when a servant crashed the moment with a name that stopped him cold. Miss Zun because trouble had just rolled up to the Zio family gates wearing a Jia Lai crest. Jia Lai Ao spied Zun across the courtyard and lost all sense of self-preservation. Zio Yu's grip tightened on her staff. Zun name rolled off his tongue like he owned it, and that was a mistake. Xiao Yan met the provocation head-on. A first-rank alchemist wanted a duel. Done. The Jia Lai elders smiled like vultures. Kill him clean, they said, and let the body send its own message. Steel met steel, shockwaves cracked the courtyard stone, and a white-robed figure raised one glowing hand to hold the line. Jia Liao threw a low-class Qiong technique and walked straight into a higher-tier octag smash that snapped the ground under his feet. The recoil launched him backward, and he hit the dirt clutching an arm that wasn't shaped right anymore. Broken and bawling, the proud young master begged for mercy. Our boy tilted his head, bleeding and smiling, and asked if the fight had been fun. The sword came down. One slash, one scream, and Jia Liao learned the real price of cornering a Zio. Blade sang through the air, and someone off the field called the kid ruthless for a simple spar, which only made Zio Zhang grin harder as he pressed the older man, who begged the boy to show mercy while his own son screamed for rescue. The wounded son howled for his father's blade, blood and pride doing the talking now, which meant the old patriarch lit up with full Du Qi, and a friend of Xiao Yan screamed the warning just in time. Father unleashed hell for his son's broken arm, lion spirit screaming across the square. His lion's rage fist hit Xiao Yan's guard and detonated, a thunderclap that meant the kid had taken a great master's full swing and lived. Xiao Yan went flying through the smoke, but he was still breathing, which said everything about how far he climbed. Because somewhere else, the blue-haired alchemist was finishing his own patient, guards ringing him. Green-haired Jia Lai elder crumpled at his feet, cracking bone under fist, which meant when reinforcements ran and screamed for backup, the courtyard was empty, every Jia Lai fighter already broken. The elder took blow after blow, howling that he was a first rank, proving nothing outranks a grudge with prep time. By nightfall, the Jia Lai residence glowed soft and stupid under the moon. Inside, a healer patched the elder's back while he flinched and cursed every dab of salve. His guest walked in to check the damage, and the elder snarled that the female medic was uglier than the wound, which made the healer's pitch easy. He'd brew a strength-reserving pill that doubles a fighter's power for a few minutes, market gold, he purred. His one price was the hand of Miss Zun and the nobleman stood there sweating bullets, because the healer kept yanking open his robe to prove he was, in his own mind, irresistible, and the noble had to be pried off the windowsill before he broke something. Left alone under that moon, the noble whispered the quiet truth. This clown was going to get himself killed. And then the healer serenaded Zun with a love poem and a stick figure portrait so bad it bordered on declaration of war. Two watchers on a nearby roof cringed into their sleeves, one of them genuinely entertaining murder, because the white-haired one felt at first danger, sharp and close, and barked for his companion to vanish. While down the hall, a green-haired girl swooned over a letter, hearts drifting, completely blind to the teeth at the window. A spectral wolf's head punched through the glass and snapped her out of the daydream in one bite. She hit the floor in a single strike, blood blooming, and the watchers clocked it. Du Qi on par with a great master, buried under that sweet smile. But she'd leaned on a secret burst to land it, the white-haired one noted, which meant her real ceiling was lower than tonight's number. Decided to withdraw, live to analyze, die another night, which left the green-haired man gut-pumped and bleeding on his knees, one hand clamped to his chest. He'd only survived because he'd stolen a tortoise or a pill off his master, and now his next thought was to crawl home and beg for backup. Because the wind answered for him, a blade whispered out of the dark, and a stranger told him he wouldn't be going back at all. Under that same cold moon, the cloaked killer stood over his quarry and asked, in effect, whether Xiao Yan even knew he was being hunted. The blue-haired youth smirked like he'd already won, marking his calendar in blood. But the green-haired stranger's eyes went wide. That name hit different, because a white-robed figure had been standing behind the assassin this whole time, waiting for his cue. Red eyes glowing, the newcomer raised a swirling orb and smiled like he'd already written the ending. Then the sky turned blue, an essence flame, gifted like a curse, and two screams vanished beneath it. Under a swollen moon, a hood Xiao Yan stumbled into a floating woman who'd been waiting just for him. A strange cloaked figure had materialized at the Jia Lai compound, ordering Xiao Yan to hand over his body. The old man shrugged that someone had simply asked him a favor, and Xiao Yan wanted the ground to swallow him whole. The dark-haired woman stopped asking nicely and lit up a blade of Du Qi. The cloaked elder just sighed at the younger generation's impatience. So the whole mess was over some trash harassing a girl important to his old acquaintance. And yes, the silver-haired woman knew Xiao Yan and wasn't about to let him forget it. Zun stood before the hooded elder and named him plainly. He was the reason brother Xiao Yan stood tall again. But her gratitude came wrapped in a warning, hurt her brother, and she would come for him. By morning, Xiao Yan was telling his father that the old man meant to take him as a disciple. His father didn't ask for the recipe, only offered to gather every ingredient needed to repay the debt. Then an arrow came out of nowhere, aimed right at clan head Xiao Zhan's back. It buried itself between his shoulders, and Xiao Yu screamed. His old man plucked it out like a splinter and flicked it away, then snapped the shaft clean in half, totally unbothered. An arrow-delivered letter, pure insult, but also pure message. Whatever it said flipped his face to iron. summon every elder to the hall now, and quietly fetch the medicine. Word came from the middle auction house. The Jia Lai clan had found new ingredients and were hauling them home. The hothead patriarch smelled blood and wanted an ambush 20 miles out, even if it was a trap. Xiao Yan tried to explain the problem with that plan, and got shut down mid-sentence. From the tree line he read the escort himself, a 2-star great master, 20 masters, a due spirit in the carriage. The Xiao clan was outmatched, so he made the call alone. This convoy dies here, Jia Lai buy or not. The Jia Lai officer almost laughed, one man. A masked figure dropped from the sky, and told the army they wouldn't need to wait for the Xiao clan at all, because every last one of them was about to be buried right here today. Then the cold flame hit, and the trees came apart. One blast, one decoration. With this, the matter was finished. The next morning, refreshed but restless, he learned the training journey would last a year or more. His father arrived at dawn, grinning, a rolled scroll in hand. It was the property contract for the Jia Lai clan's entire market square, delivered by the old mister. Father and son pieced it together, laughing. Liu Zai vanished, the carriage burned, and the Jia Lai were bleeding money. Debt forced the Jia Lai to sell their prized square. Jia Lai Bai must be apoplectic by now. They turned to a sudden clamor outside, the street packed and buzzing. Zun burst through, breathless, calling him to come quick. Procession rolled in beneath academy banners. Jia Nan's enrollment had begun, and our boy had a year-long war to prepare for. Jia Nan Academy, the place where legends get forged and weaklings get buried. Our boy rolled up to admissions with the crew, and the line wrapped around the building. He swore he was just escorting Zun but that little voice in his head kept whispering about the essence flame locked inside the academy. One of the girls bragged her professor ran the Wu Tan enrollment, so the group skipped the queue and slipped through a side gate. A braided swordsman was passed out against the wall, clutching his blade like a stuffed animal. The crew stepped right over him, joking that the entry bar felt pretty low. So low, in fact, that one of them started wondering out loud why anyone was scared of it. Then the air turned to iron. A wall of due chi pressure slammed the room, and every smile died. This was the real test. Our boy didn't flinch. He crossed the chamber and broke the seed challenger with raw kicks before the guy could even stand. His allies sprinted past the wreckage, forcing themselves through the pressure because backing down meant failing. One white-haired challenger caught a face kick that launched him across the floor, and he came up screaming inside a vortex of blue due chi. Professor Yu Ling clapped her hands, thrilled. Some monster had just walked into her classroom. She flowed over to a busted brown-haired kid and offered to patch him up herself. Water element healing, the real kind, closed his wounds in seconds, and our boy watched, visibly impressed. Yu Ling greeted Xiao Yu with a hug, then turned her eyes on the stranger who just torn through her test. He gave his name and called himself a 4-star practitioner, which made her pause, because that might have made him the top-ranked freshman in the whole batch. He shot Zun a smirk, calling out that she couldn't keep secrets from him. She dropped the mask, 16 years old, 6-star practitioner. The room went dead quiet. 2 prodigies in one batch, and the onlookers were already whispering that Zun had finally met her match. Yu Ling accepted both of them on the spot and offered a flying escort to the academy in 7 days. Our boy hesitated, then asked for something ridiculous, a full year of leave before he even set foot on campus. 1 year. He said it with a grin and a finger to his temple, like he hadn't just torched every admissions rule on the books. Yu Ling laughed, told him she'd take that kind of leave herself. He doubled down, hands clasped, swearing he'd rather reapply next year than miss what he had to do. She agreed, then let a single butt hang in the air, and drew a sword the size of a door. Chat, the tuition just went up. The Water Master's terms, 20 strikes from a great master, no dodging. He grinned, planted his stance, and agreed in a breath. Yu Ling opened the fight with a chain whip that cracked across the courtyard like a sentence. Onlookers laughed. Nobody takes 20 strikes from a 5-star great master. Our boy caught her ice mid-swing, deflected the blow, and tossed his sword back, admitting he wasn't used to weapons. She answered with a dome of water that swallowed his strike whole. Then she thrust through the splash, blade leading, glass raining. Pure offensive momentum, the professor pressing for the finish. He answered with an octag smash, fist cracking through her guard and rattling a bystander for good measure. Yu Ling summoned a colossal water serpent and called the test over. When the water cleared, she had 1 student down and 20 strikes spent, meaning he had actually weathered them all. Our boy stepped out of the smoke, grinning, and cashed in his 1-year leave. She'd seen something hidden in him, power he wasn't showing, and chose to bet on it. Leave approved. 1 year, Jia Nan Academy would be waiting. Word of that sparring match raced ahead to the Xiao clan compound. Patriarch Xiao welcomed the visiting professor at the gate with open arms. She praised his name. He blushed, then realized his troublesome grandson was nowhere in sight. That night, Xiao Yan trained until exhaustion, then found his feet had carried him to Zun door without permission. He raised a hand to knock and couldn't. Childhood hit him in a wave, a crooked carving, her laughing, years when goodbyes were easy. He rehearsed speeches in his head, hated everyone, and gave up on himself. But she'd already come to him, and the only secret she wanted was the Yun Lan sect promise driving his training. She heard what she feared, broke into tears, and ran, believing she didn't matter to him. He never got to tell her the truth. She mattered too much, and that's exactly why he couldn't say goodbye. Morning came bright, and he approached her door ready to try again. Except a green bracelet hung where she'd left it, his old gift, returned, and a friend cheerfully informed him he'd been dumped. Then a Dou Chi seal flared, and there she was inside it, apologizing, bowing, promising to wait for him at the academy. A voice pulled him back, dawn on the rooftops, and the journey wouldn't wait any longer. But the goodbye stayed with him, a vow riding the wind toward the academy where she'd be waiting. 1 year, one promise, and an entire empire of Dou Chi standing between. Far away on Yunlan Mountain, a pink-haired girl meditated in swirling petals, already sensing something coming. Her father, Nalan Su, ordered her to apologize to the Xiao family, a head he'd never lower for trash. Then the panic hit. That trash had restored his full strength, and his potential now rivaled Su's own. She'd honor the 3-year meeting, she vowed, and on that day, she would utterly defeat Xiao Yan. Cut to Xiao Yan mid-combat. Octag smash, clean contact, and his opponent exploded backward in fire and broken wood. Later, Yao Lao dropped the heavy black ruler at his feet, black iron, Dou Chi suppression, carry it everywhere. Xiao Yan could only gape. And so the training began. Endless desert miles under that cursed pack, sun blazing, his Dou Chi throttled to a whisper. Yao Lao strolled beside him fanning a leaf, promising the pain would double his gains, and unlock an earth-rank Dou skill. Until gravity won. One slip, and Xiao Yan went tumbling down the slope in crackling rings of stray energy. He crashed flat at a road marker. His teacher floating above with a side town was close now. Inside that town, he spied a blood lotus essence mislabeled as yellow. Before he could call out, a purple-haired girl snatched the glowing cube and claimed it. Quicker than that, a brawler squared up to him over cube position and ate a bloody nose for it. But the real threat hadn't even introduced himself yet. Some long-haired bruiser in brown cracked his fingers, grinning. Xiao Yan was the last one standing, and his fight wasn't over. Then the forest screamed. Twin ice serpents erupted from the rain-soaked trees, towering over terrified villagers, and our boy realized those were real monsters. A warband charged them led by a red-haired woman, swords raised and war cries tearing loose. Sparks flew as steel met scale. In the chaos, the purple-haired girl carved through ice shards with a swirling strike, while Xiao Yan shouted that something was badly wrong. The dragon loomed over her, sniffing. Allies screamed about a flanking beast, and before she could move, something crashed hard into the ground. So Xiao Yan answered with ice of his own, a dragon spirit roaring up to shield her, and his voice breaking the rain. Don't you dare bite my blood lotus essence. Quiet breath before the storm, purple-haired Xiao Yan, kneeling in blossoms, already the target of every force converging on this stretch of road. Then the sky ripped open. Xiao Yan streaked across the clouds on that cursed black iron ruler, 200 pounds of iron doing whatever it wanted as terrified villagers scattered beneath him. 'Cause up ahead, the showdown had already detonated. His awakened ice dragon catching a golden pillar full in the jaw and shattering into a rain of crystal. Then chaos crashed back to earth. Xiao Yan mid-confession on a cliff edge, a perverted ape lunging from nowhere, and Xiao Yan screaming at her to freeze. He moved before the ape could finish her sentence. Heavy black ruler slamming down in heaven's retribution, cracking the beast off her with one violent swing. The creature shrieked across the rocks, his territory, his rules. Their escape went sideways fast. A rope descent under moonlight that snapped clean, sending both of them tumbling through the dark. Yao Lao had shielded the fall, and Xiao Yan caught her before she hit the dirt, which is when his master cheerfully labeled him a pervert and a weird old man for breathing near an unconscious girl. She drifted awake to his face, 6 inches from hers, which is closer than either of them planned. She snapped one haymaker, both of them airborne, and a pervert accusation echoing across the canyon. Once the dust settled, she offered him a treasure hunt as repayment for saving her life twice. He agreed on the spot for half the haul. She argued she'd found the cave. He pointed at the sheer cliff, and she went quiet real fast. Somehow they made it up anyway, her scolding him for not climbing under his own power. At the mouth of the cave, Yao Lao caught a pulse of dense Dou Chi rolling out from the dark. Something worth dying for was waiting inside. He cradled her hands like they were glass, warning that a scar would cost her a husband someday. Tools and gloves traded, they pried open the tomb and found a fortune waiting inside, with a long-dead skeleton still guarding it from its throne. 3 locked stone chests sat beyond reach, and when our boy's greedy fingers wandered too close, his partner lit into him. But something was already behind him, a towering mechanical horror clicking to life, while Xiao Yan sat exhausted and exposed. 2 shattering blows blew the skeleton apart and scattered the gold across the vault. Our boy dove through the avalanche of coins hunting for her. She was flat on her back, alive and unharmed, ringed by herbs that the blast had spared. Except the dead don't stay dead here. Its skull reassembled itself, jaw clicking shut as blue flame reignited behind empty eye sockets. Our boy broke into a cold sweat, because skeletons aren't supposed to do that. While Xiao Yan swept up her scattered silver needles, he palmed a scroll from the pile and tried to slip it behind his back, and got caught. He pocketed the scroll, then rang a set of keys off the bones and grinned. More loot to find. Back outside, he warned her the scroll was laced with lethal poison. Yao Lao stroked his beard, puzzled that a girl who'd never trained Dou Chi could handle the toxin untouched. And inside the scroll lay the formulas of a poison master, which meant the tomb's owner belonged to a rarer, deadlier craft, healers who kill without being seen, masters of poison Dou Chi. The second chest burst open and a winged scroll unfurled, blazing with light. a black-rank flying Dukai skill called Wings of an Eagle. Our boy stood atop the gold heap, fist raised, crowing that the skill alone could let a Du practitioner fly. Xiao Yan tried to claim half and he reached for the scroll with a smirk, because in his mind, the 50-50 pact had just expired. Two outlaws against the world, posed like the cover of a wanted poster, and the manhunt was already closing in. The explosion caught the red-haired Captain square in the chest, buying exactly one breath, and Xiao Yan grabbed the purple-haired girl and ran. Wind screamed past them as the world blurred, and behind them every pursuer scrambled to follow. She yanked his wrist, begging him to turn and fight, but the numbers were too brutal to face head-on. Arrows rained down like a net, and the cave mouth was their only door left. One shaft found his back, and his own body was the price of her escape. The red-haired captain got back up laughing, and the kid answered with a fist wreathed in fire. Octag smash detonated across his chest, and the second clap of palms sent shockwaves rippling through the ruined squad. Bloodied and grinning under the moon, Xiao Yan promised the wolf-head mercenaries he'd haunt them till they died. They rushed him in waves, silver needles, spears, the works, and somewhere in the chaos, Xiao Yan's voice cut through. Her solution was insane. Drag him off a cliff and trust the fall to save them both. A giant eagle caught them mid-plunge and tore into the night sky, leaving a glowing trail the mercenaries could only curse at. Below, arrows whined uselessly upward, and the captain marked him for death, every mercenary in the company now his personal enemy. Sunlight, a quiet lake, and Xiao Yan leaning over him with a lecture. If not for her medicine, he'd already be dead. Her scolding earned him a peck from a very opinionated eagle named Xiao Yan, and the bird was not taking apologies. The eagle had mistaken her yelling for bullying, which was honestly a reasonable read, and somewhere in the chaos, the girl softened. She buried her face in the bird's feathers, muttering that beasts were kinder than people. Xiao Yan clenched his fist and swore. The magical beast mountain would forge him strong enough to come back for that fight. She warned him the mountain was suicide and the mercenaries would retaliate, but the almighty medical house had her back. Mu Li wouldn't dare touch her. With Xiao Yan as her wings, she had nothing to fear, and she rode the eagle skyward with a wave. He cupped his hands and screamed after her, guard that blood lotus essence, because he was coming to collect. Her final word flowed down with the wind. Promise me you won't die, Xiao Yan. The magical beast mountain loomed. 4 glowing predators already watching from the mist, and the weakest hunter alive walked straight in. The cave stone chest finally cracked open, and inside was a black-rank combat skill, bait laid with care. Yushi stroked his chin and waited. Greedy hunters would come for the rumor eventually, and when they did, Xiao Yan would bleed for him. Half a continent away, the red-haired clan captain slammed the floor and swore an oath. Xiao Yan would die in the magical beast mountain before he grew any stronger. Deep in that same mountain, a bare-chested kid planted his feet on a rock as water exploded around him, eyes locked forward. He charged the demon dragon fish with the black heavy ruler, and got dodged, clipped, and launched backward in one brutal exchange. He crashed out of the waterfall under the beast, soaked and aching, while his white-haired master calmly squinted at a half-decayed scroll map. Ao Lao laid it out plainly. Purple cloud wings needed oceans of Du Qi, and at his level the kid could only coast a few miles before gravity won. The soul inside that skill was a 5th-rank eagle with Phoenix blood. Arrogant, hungry, and fully capable of eating its rider's sandy if he got sloppy. Training rules hit like iron. No Du Qi, no skills, 10 first-rank beasts a day with that cursed ruler alone, and that fish had only been number 6. Then the old man poured a homemade brew called immolation blood straight onto the kid's chest, quadrupling his training speed at the cost of his entire nervous system. A wolf-head patrol radioed in another magical beast skeleton, caved in by something heavy and charred. He Ming stood over the bones in order to sweep. Xiao Yan, alive or dead, was not leaving this forest. Hiding in a tree canopy, the kid froze and let the leaves rustle into silence, his whole body a held breath. Somewhere deeper in, a wounded blizzard demon ape had gone berserk and was thrashing anything with a heartbeat. A black-haired swordsman winced from the noise and clocked the mismatch instantly. A first-rank wolf and a red panda were about to die for a herb. He slashed the ape to buy them time, but the cut made it angrier, and now it had the pink fox spirit in its fist. Swordsman grabbed the fox, kicked a board into the air, and ran, ape howling, right behind them through the canopy. The ape crashed through a bamboo grove chasing Xiao Yan's eye, shrieking that it was male, while a blue-haired kid hollered an old contact was 1 mile out, bait dropped, grin locked in. A wolf-head patrol caught the full brunt of that wounded rampage. Fighters scattered, begging for He Ming over the signal flare. Captain Mu Li arrived, drew steel, and carved the bleeding ape down herself. She planted her sword and looked up. Xiao Yan was already standing there, smirking. He'd baited this entire collision. A red-haired wolf-head rushed him with a warning on his lips, desperate to say something before the blade dropped. Xiao Yan cut him down mid-sentence. Nothing the man had to say was worth hearing. In the chaos, a black-haired swordsman drilled through the line with a black-rank strike, thanked the mercenary leader for thinning his rivals, and bolted before they could regroup. Cornered, Xiao Yan's eye fed every last drop of Du Qi into the black heavy ruler on his friend's count, and the forest lit up on fire. Leading out, the eye-patch mercenary screamed monster as Xiao Yan beat dark wings skyward, vowing he'd remember every face in this canyon. But the purple cloud wings buckled mid-flight, his eyes flashing animal yellow, and Xiao Yan plunged onto the back of a roaring red wolf, his body no longer his own. Chapter 26, Advancement. The kid's about to find out what that word really costs. He was already falling, rocketing down that moonlit waterfall like a broken wing couldn't save him. But the purple cloud wings caught, barely, dumping him on a stone beneath the spray while his master sprinted into the mist. Now Lao was already moving. The boy had forced an earth-rank skill past his limit, and the eagle's soul had started swallowing him whole. Pain split his face wide open, the kind of breakthrough that feels like dying first. Recovery pond of green gold potion, hand brewed, to drag his mind back from the beast inside him. Everything hinged on the next breath. The soul was winning. A colossal shadow-faced thing lunged for his consciousness, and his master screamed the only order that mattered: hold your soul or die a beast. Then the darkness shattered. He gasped awake, mumbled a 7-star breakthrough, and passed out cold in his master's arms. Dawn found them deep in magical beast country, ringed by 3rd and 4th-ranked nightmares. The kid's eyes went wide. Yao Lao had dragged him to the one place nobody sane would hide. Medical powder dusted the cave mouth, beast repellent, rainbow-tinted, old tricks, hidden well and now their only shelter. Until a red blur crashed the perimeter. The fox lunged, snatching a little yellow critter clean out of the air. Little Red, the same beast that had caught Xiao Yan mid-fall, greeting him with a face full of licks, saved his life, now demanding pets. Turns out Yao Lao had pressed the fox into service, sending it scrounging herbs and centipedes through beast territory while the boy was out cold. Without it, Eagle's soul or Dou Chi burnout would have killed him. Our boy crouched down, cupping the fox's face, thanking the only friend who'd actually shown up. Yao Lao watched and his mouth went philosophical. Beasts repay kindness. Some humans, he warned, would slit their own master's throat for the right price. Foreshadowing dropped like a stone. Days of brewing later, another failed recipe. The fox jolted awake like it bit a live wire. Lightning crackled off the kid's tongue mid-taste test, and his master swatted him with a branch. Brutal love, Yao Lao style. Those useless metal remains, though, combined correctly, they were the perfect catalyst. Yao Lao pitched one to the fox. Evolution time. The fox screamed, wreathed in fire, body rewriting itself midair. 2nd-rank breakthrough, burning hot. The kid lunged to help. Yao Lao held him back, interfere now, and the beast dies in the shell. Fire erupted sideways and hurled him across the ledge, which honestly served him right for not listening. What stumbled out of those flames was a new fox entirely, wreathed in fire, a full rank stronger and very bitey. Yao Lao grumbled about wasted ingredients, but the kid was cackling, riding high on his first real win this chapter. So he jumped on the freshly evolved fox and kicked it into a charge, because of course he did. Yao Lao sprinted after them across the cliff, dignity abandoned, yelling for the brat to wait up. The beast road trip arc had officially begun. They landed in a forest that shouldn't exist, vines glowing and air thick with strange heat. In chat, our boy had hit the alchemist lottery, wishing grass, singing flower, ingredients that don't even have names in Wu-Tan City. He and Little Red tore through the camp like kids in a candy store, stuffing pouches full, which meant neither of them noticed the sky splitting open above them. Something huge, flaming, falling fast. The white-robed girl tackled him flat a heartbeat before the crash. Cut to the sky, a lone girl, ribbons of Dou Chi for wings, squared off against a beast the onlookers could barely name, purple crystal-winged Lion King. 6th rank, Dou Emperor class, a monster that should not have an opponent, and yet. A fairy streaked ahead as the white-haired girl hauled our boy through the air, a blonde dragon woman answering with a roar that bent the trees. Fire met ice mid-sky, and the resulting blast lit up the whole valley. Then the impossible. Someone walked up to an angry emperor lion and calmly offered a deal: borrow the purple spirit crystal, swear off its territory, stake her life on the promise. Chapter 27 opened on a stranger the world wasn't ready for, some regal phantom in sunset gold, smiling like she'd already won. And a horned warrior decided to test that smile with everything he had, because of course he did. But the answer came from above. A winged Lion King's roar collapsed the standoff in a single breath, and a white-haired girl stood in the blast path. Her counter sealed the beast itself in crackling purple chains, forcing everyone left standing to scatter. For the Watchers, it meant one thing. That crystal was a decade's worth of beast cultivation, pure energy any Dou practitioner could drink and leap straight to Dou King. Then the red fox caught a scent and dragged its rider to a frozen lake, where the same white-haired girl lay collapsed, her chest still glowing with the seal she'd used. Our boy knelt over a stranger, dosed her with his own medicine, and weighed it out. It worked, and the first thing she did was stare at him like he was a puzzle she'd solve later. He played humble mercenary wandering through, no debts owed. Then she asked his name, ordered it really, and those silver eyes had zero chill. So he panicked, spat out a fake handle, Xiao Yan, and bolted, only for her to reappear at his shoulder mid-sprint, ice-cold compliment on her lips. He figured he was clear the second he broke her line of sight. Wrong, the seal hadn't lifted, her Dou Chi was still locked, and any second-rank fox could kill her now. But there was no time for rescues, because somewhere beyond the trees Xiao Yan was still locked in his own storm blade buried in the dirt, the fox spirit begging for word of its master. The fox spirit bolted where the crystal screamed, dragging them through glowing tunnels toward the treasure. Then our boy unleashed the flame, and the cavern lit up purple. Every crystal pulsing with the Lion King's leftover Dou Qi meant 200 gold a pop, but that voice froze them dead. Under a full moon, the teal-haired adventurer and his massive wolf stood watch on the frozen ridge. But the prize gleaming on the icy peak belonged to a third-rank magical beast, and the white-haired girl knew it would kill him in a heartbeat. So the kid smiled, waved off a head-on fight, and called for Little Red the Fox instead. The bait worked beautifully, because he dusted Little Red in bewitching powder and crossed his fingers on gender. Two apex beasts slammed together midair in a roar of fur and claws. While they tore each other apart, the kid sprinted for the crystal. His hand found a different prize, searing hot, and the girl gasped. This was the far rarer accompanying purple crystal essence. One bite of this orb could rocket a fourth-rank beast straight to fifth, she told him, but the thing was bigger than his head. His master suggested he just swallow it whole, and the kid imagined choking it down with pure willpower. Plan B was to shatter it with the purple spirit crystal, except the heat behind them was climbing fast. Purple blur exploded out of nowhere, jaws snapping shut where his skull had been a heartbeat earlier. Frozen mid-scream, he recognized the crystalline fur. That thing was Little Red. Somehow that was the final straw, and the kid lit the beast across the face with a blazing slash, screaming that he'd die for his fox. Dodging the counterbite, he saw the fox spirit still alive at the edge of the fight, while the girl spotted the purple spirit crystal tucked beneath the beast's neck. There it was, glowing right under the monster's jaw. He lunged to rip it free, only for Little Red to ambush him midair. Ice spikes erupted between them as the corrupted wolf charged, and he barely dodged in time. Sneaking past his master, the kid snatched the purple essence orb and crushed it in his fist. The thing detonated in his grip, shards blowing him flat on his back. Down on all fours, he scrambled to lick up every scattered fragment, refusing to waste a single one while his master scolded him for acting cool. The girl stepped forward, palms together, and unleashed a blazing purple wave. The corrupted beast tore straight through it, mouth wide open. But the blast had carved open a glowing cavern behind them both, and silence fell. Then a voice rolled across the ridge like thunder, a parent declaring vengeance for its hurt child and stolen treasure. A swirling vortex of force ripped across the sunset grass, scattering everything in its path. Chat, that parent was coming, and the white-haired girl pressed her glowing palms to his, funneling the purple essence straight into him. Repayment, she called it, though his sealed Dou Qi could barely hold it. The parent beast answered with a roaring inferno of purple flame, vowing to burn body and soul alike. A colossal blue whale slammed into the purple beast mid-charge, and the clash shattered crystal everywhere. But the wolf was still standing, still hungry. Then she descended, Zun-er, glowing, untouchable, the kind of entrance that rewrites the whole room. Our boy woke reaching for her, desperate, calling her name into a night that wouldn't answer. A white-haired hand answered instead, crack across his face hard. His master pinned him down, furious, flirting with her. On his watch, not a chance. Then came the grief. Centuries of never cutting his hair had made Yao Lao look tragically feminine, and the kid couldn't keep it together. But the comedy broke into something tender. Yao Lao pressed a keepsake pouch into his hands. Someone, long gone, had left it for him. Yunjai pulled a hidden scroll from behind a pouting Xiao Yan, and his embarrassment flipped straight to shock. Her farewell letter glowed on screen. Don't look for her, but if he ever needs a master, take this to Pil King Guhi. A door opened out of love. Cut to open war. A red wolf rammed a 9-star Dou practitioner off his feet, and a dark-robed figure launched off the beast's back right at him. Xiao Yan stood wreathed in purple Dou Qi, mind blown, 2 whole ranks, and a flame that wasn't his old one. The truth landed like a stone. The white-haired girl had absorbed the purple crystal essence's rampage in his place. Without her, he'd be gone. Memory cracked open. Yunjai, the one who'd saved him years ago. His brother coughed blood in her arms. Xiao Yixian's healing might have saved him. Not anymore. Chapter cover drops and the vibes are wrong. A laughing kid, a startled girl, a title that's basically a spoiler. Saving Xiao Yixian. Back in the timeline, a brother begs a blue-haired girl to find Xiao Yixian, the only healer who'd take his case. Our boy hears and goes rigid. The question ripping out of him is its own punch. 2 wounded pickers stagger in, bleeding, begging. Nobody else would help them, and the almighty medical house is her last thread. So Xiao Yixian is down. Word on the street, brilliant, kind, bedridden with something nobody can name. The town gossips instead of helps, lovesickness, lucky man, the usual nonsense, until a bandaged patient shut them down, which meant the notice had been up a full month, still no cure, grim timeline. The wind rips that same notice off the board. 1 month of unanswered prayers about to find an answer, whether the town liked it or not. A hood figure plucks it clean out of the air and volunteers on the spot. Crowd goes silent. He's already asking for directions, and chat, you already know whose face is under that hood. Except the trap is older than him. A red-haired captain recognizes that black ruler, and vengeance for his dead son Mu Li is the entire reason he's here. Meanwhile in Qingshan City, a cheerful local starts cheerfully misdirecting the hood stranger. Classic anime filler beat, except the hood is getting tighter. Just ahead, the local promises again. 3 wrong turns later, even the swordsman's patience has a limit. He finally reaches her room and kicks the door in mid-draw, blade already singing, because nothing about this rescue was going to be clean. Stops cold. A purple-haired enemy was already waiting inside. The house, he boasts, is ringed, wings won't help. Xiao Yan's swirling cloth response says otherwise. Crush. Something in that fist detonate with cosmic force. The blast gutted the building from the inside out. Foul white smoke swallowed the courtyard. Emmy stumbled, coughing, blind, and our boy was already gone. Wolfhead's captain refused to flail. Guard every exit now. Nobody chases blind into that stink. Second captain scrambled and apologizing, used. The Wolfhead mercenary squad tightened the net, daring Xiao Yan to outlast them. So the captain played his whole card. Xiao Yixian was already his captive, alive only as long as Xiao Yan stepped out and surrendered. He punctuated the threat with a blast that split the floor. Somewhere below, a hood figure buckled under the pressure, one hand clamped to his skull full of noise. Hidden room under the floor, the ally had her route prepped. Pursuers tore through above demanding a corpse. A blue-haired kid clenched his fist, resolved to stall long enough for Xiao Yan to finish the real rescue. But our boy never walked in the front. Cut to the Wolfhead prison gate, where two scrub prisoners polished the captain's favorite wolf statues and complained about every minute of it, which meant they were looking up when a winged silhouette dove out of a sun-flared sky. The distraction they never asked for had arrived. The distraction turned into a bar fight in 3 seconds flat, so our boy kicked open the real prize. The mercenary prison's beast den, riding his tiger spirit straight into the dark with Little Red on his tail. The teal-haired veteran sniffed the air and clocked 2-second rank watchdogs, wolfed pets, not coincidence. Because compared to the volcanic beast forest, these mutts were homework. But every second here was a second Xiao Yixian didn't have, and his little brother's wounds weren't waiting. Which is why, under moonlight, a wounded ally finally told the full story. Someone leaked that Xiao Yixian had treasure, and the only reason she'd survived this long was Boss Yao's protection. Our boy's first instinct was suspicion, Boss Yao guarding a treasure map. Please. The man shut that down fast. He raised her like a daughter. Then came the knife. A month back, the wolf had baited her with a lie that Xiao Yan had been captured. And Xiao Yixian, stubborn to the bone, walked right into the trap because he'd once saved her life, and she refused to owe that debt. Which meant when our boy drew his sword, bleeding and swaying, his allies panicked. Mushi's strength was nightmare tier, and one swordsman against a mercenary army was a corpse waiting to happen. But dying quietly wasn't the move. 2 rescued siblings pledged their lives to him and offered the one thing Mushi couldn't predict, the almighty metal house's hidden vault roots. While our boy planned the real rescue, a decoy was already luring the wolfhead patrol away, every wasted minute buying him a window. The mercenaries cornered the decoy and cracked it open, only to find carved wood where a boy should be. Their captain smashed the fake in rage and ordered the retreat. The hunt had been played, and the clock was ticking. One breath of relief, then the sky cracked open, and a red-haired figure, Boss Yao, detonated at the center of a blast that swallowed the compound whole. Through the shockwave, a desperate voice still reached our boy. Save her, whatever it costs. So he breached the wolfhead prison on his beast's back, smashing through chains, hunting a single living aura in the dark. He found the prisoner. It wasn't Xiao Yixian. Chapter 32. Demonization, and the storm had been brewing long before Xiao Yan kicked open that door. Inside the cell, he found a bloodied white-haired stranger in chains, Mr. Yao, from the almighty metal house. Mr. Yao was broken, apologizing for failing to protect someone, but he urged the kid to save her first. He blacked out before naming her, so a roaming white-haired master pointed the apprentice toward remedies from Magical Beast Valley. Before he could run, Mushi himself arrived with guards, sealing the gate shut. Nobody walked out of his prison alive. Little Red and the beast hauled Mr. Yao toward the exit, while the scarred henchman grinned and triggered the trap. The whole prison groaned, and rubble began to rain. Chu and Kang's eyes stepped forward as the floor gave way. Then a red-haired fire slammed and OCTADIC smashed through the structure, blasting Mushi backward in a thunderclap. He squared up against Mushi, a mere 9-star Do practitioner swinging on a 2-star Do master, sheer recklessness. He demanded where Xiao Yixian was. Mushi just smirked and told him she was already a dead woman. The red-haired captain answered with a blur of spear thrusts, promising to send them both to the underworld together. But our boy broke the spearman's guard with a chain swing and launched him across the yard. Dust breath, a sword gripped in both hands, Xiao Yan steadied himself for one more exchange. The captain's final overhead strike shattered his blade and hurled him through the wall in a blast of force. He crashed into a back room, ribs screaming. Yeah, Mushi was a different weight class entirely. And his nose caught a sweet, wrong fragrance. The old white-haired master yelled to hold his breath. Poison was flooding the air. And there she was, Xiao Yixian, cocooned in a burning pink web, taking hit after hit from outside. The dark-haired commander stood before a flaming tower and smiled. Leave now, or stay and save your friend. Our boy gritted his teeth, wrapped himself in Du Qi, and dove straight into the inferno, no hesitation. An orange-haired woman watched from somewhere closer than expected, eyes wide as she read the cruelty of the trap. She'd refused. He'd sent thugs. She blasted them back with raw purple fury. The girl was not helpless. But the boss promised she would be punished badly once they dragged her down. An orange-haired ally blinded the mercs with green fog to cover her escape. Classic alchemist smokescreen. Through the haze, they spotted her anyway, and the blonde captain screamed the order to take her alive. She smiled, swallowed a glowing green bead, and surrendered, which meant the trap had already sprung, and the hunters were about to learn what the demon inside her really cost. Blinding venom erupted through the cell, payback for every hand that struck her. The brown-haired captain caught the scent of heartbeat too late, horror blooming in his eyes, which meant the white-haired demon within had fully woken, its purple aura crushing their chi and numbing flesh on contact. Then silver hair flashed overhead, a trap meant for Xiao Yan, repurposed mid-fall, cocooning its target in ribbons of dew chi. Yushi smirks at it all. Even a great master rots inside that web. Xiao Yan pushed through the blaze, warning her. Pulling the demon out would kill the girl they came to save. The kid couldn't trust his own eyes. A sudden pink glare hijacked his vision, and panic fired the blast before he could aim it. Yao Lao's spirit form tried to help, hurling flame blades at the threat, but bodies without fists don't swing back. That fire blast carved through stone, and hurled a body tumbling through the air. Then Little Red came barreling back in, and Xiao Yishian dropped, burned, broken, possessed by something not hers. Xiao Yan shielded her from the next blast and begged them to run, because staying meant all three of them dying in this place. But the old man on the wolf's back gave the only order that mattered: leave her, save yourself, because no rescue was worth this grave. And Xiao Yan ran straight back into the inferno, because she was holding his treasure, and she was drowning in fire, and walking away was never who he was. He reached her covered in burns, and she, half gone, whispered for him to kill her and run before the thing inside her finished them both. So the silver-haired stranger answered for him, a hand through the chest, and Mew she dropped like a puppet with its strings cut. Xiao Yan caught Xiao Yishian in the flames and held her tight, his voice cracking, sorry, so sorry, he hadn't protected her. Memories hit like a second blow, a small purple-haired girl kneeling in the rain, begging her mother's still body to wake up. Lightened toward the sky, and through the doorway a cloaked healer found her, eyes wide, soaked, certain he was a ghost come for her. He came to save a poisoned village, but every soul was already cold, except one feral child who slashed him to defend her mother's corpse. He told her gently that her mother wouldn't wake, that the whole village was gone, and she just screamed that everyone was only sleeping. His silver needle cure shattered against whatever cursed her blood, and the hooded doctor smiled like a man who'd finally met a puzzle worth his time. Then the lost little girl mistook the stranger for her father and clung to him in the rain, and in that instant, he became hers. He promised to watch over her always, accepted the title fatherly brother Yao, and they walked toward the sun together, one small hand in his. Years later, the same man held her in a different fire, smiling with blood on his lips, happy like he promised, just one more smile. His eyes swelled with tears. Her father whispered that he was sleepy, and the flames swallowed him whole before his fool little girl could stop crying. Back in the burning tower, Xiao Yan cradled the dying Yao, and something inside him answered with a roar of purple fury. The red-haired captain felt the temperature shift and named it out loud, Beast Flame, the rarest kind, just before a fanged purple horror materialized on top of them. Wuxi surged through the purple blast screaming obscenities, flaunting the gap between a soul master and a mere practitioner like a taunt with a body count attached. So Xiao Yan answered with flame dividing ruler, one catastrophic sweep that tore the ground apart and told Wuxi exactly where the gap actually ran. Chapter 34, Poison Body, the real story begins. She set the white flowers down and almost smiled. He'd rest easy here. He rubbed the back of his neck, sheepish, nearly burned himself alive on his own flame, but her poison and scars were finally closed. She went quiet, and 12 years fell out of her in a single breath. A tiny herb-picking village, a kind mother, and a 3-year-old girl who wandered into the wrong flower. That flower was the money cone, beautiful enough to kill, and 3 years old was plenty old enough to be tempted. She'd carried that weight alone ever since, and now it was cracking her open under the moon. But the cure she'd taken spiked her dou chi in a way that lit a candle in both men's heads. This was the cursed body they'd only read about. The white-haired veteran named it for her. A poisoned body, poison that strengthens you until it doesn't, and everyone near you pays the bill. No training required, just feed it poison, and the stronger the dose, the faster it grows, until the body hits a peak and the world around it dies. Across the line, and thousands of poisons crash inward at once. Agony or a feral mind that never comes back. At Mr. Yao's grave, he gripped her shoulders and told her the truth she'd been running from. It was never her fault, and the blood debt was already paid. But the cursed girl heard only another death she'd cause, so she opened her own wrist and asked him to meet her next life. His answer was a slap. He'd already buried enough people he loved, and suicide was a thief he refused to let in. He told her the bravest thing in the world was simply staying alive, and the wind carried their silence like an oath. Then he bragged about his powers of persuasion, and she decided the moment deserved a reminder about who was really in charge. She grabbed his busted hand to wrap it while roasting him, and he yelped all the way through it, grinning. But when he reached for the beast, something glowing answered back between them, a bond neither of them had words for yet. She cracked open her storage ring and outpoured years of stolen loot, gold, gems, necklaces, a glitter bomb of evidence. Buried in the pile, glowing red, was his lost blood lotus essence, and the story behind it. She'd handed it to her father for safekeeping right before Mushi took him. She gave it back, No negotiation, no strings, just mad fate making things right. Then our boy spotted a black-ranked ferocious lion roar scroll behind her and quietly claimed it for himself, sparking maximum outrage. That scroll was a rare soundwave due skill. Gather due chi in the chest, release it in one breath, and watch weaklings lose the will to fight. He asked what came next for her, and she lit up. She's leaving the Jia Ma Empire to hunt a cure for her cursed body. So he made his own vow from atop a mountain of stolen gold. Train harder, keep the 3-year promise, crush Na Lan Yan Ran when the clock hits 0. And he handed her a storage ring he'd been saving, a gift, and a promise that he'd find her cure before they met again. He said goodbye to Little Red in a flower field, hugging the howling beast and making him swear to grow into king of Magical Beast Mountain. Back in Qingshan Town, kids spotted something at the gate and screamed for the grown-ups to come look. Word spread fast. Xiao Yan had returned every coin mu she ever extorted, with a letter signed in farewell. The survivors wept over a gravestone for their rescued brother, and a legend walked out of town before sunrise. A hooded thief bolted through the guild gates, with 2 winged girls clawing at his cloak. A blonde enforcer snapped her rod forward and launched its weighted head like a javelin. Steel met skull and the thief ate dust, groaning into the cobblestones. She kicked him flat and demanded the stolen living soul grasp back. But something struck from above, blasting the thief skyward in a scream while Lin Fei shouted the warning too late. Our boy Xiao Yan hit the ground hard, clutching his head and hollering about attempted murder. A pink-haired girl waved goodbye from the clouds, and he realized the fall hadn't hurt, which meant one of 2 things, and neither of them was good. He crash-landed square on a blonde girl, who answered by hurling him onto her shoulder. She locked him in a headlock, while Lin Fei arrived shouting that the thief had run straight to old man Ao Chuo, claiming the soul grass as hers. Trust and rope, our boy begged for calm, but the silver-haired woman just clapped and teased him about his new admirer. Lin Fei called time, seized his storage ring as punishment, and strutted off with a warning to stay clear of her in the future. She held the ring up like a trophy, name-dropping the Alchemist Guild, and somewhere behind her, an old man's scream cut the air. Our boy grabbed both girls and bolted across the desert, his master shrieking from the stolen ring to be saved. By morning, he was begging at the guild gates, listing every humiliation from the night before and pleading for mercy. The guard refused alchemist exam day, no qualification, no entry, and waved off his healing potions like they were worthless. An armored man with a baby barked directions, and our boy sprinted down the hall with minutes to spare. He reached the registration desk just as the examiner called next. Then he face-planted into it and sent the man flying, a perfect first impression for a future alchemist. No master, no letter, so he pulled Yun Jai's sealed envelope addressed to Pil King Guhi and prayed it counted. A regal alchemist materialized in a flash, eyes locked on the Guhi seal. President Frank felt the paper hum. Only a due emperor could condense words like that, and granted our boy entry on the spot. He thanked Frank, silently blessed Yun Jai for the 3rd time this arc, and ran after the president. A grand hall of robed alchemists buzzed around him, all here for the same exam. An elder questioned why an untested novice wanted a first-rank ticket, until our boy suddenly dropped and shouted for his master. Our boy spotted his ring dangling on a blonde girl's finger mid-power stroll, and his whole plan went sideways. She wasn't just wearing it as a trophy. She was one of Ao Chuo's 2 students, here today to earn her 2nd-rank robe. He demanded the ring back. She dangled it higher and mocked how much he wanted this busted old thing, and her silver-haired partner started wobbling from perfume overdose. But the real headache walked in behind them, Master Ao Chuo himself, squaring up to Guild President Frank in a pride contest over whose student would triumph. 2 old masters, 2 egos, crackling energy between them like a storm about to break. The blonde tossed her hair and laughed. No bumpkin like him could possibly compete in alchemy. So our boy raised the stakes. He'd skip straight to the 2nd-rank exam alongside her, bet his life on it, ring on the line. The hall gasped. Ao Chuo's student took the bait, and President Frank broke his own rules to let an unknown kid challenge an advanced-tier exam. The 2nd-rank alchemist exam began. 3 contestants, 1 stone table, 1 rule: read the pill name on your parchment, pick your ingredients, refine before time runs out. His assignment: the meridian strengthening pill, a recipe rated harder than most 3rd-rank work. One elder called it impossible grade, then waved it off as a trick. Our boy just smirked. He had refined this thing as a snack on Magical Beast Mountain. Ingredients spilled from his robe like trail rations, and he reached for the rarest component of all. Except the blonde grabbed the last Earth-type mag core first and held it up like a trophy. He cracked a Fire-type core in his bare fist and smiled, time to broaden their horizons. Purple flame coiled between his fingers. Both girls froze as the cauldron beside them pulsed with heat they never felt. 2 robed elders leaned in, shaken, that concentration of beast flame on a boy that young wasn't supposed to exist. He danced the flame across temperature, position, and burn point like a surgeon, and green crystals burst from the cauldron in a flash of light. The Fire-type core plunged into the brew, a swap no one thought could work. Skeptics whispered it was wishful thinking, until a faint white-haired figure flickered behind him and praised the unseen teacher who forged him. Both girls' cauldrons blew, wrong flame, wrong core, total failure. The blonde laughed at him, and he snapped back a single order that silenced the hall. Then her own pot started glowing, cracking open, screaming pink energy into the air, and she begged everyone to run. Chapter 36. the alchemist's exam where the cauldrons decide everything. Both alchemists were hurling ingredients in like cooks, cauldrons screaming pink energy on every side. The girl panicked and screamed that the pot was about to blow, and our boy just grinned and told her to chill. Then he pulled 2 perfect pills from a single cauldron, and the whole room went silent. Even the senior master stared. Those were pill marks, the kind only elite alchemists ever produce. He explained the blue one, a meridian-strengthening pill, fire element, brewed from a fire attribute magic core. The elder nearly dropped it gushing, then turned curious about the strange white pill in his other hand. So our boy, with zero self-preservation, asked Lin Fei to test the white pill, and Zhu Mei absolutely lost it, certain it was poison. The silver-haired girl solved the debate by cramming the pill straight into Zhu Mei's mouth, swearing the ingredients were harmless. Safe to say the formula worked a little too well. He announced his new creation, an augmentation pill, while the master stared in slack-jawed disbelief. Zhu Mei turned scarlet, demanded to be turned back, and the room descended into glorious, flustered chaos. The senior master finally made it official. At 19, Xiao Yan was the youngest second-rank alchemist in guild history, which lasted about 3 seconds before another alchemist grabbed his collar begging for a youthful vitality pill. The master warned him to keep his craft ethical. White Air snarled a retort on his behalf, and the 2 girls swore to train harder. As a reward, the guild presented him an alchemist's robe, secret potion treated, poison and fire-resistant, and he slipped it on with a grin. Yao Lao flowed in with a warning. Capturing an essence flame would require Ice Spirit Cold Spring and a 3rd-rank water attribute magic core. Our boy asked the guild to help source them, and learned real alchemist perks meant rare ingredient access most cultivators never see. Before he could breathe, Zhu Mei grabbed his storage ring and started swinging it on a chain like a toy. Then the trap sprung. She accused him of freeing the thief who'd stolen her teacher's living soul grass. Our boy panicked, swearing it was an accident, but the bearded teacher collapsed weeping and clutching him like a lost son. The elder stepped back and muttered he couldn't help. This one, the boy had walked into himself. The flashback hit like a truck. Ao Chu was a youth, saved by a girl named Xiao Ling, hopelessly in love, until an incurable illness took her and her soul passed into a living soul grass. She left him forever. The plant soul explained it plainly. That grass could wear a dead lover's face, stay beside the living, never leave. An elder confessed the grass was stolen yesterday, and a disciple tearfully swore to retrieve it, only for his furious master to blurt out, on impulse, that he already knew the thief's location. That night at the temple gates, our boy realized the ugly truth. The elder and the blonde had tag-teamed him into a suicide recovery mission for the ring and Xiao Ling both. Bursting into a haunted alchemist guild, the teal-haired kid got blasted back by whatever nightmare was squatting inside, and a blue-haired stranger in a familiar coat yanked him upright, already calling him the thief. But the stranger wasn't here to steal. He was here to retrieve a stolen living soul grass for his dead master. Xiao Ling herself sat in a cracked pot, crying and shimmering like a kicked kid. Our boy grabbed the plant, and the stranger instantly ratted him out as the elder's patsy, guild robe and all. The blue-haired weirdo lounged on spider silk sacks worth half a city and called it fine furniture. Turned out he'd been using world-class artifacts as laundry, a warm-water jade as a foot basin, and a 7-rank thorn as a back scratcher, because of course he did. Because in his head, only he knew how to make treasures shine, the grants collector alive. It turned out to be Gu Ti, younger brother of Pill King Gu He himself. Our boy stared blankly, deflating the man before a signature drop could even land. Except the room was freezing, and there was only one thing on Earth that could do that. Ice Spirit Cold Spring, the rarest essence flame ingredient being used as an air conditioner. Gu Ti offered his brother's autograph instead, and got a death glare for his trouble. An alchemist's dream, sitting right there in a glorified cooler, and our boy needed. So he brandished Xiao Ling, and threatened to snap her like a twig unless Gu Ti talked. Gu Ti refused, then leaned in clothes and grinned. The cold spring wasn't free, it cost something he actually wanted. Winter came hard for the next part of the journey, and it came wrapped in calm. Then a teal-haired disciple walked into a fury he wasn't ready for. I Badong tore through his study like a man possessed, hurling tomes off shelves, until he found the page that named the beast flame beating inside him. Every other chart was wrong, every other guess wasted time, and the boy behind him could only watch the panic. Purple crystal winged lion king, the wild flame caged inside a beast body, nasty to absorb, nastier to fail. Gu Ti made his usual chaos, dodging kisses, tossing loot, until Ashiro dangled the ring he actually came for, and he had to name his reasons out loud. Back at the Sacred Guild, Ao Chu thanked President Frank with a goodbye, a bow, and a tray of parting gifts for services rendered. Frank had loaded that tray with rare herbs and a 3rd-rank water core, exactly the kind of medicine that makes a wandering alchemist grin like a thief. Then it was Ao Chu's turn to wave the city off from a sunlit courtyard, already one legend richer than when he'd arrived. Inside the guild hall, 2 onlookers traded glances, and a question neither could answer. Who on earth was training that kid? He didn't look back. Meanwhile, somewhere colder, Yao Lao finally got the last word in on being called a blood-sucking old ghost. Xiao Yan had dragged them to a flying station full of quacking giants, because walking a month to the Tail Desert was, frankly, embarrassing. Some green-haired alchemist with an entourage decided bumping our boy into the dirt was a perfectly reasonable hello. The whole crew piled on stolen robe, drink your milk, the whole bit, while Yao Lao fumed and told his disciple to answer back. Fresh souls stirred in the ring, white-haired and red-eyed, and confessed she couldn't remember her own name. She also, inconveniently, had a flying phobia, because apparently death cured the fear of heights in exactly nobody. Xiao Yan was already yanking out a scroll before the dust settled, because of course he was. It was the map Gu Ti had slipped him. Incomplete, cryptic, pointing somewhere inside the Tail Desert at a man named Hai Badong. Lotus Ink, Demon Flame Sketch. One named Xiao Yan's grin said the rest. Every ingredient for a fifth-rank blood lotus pill set ready on the table, and Yao Lao's eyes went sharp with the kind of hunger only old alchemists understand. Though he swept in like the showman he never stopped being, this was his stage, and the curtain was up. Xiao Yan tried to hold the table steady and his master down at the same time, begging him to rest, and a green-haired stranger kicked the door in to yell at them both. Our boy was already sprawled on the lounge below like he owned the place, which the green-haired loudmouth found personally offensive. Then he laid the ice spirit cold spring, the blood lotus essence, and a third-rank core out like a winning hand, and watched every mouth in the room fall open. One alchemist reached for the ingredients like they'd been left there for him, and the moment Xiao Yan's temper snapped, a pale stranger across the room locked eyes with him and whispered a warning. The blue-haired boy grinned and flared purple Dou Qi, finally ready to throw hands. But Xiao Yan froze at one hissed word from those glaring brown eyes. Don't move. Chapter 38, Ice Emperor Hai Bo Dong. The desert journey was about to turn into a war zone. A blast of raw cold swallowed the green-haired rival mid-taunt, his own stolen beast flame guttering against the wrong element. But the Ice Emperor's own master cracked under the recoil, clutching his skull and collapsing into the boy. A single spark of wild chi later, the old man was weeping on his feet, which meant one thing: Xiao Yan was on his own. So the kid pivoted, told the master's thugs they looked like trash, and threw hands to clean up the mess himself. A tag smash, and two of them ragdolled across the library floor, a 9-star Dou practitioner snapping a Dou master's nose clean off. But the elder master was not laughing, and one green blast later the kid was tasting blood and remembering how wide power gaps really are. The gap was a canyon, and every red-toothed grin on the crowd told him it. Later, 3 disciples dumped stolen loot on a table and begged for crumbs of their master's technique, the blood lotus pill ingredients bright among the hall. But the old man spun on the bound boy, convinced a rival faction was hunting the same essence flame, and the boy swore through the ropes he knew nothing. His master left with a warning to watch the brat, and the moment the door shut, the 3 disciples started plotting treason. Steal the old fart's arts, get filthy rich, easy right. The bald one was already flexing. Trash reading trash, and one quiet observer in the corner quietly wrote the whole scene off. Meanwhile, a 100-coin bounty on the most detailed map of Tail Desert sent quills flying through a stack of books the height of a man. 3 alchemist bullies walked in wanting the map for free, and a kicked-over desk told the shopkeeper exactly how the negotiation would go. Until one energy blast cleared the room, a rescued boy bowed and thanked his savior, and our boy smiled. But the real danger, a greater Dou master, was still lurking. That lurking danger was Hai Bo Dong, already entombed in his own ice and begging for his life, while a blue-eyed stranger told him to shut up and die. Octag smash turned the nearest statues into shrapnel, and that meant the ingredient ring buried in the debris was about to be vaporized. 2 bodies dove, 2 hands scooped, 1 glowing ring survived intact, and a month of rare herbs lived to see another pill. A cheerful boy in a brown cloak dropped to his knees before a bespectacled stranger and announced Gu Ti sent him, the kind of name that rearranges a face. The bespectacled man went chalk-white, roaring the name like a curse, and the boy just kept smiling. An enraged disciple burst through the ice shouting about a stolen 1,000-year crystal, then remembered Gu Ti had a scroll, and this elder needed to see it. The teal-haired master answered with a glacier to the face, blasting his own disciple across the hall on suspicion of hunting the essence flame. The disciple screamed for mercy. The master muttered something about frozen plums, and somewhere in Black Rock City, a flamboyant schemer was already cackling. Xiao Yan had walked into Hai Bo Dong's library hunting a stolen lotus scroll, and walked out into a nightmare. But the kid refused to die easy, wings of Dou Qi shredding free from the frozen shell. Ice answered back, a forest of shards rising on the old man's command and crashing through the shelves. Every crystal that broke only bought Hai Bo Dong another second to stack the next one, and the gap kept yawning wider. His white-haired master finally stepped in, shielding the disciples' eyes and taking the fight on himself, which meant it stopped being a warm-up and became a duel. The master's icy blast shattering across Hai Bo Dong and exposing the truth. Emperor rank on paper, spirit-level strength in the flesh. A month had hardened him, but the Tail Desert still hadn't broken him. Not yet. The teal-haired master cutting cold. Even a Dou spirit was more than enough to put a frail alchemist in the ground. Then ice erupted, and Hai Bo Dong himself stepped through, laughing like a man who'd finally found what he'd wasted years hunting, an alchemist carrying essence flame. He'd once been a peak Dou emperor, he confessed, until Queen Medusa broke him and cursed him with the seal of snakes for daring to chase her map. That seal had withered him to a shadow of his old strength, and he'd trade the incomplete map for the one pill that could lift it. Yao Lao smelled the trap and the prize in the same breath, a map to the purifying lotus demon flame and a Dou emperor in their debt. The catch, a 6th-rank cure that would bleed them dry. Bo Dong tossed them a bone, whispers of a second essence flame buried in the desert. A month later, Xiao Yan was dragging a wrapped blade across sand with an empty water skin and a bad feeling. Then a horned red demon dragon lunged out of the dunes, and a sword screamed to meet it in a blinding clash. Yao Lao praised the kill, then read the map and cursed. Dozens of scattered flame markers meant the old fox had handed them a scavenger hunt, not a trail. So the master called for fire. Inhalation blood on bare skin, 4 times the Dou Qi gathering speed, and a month of hell our boy had to white-knuckle through. Back home, Yu Lin was on someone's mind, Zun was on hers, and a mother worried about sons serving as mercenary captains somewhere in that same desert. Cold desert nights, Yao Lao teasing him about which girl was missing him, until the kid blurted dead earnest that he only loved Zun. The master just fewed. Then a wounded green-haired girl crawled out of the rain and grabbed Xiao Ding's arm. The snakemen had hit the manly steel mercenaries, and Xiao Li was surrounded. 2 spear-wielding snakemen cut them off, licking their lips at fresh prey. The girl flinched, and the kid realized the half-snake companion beside her wasn't the only one of her kind out here. Bored of the chase, the snake warriors drew blood first and paid for it. One brutal sweeping arc cracked through both, and the desert ate them. He heard the warning and flew anyway, because the surrounded captain was his brother. The manly steel crew were bleeding out under a full moon, swords raised, holding a dying circle. Snakemen closed in demanding surrender. The mercenaries answered by tightening the ring and daring them closer. One grinned through the chaos, mocking the flank they never saw coming. Their captain Xiao Li stepped forward, bloodied and grinning, introducing himself like the result was already decided. One hand, a lightning spear crackling to life, and a promise to clear the insects himself. Our boy Xiao Li stood cornered in that ruin, lightning crackling up his fists, while a snake-bodied captain raised his trident and ordered the slaughter. Xiao Li's mercenaries braced for the killing blow because Qing Lin had gone for help, and nobody else was coming. Then a streak of blue feathers ripped through the ambush, our boy in the purple cloud wings deflecting the octatic smash clean, and the snakeman froze. He landed in the middle of them, hauled a wounded fighter to his feet, and the mercenaries recognized him on sight. Xiao Yan Zai, back from the dead. Before the reunion could land, a fanged masked monster lunged, and our boy kicked it skidding across the stone. The bandit boss snarled that his poison gas would cripple anyone who entered his territory, and swung for the kill. Our boy just smiled. Compared to Xiao Yixian's venom, that gas was a joke. A green-haired girl had led the caravan to the fight in time, badly cut up doing it, so the captain pressed 2 pills in Xiao Yan's hands. He wanted to check on her, but the captain dragged him toward the fortress walls because Xiao Ding was waiting inside, and the girl's fate could wait 1 more hour. Inside, Xiao Yan grabbed his brother's robe and pointed at the height gap between them, grinning. He had finally grown up, and a third brother threw both of them into a hug, bragging that little Xiao Yan was a second-rank alchemist now. Brother Xiao Ding did not care. Attacking snakemen without orders meant 3 months grounded, and the kid panicked. Later, a green-haired girl named Qing Lin brought him fresh clothes, and Xiao Yan recoiled because the last set fit like doll clothes. He thanked her anyway and asked her name, and she flustered, waving off the courtesy. Qing Lin clasped her hands and swore she'd serve as his maid to repay the life debt. No take-backs. His 2 companions immediately roasted him for reeling in a cute little fan, and he wished the ground would swallow him whole. She scampered off to draw bath water, and something about that girl still felt off to him. The brothers explained that Queen Medusa's snakemen were running the desert, and Qing Lin's kind had a cruel reputation. And the ugly truth, Qing Lin was the child of a woman raped by a snakeman, impossible by every rule but real. Humans hated her for the blood she carried, and 2 men loomed over our boy, furious that he dared get involved. A glass shattered in his fist. The ones who punished a kid for her father's crime were worse than the actual monsters. His brothers grabbed his shoulders and promised Qing Lin better wages, anything to keep him from leveling the room. Qing Lin walked in with folded clothes and a tearful smile, insisting she was fine, and the anger in his chest cracked into something softer. Then she handed him back his laundry, and the map of possible purifying Lotus demon flame sites was a soggy, stained ruin. She apologized with her whole heart, and he laughed it off like it was nothing, because 1 ruined map in a desert full of possibilities was no real loss at all. And Xiao Li brushed it off. Every map shop in the desert sells that same fake. But the bald elder wasn't laughing. Hurry up, or Queen Medusa herself would end them. The essence flame sat in Stone Desert City, and so had Medusa 6 months ago. Stone Desert City, and with it, the closest thing to hope they'd seen in weeks. A local girl let it slip. Queen Medusa passed through half a year ago, hunting the essence flame. So it had to be here, and so had Medusa, which meant it was probably already gone. But Xiao Yan wasn't leaving on a maybe. He slammed his bandaged palms together, golden light flaring. He'd earned this chase in blood, and he'd see it through, even if it killed him. Meanwhile, a kneeling disciple grinned up at his masked master in the city square. He'd found the flame's location. He'd overheard the captains, sketched the spot, and delivered the map like a gift. The master took it in silence, and the disciple clasped his hands, already counting his reward. Then he asked for payment. A blade whispered past his ear. Traders who sell their own don't get to keep breathing. The masked master cut him down and ordered the body dumped in the desert for the snakemen to blame. Out in the dunes, Qinglin dropped to all fours and sniffed the sand. The flame was close. 50 miles out from Stone Desert City, the caravan pressed on. They arrived at nothing but sand. Xiao Yan ruffled Qinglin's hair. She'd led them true before, she'd lead them true again. He waved the squad out to scatter and search, and the brothers answered as one. Then the teal-haired master raised a hand, and a column of green whittlement Du Qi burst skyward from the desert. He closed his eyes, reading the earth through plant roots, and his brow tightened. Earth element desert on top, fire element energy churning dozens of meters below. One blue-haired brother vaulted up and shouted to dig. The other answered with a stomp that hurled a purple blast into the ground. Boom, the desert heaved and split. The shockwave sent the teal-haired master tumbling, cursing Xiao Yan's name through the dust. And there hung their explosives expert, snared upside down in a ring trap, Qinglin pointing him out like a prize. Beyond the blast site, a cliff face yawned with a dozen cave mouths, a yellow glow bleeding from somewhere inside. Qinglin tugged Xiao Yan's sleeve. She could smell Medusa's trail on one specific entrance. He grinned and pointed with her, that one. They turned to the spear-carrying guard escort and declared, this cave was their best lead. Inside alone, that was the only way, Xiao Yan insisted, bracing himself against the cave wall. His brother took the bait, agreed to guard the entrance, and Xiao Yan slipped in alongside Xiao Yan's eye, leaving Qinglin's plea to follow unanswered at the threshold. Qinglin refused to be left behind. Her serpent eyes had guided them this far, so Xiao Yan invited her along and promised his protection. They plunged into the glittering cave together, leaving one swordsman to hold the mouth alone. Far behind them, at a desert outpost, a warrior stumbled on his captain bleeding in the rocks. Before he could ask what happened to the others, armed men closed in laughing. Their paymasters dropped from a cliff, 3 Banajat Du masters wearing Yun land colors, demanding cooperation or a grave. Another fork in the dark, and the party turned to their living compass. Qinglin picked the middle tunnel cheerfully, while the heat climbed and Xiao Yan's Du Qi started pitching in his veins. Then Qinglin screamed and bolted behind a rock. Something ahead had registered on her snake senses, and the aura was wrong. What lumbered from the dark answered every snakeman legend at once, the queen herself, towering and unmistakable. After the clash, his teal-haired ally was screaming his name across the blood-warm sand. They rushed to him, grabbing his shoulders, certain Medusa had finished him. A white-haired ally warned his perception was bending under the queen's lingering aura. He laughed it off, but she wasn't so sure. No time to dwell on it. A glow was barreling down the tunnel, and they ran. The mouth of the next cavern gaped like a furnace door, and their guide took it as proof they'd walked straight into hell. His brother sprinted for the flames alone and ordered them to shield Qinglin, ignoring the shout that chased him. Fire erupted where he stood, and Qinglin's warning came one breath too late. Then the ceiling split with a roar, and a 2-head serpent of living flame pinned him under its glare. Chapter 43, Open on Hope. Xiao Yan's jade snake 3-flower pupils moment had arrived. The cavern answered with hellfire. A colossal red dragon surged from shattered rock, jaws already glowing. Bo Dong took the blast head-on, hurled backward, and Qinglin barely got a green shield around herself and Xiao Yan in time. That was a loaded counter. Xiao Yan dove atop the beast and cracked its skull with a single flying dew strike. But the cavern held a second horror, a dual-head fire spirit snake bursting from the magma. Yao Lao suddenly cheerful about a legendary meal ticket. Bo Dong's fire couldn't pierce its rock-hard hide, and their mentor's calm admiration was zero comfort. Xiao Yan flipped the script, commanding both heads to collide on each other. The beast toppled in one move. Ro cleared it on a how do you like that flex, classic protagonist energy. With the guardian down, Yao Lao floated the gamble. Sift the magma for the essence flame before Qinglin's shield gave out. Qinglin screamed him back. That lava was no joke. Twin-head serpents answered with a massive fire blast, sweeping the cavern. Xiao Yu threw himself between his brother and the inferno, taking the hit so Xiao Yan wouldn't have to. His wood element Du Qi was useless against fire, but Xiao Yu held the line and screamed for his brother to run. And that's when the jade snake 3-flower pupils awakened, hers glowing twin-threaded emerald as she declared herself the serpent's new master. Qinglin drove headfirst into a dragon to pull someone clear, both of them crashing through stone in a shower of fire. The banged-up kid staggered to his feet, only to spot another 2-head serpent breaching the magma, and Xiao Ling already clapping its heads together like it was house-trained. He stood between 2 enormous fire snakes, palms up, smiling, making tamers of an entire brood look like antlers. Yao Lao laid it out. The legendary jade snake 3-flower pupils had just turned every serpent in the cave into Xiao Ling's pet. Xiao Ling heard the spirit snake say it knew where the essence flame lay and would ferry them there. If Anmei had taught him nothing else, a snake volunteering to be a mount was a setup. Xiao Yan kept his guard up. Reassured by Xiao Ling, Yao Lao and Xiao Yu, he set his jaw and walked the slope down toward the magma pool. Nothing venture, nothing gain, he launched himself in, a flaming red streak against the lava. Bo Dong shielded the young master above while Xiao Yan plunged deeper, telling them everything would hold. Everything will be fine, he said, and dove into the inferno alongside the serpent. Deep below, the magma shifted from red to blue, the hot's core, and Yao Lao's bone spirit cold flame was the only thing keeping Xiao Yan from ash as a guardian serpent surged up to meet him. Splash broke across the cavern, a blue lotus bloom coiling with red dragon fire, and Bo Dong's triumphant cry rang out. At last, the blue lotus geosinic flame. Her fingertips met the lotus, and the whole frozen thing split down the middle like bad luck. He threw a punch, riding the last of his stored flame. But the power drained out mid-swing, and his brother's voice cut through the silence. He stared at his own hands in horror. The essence flame was gone, all of it, and that meant one terrifying thing. Pink scale broke the water surface, cold enough to burn on contact. The nearby serpent nearly took his head off just for touching it. Only one creature in this desert left scales that terrifying. Medusa herself had already claimed the blue lotus. While the others baked, the sentry broke ranks to complain about the heat, earning himself a scolding from his own brother. So he played Yunlan Sec royalty, waved a fake map, and tied 3 fools to rope before vanishing into the side tunnel. The villain ignored Qing Lin's poison and answered with a blast of raw fire, hurling her across the cavern. She screamed his name as the flames swallowed her whole. Xiao Yan burst from below, astride a many-headed fire serpent, the whole cavern shaking from the exit. The crew stared down a Dou spirit serpent, but Qing Lin didn't flinch. She turned the beast on the robed attackers. With the map in hand, Xiao Yan's eye swore he'd walk the Snakeman village himself, brushing off every warning. The village elders bowed, called him hero, and begged to leave. He waved off the title and sent them running. Qing Lin wrapped the group in her serpent's shield and drove them straight down a tunnel. The Yunlan pursuer screamed oaths after the Xiao brothers, while his own ally caught a fang to the face. Even his brothers asked if the prize was worth dying for, and Xiao Yan's eye answered without flinching. A promise had been made. Deep in the Snakeman Palace, the queen herself detonated a blue lotus blast, promising to devour whoever had stolen her flame. Yue Mei opens on a jeep tearing through desert sand, marking the start of a brutal new arc. A blue-haired disciple and his ghost master had spent half a month skulking through Snakeman village, and the kid was dying of thirst. Then a winged youth flew low, mocking a snakewoman's easy escape, and a hidden blade opened his throat from behind. His attacker descended. Yue Mei, one of the village's 8 leaders, a serpentine queen who caught him midair and announced exactly who he was dealing with. She called him a coward, bound him in whipping sand, and squeezed until he roared through the pain. He shattered free with a desperate upward strike and swung for her head. Yue Mei swatted the blow aside with one hand and slammed him into the ground, scolding him for being rough with a lady. He answered with octag smash, full power, everything he had, screaming as he drove his fist forward. The strike hit nothing. Among Dou masters he was strong. Against the Dou king he was a toy, and her counter left a red slash across his cheek. Then a spectral dragon lunged, and a bandaged warrior shattered its jaws with a single palm, an unknown fighter powerful enough to stun even Yue Mei. An entire coalition hung in the air above the coiled dragon, 8 figures. One of them a Dou emperor, rivaling Queen Medusa herself, and every eye in the village was now watching them. Well, King Gu he had entered the desert, and everything changed. He brought friends. A silver-haired elder warned the boy to run before those auras crushed him. Gu he introduced himself to Yue Mei, and requested an audience with Medusa, urgent business. The blonde snake woman laughed the peace offer into the dirt, and told the kid to crawl home before all 8 leaders arrived. The 8 converged anyway. Gu he offered his rarest pills in trade for the essence flame. Purple Scale Commander snapped. It was a trap. Arrows blackened the sky over the hewn below. The diversion worked. A snake-haired figure plummeted through the collapsing ploy, and the blue-haired boy griped about his costume. The white-haired elder clenched his fist. Fishing that flame while 8 tribes fought would be a razor walk from death. Then a flirty snake girl touched the disguised boy's shoulder, and the plan nearly blew up on the spot. Chapter 47 opened on the woman they came to rob, Queen Medusa, draped in silk, completely unaware. Meanwhile, at the perimeter, the silver-haired man's bargaining voice cracked, so a blonde warrior stepped in, fist glowing, with a simpler argument. Inside the queen's castle, the white-haired infiltrator and his blue-haired apprentice slipped past empty guard posts toward the flame. A scout caught them, and then the blonde warrior exploded through the wall, ending that problem with one blow. No more sneaking. The blonde charged the gates, shouting for the queen herself, dragging the white-haired elder along. Purple Demon snarled the price of passage, his dead body. The blonde cracked his knuckles in reply. Medusa answered. The blonde accused him of wounding her tribe and burning her city. Then the white-haired youth strolled in, cheerful like old friends. The silver-haired tried diplomacy, warning the blue lotus geosinic flame would scorch her cold-blooded kind and serve her nothing. Medusa's eyes flashed gold. Her answer was a pink energy blast that sent the blonde flying. The negotiation was over. The white-haired advisor saw the angle nobody else did. She didn't want the flame as a weapon. She wanted it to evolve. She smiled, drew her blade, and slashed her own projection apart, a clone, and she was pleased they'd noticed. So her real body was hidden somewhere inside, waiting for the ritual. The silver-haired saw his one chance and dove in. Outside, the blue-haired youth eyed the unguarded flame and whispered to grab it during the chaos. He froze. A regal blonde in purple had stepped out of the trees, right behind him. Medusa smiled. It's time. And the hunt for her true body had just become a race against whatever came next. Chapter 48, Evolution. And evolution was never kind. Medusa called every drop of blood in her veins to the ritual, ribbons and Dou Qi spiraling into something unrecognizable. The blue lotus flame answered her, and a cosmic blast tore downward, her scream ripping through stone desert city. Yao Lao lunged for the drifting essence flame mid-ritual, and the snake-armored guard hit him with one warning: disturb the queen and die. Haibadong hurled purple Dou Qi at the sky to break the seal, and his fist slammed into a barrier that wasn't there a breath ago. Shattered crystals rained from the altar. The blue-haired youth dug one pink shard free and bolted to his master, because a burned-out relic in a failed ritual meant only one thing. Essence flame guttered out, Medusa's aura vanished, and a divine beast erupted through the clouds, watched by two robed elders and Pil King Guhi in silent awe. Blonde warrior Haibadong cut off retreat, and the flame-wreathed Yan Ci answered. After hurting their people, nobody walks out. All 8 snakemen leaders crested the ridge, weapons up. Haibadong smirked because a hard fight was the only kind left. Bandaged disciple plunges through dragon flame screaming, his master's final lesson, the blood armor failing second by second. He tears through the barrier, snatches the flame seed mid-vortex and roars. But gripping it costs him his bandaged hand, bones shattering under the heat. Somewhere else a swordsman carves a colossal slash into a giant serpent, wounding it, and catching its venom in the trade. Her blade detonates in a blinding blue blast, freezing every elder on the field mid-breath. Which meant nobody saw the red crystalline giant rising behind the little girl, roaring, blazing with galaxy fire, about to rewrite the whole battle. The question of what they were really fighting got answered in the worst possible way. A Naga blasting blue fire through a wall of ice. Whoever he was, he didn't come to talk. That staff carried an essence flame, and the dark draconic beast on the receiving end learned exactly what that meant. Xiao Yan, half blistered and freshly zapped by her own trial, finally lost patience with the smug little serpent who dragged her into it. The snakeman elder declared the village off-limits with the confidence of a man holding a winning hand. And he played it, the 8-snake poison seal blooming behind the swordsman like a death sentence. Orange-haired kid took the full brunt, chest screaming, a fiery little demon cackling at him while giant serpents closed in. Someone answered by warping an essence flame into a tornado fusion technique, underwater, aimed point-blank at the elder. And that was the moment the elder realized the worst of it. A Dou Emperor had just walked in, and his side was outmatched. The silver-green-haired fighter kept lashing his whip blade through the poison haze, trading hits he couldn't afford. Then the floor answered. A towering red wolf's howl split the ground open and forced a reset on the whole fight. Friendly fire nearly killed the alliance. The teal-haired warrior couldn't tell friend from foe, swinging blind through the dust until Xiao Yan hit the sand unconscious. A white-haired girl had finally had enough. She leapt in with an energy blade and cracked a chunk off the red crystalline beast. Except Xiao Yan had stopped being Xiao Yan. Something darker wore his face now, blasting an ally backward with a soundless howl. She crossed the distance and slapped him across the helmet, hard enough to rattle every memory he'd buried. His body answered the slap by detonating outward in shards of red crystal, her hands the only thing holding him together. Even through the agony he still saw her, Sister Yunjai, dodge. That was the cue. The silver-haired one screamed the only play left, fuse the Dou Qi and the essence flame now or never. Xiao Yan took the flame into his body and burned from the inside out. 2 spectators watching a kid tear past every limit he had. The servant spirit swallowed the attack hole and spun it back as a vortex, the elder stunned, the pressure dropping, the window cracking open for a counterstrike. Yunjai descended on violet wings through a vortex of light, and she looked up at her savior with open relief. An ancient conjurer and his spectral dragon lit the night with raw arcane fury. Wings of shadow unfurled on the cursed boy as he drifted down to the girl who'd grabbed him back from the brink. He caught her before she hit the ground, his voice cracking on every word of relief. Every drop of her chi had gone into waking him, none left to fight the venom now killing her. His master had one fix, but the cure came with a price. The dying woman was Yun Yun, head of the Yun land sect. Sect leader or not, sister was sister, and the wound answered to no title. He held her among the ruins, the war still echoing in the dust around them. Morning broke over Stone Desert City, with a furious woman reducing the furniture to kindling. The innkeeper wept as she splintered another heirloom chair. The boy who dumped her here was long gone. A pale-haired swordswoman arrived mid-rampage, blade singing, demanding what the runaway had said. The cowering innkeeper held out a single envelope like a peace treaty. She tore it open, a smug letter, his boyish face sketched in the corner, promising to devour the heavenly flame and humiliate her ally Guhi. On a rooftop across the city, the blue-haired boy wrestled a vow: never rejoin Yun Lan, even for the sister who'd bled for him. His brooding got murdered by a companion, breaking into folk song mid-battle. The white-haired master shut the singing down and pivoted to a problem on his arm. The little serpent who'd saved him by swallowing heavenly flame had crashed into a glittery food coma. Both men leaned in, cooing the beast they'd feared, now just adorable. Master handed her over for a burial. The bandaged boy steeled himself to bury Queen Medusa alive. Medusa woke, lunged, and kissed him square on the cheek, and the boy absolutely lost it. He panic-fired his heavenly flame. She swallowed it whole and floated belly up, burping fire. A tiny, satisfied burp. The queen was thriving. Master calmly proposed keeping her as a pet. The boy saw his own funeral flash before him. Master's smile went sharp. The heavenly flame trail led somewhere they had no choice but to walk. A hooded stranger pushed into a closed map shop in Stone Desert City, the bell cutting the silence. The bespectacled shopkeeper answered rudeness with a staff-channeled blast that lit the whole store. Ice shattered against the intruder, and then those blue flames answered back, and the shopkeeper's grin died. Our boy stood wreathed in heavenly flame, smug grin planted. Freezing him meant losing his personal pharmacist. The old fox's ice surged anyway, then stalled because the kid was holding actual heavenly fire, and that changed the math fast. Xiao Yan raised a sixth-tier cure like a bargaining chip, confidence dripping off every word. He choked up, reliving the trials for those ingredients, while Medusa in the background roasted him for wasting his time in her garden. He offered the pill, but the price was the damaged heavenly flame map, and neither man trusted the other to hand over first. Barter turned into a shouting match, two old foxes glaring over a table, and our boy finally snapped and refused the dance. Hunger won. The old man shoved the map across the desk, swearing on his life it was real. He caught the pill in his teeth like a thief reclaiming stolen loot, already tasting his emperor-rank comeback. That cure detonated his power back open. Hai Badong had his due emperor rank, and the blast hurled every guard off their feet. Eyes blazing violet, Hai Badong drank in the flood of returning Du Qi like a man resurrected. But our boy wasn't panicking. He'd baked insurance into that pill, because trusting an old fox never ends well. The cure worked, but the new girl burst from the clouds furious about her surprise makeover, and Xiao Yan could only blush and snort. The little girl snapped, the floor cracking into ice around her bare feet. He raised both hands, begging her to listen, sweat beating at his temples. A white-haired ally leaned close, whispering a plan that made the boy's eyes go wide. He answered with a tidal blast of jagged ice, aimed straight at the hooded figure. He exhaled twice, dust swirling, disappointed at the emperor who just tried to kill his savior. The pill had done more than heal. Hai Badong's curse had reversed, stealing decades back. Nearly killed by medicine too good for its own good. The irony weighed on him like a funeral shroud. Hai Badong saw straight through the tired act, demanding the truth about the scheme. Xiao Yan straddled the portal, promising to chase the silver-haired man to the ends of the earth. Hai Badong's hand shot through the light, refusing to lose sight of Xiao Yan until the curse broke. The silver-haired girl grabbed the boy by the collar, dragging him to a wedding before he could refuse. Robe discarded, she barked the order to move, and everyone scrambled for clothes. Voices collided in the doorway, everyone hunting for a robe that fit the emperor's frame. Two schemers clasped hands behind the chaos, congratulating themselves on a new emperor-rank bodyguard. The shopkeeper gushed over the child's fashion sense like a man paid to flatter. She tried the entire rack and demanded it all, leaving the youth to sigh and pay. Someone called the dark-haired boy his father, and that bruise landed instantly. Now the youth carried every bag, wondering if inviting the child had been a mistake. Half-lidded, he asked where they were headed next, already done with the day. Stone Desert City rose under a crescent moon, one half gleaming, the other burning. Their boots found only ash and crates. The girl couldn't believe anyone still lived here. Rain hammered the empty village. Teal-haired Qing Lin landed and saw no soul in sight. His brothers were gone. A girl in white and blue stepped through the ruins toward him. He ran through the wreckage screaming for Qing Lin, voice cracking against the silence. Xiao Yan pressed a finger to his lips, killing intent crouched on a nearby roof. His pupils lit, gleam unfurled, mapping every hidden heartbeat in the dark above. His gaze swept the rooftops, and every hidden heartbeat lit up in his mind, 2 to the right, 4 to the left. A teal-haired youth dropped into the alley and froze. A bandaged figure had materialized right behind him. Brother didn't even wait for an explanation. He brought that heavy black blade down like he was swatting a fly, smacking the stalker flat into the cobblestones again and again. White-robed Haibadong grinned over the wreckage. Robes marked them as Yun Lan sect, and the group's mood hardened. Then the kid piped up, smug as ever. He'd frozen a fleeing spy midair. But the dark-haired man nearly dropped the unconscious enemy when he saw the frozen face. The spy was his second brother. Unfreeze him. The man roared, but the kid only tilted his head at the resemblance and laughed. I shattered, and the younger brother slammed into his elder, half sobbing. The scolding came warm, soaked in relief. The joy died fast. The elder's hands were ruined, wrapped in blood-stained bandages. Behind them, the cave stretched wall to wall with wounded civilians and broken soldiers. Nobody had slept in days. The elder closed his eyes and let out a long, hollow breath. A long story, and none of it good. The Yun Lan sect had come back in force, and the defenders were outmatched. All they could do was shepherd the survivors into hiding. Then the real blow landed. What about Qing Lin? The answer came quiet and brutal. Qing Lin had been taken. The one who took her was Mo Cheng, a 7-star spirit rank monster riding a fire serpent, backed by the full moon like a coronation. Inside the Mo family's cave, Qing Lin stood on a rocky peak with arms crossed, and the pieces clicked, the 3-petal jade eyes. The only reason a spirit rank powerhouse would bother abducting a girl. She looked down at him, daring him to say it out loud. But the real horror came from the blue-haired brother. The Mo family had been harvesting special-blooded people for generations, stealing their gifts one organ at a time. Xiao Yan's restraint cracked. He swore on Qing Lin's life that he would tear that mansion apart to get her back. A blue-haired youth tilted his head with a lazy smirk, light blazing behind him. Recklessness suited him just fine, and he was ready to throw down. The city of salt, and the hunt for Qing Lin begins here. Stone Desert City burned because a masked cult wanted every witness gone in flame and smoke. Their leader knew the score. A massacre with no survivors means no trial, no sect leader to answer to. But Xiao Yan's crew hit them mid-burn, and the teal-haired fighter crashed through the gate with fury for the Yun Lan sect. Their demand rang through the inferno. Hand over Mo Cheng, return Qing Lin, get out of their city. Which is exactly when a masked grandmaster stepped out smiling. He'd been hunting them too. Without Qing Lin's 3-flower pupils shielding them, he figured this was the easiest kill of his career. Until a beast flame slash caught his own man across the arm, opening the fight for real. The masked grandmaster froze. The attacker wore a familiar purple scarf, and that face meant the math had changed. A bloodied captive cracked under pressure. The Mo family bribed insiders, smuggled Qing Lin's jade eyes into the empire, and planned a transplant under the full moon. The city of salt, the teal-haired boy echoed, that's where they took her. Which meant every villager burned tonight died for the Mo family's profit margin. And Xiao Yan's patience died with them. The masked lackey begged for his life, pinning every crime on his employers. Xiao Yan channeled a violet vortex, ready to finish the job himself. But the pint-sized ice emperor refused to lift a finger, and the city kept burning around them. So she summoned a snowstorm instead, a miracle of cold over the cinders, and the brothers caught their breath at last. Xiao Yan sprouted purple wings and launched into the snowfall, ordering his brothers to rebuild while he flew south. The teal-haired brother scrambled after him, desperate not to lose his leverage or his friend. Only Xiao Yan's name, and the falling snow answered from below. By sundown, the city of salt sprawled before them, the Eastern Empire's commercial crown jewel, dwarfing anything they'd known. Haibadong got a warning to stay close, because the crowds here swallowed men whole. Disguised as a wide-eyed child, their pint-sized ice emperor charmed candy off strangers in the market, which was clearly just an excuse to play, and her cloaked companion was not buying it. She threatened to freeze anyone who bumped her, and her babysitter surrendered. Perched on his shoulders, she lectured him through a lollipop. Every shop flew Mo family colors now. Then the vendors slammed their shutters and ran, and the streets emptied in a heartbeat. A blue-haired girl chased down the last fleeing villager, then tugged a trembling granny for the story she needed. Every full moon, screams ripped from that cliffside mansion, and lately, witnesses never lived to tell the tale. The granny shoved the child toward their master and fled. He lunged after her like a man reclaiming stolen property. Red rooftops, distant tower, a whole town holding its breath under a hazy sky. Looking like a kid had its perks, until a voice from the cliff reminded him that emperor rank painted a target either way. A pale figure plunged into black water below the cliff, and a shaking disciple warned Mo Cheng the Yun Lan sect would come asking questions. Mo Cheng threw his arms wide and laughed. Blame the Yun Lan sect. Watch the empire turn on them, rise unopposed. The younger man confirmed every preparation was done. The transplant operation runs tonight. Red slit eyes gleamed above the rooftops. With the three-petal jade eyes, even Yun Lan would kneel beneath him. Crawling the mansion tiles, panting hard, Xiao Yan couldn't lock onto Qing Lin's signature. The compound was too vast. His tiny fairy guide roasted his alchemist senses, then sighed because trouble always meant it was her problem too. Hai Badong found himself smothered by a weeping Xiao Yan begging for help, and sighed at the kid's shamelessness. Qing Lin watched the whole meltdown with a baffled stare, convinced her master had finally lost it. She offered help for a price, and Xiao Yan snapped to attention with a sharp glare and a single word: quiet. Then Hai Badong moved, a dark blur slamming forward with sudden, terrifying speed. Blue spiritual energy detonated across the rooftops, and a watching girl gasped at a child's impossible power. The shockwave rippled skyward. A pink-haired swordswoman spun, certain someone powerful had finally found her. A stolen night of peace before the storm, our boy asleep beside his bride, unaware of what waits. But in the city of salt, a pink-haired swordswoman felt Hai Badong's spiritual blast crack the sky, and her blood went cold. That alchemist-level surge meant one thing to her: Xiao Yan was close. On a moonlit rooftop, the kid arrived hunting Qing Lin and found a turquoise-haired stranger instead. But before the standoff could settle, he smirked. Someone else's familiar aura had joined the night. Yao Lao told him to focus. Qing Lin first, vengeance later. So he turned his back on the rooftop mystery and pressed on. Except the Mo compound began to shake beneath their feet, the stones rumbling like a warning. Somewhere deeper inside, Xiao Ling sensed the tremor and screamed for her master. Qing Lin was in trouble. Qing Lin saw the answer to the quake. A massive chain formation under her flaring green, her jade eyes wide with terror. Her spirit pet answered, a colossal three-headed red dragon erupting skyward to answer the threat. The white-haired elder sneered that the dragon's loyalty was touching, then raised a dagger over the girl. Loyalty meant nothing to him. He preferred corpses to servants. One clean slash from his jagged blade, and the dragon's heads came apart in a spray of blood. Xiao Ling screamed his name. The backlash dropped Qing Lin where she stood, a thin line of blood tracing her cheek. Then his clawed grip found her chin, blade hovering, and he prepared to end her. A white-haired warrior burst through the wall, screaming Mo Cheng's name and hurling a red talisman to stop him. But Nalan Yanren got there first, sword drawn. Qing Lin cradled in her arms, eyes blazing at the elder's inhumanity. She promised to drag his crimes back to Yunzhai. Let the sect leader handle the Mo clan's rot. Mo Cheng's mask slipped. She could not leave this room alive to tell anyone. And those red eyes of his glowed brighter, the decision made. Lightning erupted from his palm as he slammed her through a stone wall, blood spraying across the rubble. Nalan Yanren's disbelief was almost louder than the impact. He had just doomed his entire clan. Because a due master-disciple meant nothing against him, he crushed her through another wall like she was nothing. She spat blood and warned him the Yun Lan sect would never forgive this. Mo Cheng laughed. The Yun Lan sect was a stepping stone, and she was dying on it tonight. But his triumph lasted half a heartbeat. A blood-red slash ripped across his chest, blasting him backward into the rubble. Mo Cheng's blade never landed. A red slash carved across his chest and hurled him into the rubble, blood painting his own face. From a rooftop, a teal-haired girl heckled the hooded savior, while a second cloaked ally watched the chaos unfold. She answered by freezing a squad of Mo clan guards solid with a Tier 2 ice spell, then demanded her Tier 2 pill per frozen body. The white-haired schemer grinned, failed pills meant to kill, fed to an emperor-rank guard who simply couldn't die from them. The hooded savior brushed off Nalan Yanren's gratitude, hauling Qing Lin's limp body up by the collar. But they cradled her gently, whispering a promise to take her home, the real mission accomplished. Nalan Yanren introduced herself with all the pride of Yun Lan sect's first disciple, pledging future favors. The savior cut her down with a scolding, told her to go home and stop making things worse, then smashed aside a final guard. Victory lasted seconds. Mo Cheng rose behind them, no longer human, 3 jade eyes blazing open as the ground shook. 2 attacks in the dark of night, and the city had no idea what was crawling out of the shadows. Then came the worst-case scenario. One of those demons had swallowed the 3-petal jade eyes whole, and its wounds were knitting back together in real time. The armored beast answered with raw force, palmed through 3 wind blade barriers in a single blow, scattering the ally he'd trusted to hold the line. Nalan Yanran drove her blade forward, then a hooded blade answered from behind her own shadow. She was coughing blood before she hit the ground, and whoever caught her was already furious about it. A grabbing hand, a flash of surprise, and suddenly the rescue had a new variable. Even bleeding out, she refused to owe a stranger a thing. They were even, and then she was gone. Tainted air had done half the work. She'd stepped into a killing blow for a hooded stranger without ever seeing his face. Tough and stubborn, and now unconscious in the arms of someone who'd never asked for her to die beside him. He spat the denial out through gritted teeth, and behind him, a horned demon spirit announced a far bigger debt to collect. Then the world went crimson, and Xiao Yan unleashed everything he had at the jade-eyed horror, screaming a name he despised. Even the cocky kid was squealing now. Ghost fear is a great equalizer when the dead start crawling out of a corpse. A swarm of resentful spirits with too many teeth, and only his body between them and the 2 girls behind him. Then the sky went pink, and a dragon the size of a palace decided the whole street belonged to it. Xiao Ling lunged into the vortex, seized her wrist, and snapped the spell before it could drag her under. The kid looked half proud, half mortified, and the old woman smiled like she'd known he would. Soul intact, body wrecked but recoverable, that was the only mercy the knight had left to give. 2 women in his arms, one teal-haired critic yawning at his expense, a full harem speedrun apparently. Then the cliffside palace lit up, blue leaves raining from the sky like a warning no one was meant to ignore. A pale hand opened, and one of those glowing leaves drifted down into an open palm. A green-haired angel smiled beneath the full moon, and every alarm in the city screamed at once. Someone felt that aura from across the compound and went cold, so it really was her. Xiao Yan grabbed the nearest ally and ordered the evacuation. No arguments, no explanations, just move. The blue-haired girl wanted to know why he'd saved Nalan. His answer was simple: contract, not conscience. Then the hall exploded inward, and the question got answered with a shockwave. An 8-winged black emperor snake, 6-star emperor rank, and a woman whose cultivation outclassed even that, and the witnesses could only kneel and tremble. The dragon and the green-haired woman bickered like an old married couple over who'd actually called to a hag, in the middle of a ruined arena. A blue-haired onlooker tried to clear things up, sweating through a nervous wink. The green-haired girl's smile flipped to something razor-sharp the moment she sensed a lie. Giant vines snapped through the rain and lashed 2 children against a tree, so much for honey-mouthed charm. Later, she snapped her fingers and a cocoon shattered, releasing the teal-haired girl whose eyes glowed the exact shade of treasure. 3-petal jade eyes, found at last. The serpentine companion was less thrilled about the overnight trip. She promised the serpent a reward. He pouted and threatened her about wrinkles, which earned 0 sympathy. Then a blast tore through, and an unseen attacker reached for the bound youth. Qing Lin's people had finally caught up. The black and purple serpent leaned in close, drooling contempt, and decided mercy wasn't in the job description. It swung a freezing strike meant to end the argument permanently. Ice screamed across the clearing. Something cracked through the cold, and purple eyes flared in the chaos. Hai Badong stepped between dragon and girl, introduced himself as the Ice Emperor, and made it very clear she wasn't up for grabs. The Yunlan sect leader's palm slammed the table. Yanran had gone alone to face the Mo family, right before her grandmaster breakthrough. An elder groveled in apology. He'd let slip the Mo clan's scheme against the sect, and Yanran was gone before anyone could stop her. The sect leader lit into him for it. Young and reckless, sure, but a grandmaster rank breakthrough matters, and he'd let her throw it away. Then the shouting died, because power rolled in from the east, 3 crushing auras unmistakable. A spiky-haired elder grinned at the sect leader. She felt it too. Something massive was converging on the city of Salt. 3 emperor-rank signatures, hitting at once, and one of them belonged to a purple-haired man whose smirk said he owned the room. The local elder nearly fainted at the sight of him. Another figure dropping to kowtow before the throne this stranger had already claimed. Yanran and Jia Lao watched the city lights from a balcony, both sensing the same convergence, old monsters stirring where the Mo family waited. Elsewhere, an older cultivator buckled under the pressure of those auras, his allies hauling him up before the incoming storm. A pink-haired girl hung limp in serpentine vines, captured, and somewhere below, a scar-faced blue-haired boy watched her go. He didn't flinch. Ice howled around him as he planted himself between the snake and his captured friend. The serpent recoiled. The brat was Emperor rank 2 stars. A kid with that kind of pressure shouldn't exist. The boy snarled through a bleeding forehead. Enough talking. If Qing Lin was up there, he was going up after her. A grinning older cultivator powered up, daring the boy to come anyway. Emperor rank or ancestor, it wouldn't matter. The Black Dragon felt the Jia Ma Empire's heavy hitters closing in and decided discretion beat pride. Retreat now. A blade of blue water flame slashed across the sky. Leaving, that wasn't an option anymore. A teal-haired man rocketed upward on water fist strikes, reaching for Qing Lin as the dragon wheeled in panic above. The green-haired woman smiled sweetly and announced she'd be taking the child and leaving the dragon to cover the retreat. A dark-haired combatant answered with everything he had. A colossal blast of light detonated against the dragon midair. A teal-haired youth stumbled into cold black fire that swallowed his sight. No heat, just void, and the dragon's laughter echoed above him. The beast hovered over him, promising he'd stay trapped until Big Sister got far enough away. Despair closed in, and then a tiny pink and blue snake named Little Rainbow yawned awake on his shoulder. The little serpent slithered up to the green-haired woman and got itself swallowed on purpose. Black fire scattered in a single pulse. A blue-haired girl's eye twitched with rage. That snake had played her, fed itself just to break the cage. The giant serpent burst from the sea wearing a mud face mask and recoiled. The boy and snake had somehow already escaped. The serpent checked its reflection, smug, and wondered how on earth those two had gotten out clean. Cleaned up and feeling himself again, the serpent preened, but the little pink pest had slipped free, and fury snapped his good mood in half. Then the big idiot spotted a cute cream snake, declared her his destined bride, and got slapped into next week by her mama, who fainted when Junior turned out to be a boy. Meanwhile, our boy sulked over a lost love, and a tiny pink snake shimmered into the shape of a floating heart. She cooed once, all sparkles and mischief. Then Medusa, blushing under his cloak, admitted the little snake was her, and his nightmare went from dream date to debt collector. Back at the real monster, a sea dragon's eyes locked onto Little Rainbow, and he lunged with jaws the size of a barn. Xiao Yan slept through it, then woke to the beast offering high-tier cultivation in exchange for his snake. Yeah, that was a hard pass. So the serpent laid out the wager. Wound him in 100 moves and he'll lead them to Qing Lin. 3 moves was all our boy needed, he promised. A green-haired ally warned him, and Xiao Yan grinned because a master rank versus a 6-star emperor sounded like a mismatch, and that's exactly what he wanted. Move 1 hit like a wall of water straight to the dragon's jaw, flamed tsunami, full send, no chill. The beast took it, shrugged, bragged about durability, then blinked and realized his target had ghosted. Steel sang once before he could turn around. Move 2 came spinning in blue coils, octopus smash, roaring straight down the dragon's throat. The winged serpent spun through blue vortex energy, and our boy was already behind it. That smile said everything. Round 2 belonged to him. He didn't even let the beast breathe. Second move, octatic smash, and the air itself shattered around his open palm. The snake landed brutal steel, but his own arm was gushing red, blood price paid for the strike. Except the serpent uncoiled, shimmering combat chi armor crawling across its hide like living crystal, completely untouched. Combat chi armor, the moment she saw it, she knew this whole trap had been set just for her. All that fury for nothing. A Grandmaster's armor had been hiding under those scales the whole time, and the wager was collapsing. So the kid leapt downward into a detonation of water and rock, screaming through the blast. Battered, bleeding, cornered, and still calculating. A terminal blaze could swallow a heavenly flame and evolve, but fusing 2 was suicide on paper. His master asked if he was sure. The answer came in blue fire, Little Rainbow coiling tight to his chest, and a horned demon demanding the final move. Little Rainbow came screaming home, and Yao Lao barked the order. Drop the last card, kid, right now. Blue-white flame erupted from his arm like a second sun. The fusion technique, screaming to life, inside one body. Then the white-blue flame detonated out of nowhere, and even Yao Lao's eye went wide, 2 heavenly flames, one body, impossible. The horned beast's yellow eye went wide, 2 heavenly flames in one vessel. That wasn't supposed to be possible. For a single heartbeat, nobody breathed. A lotus was born in his chest, the merged flames igniting, and the blast radius swallowed everything. Xuan Wu's name on his lips. Fire lotus of divine fury detonated outward in a column of searing blue power. Ice and crystal and rubble flew in every direction. The whole battlefield came apart at the seams. The teal-haired youth shielded his pink-haired companion from the shrapnel, blood on his teeth, eyes wild with disbelief. Ingain stood bloodied under a full moon and refused to fall. Little Rainbow was his, and he would burn the world for her. The ice sealing the serpent cracked, and the emperor-rank beast fled into the clouds shrieking about lost dignity and tossed back a name, Sky Snake Manor. That's where Qing Lin waited. Sunset over a desert cliff, and a blue-haired girl knelt over a broken blonde boy, daring him to die. Back in the city, the Mo family manor had been erased overnight, scorched cliff, smoking rubble, gone like it never existed. By morning, there was nothing left of the Mo family estate, just smoking rock and a question the whole city wasn't ready to answer. A blue-haired woman cradled an unconscious Yanren on the ruined rooftop, mourning their late arrival. Then her eyes caught a glowing crystal fragment in the debris armor of the ocean's heart. The wrong survivors were walking away from this. Smoke and dawn light swallowed the wreckage, and a name hung in the air, Xiao Yan. Whoever did this wasn't finished. Cherry blossoms fell on 2 figures standing back to back, and the chapter opened on its title, Parting. A younger Xiao Yan stood over his 10th challenger, fist raised in triumph, while the crowd roared that nobody could touch him. He basked in it, smug as ever, girls sighing around him, until the dream cracked and he was whispering her name into a void of drifting petals. Yanner, Yanner, a soft call swallowed by darkness. He gasped awake, bursting upward through a column of light, yanked out of the memory by something he couldn't hold. A little boy laughed in a field of white flowers, clinging to his mother's robes, proudly telling her he'd reached practitioner rank. She smiled, corrected him, God rank, not just practitioner, and slipped a glowing ring around his neck, her last gift before she began to dissolve into motes of light. A small boy reached for butterflies swirling where a headstone now stood, his voice breaking as he screamed for her. Mom, the word ripped across a sky full of white wings and speed lines. Then the humiliation, face in the dirt, a bully's boot on his cheek, the whole city laughing that the prodigy had fallen to 3rd stage disciple. The same cruelty in a different form. A fist, a crate, a demand to crawl under the victor's leg while onlookers cheered. Zunner threw herself between the blow and her fallen brother Xiao Yan, tiny arms spread, taking the hit so he wouldn't have to. A bucket of water and fish slammed down on a hooded boy as bullies howled from the rooftop above. They jeered that even a kid could beat him now, dangling safety just out of reach. Uncle Xiao Zhan's voice sent the bullies scattering, and Yanner ran not from danger, but from being seen. Alone in the rain, he knelt and apologized to the mother who'd never answered. He'd failed her. Zunner found him there, soaked and shaking, and told him he was the best, the only person she'd ever loved like that. A pink-haired rival cut through the moment, hand outstretched, laughing at the idea of ever belonging to a nobody like him. A young Nalan snarled that sharing his life with trash was an insult, fist swinging in blind rage. Pink ribbons bound him mid-swing, and the girl in the academy uniform declared him trash, his family lowly, his fate already sealed. The teal-haired boy roared back, vowing to stand at the very peak of the continent. His defiance exploded outward in shattering light, one promise tearing free. If the heavens envied him, then the heavens would be the ones wiped out. The dream broke. Xiao Yan floated in mist, pendant drifting between him and his master, and exhaled it had only been a nightmare. Yao Lao told him gently it hadn't been a dream at all, but a demon living inside his heart, and the boy clenched his fist and swore he wouldn't be chained to that past. Leave. Xiao Yan's eyes went wide and he reached for his master, who only laughed and waved him off. The old alchemist smiled, voice soft. The fire lotus of divine fury had split heaven and earth, and shielding the boy had cost him the last of his spiritual energy, so he could rest easy now, disciple taken. He laughed till he wheezed, then broke into coughs, while his boy rushed in, blaming himself for pushing the fire lotus. Xiao Yan ripped off his shirt, grinning fierce. Take whatever you need, master. Yao Lao warned the cost, Every drop he drained over 3 years, gone in an instant, plus his shot at Nalan Yanren. He didn't flinch. Trash again. Fine. Let that woman have her years. Master matters more than any of it. Yao Lao pressed the ring into his palm, still warm, still smiling. Every scroll and pill he'd hoarded, left for the boy. His body started to scatter, smoke and light, while the boy screamed and reached for something already leaving. Don't joke like that, master. Not funny. The old man smiled through dissolving light and bid his farewell. Heal, climb, reach the peak, and that would be reward enough. Light swallowed him whole, and he called his master into the white. 5 days later, a bandaged Xiao Yan jolted awake gasping, reaching for a hand that wasn't there. Xiao Yu was at his side, shouting joy at the impossible. Wei Sheng sprinted for a doctor under a full moon, bawling. Hai Badong had carried him home half dead, and nobody slept since. A teal-haired girl watched a star fall and finally let herself breathe. He was back. 3 days of silence behind a locked door, and a worried friend kicked it open offering his favorite boar. Wrong favorite, all of it. But the kid still hadn't eaten. Crying and shouting couldn't reach him. So our boy tried guilt instead, dragging up every childhood prank as debt, hoping a different door would open. Then a louder voice barged in. Zunner was right behind with food, and the grand entrance just shoved our boy further into his hole. So they forced the door themselves, smashed through every warning sign, and crashed straight into a hidden storeroom buried under junk. Old pots, cracked vases, piled alchemical clutter. Yao Lao's horde buried our boy alive. He'd come hunting for any scrap that could replace what he'd lost, and the entire mountain of treasure gave him nothing, which meant the worst fear was true. No combat chi in him at all, not a whisper, and he walked out before anyone could stop him. Ice exploded outward. A furious friend pinned him to the wall, demanding every secret of his lost chi, his master, his impossible fights. Out on a windy cliff, the world felt very small. Qing Lin still chained, Xiao Ling's soul still caged. Every rescue he owed and his body answered with zero power. Useless, completely useless. Then a creditor stormed up the cliff. Pills owed, work owed, and now a vanished master to boot. The kid had become worthless collateral. Our boy tried to bluff through it, sweating bullets. But the whole city already knew. Every rumor of his lost chi had traveled, and there was nowhere left to hide. Because the creditor was sharp. He'd seen past every disguise, a kid at master rank beating spirit rank opponents, hidden spiritual energy riding inside him. The master's flame, the master's power, always someone else's hand on the wheel. Our boy opened his mouth to deny it, and the question landed like a blade. How did he really survive the Black Emperor snake? Because the answer was cruel. After his heaven-splitting attack, his master had stepped in front of the killing blow meant for him. The kid crumpled, wailing his master's name across a pit of fire. All that power and someone else had paid the price. So a rough hand grabbed his collar. Crying wouldn't buy anything back, and if the old master was gone, a new one could take his place. His life was collateral until every debt was settled. A hammer cracked across his skull for dramatic grieving. But the kid had one card left, a blue lotus platform, birthplace of a heavenly flame, carried out whole from a cavern. The lotus carried a seed his master had left him, enough to rebuild his body and his chi. And a friend in armor crossed his arms and refused to be left behind. Then came a throne scroll. Tier 5 pill recipe, the rarest kind, a real chance at recovery, tossed over like pocket change. Bowing grateful, calling it interest owed. Our boy looked away, swallowing something he couldn't name. Sunlight hit the rocks, and the road forward finally existed. Morning came quiet. A do not disturb sign hung on a closed door. Friends broken anyway panicked, begging him to eat and change out of funeral clothes. The little snake watched the whole mess in dead silence. Then Yao Lao's voice, gone but not gone, warned him. The blue lotus trio heals fast but overflow kills. Half a seed, nothing more. He steeled himself, raising the teal orb, swearing he'd take only half. The snake bit his hand clean to the bone, swallowed the prize and burped. Tricked, he choked down the whole seed, and felt his meridians about to shatter. New chapter opens underwater, a pool full of posing swimmers, but the real storm waits above. Inside, the fire lotus seed's energy was already tearing our boy apart from the inside out. Then, impossible, his wounds closed. His combat chi flooded back, and that violet glow meant he had been remade. He popped a meridian, laughing it off, bragging his prodigy constitution could eat the overflow no problem, until his chest cracked open in a web of glowing fissures, and his heart started slamming out of rhythm. The power threw him backward, blood on his lips. He was drowning in his own new strength and begging whatever was devouring him to just take it all. A tiny pink snake kissed the battered boy on the cheek. Little Rainbow drained the lethal overflow in one swallow, saving the idiot's life midair. But the kiss woke something ancient, and the room flooded with a blast of blue-white rage. Queen Medusa, red hair, killing intent, swung Xiao Yan by his own locks for daring to treat her as a pet. When he tried to fight back, she simply drank his combat chi straight from his arm and left him hollow. Outside, the companions felt that emperor-rank aura and kicked the door in to save him. They froze at the doorway. A small child stood wreathed in light. That aura was unforgettable, and the recognition hit them like ice water. The queen had truly awakened. Medusa answered with a detonation that blew Xiao Yan's room apart and launched him across the rubble. She stood unharmed in the eye of the swirling storm, dress whipping, not a scratch on her, just a smug little smirk, fangs and all, daring him to try again. She answered his heavenly flames with a torrent of icy water, her own rebirth element, and screamed she would end him for the insult. A second strike crashed into his back and slammed him into the floor, her grudge over every pampered meal still burning. Then the seven-colored, sky-swallowing python's consciousness surged through her. She warned him, "Bring her a spirit fusion pill next time, or she takes his life." After the blast cleared, a familiar little pink and blue snake popped into the air, very much alive. He laughed until his bruised ribs ached, calling her his good girl for saving him. Then he noticed the flames on her breath. That glutton had eaten his heavenly flame again, and he scolded her like a disappointed parent. He collapsed on cracked stone, gasping, still trusting the little snake to save him from Medusa later. His friends rushed in and froze, because the boy they'd seen nearly killed was now standing fully healed. He grinned through a trickle of blood and cheerfully insisted he was totally fine. But peace lasted about 3 seconds, because someone grabbed his shoulder and started yelling. He shoved little Rainbow at the accuser like evidence. The snake bit him on principle. Honestly, fair. His brothers rushed in with comfort, pills from the market, mountains of roasted meat, total commitment to fattening him back up. And when pills ran short, the bigger one pumped his fist and swore he'd handle it himself. Mountain, gorilla. Somehow those words got tangled and both of them just stood there blinking at each other. So our boy straightened up, bruised and bare-chested, and dropped the bomb. He could refine his own pills. The brothers lost their minds, one sprinting for the mountains to hunt gorillas that absolutely do not exist. 3 girls float in a tiled pool, bubbles drifting up through turquoise water as they share a rare moment of peace. Xiao Yan cross-legged on a lotus throne, scrolls orbiting his head, a bronze cauldron spinning galaxies of blue chi above him as he channels the pill into form. Number 36. Another mushroom cloud blooms over the desert city, and the locals have already started ranking them by shape. 2 onlookers watch the rubble settle, stone walls crumbling under yet another failed refinement. The grinning elder looms over his crouching partner, wailing that the house is gone again. Our boy belts a ballad mid-refinement, eats a slap, and shrugs it off. The stooges have his back. Tonight the town feasts anyway, raising tankards of Xiao Yan's new chi-gathering brew beneath a sky full of fireworks. 2 brothers on a cliff, drinks in hand, fireworks over distant palms. The younger one asks why they ever left the Xiao family for this hard road. The elder backhands him with a laugh. They left to shield their youngest brother from the clan's cruelty after he lost his chi. The youngest brother crumbles. Every mocking elder, every cold servant, his older brothers walked away from home to stand between him and all of it. They drag him into a headlock, roaring that desert steel was worth it for the brothers and the bruise alone. Our boy drowns in guilt, until little Rainbow drops a barrel and grins that the snake men are the ones holding Qinglin, the Northwest's strongest faction, casually. 3 brothers crunch across moonlit dunes toward a lanternlit city, barrel on one back, mugs in hand, laughing at the road. Our boy swears under the stars, wherever he goes, his brothers will always be home. The blue-haired one roars it to the sky. A quiet smile, starlight catching his face. He means every word. Gripping a pendant to his sleeping master, the blue-haired brother vows to be the brightest star in the sky, and warns Nalan Yanran their 3-year wait is almost over. A pink-haired woman drifts beneath a floating castle, making wishes as rabbit-shaped pastries are laid out in silence. She kneels at a tombstone, one palm resting on the carved name. No words, just the weight of it. Her father is already there, sighing that canceling the Xiao family engagement behind her back is what brought them to this grief. 3 years are nearly up. Nalan Yanran launches across floating islands, hair streaming, declaring she will choose her own marriage and carve her own strength. On this continent, power is everything. Her father cuts her off and bolts through the canopy. She follows at speed, blood running cold at the sound ahead. Sprinting through blurred trees, she realizes only an alchemist wielding a heavenly flame could root the venom out completely. His face ghosts over hers mid-stride. She wonders where he is right now. Back at the capital, a blue-haired boy gawks at a palace floating above waterfalls, while his companion scolds his small-town wonder. Hai Badong struts up the grand steps of the sacred city, arms crossed, bellowing for old man Miter to come pay his debts, and his companion scrambles after him in panic. The chase ends in a town square, both panting, as a turquoise-haired girl named Miter rounds on them with a glare that could curdle milk. A woman named Miter filled the doorway, towering, and warned him not to test her patience. The Miter family, power pedigree and a debt 40 years old. Hai Badong's breath caught, because standing in that courtyard was Yafei, the little girl he'd vanished on, now grown tall enough to ask why he came back at all. Yafei knelt before the blue-haired child, candy in one hand, cunning in the other, dropped grandfather's name, and watched the kid's whole scheme collapse. Badong's smirk shattered into panic the instant he registered who was being held inside that ice. A girl who should never have been anywhere near this fight. Yafei's gasp cut the air short. Xiao Yan burst through the ice, Yafei cradled against his chest, because nobody freezes that woman on his watch. The blast crowned the courtyard, Miter Tangshan's signature move, cold enough to carve the air, and the kid stood smiling right at its eye. Old man Miter came crashing out of the meeting hall because that aura threading up from underground belonged to a dead man, and corpses don't cast spells. The child answered with Aurora Freeze, lighting the whole hall up in frost, because ruined furniture was the only language that Patriarch understood. Badong dropped from the sky, hammerfist to earth, and the shockwave told him everything. That kid's cold chi carried the echo of someone he'd lost long ago, because down that ice blast lived a face he'd half recognized, half dreamed of for 4 decades, and he grabbed her like drowning men grab rope. The child reeled, blood misting, because that strike had come from somewhere that should have been empty, and demanded to know who had killed his Opa. Tangshan hit the tiles hard, but dust and hurt pride couldn't drown the prayer crying out behind him. She knew that name, which meant the debt was still alive. Pink light pooled around those clasped hands, and 40 years of longing poured out in a single cry of reunion. He hauled the boy upright while tears froze on his cheeks, because 40 years of vanished guilt was finally, impossibly, walking back up the steps beside him. Nobody in the room had braced for this. The friendly old man downstairs was the Ice Emperor, a legend from 4 decades past, and the Miter family's jaw hit the floor at the reveal. Hai Badong didn't care about any of it, tugging his boy toward the stairs with decades of catching up to do, while the little reunion kept right on calling him Opa whether he liked it or not. 3 years collapsed into one afternoon, because Yafei still picked him up like a child, and Xiao Yan still blushed like one, though the debt waiting upstairs was anything but little. Spirit awakening treasure, Yafei offered no, then yes, and the flicker she just struck back to life in his chest became a full, desperate blaze. Tangshan leaned in close, eyes wide, grin hungry, because treasure meant leverage, and leverage meant everything right now. She'd pay any price for that relic, even one measured in heaven's height, and his begging only earned him a crushing hug that brooked no argument. Give up wasn't in his dictionary, so she read him like a tome, Tier 2 alchemist's robe, heavenly flame for a backbone, and traded warmth for calculation. Her condition hung in the air between them, 2 schemers grinning at the mess they just agreed to, and the city gleaming below didn't need to know the details. Up above them, pale blue towers caught the sun, and 2 old partners laughed about the schemers they used to be. Yanran's staff was already out, because an alchemist claiming to cure the old master meant either salvation or a funeral, and her family had bled too much to risk the wrong one, which was perfect timing, because downstairs, a frantic servant burst in shouting that an alchemist had just walked through the door, one sent by Sister Yafei himself, and he swore he could cure the old master. She met him at the gate with steel drawn, because tricksters had no afterlife here, and the only thing standing between her grandfather and the grave was this stranger's answer. Because the old master's poison wasn't a sickness. It was a brand, burned into his body, and only a heavenly flame could burn it back out. So he gave her a name to chase. Yan Zio, a stranger who somehow knew her face. Wind caught her hair as she turned, a quiet moment before the storm. She asked Lingxi if Xiao Yan had finally reached the Jia Ma Empire's capital. A masked shadow dropped to one knee before his lady, loyal and swift. A 3-year promise was almost due, and her patience was running thin. He offered up a scroll thick, with everything she'd asked him to find. Zunner unfurled the record of Xiao Yan's journey like a victory banner. Alchemist Hai Badong's ally, a heavenly flame tamer, a python at his side. Her brother had become someone remarkable. The masked aide cheerfully rattled off Xiao Yan's growing list of female companions, the fairy doctor, Queen Medusa, little Qing Lin, and earned himself a withering golden glare for his trouble. Zunner's warmth turned to cold. Sky Snake Manor had hurt her brother, and she wanted them taught a lesson. The spirit dwelling inside him was a mystery she meant to solve. She sent her guard to shadow Xiao Yan unseen, then asked the wind if he still remembered his promise to find her. Inside the Nalan Great Hall, a cloaked alchemist named Yan Zio claimed he could purge the branded poison. But the price was their 7 illusions turquoise spirit liquid, a demand so bold it made the room go still. Nalan Jai stared him down. Every alchemist before him had failed, and Yan Zio smiled back, certain. He needed that spirit liquid, and failure simply wasn't an option. Nalan Jai's daughter volunteered to guide the alchemist down herself so her father could rest. But her quiet warning, "Be careful," said everything her smile didn't. They descended a staircase sheathed in jagged, breathing ice, and she felt the danger before she could name it. Yan Zio spotted a writhing blackness trapped inside the ice and reached for it, and she screamed at him to stop. Her grandfather had killed a venom demon python years ago and been branded with its curse ever since. Now the poison was winning, tainting even the 9-dragon ice meant to hold it, and the servants who touched that blackened frost never walked away. A Jia Ma general, frozen in his own defense, slipping in and out of consciousness, and his granddaughter's voice cracked describing how harshly he'd ruled even her. Flashback: a child called Yanren, bleeding hands, sobbing in the dirt while her grandfather barked at her to stand and swing again. Glory wasn't given, it was seized. She'd carried that lesson like a scar. Only what you earn is truly yours. Her marriage had been arranged to a prodigy she'd never chosen, and her grandfather's love had always been conditional on her being worthy of him. Tears finally spilled. She'd only ever wanted to make the old man smile. Then she turned to Yan Zio and begged him to save her grandfather. Yan Zio promised the cure belonged to him alone, and a pair of unseen purple eyes narrowed. The elder had been awake the whole time, and he already recognized the alchemist who'd made the poison. The old man sneered at his rank, a mere Tier 2 alchemist daring this. Yan Zio just smirked and let his flame answer for him. Blue fire erupted around the patriarch, and the young alchemist's eyes hardened. The poison was already in the bones, the flame would have to burn through everything, and one slip would leave nothing but ash. The old man barked at him to quit stalling, poison or flame. Death was death either way. Yan Zio smiled coldly and asked if he could take what was coming. Blue fire and shattered ice collided around the patriarch. The purge had begun, and only one of them would walk out whole. The old veteran charged in laughing, daring the kid to break him. Yan Zio answered with a shrieking blue tornado. Heavenly flame, expel. A monstrous cursed spirit roared back, and the battle for the patriarch's life ignited. The teal-haired warrior met the curse with his own roar, and the shadow beast learned it picked the wrong fight. Blue orbs swirled at his fingertips, the poison demon already breaking apart beneath the contempt in his stance. Then the curse bit back, tendrils erupting from the floor as the old man shouted a warning too late. Every severed thread pulled together overhead, coiling into a sphere of pure venomous will. Up went the kid's eyes, because that vortex was no longer an attack, it was a sentence. He answered with heavenly flame, a palm strike of blue fire shredding the multi-headed horror tentacle by tentacle. The serpent lunged from behind, and a silver-haired warrior's fist caved the kid's guard before he could pivot, blood spraying the stones. Old man Nalan coughed crimson, and the kid's name tore out of his throat in pure panic. Decades of suppressed chi had been feeding the poison, a parasite wearing a man's life like a meal, and the old patriarch ordered the boy to run. He had been a soldier first, and his only dying regret was Yanren ending the Xiao betrothal, but he would not let this kid share his grave. A black dragon coiled overhead. The dying patriarch whispered a final message for his granddaughter, and the kid refused to flinch. Across the estate, Yanren's heart stuttered because she felt her grandfather's thread slipping. Then blue flame punched through the room of ice, a pillar of power so vast she could barely stand against the wind of it. Combat chi exploded outward in a shockwave of shattering stone, and a red-haired fighter shielded her while she realized the signature. Debris rained down, and Grandfather Nalin crashed through the smoke like he owned the afterlife. She latched onto him with both arms, laughing and crying, and the old soldier had no idea what to do with the affection. Her father beamed, and she turned straight to business, demanding to know what happened to the alchemist who saved him. The old man praised the kid's flame control, but the kid raised his palm and found a dark stain already spreading beneath the skin. She clung to his arm in gratitude, and he gently peeled her off with a half-smile that cost him more pride than he showed. The old man thumped his head for refusing extra payment, agreed to the spirit liquid as the only reward, and offered the entire treasure room on top. A servant came screaming across the courtyard, because in the chaos, the Nalin vault had been cracked open. 4 jaws dropped at once when the word landed. The 7 illusions turquoise spirit liquid was gone. In its place sat a note signed the Great Treasure Thief, a thief so arrogant he left his calling card in the empty box. The kid clasped his hands, told them to find him at the Mitre auction house, and took off before anyone could argue. He sprinted across the courtyard, leaving a stunned old patriarch and a silent girl watching his back disappear. Her father and grandfather immediately started negotiating his suitability as a son-in-law, and Yanren wanted the ground to open beneath her feet. She stormed off ahead of her elders, voice cracking mid-yell, then fell quiet at the thought that he didn't want her there. Under a starry sky, the Mitre auction house glowed like a coronation stage for a rising alchemist. Inside, the blonde heiress leaned in, praising the man in the ice cicada mask for purging a venom that had stumped Master Guhi himself. She blew him a kiss, called him little brother, and offered the mask as a gift rather than a loan, teasing him into the guild visit she wanted. He agreed to the meeting, kept the mask, and the city settled into a cool blue moon silence. But across the rooftops, the blue-haired hunter who'd chased the thief collapsed, branded poison eating through his hand and his last hope with it. Before dawn, our boy sat cross-legged on the bed, wrestling something he shouldn't have swallowed. Then it lashed out, a dark tendril of stolen venom, blasting a stone carving apart before he could dodge. He caught his breath in the ruined hall. The branded poison lived in him now, untouchable but obeying. That single realization cracked his ceiling wide open. Grandmaster rank was close, and Yafei was already banging on the door. Because Yafei had turned his morning into a Mitre party, confetti, champagne, a fan club screaming his name. Reporters swarmed him at the gate, and the Mitre blonde hijacked the interview to plug her house. Behind the noise, our boy cornered Xiao Yan about her exposed face and caught an earful back. So Yan Xiao drew the line, red-faced and fuming, while the kid just stood there enjoying every second of his suffering. The street was louder. A sea of fans waved banners for the miracle healer, and old man Nalin sent 500 guards. Women surged the barricade. Our boy vanished under heart-shaped banners, deafened by the stampede. His disciples charged in swinging, only for reporters to replace the fans and ask for another interview. The Mitre disciples came crashing in like a rescue squad, except the man they were saving kept yelling for them to get lost. Then Little Rainbow snapped. One pink blast later, a tower lay in rubble and the crowd scattered screaming. The dust settled, the crew picked themselves up, and little Xiao waved goodbye while Yafei had already promised his repairs to the Nalin family, business handled. At the guild HQ, the VIP lane was a fortress of guards and fans, and signing up looked impossible. A teal-haired kid peeked out at the mob blocking the registration booth, then yelped when a hand landed on his shoulder from nowhere. Until Hai Badong mistook a kid for Xiao Yan, got punched into a wall, and caught the right scent. Dawn broke over the capital as the kid mocked his mentor's night market look and dragged him toward trouble. So the kid sat there with cotton candy, cackling about how Yafei had played the whole room, while Teng Shan could only sweat and take the L, which meant Teng Shan had to sprint after the little menace, roasted for dressing like he crawled out of a night market bargain bin. Inside the East Great Hall, rare ingredients flew for absurd gold, and our boy had a budget waiting. The miter announcer declared an open budget buy for spirit restoration herbs. No cap, every ear in the room turned. Meanwhile, some smooth-talking stranger bragged he'd wrapped the miter auction house around his finger, right before realizing the one person he wanted to impress had already walked out. A silver-haired girl spotted our boy from behind, mistook him for Yan Zio, and brought a fan running. And little Zio threw her arms wide like she'd just won the whole tournament, while her brother looked like a man who desperately needed a nap. So a new admirer grabbed his arm and hauled him toward the sign-up desk before he could argue. The blonde burst through the guild door screaming for the registration desk, and the kid got dragged the rest of the way in. Two elders cornered him, faces dark, demanding he own that rumored claim of unmatched potential. They flipped to starstruck fans mid-scold, shoving paper for an autograph while our boy cowered. A blindfolded silver-haired girl declared herself the true championship hopeful, and our boy quietly asked to sign up too. A blue-haired smirker clenched his fist and swore he'd take it, and somewhere under a cloak, Medusa's ears pricked for that pill. The Jia Empire's 8th Grand Meeting of Alchemists had arrived, and every major power in the realm wanted a seat at the table. Two old masters exchanged a knowing glance, sensing trouble brewing. Their teal-haired junior leaned in with a grin, dropping the bomb. The mystery person was one of their old flames. But before that reunion could happen, a sharp knock interrupted everything. Two cloaked envoys at the door, flashing a fire lotus seed like bait. Seconds later, the door exploded inward, a desperate blue-haired youth crashing through with pursuers close behind. Our boy Yan Zio didn't ask questions. Ice erupted around the intruder, freezing him solid. And just like that, the rescued kid's gratitude turned into chaos, man and girl gleefully raiding ancient treasures like breakfast ingredients. A Tier 5 beast egg and the priceless treasured gold silk pot, perfect for cooking eggs. The blue-haired owner wept blood behind his ice prison, watching his fortune get devoured by uncultured swine. But then a blue-haired girl floated in, eyes blazing, and the truth spilled. Judgment had stolen her 1,000-year ice soul under the lie of refining medicine. She unleashed a freezing blast at him, Hai Badong shouting for his 7 illusions turquoise spirit liquid, which Judgment refused to surrender, even under death threat. Xiao Yan stepped in just in time, smirking as he revealed he'd correctly guessed Hai Badong's true identity from age alone. Then he made his play, a bet. Win the grand meeting and get the spirit liquid back, lose, and hand over the fire lotus seed and ice cicada mask. Hai Badong tried to back out, but Xiao Yan dangled the threat of exposing his real identity to the Nalan family, and the bet was accepted. Hai Badong kicked down his own door expecting his treasures, and found an empty room. The kid cheerfully tossed a storage ring in the moonlight. Gu Ti's interest, already collected. Fireworks split the sky over the Mitre Castle, as Yafei welcomed the Empire to the grand meeting. She introduced Tier 5 legend Great Master Fa Ma, who immediately dozed off on stage. Next, the Nalan family, led by a fully recovered Master Nalan, honored guests of the Empire. The old general stepped onto the balcony in sunlight, Yanren radiant beside him as the crowd erupted. He leaned close to tease her. She flushed and denied it, but everyone knew why she'd really come. Then came the joke of the evening. Mitre Patriarch Teng Shan and his special guest, the Ice Emperor Hai Badong, a fruit-eating child. The crowd laughed until ice spears rained from the sky, courtesy of an angry Hai Badong in his true old man form. Yan Zio was announced as the most popular entrant, and his shrieking fan club nearly buried him alive in embarrassment. But Liu Ling stole the next spotlight, floating in on a storm of petals like an idol debut, shrieking fangirls and all. Hai Badong dropped in to greet him with a rose and a smile, and our boy bashfully thanked him for the Nalan poison cure. He brushed off the thanks with a scoff, hiding his grin behind one hand like a kid caught blushing. Then Liu Ling crashed the moment airborne, rose in fist, swearing the whole crown went to Nalan Yanren. Some sunglasses sporting, Elder crushed a rose in his palm, and shut that fantasy down cold. The laughter died fast when a dragon-crested palanquin glided in radiating emperor-rank pressure, and the whole hall felt it. Inside stood the Empire's youngest Tier 3 alchemist, Princess Yuer, with her great-grandfather Jia Zingshan guarding her back. The grand meeting title blazed across the arena. 4 contenders, 4 elements, 1 crown on the line. She swept in like a storm wearing a dress, every sparkle an unspoken warning that this tier was about to get very interesting. A noble lost his mind at the gossip swirling around his little princess, his eye catching fire because nobody got to slander the imperial bloodline and walk away smiling. Then Elder Jia let a fraction of emperor-rank pressure leak out, and the whole crowd buckled under it like wheat in a hurricane. Yan Zio cut through the noise with a warning shot straight at his old man's dignity. His great-granddaughter shut him down cold. She found his hovering embarrassing, and the old protector's heart cracked clean in half. But some teal-haired little gremlin called the imperial protector a lollican to his face, and the arena erupted into chaos. An elder and a silver-haired fighter collided midair, trading shockwaves that tore the ground apart because nobody backs down from that insult. A winged woman streaked across the stand shrieking that this was alchemy, not a martial arts tournament, and panic bought Fa Ma a free flight out of his chair. Then two old monsters locked eyes, grabbed hands, and laughed like they hadn't ruined a stadium in decades, because they hadn't. The princess turned to Yan Zio and praised his heavenly flame with a poise that made our boy straighten up on pure instinct. One mention of the princess, and this man straightened up like a recruit in front of his general. And Fa Ma, dragged half asleep to a balcony, officially opened the 8th grand meeting, then immediately asked to go back to bed. A repair crew scrambled, the dais went up, and every contestant took their place because round 1 was seconds from starting. The first test dropped. Refine a dark crystal before Fa Ma's hourglass ran out or go home. The princess lit up the whole arena with that smile, and the crystal test was officially on. Somewhere off-screen, two hotheads decided to combine sword chi into a city-rattling vortex, because apparently reading the rulebook was optional. The ponytailed blonde zeroed in on the country kid first, tossing out a jab about his lack of a proper cauldron. Back on the dais, contestants flashed jeweled and heart-winged cauldrons while our boy silently held up the plainest pot in the competition. He answered by lifting the plainest brown pot in the entire stadium, dead silent, dead unbothered. His vanity could not handle that cauldron, so he sighed dramatically and asked to see the heavenly flame instead. Then the teal-haired veteran summoned an amethyst-winged King Lion's beast flame cauldron, and even the officials on the balcony stopped talking long enough to stare. Half the hourglass later, a red bandana loudmouth claimed his crystal done, easy win, while the 3 seated experts were still grinding, sweating, nowhere near finished. Half the clock already gone, and the seated 3 were locked in while the field had finished around them, until the judges revealed 8 crystal tiers, and every purple-level refiner in the building just got eliminated on the spot. 58 alchemists survived the cut. Liu Ling shocked the crowd with a green crystal held between her teeth, and our boy finally called his own refinement complete, right on the edge of the clock. Sweat on the brow, the crowd counted him out 5, 4, 3, while his closest friend begged him not to fold. 1, and the cauldron detonated with light, a pure orange crystal lifting free like a small sun. The room lost its mind. He'd pulled it off on the final heartbeat. Then a red-haired stranger pitched a red crystal onto the table and claimed the round for himself. A kid called Seimer, nobody on the roster, held up a pure red crystal like he owned the arena. The judges scrambled through their ledgers. 17 years old, tier 2 on paper, but the crystal in his hand screamed tier 4 at minimum. That was enough to detonate the home crowd. They bayed for his head the second his empire's name landed. But in the official's box, recognition flickered. Qiao Empire, that name carried weight, and not the kind you laughed off. Because every alchemist on that continent knew what Qiao bred alongside its pill makers. Poison masters, the kind who turned battlefields into graveyards and called it craft. Seimer No Li smiled up at the hostess and asked sweetly why the win hadn't been announced yet. A blue-haired rival's eyes narrowed. Was this kid a poison master too? Li flicked that red crystal into the air like a coin, cackling. Was the whole tournament already bought for the 3 favorites? The teal-haired alchemist caught it with his fist. Crystal dust rained down. Actions, he said, not slogans. An official silenced the mob. Strength was strength, border or no border. Anyone under 30 with the fire had a right to stand here. And so the ceremony went through. Li of the Qiao Empire, winner of round 1. The empire's name hung in the air like a curse. Li pointed at the whole stadium and promised the championship too. Every Jia alchemist could choke on their pride. Up on the balcony, suspicion curdled. No 17-year-old radiated that kind of pressure without help, a tier 6 masking pill at minimum. The hostess called for a break. Round 1 wasn't over before the second was already poisoned. Our boy met Lee's grin across the arena, and the real question surfaced. None of this was about a trophy. 3 rounds total. The GMA favorites raised their pride like a shield. Lee just smiled, one more win, and the whole thing ended early. Round 2 dropped, pill making. Scrolls unrolled across every station. One girl's face went white before she finished reading hers. Then an elder's voice rolled across the arena. True recipes aren't written in ink, they're etched into the soul with spiritual energy. The kids were holding copies, not the real thing. Ingredients hit the tables and the clock started eating seconds. 2 kids panicked. One grabbed his cauldron and prayed with fire. One competitor pulled a perfect pill out of memory like a party trick. The dark-haired rival answered with a purple replica forged on instinct, proof he belonged in this ring. Purple flame towered over his station. 2 elders watched from above. One of them smirked. Anyone who couldn't crack this had no business calling themselves an alchemist. A pink-haired girl turned to ask her grandfather why the test felt rigged, and the nearest cauldron detonated mid-sentence. Boom after boom rolled across the arena. Half the stations were scorched, a quarter of the kids already disqualified for burning through both batches. Even Yuer and the blonde veteran ate an explosion, ash on their stations. Backup ingredients their only lifeline now. Only 2 stations stood untouched. Lee, glowing gold, and Yan Zio, except something was wrong. Purple light crawled up his body. His backup ingredients were turning to cinder in his hands. Hai Badong was already moving before anyone spoke the reason out loud. Purple flame from an amethyst-winged king lion carried a contact poison that ate every sense you had. Lee's voice drifted across the arena like smoke. Our boy had been poisoned, and there wasn't a soul on that continent who could pull him out except himself. Then the world went black, and a boy who'd already died once wondered if he was dying again. A teasing laugh cut through the void. He turned, and a woman in a forehead band smiled like she'd been waiting for this exact moment. The fairy doctor. Purple fire erupted from the bronze burner as Yan Zio's eyes glazed wide, the toxin hitting him mid-pour, mid-pill, mid-competition. Up in the stands, the commentators traded panic. Participant Yan Zio had gone limp, and nobody could explain when the poison had been slipped in. His name tore through the crowd, Xiao Yan. Wake up, while a floating purple-haired woman sighed disappointment, calling him an idiot for letting this happen. Then a pink-haired shape materialized in the dark. The fairy doctor, conjured from venom she'd left inside him long ago, finger pressed to his brow as the cure ignited. He staggered back into the light, poison broken, and winced upward at her. She just burned a single-use miracle on him and wanted full credit. She ranted about wasted ingredients and labor, seized moral ownership of his entire future body, and promised pig-level swelling if he lost so much as a finger. Yan Zio screamed idiot at the fading illusion. Then the toll hit. Pain crashed through his skull like a hammer thrown by the cure itself. He reeled backward through a crackling purple dome, while the orange-haired Lee watched his own poison get ripped apart, Lee's face curdling into disbelief and rage. The stands erupted. Yan Zio was back, fighting, cursed by headache but standing, and even royalty in the box cracked a grin. Below, the teal-haired contestant felt the same toxin bite, pointed at Lee in fury, and accused him of poisoning his way to a win. Lee just smirked and told him to focus on the match. Halfway through round 2 and Lee was still leading. Yan Zio's backup ingredients already ash, only 1 shot left, until the red-haired alchemist laughed, and the teal cauldron cracked open. A blonde alchemist identified the hidden variable, condensed earth motes laced with impurities, and earned grudging respect from every eye in the pavilion. Side abandoned, Empire entered. Yan Zio rallied Liu Ling. The silver-haired maid flared golden chi behind them, and the red-haired rival cackled that the truth had come far too late. The teal-haired fighter whipped 9 blades of purple energy around himself at once, and the panel below nearly fell out of its seat. Not even a Tier 4 alchemist should be pulling that off. Even the watching nobles could tell. This kid had just rewritten the rulebook on speed, and every rival in the room felt it. Spirit reserves were the catch, and his were burning out fast. The clock bleeding down while Yan Zio raised a blazing sword, and the commentators begged him to find something, anything. Then Lee's pillar of gold detonated, refining complete, condensation already underway, and the arena gasped, half the field still elbow-deep in ingredients. Yan Zio's cauldron blew sky-high in a blast of purple fire, The crowd recoiled, and Li laughed across the smoke, still too green to touch him. Except the ingredients weren't ash. Yan Zio hovered above the ruin, rings of pure spiritual fire spiraling from his palm. No cauldron, no backup plan, just raw mastery nobody had taught him here. Li gloated that his pill was already forming. Yan Zio answered by forcing condensation mid-refine, and the air cracked open in a purple-white vortex that swallowed the arena's breath, refining 9 while condensing the 10th. The disciples screamed themselves hoarse, and the sect elders laughed until they cried, because this level of absurdity wasn't supposed to exist outside a legend. A white-haired elder recognized the technique and went pale. The boy's master had to be the one person in history this style belonged to. While Yan Zio wrestled 10 flames and refused to fall, the whole stadium rose as one, fists pumping, petals of pink light erupting skyward, Yan Zio's name roaring off every wall in the Colosseum. Li's taunt died in his throat as his flames guttered out under a crushing pressure, blue-white vortex in one hand, a pink fire orb blazing in the other, Yan Zio ascending. A heavenly flame answered the bell, and every lesser fire in the arena bent the knee, Li howling as his flame got devoured. A desperate disciple screaming to his absent master for strength. The teal-haired alchemist caught a blue sphere between his palms, winked, and whispered, "Wind-walking pill complete." The crowd erupted the instant his name was called, Yan Zio, champion of round 2. But Li of Xiao Yan wasn't done gloating, until he realized his rival had actually finished first. That smug Xiao Yan finalist jumped the gun, declaring victory before the judges could speak. One of Yan Zio's men collapsed mid-search, body spent, crying his master's name into the cold stone. Then came the accusation, cheating, shouted from every angle, and Yan Zio was forced to crack his last hidden trump card. Green poison smoke exploded across the venue, bystanders screaming as it ate their lungs. Guards mobilized for the princess, while the teal-haired poisoner vanished into the corridor. Soldiers screamed his name, and Yan Zio fought back to consciousness through the haze. Yanren was there first, medicine in hand, already calling herself his wife. Even half asleep, a certain teal-haired child's feeding spoon could jolt a grown man awake from pure nightmare. Waking from a nightmare about the kid, the young man bolted upright in a cold sweat. When he finally opened his eyes, half the Empire's healers had crammed his room, each swearing their own ritual revived him. His seniors nearly fainted at the sight, then bolted before he caught them staring. Yan Zio answered with a pillow to the face, sending the kid flying, while his assistant charmed the waiting reporters. The princess declared him a hero of the Jia Ma Empire, and a stunned veteran realized he'd never earned that title himself. Yan Zio boded off, but the princess held firm. Hero, no debate. Her grandfather teased her about manhandling a boy through the crowd, and she nearly combusted. Yafei delivered the verdict. Only Yan Zio and the Xiao Yan poisoner had survived to the finals. Liu Ling and Yuer forfeited their standings, choosing civilian lives over the championship trophy. Li's allies cursed Yan Zio's escape, but the blue-haired girl reminded them tomorrow would expose everything. Across the empire, an alchemist proved a so-called impossible fusion, refining fire with raw magic alone. The lesson echoed, perceive all, make the impossible real. That was the soul of alchemy. After 5 patient hours, a glowing box changed hands, and the guild master ordered it sealed until the finals. He called it guaranteed victory, a gift from an old friend, and the teal-haired youth swore to earn it. The boy called it cheating. The old man just smiled. Some gifts, he said, already belonged to the receiver. Dawn broke and the fans returned in force, screaming that Yan Zio's victory was already assured. The crowd had found its darlings. 2 fallen finalists turned mascots, roaring louder than the judges. Then the real 2 walked out, and the arena went heavy. Yan Zio broke first, naming the poison in front of gods and emperors. Li just smirked, no proof, no crime, and swore he'd take the crown anyway. The grand meeting of alchemists had finally reached its final round. A blonde announcer in red declared the stakes. Creative freedom, self-supplied ingredients, highest-tier pill wins the championship. But the orange-haired finalist, Li, was already gloating. A Tier 4 pill he claimed was a lock. His ingredients told a darker story, life-eating grass, soul-swallowing leaves, a soul-devouring pill that hijacked whoever ate it. He held the golden vessel up like a banner, eyes wild with Xiao Yan fanaticism. Might makes right, and he intended to prove it. Yan Zio received a mysterious golden box from a blonde elder, its contents a long-kept secret. Inside, a teal-haired figure understood. This pill could push a master to grandmaster or boost a grandmaster by 3 stars. Yao Lao himself shimmered into view, a white-haired spirit blessing the recipe with the words, "It is you." 48 ingredients, 3 flame patterns for a Tier 4 high-grade pill, and a disciple who vowed to win with his master's legacy. Snow howled around him as he gripped his resolve. Li sneered at his ingredients, calling him a fool. Yan Zio's ring flared, and a dragon-shaped cauldron crashed down. The hopes of a Jia Ma empire, he carried those. His allies had armed him. Liu Ling's Tier 5 cauldron, royal ingredients, a princess's storage ring. Miter auctions emptied, Yafei's smile hiding empty storehouses. Tier 7 potential, the brat had it. Purple flames erupted as he roared that the empire's future was secure. Li's response was arrogant contempt for the purple flame, but he had clearly underestimated it. He fused opposing fires into one crystalline blast, but 2 veterans watched in horror. The cauldron was about to rupture. Commentators raged at the reckless ice flooding the arena, while Li smirked. His pill was nearly done. 2 patterns still mid-grade, not enough to win. A dark-haired alchemist fed more fire into the spiral. Yan Zio gritted his teeth, begging a pale-haired spirit for one more blessing. 3 flames answered at once. A towering blue spirit erupted, and the crowd screamed and ran. 3 old-timers braced behind him. If he lost control, they would hold the line and the bill would come due. The guild master Jia Xingxian surged forward to anchor a vortex. Li countered with jagged ice spikes crashing down. A small blue-haired figure raised an ice crystal to cage the poison. Yan Zio was blasted backward, Li cackling that his own flames had betrayed him. The soul-devouring pill was done, and Li hurled it with a grin. Hai Badong, run! Blue fire engulfed the old man in a desperate explosion. A fist punched through the blast. Ice shards scattered in a thunderous shockwave. Yan Zio raised his arm in triumph, a Tier 4 azure spirit pill blazing in his palm. The crowd roared his name. Then the loser grinned, his skin wrinkling as he promised they'd all die here. Champion, the chapter names her, a snow-bright swordswoman waiting in the wings while the arena still burned. Yan Li cackled, centuries of hidden power finally clawing free, and the whole Colosseum felt the emperor-rank pressure slam down. 2 veteran alchemists realized it at once. This manic wasn't some lost youth. He was Chu Yun Empire royalty and a master alchemist playing pawn. But Fa Ma saw the trick, a pill of youth smoothing his face, and with it a 3-day timer ticking down on every lie he'd told. His blonde co-conspirator smiled through the green haze, already scheming. The throne wanted a war, and 10,000 dignitaries in one stadium was an invitation. Yan Li appended poison beads over the crowd, dangling a massacre to buy his escape, and the bluff almost worked. He crushed them anyway, grinning as civilians screamed and fled, choosing cruelty over retreat. A Jia Ma elder barked for silence to crush the strike, and when nothing detonated, the bleachers exhaled through pure disbelief. Yan Li slammed his fist down anyway, blind fury, substituting for a plan that was already ashes. Then a winking elder told the truth. Every poison cache had been plucked from the stadium long before Yan Li ever crushed a bead. Caught in the open, the blue-haired poisoner was paraded before 100,000 witnesses, execution dressed up as justice. Yan Li barked about a hidden Chu Yun army, clinging to intimidation like a man who'd already felt the trap close. The elder leaned in and crushed that last lie cold. The army had been broken, the empire had withdrawn, and Yan Li was stranded alone. Cornered, Yan Li screamed and hurled every last technique he had at his dark-haired opponent, choosing a suicide exit over surrender. 4 Jia Ma powerhouses answered together. Du Shi, Du Wang. Poison was never the equalizer this boy believed it was. And then Yan Li crumbled, bloodied and sobbing on the arena floor, while a teal-haired youth couldn't bear to watch the screaming crowd devour the moment. Hours later, fireworks crowned what the chaos had postponed. Yan Zio, grand meeting champion, standing where the wreckage used to be. He bowed to his absent master first, claiming the trophy for Yao Lao's memory before the prize was even announced. Then Fa Ma gently informed him. The cash had been looted by Liu Ling, the trophy had been swiped to soothe a sulking princess, and politics pays better than alchemy. Yan Zio didn't mind, the scroll was the real prize, a Tier 6 recipe worth every loss, and the meeting finally closed on Miter's sponsorship. A blonde girl in red caught him mid-victory to cash in their promise, and 100,000 voices roared the new champion's name into the night. Then came the miter pitch, full-body poses, sparkles, theater, a paid endorsement delivered with his whole chest on a public stage. Yan Zhao raised his hand for silence, powered through the cringe, and the arena broke into a love letter of applause and screaming. Offstage he almost cried from relief, while Yafei danced beside him, the sponsor's payoff, delivered with a wink and a teardrop. At Miter HQ the after-party hit its peak, an ice statue of him frozen mid-victory pose, and the blushing champion finally cracked a weary smile. A glittering diamond tribute made him look dwarfed by his own legend, while his great-grandfather chased a wine-sipping child through the crowd. Banter still ruled Miter's floor. Young Master Liu dropped a rose mid-proposal, only for an elder to haul him off by the collar for a stern talking to. Inside, a pink-haired noblewoman scanned the hall, anxious to find her grandfather before she accidentally slighted him. Outside, under a full moon, a green-haired man in dark silk sipped his wine and called our boy's name. She caught him before he could slip away, remembering his hands pulling her from Mo clan hunters and currying her grandfather's branded poison. Then shyly admitted she owed him more than comfort could repay. Under that silver moon she blurted it out, "I like you." And our champion stood stone-still, jaw loose, completely unarmed for the first time all day. The moon hung low, and Nalan finally let the words slip free. But Yan Zhao only laughed, hand over his face, cutting through every soft thing she'd just confessed. Her love, he told her, was a gift he couldn't accept. He walked up the stairs without looking back, and she stood alone beneath that same moon. Somewhere nearby, Zunner watched him go, heart quietly breaking. Later that night, Queen Medusa straddled him on the bed, pinning him down, asking how bold he'd gotten. She'd come for one thing only, the Tier 6 Spirit Fusion Pill. He tried to stall her with excuses about skill level and rare ingredients, and her patience evaporated in a heartbeat. One blast later, he was embedded in the far wall, alive only because she chose to spare him. She vanished, handing him a 1-year deadline and a sleeping little rainbow as her reminder. Then a flying courier dropped a package at his window, covered in Gu Ti's furious doodles. Inside sat the prize, a glowing flask of 7 Illusions turquoise spirit liquid, the key to waking Yao Lao. Yan Zhao raised it high and swore to bring his master back right now. He hurled the bone ring forward, pouring everything into the call. The city felt it, a tidal wave of Du Qi ripping outward from Yao Lao's spirit. Yan Zhao screamed his master's name as the blast swallowed him whole. He braced, blinded, as the force threw him backward across the floor. The bone ring clattered to the tiles, silent, and the truth hit like a blade. His master was gone. Across the city, Yanran sat at her childhood cliff, and her grandfather found her there like always. She wept, asking if breaking that engagement 3 years ago was karma, and he could only call it regret. By morning, Miter's auction house was mobbed by fans chanting Yan Zhao's name, any price tag promising a signed phode or a meet and greet. Then the castle shook, a blast ripping through an upper floor and panicking the crowd below. Nobody knew what had detonated, but purple smoke poured from the ruined room. A furious kid in a bear onesie stormed out, while a long-haired figure staggered and coughed in the haze. His teal-haired companion grabbed him by the collar, cussing out the failed experiment and the ruined nap. Yafei smiled through gritted teeth, naming the bill for her wrecked rooftop. But this man had just broken through to Grandmaster, Fate's own flex, paid for in pill and pain. Departures are heavy, even with friends promising to watch over him on the road to Yunlan. 3 years to the day, Nalan Yanran stood waiting on sacred ground, sword drawn against the sunset. 3 years of grinding had carried him to this single, violent moment. The kid who'd been written off, trading steel with a sect prodigy above the clouds. Yunlan's sect loomed like a verdict, one small figure at the bottom of that endless staircase, carrying everything he owned on his back. Elder Ji Yi waited at the top, and the smirk that crossed the kid's face said he already knew this wasn't a welcome party. Ji Yi figured 100 disciples and a pretty speech would be enough. He figured wrong. 100 disciples stomped in unison, and the elder laid down the dare. Break through all of them or don't come up at all. One sword gust later, the kid had cleared the lot and told Ji Yi, to his face, that ganging up on a junior was an embarrassment to the sect. Then the teal-haired Ice Emperor stepped in, aura cranked wide, and the whole mountain flinched. Even Ji Yi begged him not to get involved. A single sweeping blast of ice and wind, and the remaining disciples went flying. The kid was under his protection now, get lost. But the kid himself drew his blade and told them all to move. This was between him and Yanren, and he wasn't hiding behind anyone. High above, in a coliseum packed with onlookers, the pink-haired girl waited like a storm, barely holding its shape. 3 elders stood below, watching. Old man Nalan gathered the witnesses he'd summoned, the Empire's heaviest names, and made his case plain. The disciples in the courtyard sneered. No way that Xiao brat gets past 100 sect members unless he sprouts wings. So when a dark-winged figure tore across the sky, the entire sect went dead quiet, and Yanren's eyes went wide. He came down like a hammer. The ground cratered under the impact, debris screaming outward in a ring of light. Name, family, promise. 3 years late, but every word of it delivered. A flying Duchi skill. The kid the Empire called trash had just unlocked a combat art most sect elders never touched. The winged kid drifted overhead. A seated elder looked up amused, and a smirking purple-haired man welcomed Hai Badong to the show. Somewhere in the grand hall, the swordsman stood framed against white columns, and 2 formally dressed men felt a cold crawl of recognition they couldn't place. A blue-haired kid munched an apple and told them they'd done more than see him, they'd talked to him. The men just stared. Hooded onlookers broke into a sweat. That couldn't be Elder Ji Yi already, could it? At the base of the mountain, Elder Ji Yi watched the winged kid laugh at him from the air. 100 disciples scattered behind, and his face said murder. 3 years, he swore. The brat had climbed up today, but he'd never climb back down. Inside, the kid found Yanren waiting between obelisks of stone and taunted her. Did he have to cut through another 1,000 to reach her? Her grandfather stepped in, and the kid caught a ghost of his own grandfather in the old man's face. Old General Nalan had known Xiao Lin. The past leaned closer. The kid shut it down fast. This fight was his and Yanren's only, and the old general could keep his nose out of it. But the old man had come to confess. The betrothal he'd arranged had hurt both children, and he carried that weight, every word of it, decades late. Old Nalan bowed to the Xiao family, decades of pride breaking at the spine, while Yanren flinched and was hushed into silence. But our boy refused the old man's apology. It wasn't Nalan Jai who owed anyone. It was her. 3 years of rage finally uncorked. Xiao Yan charged with steel blazing, screaming for Yanren to end it. Yanren answered in kind, blade drawn, her fate tied to the next breath: win, die, or be broken. And the crowd lost their minds as 2 legacies crashed together, debris flying, Xiao Yan roaring her name like an oath. 3 years of humiliation, 3 years of training. Every scar on his body had a single name attached to it. Xiao Yan answered with steel, his blade screaming through the air in an arc of raw blue fury. She caught the blow head-on and riposted, a sweeping slash that shoved him backward through cracking stone. He landed hard in the ruined arena, golden light bleeding off his frame, and looked up at her perched above. Yanren tipped her blade toward him and smiled, credit where it was due. He'd grown teeth. Our boy grinned right back, whined whipping his hair she'd made him, and he wanted her to know it. The crowd around the pillars saw only the sect's golden girl, already chanting her name like she'd won. Among the elders, a Nalan patriarch warned her sharply, fight with everything, or don't fight at all. She demanded his full strength, 3 years of grudge on the line. He grinned and said, bring it. Her wind spirit answered first, a gale that hurled him clean through a stone pillar before he could set his feet. He came back swinging, summoning a storm of phantom blades that filled the air like a steel constellation. Then the heavy weapon came down, and the arena floor erupted in a forest of blue crystal death. She answered with relentless barrages, each blast shaking the ground, and the onlookers started writing the ending early. Xiao Yan cocked the massive blade overhead and laughed, as if dodging was the only card she had left to play. A blinding, coordinated slash caught her eyes, and he came out of the light like a falling star. Her strikes were gorgeous and precise, but he slipped each one and told her plainly, not fast enough. She fused wind and sword into one cataclysmic volley, the blast wave tearing the arena apart around him. He answered with heavy black blade, colossal cyan dragon-shaped edges crashing down and swallowing her storm whole. Then he was moving, explosive footwork chaining him across the broken ground toward her at terrifying speed. His octatic smash landed like a verdict. A name tore from a white-haired elder's throat, and Yanren flew. She rose with her arm torn open, blood on the stone, and answered his unspoken question with a quiet debt. She apologized for the humiliation, then lifted her chin, She'd broken the engagement and she'd do it again. He laughed once, honest and a little cruel, the sound echoing through the pillars around them. Then he planted a counterpunch into her gut that shook the dust loose, and told her the Xiao clan's honor was his to reclaim. The chapter opens beneath still water, petals drifting around a girl nobody expected to fight, and the Xiao clan's heir squared up across that arena, declaring publicly that his name would not be restored by anyone's pity. Old man Nalan watched the storm roll in and admitted the betrothal was his sin, not theirs. On the field, our boy read the moment, and finally saw what had been in front of him all along. So both warriors dropped the talk, charged together, and let steel speak louder than apologies. Yanren's blade carved clean through the pillars, hurling her armored opponent crashing into the rubble. But the blue-haired fighter answered with an overhead smash, cratering the floor beneath them. Each traded drive for drive, ground splintering faster than the crowd could track. A dark-haired swordsman swung hard at her, and Yanren caught him in a howling gale that flung him backward. Then a red-haired fighter trapped her own foe inside a howling vortex, raining shadow blades through the spin. One fighter paid for the opening, cut down in a spray of blood and a scream that shook the stands. A scream ripped out of him like something inside finally broke. Yanren landed her finishing arc and called the duel done, the kind of ruthless closer that makes veterans go quiet. Her disciples were already chanting her name before the dust settled, so the blue-haired cocky heir smirked, shrugging off the blade with raw momentum. Over, he said. Not even close. He leapt in for the reversal, turned her own taunt against her, and planted a strike that made Yanren gasp in pain. Because the heir was done warning anyone, a purple-flamed tsunami rolled out and swallowed the stage whole. The blast lit up a floating palace above, and the watching disciples knew their future sect leader had just announced himself. And then heaven cracked open. Twin tornadoes spiraled skyward, lifting a pink-haired girl into the blue vortex while bystanders shouted the name Phoenix. What followed silenced every expert in range. A master-rank combat chi armor blooms around her, and Yanren calls down grand winds. Down in the corridor, a purple-haired girl detonated sunset glory and blew the walkway apart, terrifying everyone for Xiao Yan's sake. A once grand plaza lay in smoking ruin, with a winged figure floating at its center, and a stunned Yanren could only whisper how any of this was possible. And our boy crouched low, a flaming bird of combat chi roaring to life around him, ready to answer power with power. Chapter 77 opens on a robed figure, summoning a lotus wreathed in divine blue and purple flame. But the real shocker landed across the arena. A teal-haired fighter just manifested dragon-shaped combat chi armor, Grandmaster rank confirmed. The crowd did not see that coming. Two old-timers immediately started arguing about whose armor manifested earliest, like children claiming bragging rights over a video game unlock. While they bickered, an elder paused mid-sentence, brow furrowed. Something familiar radiated off that boy, something that did not belong here. His pink-haired challenger grew impatient, demanding he stop dodging, and our boy grinned, dismissed his armor, and began charging his own counter with eager fire crackling up his fist. A red rose watched the sky battle wistfully, wishing her Yanren well in the bitter struggle above. Back at camp, a disciple wiggled and begged her master to let her watch the duel. Punishment was 50 cauldrons of pills, but both froze when a familiar aura crossed the sky. That aura was the blue lotus mantle flame, the very signature of Yan Xiao, and every elder in the stands recognized it at once. So the truth finally cracked open. Yan Xiao and Xiao Yan were always the same person, and the disguise held only because acceptance would have endangered everything she loved. She floated above ruined stone in the pouring rain, sword dripping red, mocking laughter dying into bitter understanding as blue flames answered hers. 3 years of grief crashed over her in that single flashback. A smiling man holding 2 rabbits while a child screamed, and the vow sworn through tears to make him pay. Ghosts of every Xiao clan wound closed in at once: the divorce, the rescue, the confession, the love she could never accept, and Miss Nalan broke under the weight of remembering it all. The storm turned lethal as she screamed abuse through her teeth and hurled a massive ice slash, which he met head-on with his own frozen charge through the snow. The wind-element fighter raised a swirling blue barrier to absorb the blow, while his small companion shouted that he was hungry and to finish it already. So the boy smirked, purple energy gathered in his palm, and one decisive blast ended the skirmish on cue. A small boy waved off his elder's urgency, and the bearded man responded by weaving two opposed flames into a single terrifying vortex between his hands. Side by side, the pink-haired girl launched Grand Wind's Sunset Glory, while her partner raised the mini Fire Lotus of Divine Fury, both ultimate moves screaming forward in tandem. Both attacks collided in a blinding shockwave, and the 3-year promise detonated across the entire battlefield. A massive crystalline sphere simply detonated outward, shards and light spraying through the smoke. A small winged figure tumbled through that storm of broken glass and radiant debris, crying out. The pink-haired girl stood frozen at the blast's epicenter, realizing too late that she had walked into her own ruin. High above the city, the detonation leveled a fortified structure in a column of purple lightning, and two horrified onlookers could only watch the blast rip outward. Through the smoke, the teal-haired boy cradled his wounded opponent and confessed he had never meant to kill her. Someone else had intervened to save her life. Her wounded grandfather bled in the rain while she knelt beside him, broke down in guilt, and earned a hard slap across the face for the recklessness. On a rain-soaked cliff, the elder rebuked her for treating death as escape and confessed his own past mistake had caused the catastrophe. She tearfully apologized, her companion sighed, and the rain swallowed every word none of them could take back. 3-year promise won. The Nalan clan bowed, the Xiao name restored. Word of his alchemy and his fists had reached the highest halls, and they were not happy about either. She'd carried a secret for 3 years, burning it into her fingertips now, and the boy across from her hadn't even known. Bloodied and shaking, she held up the writ she'd written years ago, and refused to break the promise she'd made as a girl. For the 3-year pact, the Xiao family cast Nalan Yanran out, and she knelt, offering her life as his servant in penance. Tears spilling, she offered him the only thing left she had herself, as his servant until her dying breath. He refused the apology, snuffed her flame, and claimed the only thing he'd ever wanted from her was those 2 words at the end, because losing her had shown him who mattered most, and now he walked away carrying a name that wasn't hers. Petals drifted between them as she wished him well, and neither looked back. He smiled bright and told her someone worth dying for was still out there waiting. She agreed, bright-eyed, believing him, which lasted about 3 seconds before he pictured bringing her home and Zun Er's reaction. A recovery pill, a flash of light, and wings of Du Qi carried him skyward, fully restored and grinning. He called out to Xiao Yan, and found his friend already swallowed by a howling vortex. Stone and ice exploded outward, but the veteran barely blinked. The brat was fine. Senior Nalan carried the boy to safety on white wings, and head elder Yun Leng descended demanding to know why the Nalan feud still concerned his sect. Because Yun Leng wasn't here for the duel, he had a different debt to settle, and the future sect leader's followers bristled at her surrender. Wings blazing, the elder hovered above the crowd and asked Xiao Yan a question about a man the boy had never been allowed to forget. Bandaged disciples wailed as their head elder hauled in the wreckage, proof of a disaster Yun Lan had never admitted to the public. A year ago, the sect had sent search teams into the Tagar Desert chasing a heavenly flame, and the order had been simple: don't come back. An elder winded up to strike the lone survivor while reciting how the messages had stopped, and the disciples had simply ceased to exist. All the survivor could describe was a demon, a blue lotus and fire. So the accusation landed. Xiao Yan had stolen the flame and butchered Yun Lan's search parties to bury the proof. The blue-haired veteran sneered at the sect's hand-picked truth, and suddenly Master Gu was the one everyone wanted answers from. Because the blue lotus mantle flame Gu he had chased had somehow ended up on Xiao Yan's body, and the timing matched the bodies in the desert. Gu he adjusted his glasses and asked for an explanation. Xiao Yan stepped up beside him and demanded one back. Old veteran studied the boy's ascent and wondered aloud whether a healer this ruthless would one day devour the empire itself. The old general rallied himself with righteous fury, vowing justice for Yun Lan and the empire itself. But our boy didn't flinch, didn't deny it, didn't even blink. He owned every drop of blood with a grin that turned the crowd cold. Up on the Sex Heights, Liu Ling settled an old debt with old man Nalan before walking away. He found Nalan Yanran waiting, and told her to keep her head down in a place that didn't deserve her. He smiled, called her charming, and left her standing there with a name half-spoken on her lips. Hai Badong's little teal-haired ward ran for him, begging him to run, and the old man just smiled sadly and refused. because 4 winged king-rank elders hit the sky at once, and the kid realized the sect was done playing. So he roared into the teeth of it all, no regrets, and 100-fold revenge sworn on the Yun Lan itself. Our boy launched a full assault, blade carving wide arcs while Yun Ling answered with a barrage of palm strikes that lit the air on fire. Then Hai Badong rose, and jagged pillars of ice erupted around him, towering and brutal, a king-rank flex that made the whole sect flinch. Feigning age, Badong shrugged into the sky on wings of ice and dropped a confession that the Yun Lan sect had secretly funded a massacre in the desert. He doubled down, calling every dead alchemist and disciple scum who deserved their fate and daring Yun Lan to deny it. So our boy planted his flag, shouting he would shield Hai Badong against the whole world, Yun Lan sect included. The pink-haired girl warned him to run while surprise still favored them, but he refused, sword ready to fall beside his ally. Our boy planted his feet, drew steel, and chose to die standing beside the people he'd sworn to protect. Yun Lan's winged elders dove in, sentencing Xiao Yan to die, while a companion sprinted back rather than abandon the fight. Hai Badong answered with a colossal ice blast that hurled winged attackers across the sky, daring anyone to touch his boy. The teal-haired girl joined in, unleashing a howling ice tempest that scattered feathers and bodies alike. A winged fighter swung wild, calling Xiao Yan a fly, and our boy blinked behind him and detonated a point-blank blast. More blades came flashing in, and a bearded swordsman nearly caught Hai Badong from behind with a clean, mean slash. But Hai Badong countered with his own ice blades, forcing Yun Ling to grit his teeth and bleed for every step. Then our boy combined ice and blue flame into a roaring tsunami that slammed an elder into the stone, head elder shrieking in panic. The pink-haired girl waved a cheerful goodbye, assuming the fight was won, until she slammed face first into something invisible in the air. She hit a wall that wasn't there, a trap laid by someone who wanted this fight to stay contained. Above them, white-robed elders chanted in formation, weaving a luminous sky barrier that even an emperor-rank cultivator would struggle to shatter. Our boy threw his weight against the cracking ice wall, while the girl begged him to stay and trust her investigation. He refused coldly, pointing out that no future sect leader could silence every vengeful elder, and steel clashed behind the accusation. The sect's fury boiled over at his confession of stealing their heavenly flame, and a tide of disciples surged forward shouting for blood. A sect leader rallied the entire compound to channel a sky-shrouding array, disciples pouring Dou Qi skyward in unison. The massive blue formation cracked the heavens and rained debris down on our boy and his ally, 2 figures now outnumbered under a sect's final defense. A sealing magic circle cracked open and dumped raw lightning straight into the hall, turning the air into a scream. But the old Ice Emperor was done playing nice, and the so-called sky-shrouding array was about to learn what a king rank actually felt like. A blast of blue ice ripped outward, shearing through Yun Lan's great defensive array like it was painted glass. Because the disciples were pouring every drop of Dou Qi they had into a single crystal cage around the Ice Emperor. Blood crawled down the ice, proof that even a king-rank veteran bled when 1,000 disciples squeezed at once. So when the crystal finally cracked, Yun Ling threw his arms wide and laughed like a man who'd already won. Except 2 young alchemists punched through the remains and made the legendary defensive array look like a bad joke. They swallowed healing pills between breaths, smug as cats, right until Hai Badong's palm cracked the floor open beneath them. Yun Ling put everything behind that blast, betting his sect's pride that pills couldn't outlast a king-rank bombardment. Hai Badong stepped in front of the blast to shield his young companion, who refused to flinch or flee. A panicked elder slammed a console and shouted for a ceasefire, and Nalan Yanran came flying in with a desperate kick at head elder Yun Ling. An icy wind blast caught her across the room, and a boy in the crowd screamed her name. The future sect leader's fist shook with rage, his aura flaring blue, not at Xiao Yan, but at the head elder for daring to hurt her. Yanran begged the hall to stand down, swore it was a misunderstanding, and burned her sect's pride to buy Xiao Yan a way out. So she walked toward a glowing portal and invoked the one rule even elders couldn't refuse: resign the title, claim a request. She floated above the ice and renounced the future sect leader's seat on the spot, demanding Xiao Yan's safe release. A black-haired man appeared behind her, smacked her aside, and caught her before she hit the ground. He thanked her, then refused the bargain. Nobody else was going to pay for his mistakes. Yunling answered with a shattering blast, because Xiao Yan had spat in the face of the only exit offered. Two elders collided in a burst of broken glass, one screaming that Yunling had lost his mind, and the other defending the cost of victory. Then a colossal purple and white serpent reared up, jaws wide, and the hall forgot how to breathe. Its roar became a shockwave, shattering pillars, and every cultivator in the room staggered under a power none of them had ever seen. The ice crumbled, Yanren dropped unconscious, and a blue-haired fighter caught her on the way down and called it a debt repaid. Her old guardian ran in and pulled her close, voice cracking, finally able to believe she was still alive. Little Rainbow launched skyward with her rider, while Hai Badong stepped up to trade a sky-grounding array for her escape route. The serpent dragon slammed into Yun Lan's last barrier and cracked it wide, daring every disciple left standing to try holding the line. Because between the catastrophe and the next catastrophe, life found room for breakfast, Xiao Yan bickering with a rainbow-colored snake over food. But the snake answered a different prayer, a blast of blue lightning that made even the blue-haired masked man scream its name in panic. The serpentine beast they owed their escape to was still on the field, bleeding and roaring as it hammered a barrier conjured by king-rank elders. So the white-haired winged fighter wove ice and fury into a dance of black lotus, hunting for any weakness in that impossible shell. Except there, a weak point, and the teal-haired boy dove for it, carrying Xiao Yan straight into the maelstrom to rescue Little Rainbow. Wind screamed. The vortex swallowed them whole, their path carved by sheer refusal to lose anyone else, which meant the counterstrike had to land, a frozen kick to a dark-armored opponent that staggered the watching elders into stunned silence, because the enemy had boasted of thousands behind him. And then the ice barrier shattered anyway, thunder cracking across the field. So the shell broke, winged allies whooshed skyward, and Yunling's scream of refusal chased them into open air. But the sky wasn't safe either. A sweeping ice blade forced the small companion and the serpentine dragon straight into the line of fire, which was when a hooded figure stepped through the shattering ice, smirking that none of them had been the ones to break the barrier at all. The Yunlan elders reeled as emperor-rank pressure flooded the sect, and the teal-haired boy recognized the newcomer with pure dread. So Ling Ying arrived in a spiraling column of blue energy, towering above an army of white-robed disciples, and told them to run. When the mustached elder demanded to know his business, Ling Ying answered with a crack of overwhelming force and a promise to erase the sect if they interfered. Because that arrogance carried weight, a swirling vortex of pressure that forced both winged fighters to brace against the gale. And from inside that vortex stepped Yun Shan himself, silver-haired and curious, asking who dared threaten his sect, which the tiny blue-haired girl answered by floating up and patting his head, a single beat of levity before the reckoning. Because the teal-haired boy couldn't resist, Yun Shan looked impossibly young, and the older veterans groaned about quack alchemists. But jokes died fast when accusations flew, Yunling kneeling, pleading innocence, while Xiao Yan's allies demanded Yun Shan discipline the lying elders. So Xiao Yan met the ancestor as an equal, introduced himself past sect leader, and watched the sect's higher-ups realize they were outmatched. Because Yun Shan turned on Jia Xingxian and Fa Ma next, why had they tolerated the disrespect that caused today's chaos? Relief flickered across the winged youth's faces as Yun Shan promised a fair investigation. But it lasted only a heartbeat, because Yun Shan pivoted hard, no matter the cause. Xiao Yan had damaged the great defensive array, and that debt would be paid. His sentence fell like a blade. 30 years of isolation atop Yunlan Mountain, and the chapter closed on that impossible cage. The rain hadn't stopped falling, and the storm over Yunlan sect had only just begun. Ancestor Yun Shan, de-aged and untouchable, raised one finger and named the price. 30 years chained to the pavilion of isolation, no trial, no appeal. The boy refused, and Ling Ying stepped between him and the entire sect, a living wall backed by Jia Nan's imperial weight. Escape came at a cost. A wind wall shredded Little Rainbow, and the little spirit's scream split the sky as Xiao Yan tore free. Wind bindings erupted across the field, scattering allies like leaves, and the truth hit them all. Nobody here could touch an ancestor. Yun Shan answered defiance with a rain of cutting blades, carving into the boy while his own sister screamed at him to stop. A hooded ally caught the worst of it, torn apart by the wind, and a pink crystal guardian shattered at Hai Badong's feet. A bearded enforcer hurled Hai Badong clear, and the wind split open, and a red-haired woman stepped through, already annoyed about her hair. Every face on the field went white as the seven-color python stood upright on two legs, wearing a smirk. Two spectral serpents coiled at her shoulders and roared, and the Yun Lan disciples below understood, very suddenly, who they were looking at. Queen Medusa herself, no longer a rumor, and she wanted Xiao Yan, and the only question left was how many she'd kill to take him. Yun Shan warned her power wasn't enough. She smiled back with golden eyes and reminded him that the Snakeman Empire doesn't bluff. He waved them off the mountain like pests, and a furious elder dared protest, which Medusa shut down with a look. Yun Ling's protest cut through the hall like a man who just realized he wasn't in charge anymore. But the old god in the clouds had heard enough. Yun Ling's parting gift was a death threat if the boy ever returned, and Xiao Yan answered with a calm smile. Once was plenty. Xiao Yan answered with the ghost of a smile, hand resting easy near his chin. Appearance once, that was all this farce deserved. Wings flared, and the four of them climbed out of Yun Lan's reach before anyone thought to try a parting shot. Mid-flight, the old grudge loosened its grip. 3 years of humiliation had been the fire that forged him, and he knew it. He watched the sunset swallow his allies and found himself, for the first time, grateful to the girl who'd ended him. Yanren woke in Hai Badong's arms, saw who was holding her, and dropped to the ground begging forgiveness for every storm she'd brought down on him. Yanren hit the stone forehead first, every word a confession she'd been carrying for years, and somewhere in that bow the last piece of Yun Lan's pride cracked clean in half. High above the floating ruins, Medusa and the old man traded a quiet truth about youth and the foolish passions that shape a life. 3 days after Yun Lan fell, our boy sat in the wreckage of his choices, his teacher gone, his clan in flames, his future written in someone else's ink. Black Blaze City, sunset bleeding through the Sakura. He couldn't stop sighing. Yeah, the queen of the Snakemen didn't much care for the brooding. So the grand queen of a whole race was about to clock this little punk just for sighing at the wrong day. But Hai Badong's absence was no accident, because Qing Lin caught a scent in the wind and bolted toward the Mitre auction house, already knowing someone else was watching the mountain. And chat, you already know where that was going, because nobody was going to clown on Xiao Yan about his boy while Ling Ying was standing right there, smacking the disrespect clean out of the air. That was a low diff, because Ling Ying leaned in close and made the only warning that ever matters. Never, ever wrong the lady he serves. Meanwhile, our boy was remembering Hai Badong's frantic last-second warning, right before an absolutely gorgeous redhead smiled across the table and asked why he wasn't happier to see her. He was about to test the universe's patience by calling a serpent queen little sister, which was, in hindsight, a criminally reckless power-scaling error on his part. And little Rainbow, trapped deep within, was begging from the other side of the glass, because if she had to tear her own soul apart to do it, she would reach Xiao Yan. But Medusa wasn't going to save any human for free. So the queen squeezed her pet serpent by the neck and started haggling like a street merchant with a death wish. Medusa had her own reasons for wanting him alive, and the rainbow serpent, Xiao Yan's stolen little flame, was the leverage she needed. Because the queen made her the only offer that ever works on a desperate heart, a trade, sealed on the spot, in a flash of light that changed everything. The bargain was struck in a flash of serpentine light, Medusa's power surging as the pact sealed Xiao Yan's life, paid for in a price only she would ever name. If this had an OSD, the comedic percussion would have been going crazy, because the moment little Rainbow made the deal, Medusa's soul crashed straight into his inn with an entrance fee he absolutely could not afford. And just when he thought the day couldn't get worse, 3 very angry restaurant employees kicked down the door demanding compensation for a head bonk that absolutely did not require the number they were naming. Except one of them was about to make the worst career move of his life, because that little lady across from him was wearing the smile of a predator who'd already chosen her prey. And that smile, yeah chat, this woman just played a card none of them even saw coming. And chat, our boy was about to find out the hard way what happens when a serpent queen drops her human mask and starts cooking, because those hands weren't gripping for bargaining anymore. So Xiao Yan handled the local talent with the ease of a clear speed blitz, but Medusa was watching, unimpressed, and suggesting in a very casual tone that they should probably take a hand or a foot on the way out. which meant the cleanup crew got out of there with their limbs, because a queue-jumping bandit mob bowing to the floor is peak Manhua comedy. The thugs hit the dirt, thanked whatever god was listening, and bolted before anyone changed their mind. Until a Xiao family crest flashed on some random stranger's neck, and our boy's playful mood collapsed into something cold, because that insignia belonged to a family that wasn't supposed to lose them. Because the man on the floor was about to confess that Wu-Tan City had burned, the Xiao clan's shops had fallen, and nobody knew where the patriarch had gone. The Xiao name meant something in Wu-Tan City, or it used to, until catastrophe gutted the clan, and this stranger wearing their crest just started a brawl over the insult. So Xiao Yan made an example of the man who'd laughed at his family, but the news kept slicing deeper. Yun Lan, mysterious forces, the patriarch missing, and a rumor of his own death. And the chapter closed on a man on the edge of collapse, stubbornly refusing to pass out before he dragged his pill-making problem home with him, leaving every thread Medusa's deadline, Yun Shan's threat, the Xiao clan's ruin, hanging like an open wound. Wings cut the dusk, our boy home at last claws out. The Xiao family sparring field lay in rubble, and a curly-haired nobleman in striped silk surveyed the wreckage with a smirk that said everything about his intentions. A monk from the Xiao clan pointed an accusing finger, naming Jili Hua and Yaba Pai as the ones who torched their market 2 nights ago. The nobleman laughed, thumbed gold coins into the dirt, and offered to buy the ashes at a generous price. Inside the ruined estate, Xiao elders were cornered, bandaged, outmatched, and given until sundown to surrender Wudan City or be erased. A smug enforcer cracked a white-haired youth across the skull, then dropped the lie that an emperor-rank protector had abandoned Xiao Yan to die alone on the road. A little girl in a pink dress stormed in swinging a staff, refusing to believe her big brother was gone. Steel answered defiance. An enemy blade opened a bandaged protector in front of the girl, and the Xiao defenders charged in screaming for blood. The eye-patch leader gave the kill order and his men swarmed the courtyard, meeting polearms and desperate, honor-bound counterattacks. An old grandfather threw himself between a storm of slashes and his granddaughter, catching every cut meant for her. A shattering impact blasted the white-haired fighter backward through a pillar, and both sides froze at what had just hit them. Xiao Yan landed in a crackle of purple energy, knuckles popping, and declared that anyone who hurt his family would die for it. His shockwave hurled a young attacker airborne in a spray of blood, and an older man's scream of "Son!" tore across the ruins. That same older man grabbed Jili Hua by the collar, howling that he'd been told Xiao Yan was already dead. Xiao Yan answered a spiritrank boast with a leaping, pink-flamed slash that drowned her in spiraling blue fury. Disciples bolted toward their third young master screaming a warning, but the danger was already behind them. An emperor-rank aura rolled over the field, and a red-haired woman dismissed the trembling enforcer like something stuck to her shoe. She turned a horned, armored brute to stone with a word, and shattered him into flying gravel, claiming Xiao Yan as hers to protect. Patriarch Yaba crawled into grovel, and Xiao Yan sent him scrambling with a death threat aimed at that old dog Jili Hua. Xiao Qing demanded why he let the small fish swim, and Xiao Yan knelt to embrace her, promising a bigger catch was coming. Prostrating elders begged his forgiveness for years of insults while Xiao Yan stood calm, already done with the past. He knelt beside his wounded elders, claimed his Xiao name out loud, and demanded the full story of what had happened to his father. 3 days earlier, news of his Yun Lan victory had lit the courtyard in red lanterns and cracked open the best wine in the house. Xiao Yan was already bragging about front-page fame and instructor Ru Lin's hand when uniformed guards touched down at the gates and asked for him by name. A winged, hooded figure descended in radiant white, praised something unseen, and ordered a single word: die. The bridge exploded in fire and shrapnel, and 3 days of celebration ended in a single blast. A boy knelt at a moonlit grave, calling out for Yanner as petals drifted down around him. An older man found a defeated young man behind a post, patting his shoulder with the simple truth that losing was part of life. The boy threw punches at a stone steel, then collapsed, sobbing that his Du Qi had vanished and every sleepless night had been for nothing. His father Xiao Yan struck him across the face and gripped his collar, ordering his son to never become his own enemy. The elder explained the name Yan meant fire, a phoenix reborn from flame, while a colossal burning phoenix blazed behind them. Yanner clenched his fists and swore a strong heart mattered more than rank, and his proud father made him promise to never surrender. They sealed it with a pinky oath, and their lantern drifted up into the moon, a promise burning bright. A white-cloaked warrior carved a blue slash through the air, detonating fire across the bridge. Xiao Yan roared, unleashing a colossal tiger spirit to shield his people, ready to die without regret. The blast consumed the courtyard. A survivor walked the rubble and said the patriarch had led the 3 attackers away, vanishing into the unknown. That day the clan compound burned, and a child walked through the ashes carrying a story no one wanted to tell. The teal-haired third young master heard the words and his fist crackled, terrified his father was already gone. But the elders had kept one secret buried, and the moment he cracked that box open, hope came rushing back like a fist to the chest. A jade heirloom still glowed, proof the patriarch lived, though it could not reveal where. A red-haired woman in purple stalked forward, cheeks pinched with rage, and threatened to help them use their own heads, which was the wrong thing to say, because Medusa had heard enough, and the temperature around her dropped to kill. She interrogated a small girl, confirmed the Jiali and Yaba clans had trembled at the Xiao name for years. She crossed her arms and scolded them. Cowards don't pick fights unless someone else is pulling the leash. The little girl cheered that big brother Xiao Yan had released the small fish to hook the shark. The red-haired woman demanded to be called Your Highness. Except that arrogant little prince was about to learn the hard way, because the man in front of him didn't bow to royalty, and a panting bodyguard wouldn't be enough to change that. Master Gu Nai of the Mitre auction house arrived late, offering face, and asked the third young master what came next. Wounded Xiao family disciples raised their weapons, begging to fight to the last for revenge. The elders dropped to their knees before the third young master, pledging the Xiao family's obedience to their new junior patriarch. With the red-haired queen at his side and an army at his back, he swore he would not let them down. Wind and fury swirling around him, he vowed to drag the true culprits into the light and make them pay. Chapter 86. Consequences land heavy in Wu-Tan City tonight. At the Yaba estate, their patriarch paced the floor, dreading what came next, and their heir sat laughing in the rubble of a father who turned to stone. A panicked servant burst in, shouting that Xiao family people were outside the door. Just an invitation to the Mitre auction house, not an execution squad. Jiali nearly collapsed with relief. Guarded by blue-robed men, Jiali formally delivered the summons and warned them not to refuse. Master Gu Nai agreed. They had no choice but to walk into the trap together. Inside the auction hall, a blue-haired host welcomed the Yaba pair with poison-sweet courtesy. Xiao Yan swept a cloth from the podium, unveiling the Xiao family home and markets for sale. The starting bid, 1 gold coin plus Xiao clan sword sworn to wipe out whoever lost. 2 proud patriarchs bristled, pride overriding every survival instinct they own. Gold piled on gold, each bid a declaration of war between 2 families about to be bankrupted. 16 million crashed the table, the Yaba fortune thrown down to deny Jiali everything. Then Xiao Yan sweetened the deal. Lower the price if you tell me who bombed my clan. The Yaba boy grinned at a distant fire, savoring the Xiao clan's suffering. Wrong place, wrong smirk. A black-winged attacker slammed an elder through broken beams, as Xiao Yan watched in horror. A scarred man smirked through the blast, taunting the dying elder about his dead son. That scar, that fighting style, Yunling of Yunlan. Xiao Yan's fist learned the answer before his brain did. Flashback, a white-robed attacker searched futilely for Xiao Yan, who had simply vanished. The boy delivered the news, and caught a punch from a Xiao son who couldn't breathe. Back in the hall, the gavel fell. Jiali took the markets, Yaba took the home, and both families were bled dry. Outside, Xiao Yan's ally asked Gu Nai for one more favor, and Mitre had already ordered full cooperation. 2 rival empires gutted without a sword drawn, and Fa Ma's monk delivered 8 storage rings to fund the escape. 8 rings meant every heirloom, every scroll, every memory could ride out with the clan. An elder told the children they were heading to the Tagar Desert, far from Yunlan's reach. Torches lifted under the moon, the Xiao clan marched out, and a voice wished its junior patriarch good hunting. Inside Yunlan's grand hall, Yunling's crimes caught up with him at last. He confessed it plain. Rage at being shamed by Xiao Yan drove him to attack the Xiao clan. The sect's own people turned on him, calling the act cowardly, demanding answers he could not give. but their great ancestor swept it aside, a few ruined buildings, some coin, end of story. And if Xiao Yan ever returned, he would not leave breathing. Word hit the Mitre auction house overnight. The Xiao clan was relocating its entire bloodline. Medusa took to the sky beside her royal guard, furious at being held back from the little queen's side. She remembered Xiao Qing in her arms, the tiny voice calling her big sister. Her guard teased her for being soft, and she nearly bit his head off for it. But her warrior creed was carved in stone. Strength alone, no family, no sentiment, the weak get buried. And yet humans baffled her, the frail still fighting, the nearly dead still shielding others. So she asked the winged youth the obvious question. Knowing it's suicide, will you still walk into Yun land for your father? His fist clenched, and his answer was no sneak job. A real man kicks down the front door. Her wings caught the sun, and she told him to follow straight into the lion's den. Then a tornado of aura ripped across the city, and every cultivator below felt it in their bones. Inside Yun land, disciples staggered. This pressure was beyond emperor rank, beyond anything they knew. Xiao Yan descended through the clouds and called Yun Lang out by name. He accused Yun Lang publicly of destroying his home and stealing his father, bound before the winged statue. Yun Shan confronted Medusa, but she confirmed it cold. Yes, she was here to help Xiao Yan burn it all down. The great ancestor warned him again, come back and you die. And Xiao Yan answered that hell itself wouldn't stop him. Bamboo talismans swirled into a vortex, but Medusa stepped in front of him with a pink orb glowing in her palm. Then the elder spat the truth. He was the one who hurt Xiao Yan and dared the boy to kneel and beg. An elder leaped in to handle the brat, and Medusa's serpents answered for her. Xiao Yan's hand thrust forward, twin-colored fury spiraling around him as he swore to tear Yun Lan apart from the foundation up. White wings blazing, Xiao Yan lunged at Xiao Yan through the cloud-riding hall, fury barely held in check. Yao Fei's palms went white on the railing. This wasn't a brawl, it was a war with the Empire's strongest sect. Mitre vaulted the balcony, dragging the shadow guard toward Yun Lan before anyone could stop him. An elder's palm crashed down on Xiao Yan mid-sentence, silencing a grandmaster with raw king-rank malice. Red fury met frozen calm. Queen Medusa lashed out, and Yun Shan answered with ice and excuses. Her serpent blast split the air around its target, a warning that her patience had finally snapped. A pale hand closed in Medusa's crimson hair, and she was yanked short. The smug grip said everything. Flashback, the Snake Men's holy palace, where a young swordsman once stood defiant before her guardians. Bloodied and grinning, that same swordsman had swaggered through 8 kings just to lay eyes on her. He'd called them weaklings, then painted the air with a fractal storm of borrowed steel. Medusa answered him the only way she knew, a green hurricane that scattered soldiers like dry leaves. Her counterstrike hit like a god's verdict. Crystals, bone, and pride all shattered at once. The aftermath, she loomed above him, amused, dangerous, already deciding his fate. Ribbons of light coiled tight around his throat. His arrogance had finally cost him room to breathe. But even pinned and bleeding, he swore an oath. Ancestor rank, her defeat, her heart, all his. She let him live on a whim. Yun Shan leaned in close, whispering that she'd only grown more beautiful. Medusa's reply was a blade in her palm, and a promise to humble his newfound title today. Back in the present, Xiao Yan was hurled through rubble, still screaming his father was here somewhere. He staggered through the blasts, teeth gritted, refusing to die before he found Xiao Yan. His next retort turned the elder's smirk into a blood-spattered question mark. A name, Yun Lang, hung in the smoke as golden light began climbing a battered form. And someone from the boy's past was about to find him. But Xiao Yan refused to fold, bone screaming, because the people behind him still needed a shield. So when a familiar hand settled on his hair, his whole body sagged. He'd done enough. The rest was finally someone else's fight. His spirit was empty now, and that cost showed when he crashed hard onto broken stone. Because of that opening, the Medusa-finished grunt went flying like dead weight, and Hai Badong stepped up with a smirk, low diff, clean elimination. But Yun Lang just grinned through the pain, dropping a name even Yun Lan feared, and smiled about a father buried underground. Which was the last straw, because Hai Badong answered the only way he knew, black ice mirror erupting skyward to reunite father and son in hell or here. That left one path to the kid, and Qing Lin planted herself in it with glowing wings, daring any elder to get past her first. Except an enemy finally noticed the standoff and roared a threat. Qing Lin refused to flinch. and the battered swordsman beside her smiled because running was never the plan. Then a composed, dark-haired man raised his hand, cyan currents coiling, and young land disciples realized the nobody they mocked was the disaster they'd made, which meant Bro unlocked the tragic backstory speedrun, because a torrent of blue flame carrying two fused heavenly flames roared out of him and silenced every doubt on the field. That blast punched through the cliffside palace, and the screaming casualty was a reminder. Rage had a face, and it belonged to Xiao Yan. So Hai Badong yelled about a friendly fire warning, while Medusa just stared, because the brat they'd protected had quietly outgrown them. Young land disciples gawked, because their written-off rival was now rewriting them out of the script, which finally forced a white-haired elder to ask the only question left. And Xiao Yan smiled, blood on his teeth, and answered his name didn't matter, but the power behind it absolutely did. Except Medusa didn't care about his glow-up moment, hauling him off mid-flex because Yun Shan was finally losing control. And Yun Shan stood wreathed in pale fury, every escape route closing behind his smile, which meant the Yun Land sect's old master had finally snapped, his vortex of ice screaming a warning to everyone who dared cross his sect. But the bloodied swordsman just walked on, promising in calm that Yun Shan lacked the power to stop him. So Yun Shan tested him with a crackling sphere, and the warrior answered with a lightning-wrapped blade worth the answer. And somewhere behind them, a dark-haired swordmaster carved a fiery crescent across the dark sky. The real hunt had only just begun. The white-haired swordsman and Xiao Yan collided mid-air, blue fire detonating between them as both traded vows of destruction. Pillars of blue energy cratered the courtyard and hurled the Yun Land disciples backward. Our boy had been sandbagging this whole time. The red-haired woman staggered, clutching her ribs, and a silver-haired ally lunged forward to cover her with a sweeping blast. Ice spikes exploded around the teal-haired girl as she braced, and her opponent sneered, already winding the next volley. Yun Shan carved a colossal energy blade downward, sneering that emperor rank meant nothing against him, and the impact split the ground wide open. Then the white-haired elder swept the battlefield clean, and a pink-haired disciple froze, because Xiao Yan's aura had vanished entirely. The silver-haired opponent cracked a grin, impressed but lethal. Xiao Yan had fled Yun Lan alive, but the Jia Ma Empire was a cage with no key. The Yun Lan sect's 8th leader raised his arms to the heavens and declared an empire-wide blood bounty on Xiao Yan's head. Somewhere far below, 2 exhausted fugitives collapsed in a meadow, wheezing laughter at how badly they just trolled Yun Shan. The blue-haired youth grabbed Hai Badong by the collar, fuming that the brat had finally provoked a man with no off-switch. Xiao Yan bowed low, thanking the Ice Emperor for everything, while a teleportation array hummed to life beneath them. Wings of teal light carried Hai Badong skyward, leaving our boy with a smirk and a challenge. Come back and burn Yun Land down. The seal detonated in a spiral of white and blue, and Hai Badong dropped to one knee, hiding the cost behind that same crooked smile. Hai Badong hit the dirt, pouring everything he had left into a seal that screamed to hold. Then a figure in flowing white robes stepped from the light, and the dark-haired youth reached for him with trembling, tear-streaked hands. The white-haired woman cradled his head, gentling him, until she smirked and admitted she'd been awake since the 7 illusions spirit liquid. Medusa had been playing them all along, awake since the spirit liquid, grinning at the fool she'd let think he was in charge. Fury, absolute fury. The kid chased his mentor in circles demanding every tear back, and the answer was a casual smack across the face. Little Rainbow declared herself Your Highness, ordered the spirit fusion pill, and threatened to strike, so the snake threw a tantrum in his defense. With companions reunited, they agreed. Heal first, and the remote magical beast mountains were their best shot before leaving the Jia Empire. Back in Yun Lan, the blue-haired man recalled memories of the sect, a kneeling disciple bowing before the great ancestor on his throne. The white towers of Yun Lan loomed in silence, majestic and untouched by the blood spilled at their gates. The disciple begged forgiveness for her absence during the siege, and the great ancestor's only reply was, "You know what comes next." Yun Yun knelt on cracked stone and swore on her sect's honor, Xiao Yan's head, or her own life spent chasing it. Xiao Yan was running for his life, white-robed hunters slicing through the canopy behind him. He skidded to the cliff's edge and realized the trap, no way down, 4 spears closing in. So he grinned. Every slash found empty air, and the swordsmen snarled at a sky that kept swallowing their target whole. They burst through a rooftop to end it, certain the kill was theirs this time. Steel punched into a straw dummy, which meant every blade had been a second too slow. The hunters held the ruined doll, fury burning, because a decoy had made them look like clowns. South-north, underground, the pursuers split, shouting over each other, and the real Xiao Yan vanished clean. An elder knelt before Yun Yun and reported that the sect had plastered the empire with wanted posters, every disciple on the hunt. Half a month of bloodhounding, and every trail had gone cold. The whole hunt was choking on dust. At the mitre, Hai Badong tossed a vase, and the blue-haired Gu Nai lounged, listening like a cat who'd already won. The Shadow Guard had been prowling the empire in Xiao Yan's face, feeding Yun Lan a wild goose chase that bought him real time. Then the news dropped. Yun Yun herself had marched into the magical Beast Mountains alone, beyond anyone's reach. Somewhere in those mountains, a young man floated cross-legged inside a sphere of blue Du Qi, eyes snapping open as power surged through him. An icy vortex ripped the lake apart, soaking a white-haired girl and her little fish companion who yelped at the blast. A bare-chested boy burst from the water shouting about reaching 4-star Grandmaster, and his master thwacked him for scaring off dinner. Half a month of hiding had left the mountains eerily empty, and the boy felt it, restless, scanning the silence for any sign of life. He tossed a ball in the sun and joked he was becoming a dolphin from all the seafood dinners. Yao Lao woke up grumbling about the lack of meals, blaming the brat for dragging a 7th-stage beast that scared off every chicken in range. A dark-haired swordsman leapt skyward and carved an X of blades into a red-haired fighter, screaming techniques as the ground split beneath them. A blade came whistling at the boy's face, and behind it, a white-haired swordswoman glared with the cold intent to end him. Yun Zhai found her in the open, tossed a shard of the armor of the ocean's heart at her feet, and drew steel. He stood wreathed in smoke, memories of the fire lotus and shattered disciples flooding back, and finally saw it. Yao Yan and Xiao Yan were always the same boy. He smiled, soft and bitter, remembering a desert meeting and a mountain promise, all of it leading here. But the softness died fast, because the Xiao family massacre had to be answered, and he forced the question into her teeth. He roared every grievance at her: Yun Shan hunting his father, the broken engagement, the sect's attempt to erase his bloodline. He dared her to cut him down for the truth, because silence was a verdict he refused to accept. Storm clouds split above the Beast Mountains. Somewhere beneath that sky, love and blood were about to collide. Our boy gripped his blade, voice cracking. Was revenge really so wrong, when they'd burned his whole world? She answered with a look that could cut steel. Yun Yun stepped in, sword leveled. Her sect would never stoop that low, she swore it. He threw a fragment of oceanic heart armor at her feet. Mo Cheng's work, he said. Salt City blood, stamped Yun Lan. Because one elder's greed turned stone desert to ash. Disciples torching homes, slaying bound prisoners, all to steal back a heavenly flame. The truth hit her like a blade to the chest. Mo Cheng wanted Qing Lin's eyes gouged out, a little girl, harvested for an elder's toy. And if our boy had been a breath too late, even Nalan Yanren would have died on that operation. She snapped a blade flashing across his cheek, trying to silence him, to protect the only home she had left. He swung back through her guard. One rogue elder doesn't act alone, not without the council's blessing. His sword drove into the dirt between them, parting the fight. Because the real question wasn't politics, it was her. He laid it all out, half her sect ruined, Yun Ling dead for what he did to Xiao Yan. How exactly did she plan to explain that? Enough, her palm erupted, throwing him back through a rain of crystal shards. She caught his next strike barehanded and named him. Yao Yan and Yun Zhai were dead. Only Xiao Yan remained. She answered for her sect, Yun Yun, sword flashing. He charged through her water vortex anyway. I spear shockwave, a brutal exchange trading blow for blow, ending on her tear-streaked glare. Then the mountain answered, a column of water punching skyward with a roar. And through that drowning cascade, she knelt over his broken body. Why him, of all people, why Yao Yan? Bleeding in the rain, he carved the line for her. Yun Zhai was gone. Yun Yun was who she chose. Xiao Yan was who he was. Miles away, a pink-haired disciple and her silver-haired escort bowed to a magical beast at the range's edge. The girl cracked her fist. Xiao Yan was right to burn them. She'd do the same. Her master went quiet, suddenly flustered at the assumption. Because her master only knew the destruction, never the why, and if she didn't reach Yun Yun first, something terrible would happen. They walked on through sunlight, a white feather drifting past. Yun Yun had chosen well in that disciple. A white-haired warrior appeared, and the swordsman dropped to his knees. But the mountains held more than broken Yun Land disciples, because a white-haired woman had just stepped into the clearing, and her pink-haired disciple swung around, blood on her blade, asking if her master had gone soft on the sect's deadliest enemy. No softness came back, only a rebuke that she'd never be fit to inherit Yun Land's throne if she kept bleeding for the wrong side. That landed like a slap, and Nalan Yanran hit the ground hard, the dust blown wide by her own fury. So she came up swinging, not at her master, but at the council of elders who'd been lying to her for years. Stone Desert City, she said. Yun Leng's massacre. A father's grave she couldn't even mourn, also the elders could keep their slice of the sect. Every word her disciple had ever spoken came flooding back at once, and with it, a truth she had buried for years. Her master stood there, sword drawn, silent, and Yanran saw it plainly. He was their weapon, not their leader. He let the confession settle without a sound, because some wounds deserved silence, not answers. So Yun Yun turned, told a messenger to bury Xiao Yan's trail from the elders, and quietly asked Gu He to forget everything he'd just witnessed, because the Yun Land sect owed her a reckoning, and she'd collect it feather by feather. Far below the canopy, a dark-haired youth hit a moonlit pond, and the water screamed around him. But he wasn't alone. A purple beast loomed over him, claws out, breath hot enough to cook him where he lay. Heat kept crawling through his body, proof that the bloodline price hadn't finished collecting yet. Then the desert took him, and he staggered through the heat until Zunnar materialized at his side, canteen in hand. One sweet second of her offering him water, until a disciple in firefighter gear hosed him into next week. He came to in a purple crystal cave, soaked, bandaged, very much not dead, which meant Yunjai had flinched at the last second. And before he could thank her, Sister Yunjai announced she was severing ties with the sect, walking out, leaving Yunjai kneeling in the dirt. So the kid and Zunnar crawled into what they thought was a safe hideout, and found glowing eyes already waiting. A colossal fire-maned wolf barreled through the rock toward him, and his master could only wince and wish him luck. Except the giant wolf licked his whole face, and he laughed so hard he forgot to be afraid, because the overgrown puppy was little Red, grown, evolved, tails blazing, and extremely excited to see its boy again. And the white-haired master read the cavern, smiled, and told them something precious was buried deeper inside. Deep inside a crystal cave, the kid picked up something that felt less like rock and more like trouble waiting to happen. His old master shrugged off the heat, but the evolved little Red was losing its mind, pawing the air like it had spotted buried treasure. Little Red clamped down on his collar and hauled him deeper, kicking up dust and dignity in equal measure. They plunged past glowing lava on a panicked fox dragon, while the air thickened with a smell the boy almost recognized. A leap off a cliff, a round of mockery from his master, and purple flame roared to life in his palm. The fire lit a cavern so vast and stacked with bone that his voice died in his throat. They'd crash-landed inside the stomach of a seventh-stage magical beast, its purple glowing skeleton still humming with old fire element chi. Bones rained down on the kid, while his master calmly explained little Red had just hit fourth stage by snacking on the leftovers. Even flat on his back, he could laugh at his own misfortune. His purple flame slipped its leash and poured across the walls, revealing carved patterns that shouldn't have been there. After a brief panic about ghosts from his equally ghostly master, the white-haired elder pointed at a glowing pillar and called it opportunity. A skill transmission jade pillar from the Valley of Fire, a sect whose fire element heritage dwarfed even Yun Lan. The kid's jaw dropped. He laughed so hard the cavern shook. The Empire's tyrant sect was second-rate after all, and the world was so much bigger than he'd ever known. Nerves and bravado in equal measure, until his master reminded him the Valley of Fire answered to one element, and that was right in his hand. His master rambled about honoring the Valley of Fire, and panic flipped into pure comic clarity. The pillar drank ordinary flame and asked for more. Heat resistance meant rank, and rank meant this thing was the real deal, so he fed it heavenly flame. Cyan characters erupted across the dark, naming the prize. 3 heavenly fire transformations, the Valley's lost trump card. The technique surged through him like a dam breaking, and his body screamed that it couldn't hold the flood. He let it rip. A blue shockwave shattered debris across the cavern and nearly buried his master alive. Staggering on Little Red's back at the cliff's edge, he learned the cost. This art borrowed against his own life and would take weeks to repay. Zunner's borrowed power techniques didn't wreck her body the next day, which meant her family sat leagues above anything he'd touched, and that only sharpened his resolve. The white-haired teacher stroked his chin, impressed by the little girl's skill and quietly filing away the hint of her powerful background. Our boy clenched his fist and swore he'd grow strong enough to stand beside her, no matter the gap. He apologized for wrecking Little Red's home and invited the fox along, but the beast refused, and the ground began to shake. Little Red refused to move, the earth split open, and a stranger in white robes burst into the cave like an omen. A horned monster erupted from the rubble, roaring that they'd destroyed its cave, and the kid finally understood why the place had felt so familiar. Chapter 95. A garden, a quiet soul, and a name that would soon mean war. But the king lion was done playing. Purple fury ripped from its jaws, the whole sky splitting open. So the chase went nuclear. Explosions tore the forest apart as a girl sprinted through the blast zone screaming. Xiao Yan clutched his little horned companion through a storm of bees, scrambling after his white-haired teacher. Little Red launched off a cliff, claws out, soaring the chasm in a single howling bound. They bilaid off the mountain in total chaos, birds everywhere, Xiao Yan shouting and his red-haired friend stranded on the wrong owl. Furious at his useless teammate, he scrambled up from a haystack, only to catch a double flying kick to the chest from two owls. Two owls decided he had a hay allergy the hard way and sent him flying for it. He kicked skyward, tried his purple cloud wings, and got two sad feather puffs for his trouble, plunging on empty chi. A blue-haired youth caught the beast's fangs instead, ragdolled through the trees, then stood nose to nose with it. His master rode in on a white-maned lion, a death globe charging in its maw, defending its disciple at any cost. Yao Lao invoked the wish spell while a serpentine captor squeezed Xiao Yan tight, forcing him toward his last card. Out came the amethyst-winged king lion, a colossal roaring beast that turned the whole field into a frozen nightmare. The blue-haired kid ripped his shirt open, flashed a tiny pink serpent radiating sane-trank pressure, and the ancient beast yeeted him into the sky. Alive and laughing, the trio caught their breath on a cliff. Yao Lao had one last stop before they left the range. A swordsman stood alone before a stone marker, wind stirring the white flowers under a thin moon. Xiao Yan poured tea at Master Yao's tomb, explaining softly that the fairy doctor, raised by that very man, had once saved his life. Yao Lao offered his final tribute, while Xiao Yan carried the weight of a man who died protecting a family he couldn't help. His master's name still burned like an open wound, and every memory brought the same grief flooding back. Clutching a glowing jade, Xiao Yan whispered that his father lived, and Yao Lao answered with a light bonk to the skull. Then the question landed like a knife. Even if you found him, what could your current strength actually do? Powerless was the cruelest word in any language, and he'd sworn never to wear it again. So Xiao Yan planted his feet, clenched his fist, and swore he'd grow strong enough to shield everyone he loved. He launched into the air, greatsword raised high, vowing to become the strongest on the continent of Du Qi. A hero rises from youth's fire, poor and young, yes, but the Yun Land sect will learn to never underestimate him. Ghost Point Garrison, the border and the last wall between our boy and the wide unknown. Little Red drew the line at the ridgeline, told him the Empire's edge lay just past the peaks, and said the goodbye he didn't want to say. So the giant fox whimpered, tried playing puppy, tried playing kitten, anything to keep from being left behind. Wings unfurled from his back, fist raised to the sky, and a howl echoed up from the ridge below. Two ladders to the top of the world, climbed separately. Because the garrison told a different story. Horn blasts, queue crawling, guards reading names off a scroll. A criminal called Xiao something, black tier combat skill for any tip. Yao Lao held up a wanted poster, grinned, and called him Xiao Hu, and the whole crew nearly died on the spot. Our boy ripped the poster clean in half, screaming about slander to his handsome face, while the old teacher wheezed beside him. The teacher held up a second poster, the worst sketch in imperial history, and asked, very politely, if one of his friends might hold a small grudge. Cut 2. A blonde artist sneezed ink across the portrait, decided the blotches were genius, and tossed it out the window for the Empire to find. Guards called him forward, and the cloak now stood out 100 miles, so he shrugged and dropped it. Underneath, a smiling blue-haired nobody, peace sign up, swearing on his life he wasn't a criminal. But the guards squinted at the wanted sketch and said the eyes matched, because of course the eyes matched. And of course they did. That monstrosity of a portrait was his face, at least in the opinion of one vengeful artist. Weapons up, take Xiao Hu away. One more line about his face, and Purple Beast Flame answered for him. A whip of violet fury crashing down before anyone finished breathing. So he dropped the disguise entirely, fist in the air, and gave the Empire his real name, which unlocked the rumor. A man-eating demon who eats 3 hearts a meal poisons crowds with a wave. The crowd didn't wait for proof. They ran. Our boy reached after them, desperate to explain, while Yao Lao's ghost laughed until the spirit cracked. Back at the source, a blonde woman in red sneezed, the rumor chain's architect, and admitted she'd already flooded the Empire with stories too wild to verify. His boot cracked stone, his jaw set hard, and he swore out loud on the family who'd made the Empire believe he was a monster, while farmers fled screaming past demons he hadn't even summoned. Then the fight caught up. Bodies flew, blood hit the cobbles, his companions waving him toward the gate before the net closed. Someone had already paid the price for this window. A silver-haired bounty hunter stepped into his path, already dreaming of the Black-tier prize. Dismissing himself from Yun Lan like that changed anything. Commander Meng Li read the death sentence in front of a full garrison, and Xiao Yan stood at the center of it, grip white-knuckled on the Xuanzang ruler. The commander laughed off the crime, mobilizing the imperial army for a personal grudge, and reminded everyone present that out here, his word was the only law. Then the air changed. A king-rank aura tore down from the ridgeline, and every soldier at the wall felt their knees go loose. Old General Nalan stepped through the guards, an officer sweating through an arrest warrant, and a blue-haired kid waving like he'd run into family at the market. Old General Nalan tore the warrant in half, daring any man present to challenge him. Rain hammered the Imperial Yard while soldiers collapsed at push-up 504, the iron-fisted general crushing them for treason against the crown. A young aide flinched at the punishment, earning a cold snort from the white-bearded commander. General Nalan exploded. Soldiers who'd sold their spears to Yun Lan deserved every drop of that rain, and a seated official cheered his wrath. Far from the yard, word reached Yanran that a girl had walked willingly into the legendary door of life and death. That portal was Yun Lan's cruelest inheritance, a place disciples entered and almost never returned from, its ancient threshold humming with death. Yanran stood before the glowing gate calm, insisting she alone could resonate with it, while her grandfather begged her to wait for spiritrank strength she didn't have. She smiled back at him, pride carved into her face, promising he would be proud of her yet. Her grandfather swore a blood oath against Yun Lan if she fell, and a dark-haired ally smirked that humbling the sect was long overdue. A purple-haired strategist laid it bare. Yun Lan had spent a century infiltrating every faction, and Yun Shan's new ancestor rank just tipped the scales. The white-bearded elder's fist shook as he spat that Yun Lan now acted as if the whole empire belonged to them. The gravity broke when a goateed aide whipped out a frilly little girl's dress by mistake, leaving the teal-haired boy mortified. A proper robe materialized in a swirl of sparkles, and the young hero struck a pose that left an old elder secretly wishing he were his grandson. The elder's wistful thought hung in the air as the purple-haired man cheerfully announced they were sending him somewhere safe. Hai Badong flourished a signed recommendation letter, Fa Ma himself, and the general all vouching for the kid's future. The boy barely got a word out before the men drowned him in praise for the academy's prestige and its brutal 1-in-1,000 exam. They overrode every attempt to speak, and his face went red with the effort of being heard. Finally he snapped, a single furious shout that sent both elders reeling backward in shock. He held up his own acceptance letter with a grin, the legendary Jianan Academy already stamped and waiting. Laughter echoed from the stairs a teacher had visited before, urging him in, and his Ghost Point hunt had always been cover for this exact exit. At the castle gate, Grandpa Nalan pressed a map of the vast combat Qi continent into his hands. Then a purple-haired ally piled on glowing gifts for the road. He reached for the fading afterimages of his mentors, their final words sinking in: hone your craft, spend your coin wisely, and carry the Mitra's name without shame. He walked into the desert, raised one hand, and promised 1,000 trials and 1,000 toasts owed to the road ahead. Wind whipping his robes, He marched toward the Jia Ma border carrying every expectation they had placed on his back. He chased a white-robed silhouette across burning sand, the ache of parting burning brighter than the sun overhead. Back at Yun Lan, a kneeling disciple reported the boy's departure, and the white-haired sect master waved the news away like an insect. He smiled and promised his followers the Xiao family would keep their wayward son tethered. Then his fist cracked the armrest, swearing the day Xiao Yan returned would be his last. The cracked armrest exploded under his grip, and he swore Xiao Yan's return would mean his death. Meanwhile, on a windswept cliff, a white-haired aide brought news to young mistress. She gazed skyward, aching for the brother she'd waited lifetimes to see again. Two figures, one battle-ready and one robed, stood together in golden grandeur. Chapter 98, the Blackhorn Territory. But the Jianan Academy, legendary holy land it was, had a shadow stitched beneath its glory. And that shadow had a name. The Blackhorn Territory, ungoverned, unkind, where killing wasn't a crime and weakness was the only one. A black windstorm slammed the desert caravan like a fist, howling for blood, because a cradle was ripped into the gale, and a fat merchant dove screaming after it, refusing to let go even if it killed him. Somewhere in that chaos, a young man plunged through a dark vortex, sobbing that he hadn't even taken a wife, and the devil answered. Then steel sang, chains whipping around a pillar as a cloaked swordsman hurled himself into a blur charge alongside a blonde fighter. The masked swordsman struck the earth with a chain god swing, and onlookers gasped. It was him. He saved a kneeling stranger, who wept and swore body and soul in return. But the hero face-planted by the fire, starving, and his small benefactor cheerfully piled meat onto his plate, the appetite of legends. Starving, sunburnt, and surviving on pride alone, the kid was running on fumes. So when a kind stranger offered a feast under the moons, our boy absolutely went feral on that drumstick. So the kid introduced himself as Xiao Yan, headed for the academy, only to learn old General Nai had swapped his map for a centipede soup recipe. And then the Blackhorn got its hooks in. A flirty thief lifted his rings, merchants tripled prices mid-sale, and a bakery fleeced him out of his last coins. A white-haired voice finally warned him the locals were all con artists, and a kind stranger invited him along to Black Seal City. Then came the kindness this kid never learned to trust, a stranger offering comfort, company, and a road toward Black Seal City, where his next fight was waiting. But by the next campfire, the cloaked youth's eyes went wide. Something he'd glimpsed inside that black windstorm still haunted him. He'd seen a proud combat spirit warrior dragged down by chains and a fanged horror, power stripped the moment death claimed the flesh. The spirit temple took them all, even those who fled, and a masked shinobi blurred past at speed to answer his master. So his master now hid inside a ring, aura suppressed, hunted into silence, and that silence spoke volumes. 3 smooth days later, the caravan crested a dune and Black Seal City's domes rose before them, untouched and unrobbed. Their guide beamed. The 8-door sect ran the annual Black Seal auction, no questions asked on any treasure brought through the door. He added the Blackhorn ranking list, bloodthirsty top dogs, and a number 3 Emperor rank alchemist wreathed in flame. Because Black Seal City wasn't a refuge. It was a ranking board soaked in blood, and the number 3 alchemist on that list had already hit Emperor rank. Our boy named the flame-wreathed silhouette. The Pill Emperor Han Feng, and behind him, a white-haired shape flickered into being, calling him Master. And that Master stepped forward into the light with one quiet line. It was time our boy learned something he should know. She was the flame everyone wanted, and the danger nobody saw coming, Han Feng, the Pill Emperor in silk and gold. Long before any of this, an old spirit inside Xiao Yan's ring remembered when the continent had almost no alchemists, and he was already the best. The medicine sage bragged about his looks, got yelled down, and finally got to the part that mattered. The day a green-haired boy wandered into his life. So he reached down through the rain, saved the boy from a slaughter, and named him Han Feng his first and only disciple. The kid was a prodigy. Pills practically refined themselves in his hands, which made what came later all the more unforgivable. The comparison cut deep, and the kid bit back before Yao Lao could finish. For years, the old master just taught, blissfully blind to the rot growing inside his favorite student. And then came the day Han Feng burst into a locked room he was never supposed to find, and the pleasant story ended in blood. Something small was caged and cornered, calling for a savior who was already too late. The master found his disciple grinning behind a rack of horrors, humans stitched into monsters, and struck him across the face. Han Feng's only law was strength. The weak existed to be used, and even his master was just the next rung to climb. So the medicine sage hid the deadliest flame from him, hoping an ordinary life might cure what mercy couldn't. Han Feng caught up, blade drawn, and the old man learned the hard way what poison tasted like. A colorless venom, 1,000 insects chewing the heart from the inside. The master had prepared this trap long ago. Han Feng lunged for the extermination flame, and a rival shattered it in her grip, stealing the prize mid-reach. The old alchemist finally drew steel, weeping blood at the monster he'd raised. Han Feng answered with a blade through the chest, smiling, and left his master for dead. Except a Veneratrank soul doesn't stay dead. The medicine sage clawed his way back as a ghost and came for his killer. But Han Feng had planned for that too, summoning the very flame his master had tried to bury. Then the chains rattled, and hooded things with red eyes answered Han Feng's call. Spirit Temple Enforcers, unleashed. Souls traded for power, a soul for souls, and the old master chose annihilation over letting those monsters win. Back in the desert, Xiao Yan cut the whole tragic saga short, grabbed Han Feng by the collar and called him what he was, human garbage. Then the disciple raised his fist and swore the only oath that mattered, a new body for his master, and a grave for everyone who hurt him. But that single tear said everything words couldn't: pride, grief, and a love he'd never learned to say out loud. Black Seal City didn't earn its name by playing nice. It ran the Blackhorn's wildest auction, where stolen goods and rare medicines moved for prices that made empires flinch. Our boy pressed his face to a shop window like a kid at a candy store, watching seven-figure tags flash past, every number a reminder of how broke he actually was. A Jia Ma noblewoman hid her daughter from the glassy-eyed stranger, loud whispering that he had to be a beggar. Hai Badong sulked about his shattered fortune until his white-haired companion reminded him that determination without coin is just delusion. The old schemer perked right back up. The kid's first bright idea was robbing Han Feng on sight, and his companion answered that with a wooden board to the skull. Because showing up at Jianan Academy dressed like a vagrant wasn't an option, not when Zun was waiting. Somewhere across the continent, Zun daydreamed her big brother arriving in golden armor, while he literally wallowed in shame on the floor a world away. His white-haired partner slipped him a secret stash of gold with a conspirator's grin, pill-refining ingredients, he said, and a seat at the Black Seal auction. A robed elder posed the challenge: one cheap, high-profit recipe, make it, sell it, fund the comeback. Inspiration hit like a hammer, and Xiao Yan already knew the pill. 3 sleepless days of refining later, our boy sprinted through downtown screaming apologies, blaming his master for letting him oversleep. His partner grabbed him by the wrist, grinning, and pointed. They'd arrived, and he bolted through the doors like a man shot from a cannon. He bolted, and barely a second later, something screamed past where his head had been. The auction house swallowed him whole, towering glass and packed balconies, exactly the stage for pills this good, and bids were already climbing toward $1 million. But a bald thug at the gate dismissed him as a beggar and hurled his bottle aside like trash. Xiao Yan launched fists wrapped in blue chi before his master could warn him. Those guards were grandmaster rank, plural. A blonde woman in a fur-trimmed dress stepped through the standoff and shouted for everyone to stop. She picked the bottle off the floor, sniffed once, and named the pills 3 patterned azure spirit pills, and the guards went pale. Then she turned and our boy recognized her. Sister Yafei, right here, right now. Yafei hooked his arm with gleeful familiarity, dragging the flustered kid inside like a prized investment she just rescued from the curb. She offered him a VIP room and rushed off to set a price worthy of the goods, while his master warned him never to underestimate a woman who'd built an empire in this lawless territory. He stared after her, mildly smitten, and his partner quietly noted the recipe had traveled a long road to reach these hands. Xiao Yan swung the auction doors wide on a room mid-frenzy, bids tearing past $1 million, and topped them all with 1.3, then 1.9 million of his own. The hammer fell. Lightning Bat Wings, a flying-type combat skill, sold for 1.9 million, and the hall erupted. Powerhouses stirred in the balconies, Heavenly Snake Manor, the Black Tomb, sizing up the new money that had just crashed their party. Fan Ling, heir to the blood sect, swirled his wine and smiled. He hadn't come for wings, But now he wanted whoever spent that kind of coin gone before the real prize hit the block. Somewhere in the rafters, a white-haired smile half-lidded, amused, watching the chaos below unfold. The auction hall roars with every major faction crammed inside, all here for the same prize. That smirk up in the balcony knew it too: Blood Sect, Black Tomb, Heavenly Snake Manor, all slavering over whatever was coming. Word of Xiao Yan's 1.9 million stunt was still rippling through the floor. Some kid in bandages nearly popped a vein over it. Then the auctioneer unveiled 3 patterned azure spirit pills, and the room forgot everything else. Bidding spiraled hard and fast, each faction stabbing the price higher until a pale young lord slammed 1.5 million down. Heavenly Snake Manor and Black Tomb were baiting the Bloodsex heir on purpose. The white-haired watcher saw straight through it. Bloodsex young master didn't flinch. He fired back 2.5 million, shattering the calm like glass. Heavenly Snake and Black Tomb folded. The gavel fell, those pills were his. But he had no plans to actually pay, just outbid every rival and rob the winner later. Meanwhile, up in VIP, the crew counted gold, then realized the next item up was Xiao Yan's stolen storage rings, put back on the block. Buying his own stuff back for 300,000 stung. Then the auctioneer announced the finale, an Earth-tier combat skill. A blinding column of light erupted from the stage, as the vault's true prize was unsealed. 3,000 lightning speed, a low-grade Earth-tier agility art, and the whole crowd felt its pressure like a fist. Heavenly Snake Manor opened at 9 million. Black Tomb answered 9.5. The hall detonated. Numbers climbed without mercy. Each bid pushed someone's empire closer to the edge. Then came the bombshell. A mystery map fragment was bundled in for free, and Xiao Yan recognized it instantly. A piece of the purifying Lotus Demon Flame map, and nobody else in the room knew its worth. The war peaked at 11.2 million, before even the blood sect was dragged away short on gold. His retainer smothered the kid's mouth to stop him from spending money he didn't have. The winning faction didn't celebrate long. A rival's fist across the face flipped the mood to bloodshed. That sneer promised the Heavenly Snake Manor wouldn't enjoy its prize for long. Xiao Yan schemed to pry the fragment loose through Qing Lin's connections. Then a cage slammed down on the arena floor and exploded apart. Masked sword warriors poured in, scattering the youths like leaves while a white-haired woman watched, delighted. The host smiled and gestured to the cage. Whatever was inside was worth every soldier. A chapter title splash. The Yin-Yang Dragon Pill, a Tier 7 miracle so rare it names a legend. The auctioneer finally unveils the finale, and the room leaned in like a single held breath. A colossal golden dragon spirit erupted from the pill, its chi made visible, roaring, and half the hall stumbled backward. A master went pale, because on the Du Chi continent, only 2 alchemists had ever pulled this off. The hooded alchemist spelled it out. 2 6th-stage dragon cores, 2 emperor-rank beasts sacrificed for 1 cauldron, and the famous user was Gu Ling. Gu Ling the Wind Venerate, a name that made emperors shut up, had supposedly died in a sworn enemy duel and clawed his way back to the top. A masked figure fed the fever. This pill drags you back from death and makes you stronger, did they want it? The crowd nearly broke the doors screaming yes. Bidding spiraled to 20 million while Xiao Yan and Yao Lao slipped toward the exit, because that prize was never for them. Yao Lao shut the door on the question about his history with Gu Ling, and the silence said more than any answer would have. An amorous fox-eared hostess hooked Xiao Yan's arm and dragged him off to the back rooms, where the real business lived. Inside Black Seal's glittering medicinal vault, she sweet-talked a discount and kisses, and Yao Lao's eyes went feral at the herbs. Yafei swung the doors open like she owned the place, because honestly she basically did, and behind them sat the Black Seal auction house's entire medicinal vault, glittering like a dragon's pantry. Yao Lao lit up like a kid in a candy shop with a stolen wallet, because rarities stacked floor to ceiling meant power, recipes, and leverage, all the things that kept his disciple alive and his enemies sweating. A while later, Yao Lao walked out gleefully with armfuls of boxes, and Xiao Yan carried every one of them, and with a wallet-lighting shopping spree behind them, the sun began to set over Black Seal City. Our boy walked out buried under a tower of gift boxes, every muscle screaming, while his mentor waved him off grinning like a man who had just emptied someone else's bank account for fun. Buried under the hall, a golden bottle of premium shampoo. The one purchased both of them immediately regretted, and the Heavenly Snake Manor auction had already ended. From a high tower, a disciple strained his eyes until his master cracked him across the skull and told him to reach with Dou Qi instead. The hooded figure swept through a hall of disciples and glowing pillars, hunting for one last thread of Elder Qing's lingering aura. A trail of green energy streaked past rock and cave, and a clawed hand reached down bloody. Something had gone badly wrong. A teal-haired woman coughed herself to her knees under blood-sect poison, and a grinning practitioner-rank thug sauntered in to claim the kill. A winged blur carved through the thug mid-laugh, planted a boot on his back, and flared purple flame from a bandaged hand. The teal-haired woman whispered the name, Xiao Yan. He knelt and forced the blood poison out of her veins, and she told him Qing Lin still spoke of her brother at the manor. Drained and fading, she warned him. A blood-sect man named Fan Ling had stolen her map fragment, the lightning speed skill, and the yin-yang dragon pill from the Black Tomb. Blackhorn rules, the strong devour the weak. An vengeful blue-haired fighter wounded Blue Qi into his fist, ready to spill Fan Ling's blood. Screeching shapes carved circles over the red rock desert, and the air tasted like a setup. A fanged noble in red robes squeezed a bloodied cloth and smirked at a foe he had no business taunting. Over the fallen Blackhorn tribesmen, Fan Ling stood hands on hips, and King Rank Legend Moorhan choked on his own venom, dying for real. A tattooed survivor tried bargaining for his life, and the vampire laughed. Blood-sect poison melted bodies into nothing. No witnesses, no crime. The dying man grabbed the vampire's ankle, and the earth answered. Skeletal hands burst from the ground, locking his legs in a death grip. The Blackhorn survivors called on their clan's last resort, and a green runic circle blazed to life around them. The vampire prince's counter was theater. Bone tomb explosion, flaming skeletal hands erupting from the dirt to drag a screaming uniformed man skyward. A single sword stroke answered. Green energy detonated outward, hurling rock and bone in every direction. The vampire prince walked out of the rubble with a cracked protection stone in his palm, grinning down at the blood-sect corpses he'd climbed over to get here. From Moorhan's still-warm finger, he took the storage ring, and inside gleamed the 3,000 lightning speed and a Tier 7 yin-yang dragon pill. He clutched the golden box and swore it aloud. His father's head, the sect, the continent, all his soon. His own son erupted in blue energy, the dragon pill already swallowed, and the prince's triumphant grin shattered into disbelief. A blue-haired swordsman balanced one-footed on his blade, calm as a holiday, and rattled off his shopping list. The dragon pill, the lightning skill, and the prince's life. A pale woman in red answered with homing blood poison orbs, laughing as the projectiles curved midair to chase him down. The fairy doctor's branded poison living in his veins made his blood a cure, and her curse slid off him like rainwater. He came down from above with octatic smash, twin shockwaves detonating, and the vampire ragdolled across the sand. Another blood-sect grandmaster called in his combat chi armor blood blade, cutting through the blue figure and reminding the room what rank difference actually meant. The young cultivator raised one hand, whispered 3 heavenly flame transformations, and a blue lotus detonated point-blank into the red-robed man's chest. The blue-haired fighter stood wreathed in swirling aura and read Fan Ling his verdict. The heavens keep score, and Payback's name was Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan burst from the earth in a geyser of rock and shell, landed clean, and held a small green fragment up to the light. Under a crescent moon he spoke to the sky, hoping Elder Qing could still watch over Qing Lin from wherever he was. Yao Lao's voice came from his shoulder, warm and amused. A grandmaster killing a spiritrank was worth a nod. Xiao Yan bragged that knowing the blood-sect's cold yin training was the cheat code, and heavenly flames sealed the deal. Then Yao Lao caught him popping the yin-yang dragon pill into his mouth like candy, and demanded to know what he planned to do with it. A serpentine dragon of fire coiled out of his chest, and Yao Lao panicked to swallow that thing, and it was game over. A white-haired girl screamed in fury as the bandaged fighter strained against a golden dragon coiling around him, energy bursting from his hands. 3 colossal dragons answered the tiny creature's roar, gold light swallowing the sky. A shockwave punched outward and the young man braced, sweat streaming, certain he was done for. But it was just his own voice getting louder. The legendary dragon pill had given him a shout, not a glow-up. His master barely glanced as the dragon splashed into the sea. Yao Lao cut off the complaining cold. Dragon Chi had answered the pill, and the flying beasts crashing around them were the proof. He'd unlocked the dragon's roar on his first try, rarer luck than Gu Ling ever had. The boy rubbed his neck sheepish. He'd swallowed a Tier 7 pill, refined by the very disciple who'd killed his master, just so the old wound in Yao Lao's spirit wouldn't reopen. Some debts you pay in secret. Yao Lao went still. The name hit him like a blade, Xiao Yan. The kid had carried that burden in silence. Yao Lao seized his collar. That pill had been worth a fortune, not a snack. Then his tone shifted, cool and strategic. The stolen lightning skills stayed where they were. Nobody returns goods they can't explain. Somewhere important waited, and the kid's eyes said he already knew the name. A black crow crossed a domed palace at sunset, cawing, while a hooded figure waited at the far end of a sunlit hall. A scarred, green-haired man flicked open a vial, 3-patterned azure spirit pills, and the unmistakable tang of a heavenly flame. His cyan fire bloomed in his palm as he smiled at the silhouette by the stained-glass window. Master had finally come home. A traveler gaped at a tree, larger than a fortress, rooted in the middle of Blackthorn Territory's plaza. Locals called it the Tree of Death, and the blue-haired boy felt every nerve in him believe them. Spirit, emperor, it didn't matter. The soil took everyone. He turned, blood draining from his face, the implication cracking him open. The white-haired figure wailed that he died miserably, and the boy recoiled, half mad, half broken. He snapped enough ghost stories in broad daylight and dragged the conversation toward money. Emperor-rank killers in Peacetown meant real opportunity, not paranoia. A barbarian swung a greatsword at the gate officials. One raised a glowing palm and the steel shattered. Registration. A killing intent pill, no exceptions. Our boy landed on the brute like a meteor, dust fountaining, and spotted the Jianan uniforms mid-crash. His ticket home had just walked through the door. The enforcers explained. This town answered to the academy, and so did they. Xiao Yan grabbed an enforcer's hand in both of his, the 2-year break, the report, all of it pouring out at once. Identity, confirmed. Enthusiasm, embarrassing. 3 students nearly rioted. No way this bandaged stray was the legend Princess Zunner pined for. Teacher Ryu Lin offered his profile as evidence, tea-stained and tear-soaked, utterly illegible. A red flare split the sky. An armored eagle slammed down, and the dust said the summons had worked. Ryu Lin leaned in, glasses glinting. Yellow meant spotted, green meant found, red meant a body. Which color had they raised? Only red, and now she wanted the corpse. Logic be damned. She hauled him from the rubble, swung onto a winged steed, and they were already airborne, the castle on the horizon growing fast. Riding hard, she laid it out. Today was the central class selection, and Zunner had registered him in absentia. She meant to fight every challenger herself, just to hold his seat open. And there she stood, ringed in golden light, arms crossed, addressing the crowd. Her brother Xiao Yan would come, and she would enter the central class at his side or not at all. Word reached the cliff's edge. Xiao Yan was coming, and he'd arrive at Jianan by dusk tomorrow. The blue-haired woman tilted her face to the moon and let herself hope. Her white-haired companion pressed the obvious. Tomorrow's central class selection couldn't possibly wait, not when she'd already skipped last year's over that same boy. She didn't flinch. Golden Du Qi erupted around her as she vowed to hold the entire competition hostage until brother Xiao Yan walked through the gate. Head Elder Su Kaiyan slammed his staff, furious that the academy's brightest had torched protocol for some outsider. Zunner lowered her head, clasped her hands, and accepted whatever punishment followed. But she wasn't done being selfish. Golden flame roared to life around her, and the old man relented. He answered with a blast of wind that scattered disciples like leaves, Zunner bracing against the gale. The deal: take 3 full blows from an ancestor-rank elder, or both she and Xiao Yan walk. His staff carved the air on the first strike. Disciples screamed that no grandmaster could survive this. Hujia slammed a table and demanded her grandfather, the vice dean, shut it down. He just chuckled at the rare entertainment. Zunner accepted the deal. Somewhere, Hujia was already sharpening a knife for Xiao Yan's face. Blow 1. A spear of energy screamed toward her, and she met it with a runic shield blazing gold. The impact shattered across her guard and drove her skidding backward, boots carving the stone. Disciples begged her to stop. She panted fierce and told them to keep watching. Blow 2, he surged in, and she rose from a summoning circle wreathed in light. Blow 3 came down like a verdict. An explosion ripped the arena, and a man in the blast screamed for brother Xiao Yan. Then the smoke erupted, and a colossal red dragon crashed the scene. Xiao Yan caught her mid-collapse, and the relief in her voice said everything. He was just in time. She pressed his bandaged hand to her cheek and apologized for making him suffer. Tears spilled as she swore she'd never doubt him. Not once, not ever. He held her close against the sunset skyline and called her silly. The elder cleared his throat and named the latecomer publicly, Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan bowed and begged forgiveness, while the crowd lost their minds that Goddess Zunner had bled for him. Sukayan slammed his palm down and invoked the rules. Both of them were expelled. The vice dean argued they were irreplaceable geniuses. The principal just smiled and trusted Sukayan had a card left to play. The elder laid out the gauntlet. 49 opponents, one shot at the central class, expulsion on a single loss. Our boy stepped up grinning, the lucky break he'd been waiting for. Chapter 106. Regret that we didn't meet sooner. Yao Lao stood at the moonlit tower's edge, remembering a heavenly flame he'd sensed here years ago, buried somewhere deep in the academy's heart. And that flame's aura still lingered. He told Xiao Yan it was real and that tomorrow had to be his. Somewhere in the bathhouse, our boy was serenading himself with a full spa concert, much to his master's agony. He was already fantasizing about meeting Zunner under the southern clock tower, all dressed up, when Yao Lao smacked him back to earth and reminded him the central class roster was no joke. Xiao Yan just grinned, promising he'd snag that flame, and waved off the risk of exposure. "Believe in me, master," he said. Yao Lao smiled and trusted him, sensing nothing but fire in his disciple's eyes. Then the man was at the mirror flexing, hunting the perfect hairdo before his big date. Zunner poked through the door, and Xiao Yan exploded into the room dressed to the nines, ready for her. Meanwhile, our boy's date mate raced across the courtyard, scroll map in hand, hunting that clock tower. 15 minutes later, Xiao Yan was still lost, sprinting past fountains in a cold panic, until a cloaked figure blocked his path and called him, flat out, vulgar. A dark-haired suitor under a moonlit arch challenged his worthiness for Goddess Zunner, but Xiao Yan fired back, asking whether Zunner had ever even let the guy say her name. Enter Bai Shan, self-appointed leader of the Zunner support team, charging in spear first to defend her honor with his whole crew behind him. A dark-haired woman swung her staff and called him unworthy, swords and steel clashing into our boy from 3 sides. So Xiao Yan popped a pepper smoke bomb, blinded the entire mob and Bailey. Wings out, he soared over the city's spires with Bai Shan's curses chasing him down into the dark. And there she was. Zunner waved from under the clock tower, right on time, smiling like he'd never left. He asked if she'd waited long. She said time flew when she was thinking of him, and told him he looked even better than usual. He brushed it off, then yanked a little surprise from behind his back, something very important just for her. Pepper smoke bombs for creeps and a healing patch for her bruise, because as a girl she's got to guard her face, or so he claimed, blushing hard. "My princess," he bowed, taking her hand as she asked him somewhere special. And special it was. A moonlit overlook where the whole academy, Peacetown, and Black Seal City spread out beneath them. Her secret place. For 2 years she'd stood on that hill and stared toward the Jia Ma Empire, wondering what he was doing and when they'd meet again. She looked down, lost in it, until he said her name. He'd kept the bracelet. He clasped it onto her wrist under the stars, and every mile between them vanished. 2 years apart, and the bracelet had survived the distance with him. Every bead was a scar she'd earned to get it back to him. An amethyst from a beast king, a flame lotus, and alchemist metal trophies mapped to their road. She'd clawed through trials so the clasp would be hers to close, and tomorrow she'd do exactly that. Sunlight poured over a grand palace, and somewhere inside, the next chapter of their story had already begun. He stood with her in the archway, voice low, carrying every ounce of guilt he'd swallowed for months. She only smiled. Wherever he walked, that was home enough for her. Down in the arena, a sea of white-robed believers roared for their undefeated goddess, fists in the air, faith on their sleeves. Our boy stepped out beside her, and the crowd's love instantly curdled into boos, insults, and a very public request for him to vanish. But above the noise, a banner snapped in the stands, the Xiao family, loud and proud, refusing to let him fight alone. He spotted his cousins through the din, and for one beat the jeering didn't matter. Then the rules came down cold. 49 opponents, 2 defenders, and expulsion waiting for the first to fall, with a quiet offer to surrender tucked in like a trap. Zunner bowed to Sukayan, voice steady. She'd already waited a year on his behalf, and she wasn't losing another day. Up in the official's box, A blue-haired aide panicked at the odds, but the vice dean just chuckled into his mustache. A gong cracked the air, and a red-haired swordsman landed like a falling star, his bloodlust bending the silence around him. Wu Hao, the blood Usura himself, sized up Xiao Yan, crushed a pillar for emphasis, and tossed him to the underlings. He only had time for worthy prey. A whip answered the insult before our boy could, the little demoness Hu Jia cracking the ground open in defense of her goddess. Nearby spectators traded wide-eyed glances, naming the vice dean's granddaughter like a warning. She crowned herself queen of the Zunner faction on the spot, sparking a Tigress vs Demoness standoff, while a tall figure told her to quit posturing. Across the ring, Bai Shan's elite crew staggered in, eyes still burning red from last night's pepper bomb revenge. Their attackers grinned wide, reminding the whole arena exactly what had been waiting for a certain pervert in the dark. Bai Shan's followers shook off the shame and bared steel, swearing today's beating would balance the ledger. The Demoness and Bai Shan's gang nearly collided, 2 fan clubs, 1 goddess, 0 coordination. Zunner just laughed it off, and their poor teacher sank lower with every chant of Tigress ringing past his ears. Then the orange-haired girl snapped the squabbling shut, rallying the top students into formation. She had a goddess to steal and no time for drama. A blue-haired show-off swept Zunner into a dramatic dip, asked her to count with him, and instantly earned a coordinated beating from every jealous disciple in the stands. He launched skyward anyway 3 counts in, lightning screaming off his fist, and hammered an opponent clear out of the ring. The shockwave kept climbing, scooping white robes out of the air and dumping them on the horrified crowd below like human hail. He and his purple-haired partner spun through the aftermath, lightning and wind carving a clean circle, the small fries erased in one flash. Then the romantic bit hit. A parasol, a seat, and Zunner being told to rest while he soloed the last 3, and the entire arena lost its mind. Blue Hair stepped up noble as ever, vowing to keep her safe, a childhood flashback hitting different after everything just went down. His sister watched him walk toward the light, wishing him luck on whatever came next. Our boy stepped forward, club raised, and told 49 students to come get some, his girls at his back. And just like that, half the crowd turned into his personal fan club. Chat, this man accidentally started a harem in the middle of a death match. The little demoness was not amused. Bai Shan ditto, both now burning with pure jealousy instead of battle intent. Their rage meter climbed into the red. A blue-haired fighter nearby just watched, eye widening. First blood went to the red-haired enforcer, a flaming slash that lit up the arena on impact. But speed and surprise only by so long. A staff wielder closed in to make sure our boy's solo show ended right now. So 2 crafts landed at once, 8 desolate thunder from one side, a roaring flame slash from the other. The collision blew the floor apart. Rock rained down. One figure leapt through the fire, another braced below, both still standing barely. Blue-haired enforcer swung next, shattered the tiles underfoot, and dismissed his foe's strength with a smirk. The orange-haired girl answered him midair, ribbon whipping across the arena to punish anyone who touched her man. Up above, a blue-haired instructor begged the vice dean to stop it. The old man stayed seated. This was the trial Su Kaiyan had chosen, proof or out. Then the alchemy department elders staggered back. Something in that blinding aura made their hands shake. Our boy answered with what he should have kept hidden, heavenly flame erupting from his fist in a swirling blue vortex. He offered surrender out of mercy. The pink-haired girl refused. The word simply did not exist for her. So the little demoness lashed back with her whip, catching our boy midair and sending him crashing down. Chat, this woman does not play. Spectators laughed at the hit. Then his heart started hammering and the laugh died because that pulse meant breakthrough. Combat chi spiraled faster. Of all the rotten timing, a power-up kicking in mid-deathmatch, exactly when he couldn't afford the distraction. The arena smelled blood in the water. They all rushed at once, whip and blade and flame, gambling that breaking his advancement would kill him. Brother Xiao Yan answered with a staff strike that shattered their purple-armored friend into debris. Then Zunner leapt in front of him. Focus on advancing, she'd hold off all 3 herself, and heaven help anyone who tried to stop him. Zunner hurtled toward the golden-shouldered boy mid-breakthrough, his voice cracking on her name. Jealousy detonated. An orange-haired rival declared her love for Zunner, a spearboy countered with his own claim, and a spitting drink crowned the chaos. But a streak of incoming threat ended the squabble. The 2 rivals stood back to back, their quarrel shelved for survival. Eyes locked, deal sealed. Alliance forged under fire. Three converged at once. Whip cracking, spear thrusting, golden rings conjured. The girl in purple refused to let them through. The black-haired girl rose into the air, phantom hands spiraling around her. Trigram palm ignited. Spear met flame and lost. The blast hurled two fighters backward, their formation shredded by a single surge of golden fire. One stance, two attackers repelled. The crowd gawked, and an old mentor finally saw what the girl had been hiding. A red-haired swordsman relished the challenge, charging her through crimson arcs. But the blue-clad fighter beat him to the punch, a fiery strike launching the armored girl skyward, then calling for the follow-up. A blue spear screamed toward the seated Xiao Yan. The trial had to end here. Zunner answered with her palm. Trigram palm roared across the arena in his defense. The light swallowed the field. She held Blood Usra with one hand, the blonde and the little demons with the other. The red-haired fighter pressed through, warning her against divided focus, and detonated a point-blank strike. A ponytailed woman felt the pressure drop and lunged. The cracked floor marked the cost of leaving Xiao Yan exposed. Purple hair, drawn blade. A young man kneeling bloodied in her wake. Bai Shan dove to shield him and ate the blow meant for Zunner. Blood on her lips, guilt carved across her face. A dark-haired woman rose, wounded arm and all. Her life belonged to brother Xiao Yan. She had sworn it long ago. A blue-haired girl stepped forward as his living shield. Nearby, a brown-haired defender's spirit shattered with her shield. The red-haired man demanded surrender. Behind him, golden light answered for her, and Xiao Yan's eyes caught fire. Zunner ascended in radiant gold, strength surging, and claimed the trial's victory to a stunned crowd. Xiao Yan rose at her back, breakthrough complete, flames curling. His sister smiled, recognition dawning. Onlookers gasped. He stepped forward alone to finish what she had started. Her hand found his, and her smile said everything words couldn't. He'd made it through. Thumb resting over her palm, the quiet between them held every promise they'd swapped under moonlight. Behind that calm face, the kid was already sharpening his resolve for what came next. The mob wasn't buying explanations. Fists rose, voices surged, and Zunner flinched under the wave of blame aimed at her protector. Our boy stepped between them with his red-haired ally at his flank, done talking. He'd sworn to keep her safe, and three figures on the far terrace were about to learn how seriously he meant that vow. Blue Du Qi exploded outward as he charged, ready to make anyone who'd touched her pay 1,000-fold. His opponent didn't flinch. The blue-haired cultivator answered with a 6-star Grandmaster taunt, and the first heavenly flame transformation roaring to life. The stands felt it before they saw it. An aura far above Grandmaster rank, a forbidden boost bought at a brutal price, and an elder watching who knew exactly what it would cost him. Love was fueling that reckless power-up, and across the arena his red-eyed opponent just smirked, weak combat chi or not. The threat was real. Then the blue-haired pretty boy went for the kill shot. A massive ice blast and a pose for the screaming crowd of simps. Our boy's answer was a spinning blood howl that launched a spear wielder across the arena, and he dared everyone left standing to pull their strongest card. Then he summoned a second flame, purple and strange, and the whole arena felt the alchemy prodigy show his hand. Steel clashed in a snowy courtyard, while violet and cyan energy spiraled between his palms, weaving into something dangerous. The technique detonated, a glowing lotus of divine fury, the kind of move that rewrites a whole fight. The shockwave ripped through the crater, hurling dust and screaming spectators in every direction. When the dust settled, two disciples crawled bleeding in the dirt while our boy stood untouched over them. He rubbed his hands together, cheerful as ever, volunteering to settle the score for Zunner himself. His red-haired ally cratered the ground with one palm, then slapped herself just to check if this nightmare was real. She ran forward and clocked him across the face. Love for Zunner turned violent in a heartbeat. The blue-haired rival tore into her. How dare you let the person you love get hurt and call it affection? Wounded and weeping, she had nothing left to say back. Hujia broke down sobbing on the ground, terrified Zunner would hate her for what she'd done. Zunner knelt and took her hands, promising their bond was unbreakable, then quietly asked her not to blame brother Xiao Yan, the person she loved most. For Zunner's sake, Hujia bit her lip and reluctantly accepted the guy she just tried to kill. But the guy himself crossed his arms, smirking, daring her to admit she still didn't want to. Wu Hao sat on the ground, laughing like a man who just found his equal. 2 words teeth bared, I acknowledge you. The whole crowd erupted, confetti falling on disciples losing their minds. Then the elder confirmed it, central class seats for both of them, and Zunner crashed into Xiao Yan in a tackle hug. New year, new wins. The festival belonged to central class tonight. Zunner gripped his sleeve with wet eyes, voice cracking under the weight of what he'd risked for her. Soft petals drifted across the haze of a half-remembered dream. That dream landed our boy flat on his back, cheeks puffed, with his master leaning in furious. A whole day unconscious, and the boy's first act was pouting at his master. She was not recovered. She pressed why he'd burned the 3 heavenly flame transformations, when a clean win was already his. Morning saved him, Zunner at the door, a lazy stretch, and a master unceremoniously dismissed from the room. Her hands found his, and the worry in her voice made him promise. No more trading his body for her. Quiet was never an option, a green-haired buddy on the floor, mourning the mood he'd just murdered. Xiao Yan herded the whole crew toward the banquet hall before they missed their own celebration. Fireworks cracked over the academy as central class was crowned, and a tower of cake waited on the table. An elder whipped the courtyard into a frenzy, belting a tune while confetti rained down on the new students. Then the calligraphy turned out to be his teachers, and Xiao Yan choked out the loudest lie of his life. Wu Hao's blade came first, apology last, a flaming slash to drag his rival to the feast in style. Swordplay traded for karaoke, a bitten apple haunting the loser. The night had officially lost the plot. A loudmouth pal pointed across the crowd and shouted that Xiao Yan was holding Zunner's hand. Xiao Yan demanded to see the book, which was about to become the worst decision of his night. The cover read XIAOYAN uncensored, complete with his blood type, star sign, and shoe size. Fan met face. The cackling seller lived barely and ran for the hills. The Academy tabloid hit the stands with him on the cover, and the mob swarmed like it was Black Friday. A second salesman offered a free profile of him. Purple aura detonated. That stall wouldn't reopen. He answered with a pillar-shattering blast, and a green-haired alchemist grinned, answering in blue flame. The blonde whipped a spiraling blue technique skyward, painting the courtyard in raw pill-fire pressure. Xiao Yan's purple flame met it head-on. The blonde ragdolled backward, and the verdict was obvious. The green-haired fighter coolly doused a flaming shoe, introduced himself as Lu Mu, and offered his pull. Then Yuer learned his cousin was dating that same smug alchemist, and the stomping began mid-introduction. The bickering exploded over a fake photo, until a purple-haired student screamed for order. The vice dean's speech started any second. On stage, the headmaster welcomed 51 new faces into the central class and warned them. Harder trials waited. Then he named the top 5. Xiao Yan, Zunner, Wu Hao, Bai Shan, and Hu Jia, and fireworks lit their faces with a hidden library reward waiting tomorrow. He'd earned it, the right to stand inside the Academy's vault of secrets. Tyrannosaurus bones dangling overhead, sunlight slicing through stained glass. This was no ordinary archive. His companions gawked like outer-class tourists on their first field trip, and he couldn't blame them. But the elder shut it down fast. In central class, that kind of loose behavior ended at the gate. A glowing orb hummed above the old man's palm, and he laid it out hidden library once a year, top 5 only, fortunes inside. So when the sealed door cracked open to a dusty, cobwebbed stone box, the kids nearly rioted, because the real prize hung in the sky, a golden citadel floating above the clouds. An elder bowed to unseen powers above and begged entry, while one sharp-eyed boy wondered who he was even talking to. 2 identical white-haired titans materialized out of nothing, and our boy's blood ran cold. He'd sensed zero aura before the flash. They clasped hands, and the sky tore open into a spatial lock portal bigger than the staircase beneath it. The orange-haired kid punched the seal wide open, glass screaming past Zunner as he shielded her with his own body. An elder laid down the law, an ancient barrier, not even an ancestor rank could brute force it. The gate would read every student's potential and assign their zone, and the orange-haired girl dove in first. Each verdict hit like a fortune cookie with teeth, too rash, too bloodthirsty, each young talent shipped to a numbered cage. 2 boys got carved down to size, but the blue-haired girl, exceptional peak of the continent, straight to Zone A. 2 ancient watchers noticed something glowing blue inside our boy, and named it before he could blink. The cloaked elder's prophecy hit like a curse, limitless potential, but one day this kid would break the academy itself. Light tore him apart and rebuilt him in the dark, and a single green orb holding a rose floated into view. Hundreds of them answered, each one a locked treasure chest humming with top-tier spirit medicine. 1 hour inside, one treasure out, a rule designed to break greedy hearts. Because no matter how many orbs you cracked open, the labyrinth only let you walk out with a single prize. His pick was a soundwave combat skill, and a green blade screamed past his neck the second he chose it. 3 kids, 3 scrolls, and not a single one cooperating for any of them. High-grade technique for sure, he thought, testing its speed through a corridor of green light. An hour later, a red-haired girl was on her knees in cracked stone, drenched in sweat and disbelief. The red-haired man strolled back through the portal yawning, while his friend groaned. She'd been too dazzled by treasure to pick. Our boy picks 3 crystal seeds, gambling that the soil, not the shelf, decides their worth. Then Zunner's friend dangles an earth-tier combat skill like bait, and the boys nearly trip over themselves begging to see it. A blue-haired girl gazes at the mountains, wondering what our boy will pull from the orb. He snags a green scroll, but it fights him, sealed, trembling, refusing to open for hands that had held 3 heavenly flames. Outside, his friends counted the second, while the kid refused to lose to a single sealed scroll. The library itself warned him to walk away, told him his time was up, because the orb had already rejected 100 stronger hands. So our boy fed it everything he had, all 3 heavenly flames screaming through one channel. The whole throne cracked with lightning, and every elder on the staircase scrambled backward, bracing for what crawled out next. He made it through the gate on his knees, robes bloodied, body rejecting the transfer like the spatial jump had cost him a year of his life. But the scroll was in his fist, and he grinned through the blood before the room spun and dropped him flat. Dazed, drained, and one wrong move from passing out, but he still held that stubborn scroll. An old voice named the prize out loud. A black-tier sonic skill, the kind that bends crowds and shatters bone. 3 students went slack with shock, while one orange-haired girl smiled to herself and quietly chose to redirect him to Zone A1. The elders gave them 3 days of rest, warned that the library was only a head start, and waved them out through a massive blue portal. By day 2, campus life was already back to normal: cafe gossip, haunted mountain rumors, and a girl who swore she heard wailing at midnight. Theories flew. A vengeful kitten spirit, a baby ghost, a cursed wild dog, all of which an ambitious student promised to solve with science and a stage. Jianan News printed the so-called truth. One boy cursed the author by name, and a white-haired woman sipped her tea and told him his own wailing matched the description perfectly. Because the second he cracked the seal, out fell trash poetry he'd accidentally screamed in his sleep. Back at training, our boy couldn't make the roar skill work, so his master smacked him and told him he'd never touched the essence of the thing. The fix was old-school alchemy of war. Condense combat chi in the danshan, drag it up to the throat, and wake the dragon hiding in the breath. He roared anyway, summoned a giant orange cat spirit by accident, and got told to stop before the master offered a real path forward. The diagnosis hit clean. He'd never once stood inside a true Liger's roar, so his body had nothing real to copy. Turned out the kid had never heard a gold-shattering Liger roar, and his own unleashed battle cry had been the beast's echo all along. So the master pulled out his secret collection, told the legend of a man who lived a year in a snake pit for one skill, and lit the fuse on the worst training arc of his life. Day 1 meant big cats, and the big cats turned out to be a 4th stage crimson leopard and a 5th stage golden lion charging straight at his face. His master called it tough love, pushed the cub off the cliff, and let the king grow on the way down, while the kid's screaming became a campus legend for 2 straight days. Days later, the academy buzzed with rumors and nerves as disciples gathered. Our boy walked in wrapped in bandages, and an older student brushed off a girl's central class anxiety. His sister asked what happened. He refused to answer, because no one in this academy was ready for that story. Then the sky caught fire, the Griffin squad descended, and our bandaged boy looked up at the flames with one promise burning behind his eyes. The hidden heavenly flame in central class was his, and nothing short of heaven was going to stop him. Wind tore through autumn trees as massive wings carved the sky. 2 students clung to a griffin's back, soaring past floating peaks, the academy's towers already gone from sight. A purple-haired girl wondered why the central class needed such heavy escort. Every griffin flanked by king rank, some by emperor rank cultivators. Their instructor smirked. Reaching the central class was never about distance. Combat Chi flared blue across 3 instructors, wing-like shields snapping into place midair. The test was already live. A colossal armored beast reared up, loosing a barrage of blue projectiles at a single tiny rider who screamed through the dive. A mustachioed commander barked the kill order, and a winged warrior carved a clean cyan slash across the monster's flank. Sky serpents thrashed overhead, scattering beasts into panicked flight. A dark-haired boy stumbled back, breathless, 4th-stage beast, minimum. The forest route to central class meant real death. A red-haired girl watched 2 behemoths clash below, the first attack already a warm-up. An elder promised safety. Then a scream split the sky, and 3 girls went tumbling off white wings. A towering waterfall loomed where sky should be. Griffins dove straight in. Riders braced for impact. Blue hair tumbled through whitewater, a scream swallowed by the crash. In a forest clearing, defeated students lay scattered. A green-haired fighter fan numbered cards, every enemy claimed. A bleeding newcomer knelt under 3 thugs, who snapped his flame crystal cards between 2 fingers. A masked man flipped 7-point cards into the breeze. Fresh prey had arrived. He crouched over a battered body, cards scattered in the grass, and smiled at the lambs to come. Dumped at a waterfall cave, Professor Gong told them the rest was on foot, through the forest, alone. Alan leaned close and whispered it. Xiao Yan nodded, sure the old man was hiding the real test. Another elder warned of one final test, no beasts, just something worse. Red 5-point cards blazed into their hands. The rules had begun. These were flame energy cards, currency, lifeline, and bait. Hunters waited in the trees for them. The students bragged about elite status and charged into the dark, confident the hunters were fought. A scarred hunter grinned in the shadows. The elder raised his voice. Let the flame energy hunting competition begin. An owl ruins a peaceful night by dive-bombing some poor kid straight into the dirt. Then the inner-class seniors descend on fallen outer-class rookies, like wolves on wounded deer. Their red-haired ringleader stands over the wreckage, smirking about teaching newcomers humility before moving on to hunt more prey. The scene clears to a quiet lakeshore, leaves stirring in the breeze. Fresh footprints in the grass give the gang a lead, and somebody's cackling from the bushes. The boys peel off their wet clothes to change, and 2 girls walk in, which goes about as well as you'd expect. The girls yelp, the laugher keeps laughing, and then a massive thorn net snatches the whole crew right out of the air. On set in some forest shoot, the director loses his mind. Hujia ad-libbed a tackle on Miss Zunner, and chaos erupts over who gets to play the lead. Red-haired senior thrashes in that thorn net, while the orange-haired girl explains it came from hidden library seeds, exposing the newcomers' elite connections. Now tied up themselves, the seniors agree to spill everything about the flame energy hunting competition, or get interrogated piece by piece. Around a cold campfire, the captors dismiss central class as pushovers while bruised prisoners sob in a hanging net. Holding the enemy's forest map, the teal-haired boy realizes these hunters knew the ground far better than the newcomers did. 50 seniors and 10 squads stalk the forest, but 2 elite teams called the Black-White Gatekeepers are the real threat. A blue-haired girl explains flame crystal cards by days inside the Skyflame Chi training tower, which is why everybody's so hungry for them. One boy proposes a countermove, stop running, start hunting, and his crew grins and agrees. His companions grin and agree. He's got more tricks than anybody should have. The red-haired swordsman flashes his blade and swears this trial will forge him stronger, a promise to his grandfather. Hujia's grandfather tearfully begs Wu Hao to protect her, calling her clumsy and stupid but his granddaughter. Wu Hao sighs and accepts, and Hujia answers by whipping him bloody. Around their campfire, the crew bickers about whether central class is really full of weaklings, or if they're about to learn the hard way. Zunner winks, waves goodbye, and marches toward the central branch alone, his panicked friends unable to stop him. Somewhere else, a smirking youth decides a bad experience is the only cure for inflated egos. A dark-haired figure streaks over moonlit treetops, an owl hooting past, racing for the central branch. A masked hunter spots a lone sheep below and launches from the branch, blade spinning, hungry for that flame card. But it's an ambush. 4 masked figures already had him surrounded. A blade of energy screams down toward the long-haired defender, who slams her staff up to meet it, refusing to fold. Steel met steel mid-river and the splash lit up the canopy, and the purple-haired senior grinned, impressed despite himself. 2 more dropped from above and boxed her in, and her stomach dropped with them. This was never a one-on-one, but the newcomers answered as one, exploding from the trees in a screaming charge that turned prey into predators. Rain hammered the canopy as our boy and his crew crashed into the fight like they owned it, every blade swinging in sync. Advance, retreat, die together. The newcomers rolled as one unit, and the masked hunters suddenly looked like the prey. Hujia launched herself forward with a war cry, convinced these so-called seniors were about to learn what a real fighter looked like. 5 tied-up hunters later, she was lecturing them on how even a delicate flower could wreck their whole operation. 5 flame crystal cards fanned out in her palm, grinning like a kid who stole the treasury. Xiao Yan wanted a cut of the haul, and Hu Jia nearly threw hands over the splitting rights. She stormed off demanding her share back, while Zunner and the teal-haired boy laughed themselves sick on a rock. Campfire 2 days deep into the hunt and the scoreboard was starting to tilt. 2 hunter teams erased, a third caught each other, 7 left to chew through. The blue-haired boy laid out the play. Fight as a team, or the remaining 7 would chew them up one by one. Elsewhere in the trees, 2 silhouettes scrambled as arrows whooshed overhead and blamed each other for blowing their cover. 4 terrified classmates sobbed about losing their flame energy, until Tigress cracked her whip and reminded them the only thing lower than their heads was their morale. She struck her own cowering teammates across the face, then dared the central class seniors to try her. The whole squad bolted the second her back turned, leaving her screaming at dust clouds. On the other side of the forest, Boss Bai Shan found his Zunner support squad a wrecked, weeping mess begging him to save them from the hunters. He struck a hero's pose against the sunrise, vowing to march them back into glory. All 5 followers walked away mid-speech, and he stood there yelling at their backs like a rejected captain. Meanwhile, every squad in the forest was running the same gauntlet: ambush, chaos, fireballs cracking through underbrush. 2 days later, the newcomers regrouped in a clearing littered with beaten seniors. All except one runner Wu Hao was already chasing down. They were gassed, stacked with flame energy, dragging 2 fresh captures by the collar. 5 bodies, 7 hunter squads still hunting, retreat to the central branch before the bigger fish circled back. Too late. Cloaked pursuers melted out of the trees and a voice from above laughed. The lambs had been tagged the whole way. A senior drew a glowing dagger, ready to teach the newcomers what respect looked like. Xiao Yan smirked through a ring of orange flame, basically daring them to try. The seniors dropped the pretense. This gang-up was tradition, an annual baptism built to crush the outer classes' so-called geniuses into obedient juniors. Numbers against them. Fine. The dark-haired boy rallied the newcomers with a grin. Today the hunters became the hunted. For one quiet afternoon, the newcomers laughed over tea and board games, savoring the calm before the storm they'd invited. The ambush flipped the script, and the hunter seniors froze as a ring of white robes closed in through the trees. Their leader smirked, arms folded, certain the thrashing he'd handed out should have scattered them for good, so why were they back? A whip cracked through a river ambush, yanking 2 soaked captives free from snapping jaws. Then came the recruitment pitch. Glossy photos of Goddess Zunner did the convincing, and fresh recruits signed on with both fists raised. Boss Wu rallied the new army with flame energy cards and a cause, and Zunner glowed above them like a banner worth dying for. Blackmail sealed the rest, because nothing unites the beaten like a photo they don't want anyone to see. The seniors cursed the newcomers as beasts, too late, because the fire behind them had already been lit. Steel sang as a teal-haired swordsman swung, only for a hooded knife to come whistling at his back. His brother stepped into the blast, sister shielded behind him, and promised our boy he had his back. So the hunt reversed itself. The teal-haired hammer-bearer charged, screaming that the debt was due, and the seniors screamed back. The red-haired swordsman answered with his own war cry, and the brotherhood crashed forward in one shattering wave. Up in the stands, an elder cackled. The outsiders had flipped the trial on its head, and Xiao Yan was to blame for the mess. But on a sunlit cliff, masked overseers smirked that beating hunters meant nothing against them, the black-white gatekeepers. They planned a little gift. Let the lambs taste victory, then shove them into the abyss. Red-numbered talismans rained through the moonlight, and the crowd roared at the spectacle. Boss Wu cashed in the hype, handing out flame energy pouches to a stampede of grateful hands. And in the shadows, a lone figure watched every pouch change hands. The teal-haired leader beamed. His scattered, terrified flock had tasted victory, and he'd built it from nothing. Then a teammate mistook his heartfelt speech for a confession, panicked, and got a helmet smack for his trouble, because somewhere behind the lines, one hunter copped to a softer truth. These past few days working together had actually been good. Campfire warmth curdled fast, Bai Shan had vanished the moment the dust settled, and shapes were moving between the trees. He'd been playing the long game. A glowing barrier bloomed in the dark, masked cultists at his shoulders, and every drop of flame energy in camp was about to be his. Two camps faced off around a dying campfire, and the whole night smelled like a trap. The red-haired hunter called Bai Shan out as a snake in their ranks, and Bai Shan didn't even flinch. But the real knife came from Bai Shan himself. He'd been in agony for days, and that pain had burned every bridge he'd ever built. He hauled out a cursed book of hatred and pinned every wrong on Xiao Yan, screaming for him to stay back. Inside that book was something uglier than anger, a jealous diary counting every time Zunner touched Xiao Yan, every glance stolen, every public confession. Across the fire, a rival camp mocked him for selling out, and turned the knife on Xiao Yan too. Didn't he play dirty for flame energy? Xiao Yan owned it, every method no apology. But his tricks had a line and Bai Shan crossed it. So Xiao Yan banished him from the newcomers, right there, flames licking his boots. Before the dust could settle, Luo Huo swaggered in bragging about a central-class sworn brother, then pivoted straight to asking Zunner to be his queen. Zunner publicly chose Xiao Yan and never once looked back, while Luo Huo's crew vanished the nuisance, meaning anyone loyal to our boy. Then the masks dropped and the real fight began. A black-clad gatekeeper blitzed a blue-haired fighter so clean the bam echoed before the kid could breathe. The newcomers rallied around their numbers, 49 against 10, sure the math would save them. The math didn't. A masked elder cackled and carved through them like a scythe through wheat lambs. He called them just prey. Desperate, a blue-haired leader shouted for the bonus benefits. He'd slipped into everyone's supply bags. They cracked them open expecting miracles, found mystery pills, and immediately started arguing about whether to eat them. One brave redhead swallowed, wound sealed, power surging, eyes wild with borrowed fire. He'd cooked up 9 suns replenishing pills, heal plus a temporary stat boost, and dropped a greatsword on bare-chested bruisers while masked thugs screamed about honor. Counterfire hit fast though. A swordsman slammed his staff into the dirt and split the earth under his own allies. Luo Huo answered with a frost power nova, flash-freezing friend and foe alike in a column of ice. A teal-haired newcomer answered back with his own ice vortex, swearing to end the black-white gatekeeper's legend, backed by a friend who controlled ice even better. The newcomers walked out of that forest as champions, and this was their victory lap. But while they popped champagne, somewhere in the north, Lin Ziuya was already meditating, quietly amping up for the next bloodbath. Word rippled up to the inner circle fast. Han Yue herself heard it. This year's freshmen had teeth. One last showdown nearly broke the tournament, because the masked gatekeepers just realized their opponent was packing 2 heavenly flames. Had Elder Su Kaiyan intervened before anyone died, because apparently the school wants its rookies alive at registration. The gatekeepers had nothing left to say, and the elder made the call. The newcomers took the whole competition. Every challenger dropped, and the elders had no choice but to name the newcomers champions of the hunt. So the boys lost it, bare-chested under the moonlight, tackling Xiao Yan like he'd just won them the war. The reward hit different, 20 days of flame energy each, plus green flame crystal cards for the top 4. Those green cards unlocked the 3rd floor and above, which meant the team's new girl lost her mind hugging her dark-haired friend. But the mentors watching from the trees knew the score. A hunting win was rookie mode, and the central branch was the actual final boss. The next morning, Xiao Yan rolled around in his upgraded dorm bed like a cat who'd found cream. Best part was Zunner sleeping one wall away, and his brain took a victory lap straight down memory lane. Close enough to hear her breathe, Zunner let herself remember what safety used to feel like. She appeared in his doorway to wake him up, caught him in sleepwear, and got a pillow to the face for the trouble. Brother Xiao Yan had no time for soft nostalgia when there was a war to win and a girl to scold awake. Yao Lao instantly pivoted from roast to real news. He'd felt a fallen heart flame aura to the north, and the tower's true trial was about to start. Except the boys woke up to a toll booth. Local factions demanding entry fees the newcomers had no clue they owed. The robed enforcers hit them with the new rule. Hunt winners pay double, which is basically bully logic with paperwork. Then the senior-junior girl walked past, and the purple-haired enforcer's brain officially blue-screened. He offered to cancel the whole debt for her hand. Debt canceled, prize collected. The purple-haired man had just bought himself a junior sister and laughed like he'd outsmarted the world. She turned him down, and that triggered a sword overhead, a giant red blade screaming down on a blonde kid, while the enforcer asked him to repeat his last words for the crowd. The lavender-haired enforcer hit the ground coughing blood, but Xiao Yan was already done negotiating. The last punk raised a flare, screaming about some white faction, until a red-haired whip cracked it clean out of his hand before it could fire. So they upgraded his little signal flare into a firework, with him and his buddy strapped to the rocket. It lit up the courtyard like a festival, a good deed indeed, until a panting newcomer came sprinting in. The white faction had arrived. They came rolling in on a dust cloud, dozen strong, with their boy Bai Shan leading the parade. One of Xiao Yan's old allies stood at their head, Hu Jia himself, now self-appointed deputy, swinging a spear like old times. Their big gun made his entrance easy, one lazy wave, and a newcomer took a fire blast to the chest for the crime of breathing too loud. His cousin floated in on a cloud, 6-star spirit rank, ranked 34th in the central class, the kind of backup that ends arguments before they start. But the white faction brass pulled back anyway, too proud to brawl with weaklings, and that little flex was more bark than bite. The red-haired girl lashed out with her whip, prideful and roaring, and caught a counterpunch that painted the pavement red. The leader sized Xiao Yan up, warned him the Academy ate bold newcomers for breakfast, and Xiao Yan just smiled, promising to disappoint him. Between blows, an old friend from Wu Dan City appeared at Tai, and Zunner pressed fresh clothes into his hands, but the warm reunion turned sharp fast. He broke it down clean. The central class ran on factions, big ones, and every last one of them wanted the newcomer's flame energy as tribute. Then a brown-haired newcomer lit up and called his shot. The ambush was the spark, and now 50 hidden allies were about to pour out of the trees. They came in a wave, 50-plus rookies, surrounding the white faction crew, and suddenly the seniors looked a lot less untouchable. Right there on the spot they knelt the vibe, offering their flame energy cards and begging Xiao Yan to be their leader. One kid clutched a card marked 25, voice cracking, asking him to forge them into something that was finally theirs. 3 companions stood shoulder to shoulder, wind in the leaves, looking out at a central class that had just tilted their way. The teal-haired kid grinned to himself, the silence of a man about to make a very loud decision. He took the pledge and promised them a faction no one would dare push around. The new kids weren't new kids anymore. They named it the Boulder Sect, steady and rooted, and the rooftop crowd roared it back like a vow. His first decree: no stealing flame energy from the weak, and he slammed down a stack of offered cards to prove it. A bell ripped through the north side of the academy, and Xiao Yan was already airborne before it stopped ringing, wings out, leaving orders behind. They dove toward the distant towers together, because that bell wasn't just ringing, it was dragging a heavenly flame or a south with it. A lone warrior in blue armor raised her blade, and the sky itself answered, blue arcs of light coiling out toward the horizon like she was cracking the world open. Our boy streaked north on dark wings, chasing a single blazing spire, and below him 2 veterans froze mid-step, because the pressure rolling off that tower was unmistakable. 4 gongstrokes split the wasteland, the tower's spiked petals swung wide, and the whole registry crowd roared as the ceremonial doors unlocked. The registration line was a war zone, every rookie shouting over the next, until a single glamorous figure walked up and the brawling men scrambled to bow. That figure was Han Yue, silver-haired and untouchable, the queen of the all-female spirit faction, and even gatekeepers bowed her straight inside. Han Yue arrived at the tower and asked to see Elder Liu, name-dropping herself like a VIP pass. Wu Hao came in low on black wings with a red-haired friend screaming under his arm, and a pair of grinning seniors already smelled fresh meat. A shockwave from the tower's aura ripped 2 bodies off their feet and slammed them into the dirt, while our boy barely dodged the heat blur. But the real danger was already inside him, a fire gnawing at his organs, and his mentor's calm voice was the only thing standing between Xiao Yan and a roasted heart. Yao Lao steadied the kid through the bond. Don't panic, this thing is a copy. Wrap the blue lotus flame around your heart and pray. He pushed the blue lotus flame into his core, sweat pouring, Because if this was just the clone, the mother flame in that tower was going to be a whole different monster. Meanwhile, the seniors were eating rookies alive, laughing while a red-haired kid buckled and took a blast to the ribs just for breathing too loud. Then Elder Liu himself walked out with his broom, warned every newcomer to register, and locked eyes on a sprinting silver-haired rookie he recognized instantly. Elder Liu stepped into daylight, sized up the silver-haired newcomer, and the name landed like a coin drop. Xiao Yan, the rookie legend. Han Yue cut through the crowd, asked for the 6th floor as casually as ordering tea, and the onlookers nearly swallowed their tongues wondering if she was already a 6-star spirit rank. A red-robed veteran launched a glowing punch that caught a blue energy wave clean, detonated the whole watchtower in a single blast, and left the defender stumbling in disbelief. One rookie tried to apologize for smoking out a janitor and got whacked across the skull, because the janitor was Elder Liu, and the man was fresh out of patience. That same Elder Liu, soot-streaked and furious, declared he ran the entire tower and chased a cackling crowd of disciples straight to the training floor with his broom. Turned out the man with the divine flame senses was just the tower's resident janitor, chasing disciples around with a broom and yelling at kids to go train. With the unconscious redhead left to recover, Xiao Yan trailed Elder Liu up a sunlit spiral staircase toward the most mysterious chamber in the central branch. Then the floor erupted beneath him, a thunderous red blast hurling our boy back, and his mentor's voice told him to open heavenly flame eyes and look. His vision cleared on a colossal fire serpent shrieking up the stairwell, and whatever came next, retreat was no longer an option. The flaming serpent charged, and Xiao Yan screamed. Every disciple in that tower felt it slam the air. But there was no threat, just a barrier holding a living flame spirit, thrashing and shrieking against its cage. The fallen heart flame, staring back at them. Yao Lao smiled, letting the moment land. Heavenly flames could think, he explained, could grow into spirit beasts rivaling shapeshifters. And the dragon of fire coiling behind him, that was its true form. Xiao Yan stared, awestruck. 2 figures nearby nearly leapt out of their skins, panicked whispers swapping what the hell they'd just witnessed. One of them, a blue-haired youth, probed carefully about distorted air and unusual heat, hiding his clan's hunger behind nervous laughter. The old man bought it. Barely. Each floor cost double the flame energy of the last, so high-tier rooms belonged to whoever had the muscle to claim them. A warning dressed as a tour. Newly arrived, the bolder sect was steered toward the low-tier rooms, safer, less contested, until a dark-haired disciple came crashing through the hall spraying blood. Peace was over. The old man and the blue-haired youth stood frozen, mouths open. Fu Ao of the white faction, the arrogant prick in the long coat, had kicked a newcomer off a medium-tier room just because he felt like it. He slapped a personal use sign on the door. Bold, shameless, exactly his brand. The bloodied purple-haired boy refused to back down, and Xiao Dai shouted that she'd never like a jerk like him. Fu Ao's ego cracked, so he swung a furious sweeping kick, blasting them both across the floor in a single explosive strike. Except his foot came off worse, he hopped away howling. A shirtless man writhed beneath him, demanding to know who the hell just intervened. Xiao Yan stepped up, hand resting on the door like he owned it. Xiao Yan of the Boulder sect, and a tan dog named Senior Ao materialized to back him up, cockiness dialed to 11. Fu Ao wanted blood. Xiao Yan asked Elder Liu politely whether the central branch permitted private duels. Fu Ao manifested a glowing trident, magic swirling, ready to put the newcomers in their place for good. Xiao Yan answered with fists forward and blue combat chi roaring to life. Fu Ao unleashed a colossal water shark, spiritrank combat chi condensed into a killing shape. Onlookers screamed as it lunged. But Xiao Yan's chi was skyrocketing, 7-star, 8-star, 9-star, then spirit rank itself. The blue lotus flame transformation answered with a spectral shark of his own. The shark crashed down on Fu Ao in a blinding blue eruption. Elder Liu stroked his beard. The real duel was just getting started. That thing came crashing down in a wash of blue, and the gallery screamed what everyone assumed, Fu Ao had ended it. But the old sage at the corner of his eyes just smiled. What burst from the smoke was no human technique. A monstrous spectral shark lunged through the air, teeth bared, its body screaming with frost, and the bystanders bolted. Elsewhere on the floor, a blue-haired swordsman traded blows with a spearman, his blade carving lazy circles, while he dared the man to show something real. The swordsman obliged with a signature roar, a thunderous golden blast that flattened the spearman on his knees, blood trickling from his ears. Low diff. The White Faction's duelist seized his opening, came down on the Boulder sect fighter with a slab for a final blow, and claimed the wager 6 months of peace, earned in blood. The swordsman strutted, then froze as the elder tapped an abacus in his direction. Property damage billed by the day. The Panshi disciples offered to chip in, grinning at his panic. Xiao Yan slipped away the second the fight was won. The 3 heavenly flames always hollowed him out. His parting flame kissed a pursuer's shoulder on the way out, and the man cursed him into the empty hall. Sister Yue caught a wrist meant for his back, her polearm blazing silver. She didn't even let him land. White Faction cheap shots peak White Faction. She told the challenger she'd handle the grudge herself. Xiao Dai was spirit, she said, and crushed a trident to dust in her bare hand to prove the rule. The Boulder braggart still hadn't shut up when Sister Yue leaned in and kissed his cheek. The boy's whole soul left his body. And just like that, the arena melted into something nobody saw coming. Han Yue leaned in, kissed our boy's cheek, and left the whole tower stunned. Then she sniffed him, asked if he was an alchemist, and called him a baby before knocking him flat. She just likes to sniff her own kind, the elder explained too late. Up in the rafters, a redhead yawned through the whole riot. Han Yue found Xiao Yan in the crowd, calm and warning. Half a year was just a reprieve. Enemies would be sharpening knives by then, because this fight was never the real war. Han Yue warned him plainly. Half a year was all he'd bought, and every faction hungry for his head would circle back the second the clock ran out. Xiao Yan smiled back. 6 months was enough to lift Panshi into a real power. Han Yue agreed, publicly. Spirit's banner now shadowed the sect. Even Elder Liu raised his fist. But old Liu wasn't having any of it. The elder slammed his fist and declared that anyone who bullied the Boulder sect next semester was banned from the Skyfair Tower entirely. Liu brushed off the thanks and dragged the kid straight to the cultivation rooms. A red-clad sect brother sprinted after them, yelling, begging, desperate for context, which meant it was time to move. Xiao Yan started to thank him, and Liu cut him off cold. No time for speeches. He dragged the kid to the cultivation rooms himself. They were already sprinting down the hall by the time the red-clad fighter came tearing after them, demanding to know what the hell just happened. Deep beneath the academy, 6 elders sat around candles and grim news. The prison they'd built was failing. Meanwhile, in a candlelit chamber the disciples never saw, 6 elders sat around a table and sweated. Because whatever they were guarding deep inside the tower had started to wake up, and the cage holding it wouldn't hold much longer. The fallen heart flame, the academy's cornerstone, was growing stronger inside its cage. If anyone outside ever learned what slept beneath them, the sect would burn. And the worst-kept secret in Jianan Academy boiled down to one thing. The fallen heart flame wasn't just a prize, it was the academy's lifeline. And if the world ever learned it was here, every major power on the continent would come knocking. 3 days in the Skyfair Tower. 3 days of cultivation that would break most disciples, and break Xiao Yan through to something new. The academy disciples outside were still laughing about the new kid who went in and never came back out. Inside, Xiao Yan sat wreathed in spiraling combat chi, his eyes wide, because his cultivation was racing ahead of anything he'd planned. 7-star Grandmaster. He had broken through in a single sitting, and the tower's energy roared out to greet it. Yao Lao clapped his hands, half impressed, half amused that the Skyfair Tower had done in 3 days what should have taken a month. The fallen heart flame's sealed aura had been refining him this whole time, thickening every breath of chi in his veins. But refinement had a price. Flame poison in the chi, slow and steady, insomnia, confusion, hair going brittle, everything the elders had warned about. Yao Lao warned the cage was a clock. A heavenly flame like this would not stay suppressed forever. So Xiao Yan made the obvious promise. He'd grow strong enough to steal the flame himself and burn the tower down doing it. Back at the residence, 2 rows of blue-haired disciples bowed to the dirt as their sect leader walked in. Xiao Yan froze, sweating, because this was wildly more ceremony than he had signed up for. The sect had been told about the duel, Wu Hao spread the word, and now they were treating Zunner like a queen. Xiao Yan pressed the polished silver token into Zunner's palm, and the sparkle in her eyes said everything. Hu Jia sulked because her uniform design got cut for budget, and Xiao Yan, bless him, quietly offered to cover the cost. Hu Jia pitched an even trendier redesign. Xiao Yan, red to the ears, begged her to just keep the badge for now. Off-panel disciples cheered the decision, and the Boulder sect compound settled back into an easy afternoon. Hu Jia burst in fresh from the arena, sword over his shoulder, absolutely buzzing, until the girls pointed out his flame energy card had 3 days left on it. The other disciples declared their own grind was paying off, and the Boulder sect was on the rise. Zunner agreed, smiling soft under a sky full of petals, and the day finally let go. Night fell over the academy spires. A disciple asked Zunner if she was sure about staying here, and the question hung where she wouldn't answer it. Behind closed doors the elders talked war, a message from Yun Lan to Spirit Hall, the Xiao Patriarch's capture, a hunt for their family's key. Zunner cut them off. The mission could burn, what mattered was him. Later, alone on a moonlit roof, Xiao Yan swung his arms through curling streams of combat chi, trying to get the shape right. Zunner landed behind him before he could hide it, and he stammered that his breakthrough had let him make something for her. He held out his palm, and a glowing figure of a woman bloomed in blue light, combat chi condensation, a little copy of her to carry with him. Zunner caught him mid-summoning, and the glow wobbled in his hands. She smiled, but her thoughts ran dark. A mission, a key, and a brother who must never learn the truth. The real wound surfaced next. His father alive, captive, and a jade key burning in Xiao Yan's grip. A companion's eyes went wide. That key, the one every faction would kill for, sat in his palm. Inside the Gu clan's war room, elders tore into each other over Zunner's future. She sat at the head of the table in perfect silence, the only one in the room not panicking. One elder slammed the table down, and her father finally turned the decision over to her, and Zunner volunteered with a quiet smile. The mission was jade, a relic of the ancient god Chuxi, hidden somewhere in the Xiao family, and only Zunner had the bloodline to recognize it. Back home, she cornered Xiao Yan on the quiet, sweating through her questions about the jade piece he carried. Under a fat full moon, she clasped her hands and asked him to promise her something, and the rooftop went very still. Hide it from everyone, she begged, not even his closest friends. The secret was too dangerous to explain. He grinned down at her and agreed without a flicker of doubt. She asked if he really wouldn't question her, and he fired back with total trust, and her whole face lit up. Cut to Yao Lao floating past the same moon, and the kid nearly wept watching his master moon over Zunner. Yao Lao sobbed about eternal loneliness. Then the boy swore he'd get strong enough to help rebuild his master's body. Yao Lao pressed the jade piece into the light and named it, a relic of the god Chuxi, the only god-rank cultivator in 1,000 years. If the wrong people learned he carried it, hunters would come from every corner of the continent. Xiao Yan stared at the little green charm between his fingers, finally understanding why his father never spoke of it. He clenched his fist and swore he'd grow strong enough to protect Zunner forever, while the chibi version of Yao Lao screamed himself hoarse beside him. Next morning at the inner branch, Hu Jia dragged Zunner out the door toward a once-a-month market blowout. Zunner waved gems and snacks at him, and even the boy started eyeing the flyer. Rare medicinal ingredients and high-grade crystal cores. He shoved the paper at Yao Lao like a kid with a treasure map. The Jianan market hit them like a wall, packed aisles, shouting vendors, half-off signs everywhere. Xiao Yan drifted past sizzling skewers until Yao Lao latched onto a stall, tried to buy the whole counter, and yanked his arm for coin. A white-haired brute at the next stall solved a haggler with one punch. The man flew, blood spraying, onlookers scattering. Students whispered to get clear. That berserker was Lin Yan, and the street was about to get ugly. Yao Lao caught the red gleam in Lin Yan's eyes, flame poison eating his mind. Then spotted greenwood celestial grass on his stall, a key ingredient for the earth spirit pill. Another student tried to barter an earth-tier skill for a grass stalk, and got roasted by the merchant. He scratched his head and admitted he had neither the fire energy nor the skill. The crowd was not sympathetic. Lin Yan rounded on the next customer with a fist full of rage, screaming for someone to give him a reason. The onlookers panicked. Somebody had to stop the silver-haired wrecking ball before it got worse. Then our boy stepped up, smiled easy, and offered to purge the flame poison for free. Lin Yan froze, bloody eyes wide. Nobody had ever volunteered to fix him. Our boy doubled down on the cure, earnest as anything, while the older man's fist hovered an inch from his jaw. Lin Yan snapped. One punch. Xiao Yan left the ground trailing a mist of his own blood, and the whole market went dead quiet. Our boy hit the dirt hard, came up pointing at his own face, and demanded an apology for the gift he just caught. The crowd was already laughing. Lin Yan stalled, sweating, because the only thing he wanted in this world was that grass stalk, and this crazy kid had just claimed he could heal what no elder at the academy could touch. But the white-haired veteran wasn't having it. Flaming axe overhead, he swung to teach the loudmouth a lesson, flames screaming along the steel, until blue lotus fire caught the crescent mid-arc. The whole courtyard detonated, and Lin Yan felt the temperature shift under his own blade. This kid wasn't bluffing. So our boy rested the cleaver on his shoulder, halo of flame still licking his shoulders, and introduced himself to one of the academy's 5 strongest. Low diff. Not quite, but the gap was smaller than anyone wanted to admit. Cut to Lin Yan fishing a webbed sack out of the kid's pack, the greenwood grass hidden inside. Caught red-handed, Xiao Yan caved fast and agreed to the detox. He grabbed the silver-haired doctor by the collar, threw him over a shoulder and sprinted. The disciples lost it. Overbearing master snatches doctor, live and uncensored. Inside Lin Yan's cracked stone chamber, the scorch marks on the walls told the real story. Whoever lived here had lost the fight against their own flame poison a long time ago. Lin Yan dropped into his throne and gestured at a chest worth a small fortune. Cure the poison, and everything in it became Xiao Yan's. The lid flew open on glowing loot Tier 5 monster core, golden cicada shell, the works. A stern elder stepped on the chest, one eyebrow raised, and promised there were things worse than death if this deal went sideways. So our boy grinned, called up a swirling vortex of premium ingredients, and dumped them into the cauldron. Even the elder's jaw hit the floor. 15 clockwise, 15 back, swirl the hips, done. He presented the marrow-cleansing cold spirit soup like a chef plating a signature dish. Lin Yan grabbed him by the collar anyway, because it's a bath, not a broth. Xiao Yan pulled out charts, diagrams, and a pointer stick, walking the furious patient through every benefit of soaking in liquid agony. Lin Yan sank into the tub howling. 2 hours a day, 7 days running, and absolutely no visits to the Skyflame Tower while the cure did its work. Day 2, our boy stood at the tower's gates asking who was climbing with him, and watched every single one of them find an excuse. Arena duty, sect paperwork. Suddenly everyone was busy. Fine. He smirked and handed them the keys to the boulder sect while he locked himself away to cultivate. The orange-haired girl patted him on the head and called him a mascot with a promising career. Behind the joke, though, half a year was ticking down. So the mascot clenched his fist, shut out the laughter, and swore the next 6 months would forge him into something the academy couldn't mock. Zunner squeezed his arm, smiled the smile that meant more than she let on, and watched her brother walk into the light. 2 smaller kids waved like he was heading to war. A white-haired elder ushered him into the Fallen Heart Flame Room, purer aura than anywhere else in the tower. Cultivation began, and the clock started. He picked a door by a pink ribbon, shoved it open, and found the same bow already lying on the floor inside. Time hadn't moved, or something in this room had moved without him. A blonde girl knelt on the glowing floor, clutching the ribbon, asking what she did wrong while the light pulsed around her. Our boy stood frozen in the doorway, because this room was not on any map the elder gave him. Somewhere in Jianan Academy, a blue-haired kid showed off his idea of a premium training space. Pink plushies, sparkles, the works. His white-haired mentor loved it, swearing the saccharine decor would supercharge cultivation if paired with miracle products. Then the mentor dropped the Doryman pitch. Spirit cream plus wind pills, one bundled price buy now. The disciple drooled in agreement, right before his master casually mentioned violent mood swings as a side effect. Temper lost, teeth bared. The kid snapped that he was already feeling pretty damn violent. But that drama was a world away from a quiet room and a pair of carved doors. Inside, a light brown-haired girl clutched a torn pink ribbon and wept, innocent thing destroyed, and she couldn't fathom why. Before she could grieve alone, 2 masked brothers crashed in swearing vengeance for their pure, sweet Miss Fair. Fair smiled angelically and asked for mercy. As long as the culprit apologized sincerely, she'd forgive. That halo grin sent her followers into worship. Armed disciples flooded the hallway demanding the thief come out and beg. Behind them, a silver-haired woman cackled that men were sheep, and a fiery masked fighter kicked the door clean off. Inside, blue energy spiraled as the room's owner unleashed a spinning strike that cracked the floor and froze the red-masked brother cold. The follow-up smash detonated with purple-white force, hurling the attacker backward while a girl watching could only gasp. Down went another guard, brother cradling him, the silver-haired girl demanding to know who this expert was. She begged for mercy, then dropped the act with a smirk, deciding charm would turn even this one into her dog. The blue-haired kid cracked his knuckles and gave her one option: apologize and vanish. She fired back, public room, no rule says it's his. She escalated with theatrical sobs, and the surrounding disciples ate it up, ready to riot for the cute maiden. The kid protested the label of unreasonable, but the two masked brothers were already charging to teach him a lesson. Fair reached out pleadingly, begging everyone to just talk it through, while a dark-haired girl egged them on, furious that any newcomer could resist her friend's charm. Numbers don't matter, the brothers declared, leaping into their signature back-to-back wind and fire fusion formation. The blue-haired kid just shrugged, swirling blue and purple energy. His time was valuable, so let's end this. Their combined fiery blast slammed into a spherical blue shield and shattered uselessly against it. The masked brother's eyes went wide. He'd blocked it fully, completely. Lotus-shaped blue flames bloomed from the kid's palm as he grinned. When it comes to playing with fire, he never loses. Our boy unleashed a swirling blue lotus, grinning like he already knew the verdict. 3 targets got the answer at once, pure, screaming panic as the flames washed over them. The blast detonated across the room, and one desperate kid thrust his hand out trying to hold back the tide. Elder Liu crashed the party, fist out, chi swirling, a crying blonde ducking behind him for cover. The tower's own elder stepped in, furious, holding up the rule plaque like a judge's gavel. 1 month ban from the tower for all 3, but the masked brothers stepped up, insisting the princess stay out of it. Elder Liu's patience was gone, and the next word out of his mouth was a door. Fair got physically thrown out. Then the elder turned to Xiao Yan with a 5-day fine, which our boy calmly accepted, shocking the crowd. Yao Lao cornered him afterward, scolding the reckless tempering and the flame poison he was courting. Xiao Yan flashed a bottle of ice spirit dew pills, bragging they purged the poison and softened the skin. The old man's worry was buried under salesmanship. The pitch went wild, youth without acne, 10-fold guarantee. A mob swarming the bottles, and our boy's wicked grin gave away the real hustle. Lin Yan's bath water, rebranded. Elsewhere, Fair unleashed on the brothers, wailing that their uselessness was why she'd suffered this humiliation. She dismissed the brothers like dogs and stormed off, pride still bleeding. Revenge was the only thing on her mind, and her ticket was cousin Liu Qing, the savage spear, central classes number 1. 3 days of brutal training later, our boy hit 8-star grandmaster, chi spiraling as his eyes snapped open on a new tier of power. Yao Lao materialized at his shoulder, praising the pace, and the kid nearly jumped out of his skin at the scare. Spirit rank was close, he said coolly, and walked off with Yao Lao like he hadn't just leveled up twice. Back in the room, the small pink creature slept on, and Xiao Yan started worrying about Little Rainbow and Medusa's long silence. Yao Lao read the signs Medusa was mid-fusion, and when it finished, she'd wake as a true ancestor rank. That word, sacrifice, hit our boy like a blade, and suddenly he was grabbing the little dragon, desperate to ship it somewhere safe. Medusa needed the spirit fusion pill to bond with the sky-swallowing python's soul, which meant Little Rainbow's soul was on the menu, and both of them knew it. 5 days further, the 9-star wall was proving brutal, and Yao Lao had to remind him that 2 breakthroughs in 10 days was freak-tier speed. A treatment with the Greenwood celestial grass, a laugh about Liu Yan. Then our boy was heading home, wondering if his people missed him. He burst through the boulder sect door with arms wide and a grin, ready for hero's welcome. The welcome was silence and slumped shoulders. Every face in the room was wrong, and he felt the cheer drain out of him. A dark-haired woman looked up at him, eyes wet, and the words landed like a punch. The boulder sect was in big trouble. A teal-haired boy's face went white with shock. Because Chapter 129 opens on a promise that the boulder sect's fortune just died a loud, comic death. Yunjai came back in tears to Xiao Yan, sniffling out a confession that she'd failed him, which meant the worst was true. The red-head and the orange-haired girl beside her slumped under the weight of it while Xiao Yan went rigid. So our boy exploded through flames on pure fury, roaring for the full story. A blue-haired disciple leaned into the eye of the moment, screaming he'd make whoever did this beg. But the redhead yanked him back to reality. You can't punch your way out of this one, and dropped the verdict on all of them. Because the rank and file weren't having it either, storming the stairs, refusing IOUs, ready to mutiny for their pay, which cornered the sect leaders fast, debts piling up, a mob closing in, and some desperate soul in the crowd shouted the unthinkable bargain they'd take instead. So the blue-haired sect leader braced for the worst, and got the opposite, disciples bursting through the door swearing they'd stay no matter what, which kicked off a frantic brainstorm of increasingly humiliating side hustles to keep the lights on. Xiao Yan smiled through a sweat drop, tried to think, and immediately got interrupted by someone pounding his door down. That noise drew the sect's two stragglers closer, both alarmed at what the mob could possibly want from him now. Because the answer was pills, disciples shoving each other bloody against the wall just to buy ice spirit due off our boy. So Xiao Yan laughed sheepishly, admitted he'd offloaded the first batch days ago, then stopped dead as the light bulb clicked, which kicked off a full-blown sales pitch on a chart, explaining that Skyfer training poisons the body and these pills cancel it. So an ambitious disciple sketched the whole scheme: chi recovery, ice spirit dew, protection pills, a popular senior as their poster girl. And somewhere in the daydream, a wedding and a #1 faction appeared. That fired him up to rally the team, fist out, ingredient split, batch ready by dawn. Because the only question left was cost, and Zunner held up the flame energy card like a torch in the dark, smiling through the math, which made Xiao Yan strut forward to flash his own balance, and then drop to his knees because the number was 0. But his disciples rushed in red cards first, shoving 7 and 11 days of their own savings into his hand, because they'd spent their lives under his shield and wanted to be the ones returning the favor. So he clenched those measly cards, jaw set, and told them he wouldn't let anyone down, which is how, by next morning, a loud booth went up outside the academy tower under fireworks and screaming red banners. Because the shop was already open, someone dressed as a giant pill bottle hawking recovery pills at 5 days a pop while the line shoved itself ragged, which got even worse when the ice spirit dew girl stepped out, because every dude in the courtyard lost his soul on the spot. So a redhead cracked a whip across the rush, screaming at them to watch where they were throwing themselves before they trampled her. And from the sideline, their young pill maker watched the bottles fly off the table, cried happy tears, and met his runners in the square to count the haul. The pill faction had finally sent their own vendor, and he was loud, furious, and desperate to bury the upstart. 3 days of hustle and the numbers finally came in. 245 days of flame energy in the black. Poverty, meet the exit. The crew piled on louder, make more pills, grind harder, bolder sex future rides on this. So our boy kicked one of them through the couch. Credit where it was due, his mentor cooed that none of it happened without her. Both thumbs up. When the cash lands, they swore never go hungry again. Our boy was already daydreaming in gold. Flame crystal card fat enough to rent 2 cultivation rooms and slap challengers silly with it. A violet-haired girl massaged his shoulders and called him hardworking. He waved it off, grinning, right before a tie came crashing through the door. Every pill ingredient on the list sold out, everywhere, their prearranged stock included. Panic hit the room like a cold wave. At Bronze Hall, a chef sweated buckets, palms up, swearing the stock was bone dry. The ponytailed girl wasn't buying excuses. They had a deal. That set the red-haired one off, sword drawn, screaming about carving the saboteur apart. Blue Hair had to wrestle the blade down and name the real enemy, Pill Faction. Our boy nodded. Of course the Pill Faction owned the central market. Stealing his supply chain was petty, dirty, and exactly what a wounded empire does when upstarts start winning. Cut to Pill Faction territory. Marble colonnades, palms swaying, a castle that smelled like monopoly money. Inside, the faction leader was stacking cards into a tower while a blonde fanned him, until a messenger ruined the architecture. Boulder sect switched ingredient lists. The messenger ate a dart for failing to think ahead, and Greenhair howled. Just buy out every new ingredient, use the wallet. Use your brain, he spat at his cowering aide. When has the Pill Faction ever lacked money? Buy it all, burn them out. Days later, Xiao Yan stood in a courtyard carpeted in red ingredient cards. Another switch. He crushed one underfoot. So it's a war of attrition, bring the gold. 10 more days slid by. A violet-haired girl fed him street food in the square, and he called it the best meal of his life. She went pink to the ears. A blue-haired beauty bumped into some random dude, pinched his chin, and rated him 80 for looks and 40 for attitude. Bold opener. He huffed like he'd been personally insulted by a beauty rating system he never asked to join. Back at the market stand, his crew walked into a blockade. Behind it, smirking, was Han Xian of the Pill faction in person. The Pill faction heavies had arrived. Han Xian leaned in smug, offering a branch manager slot if they just hand over every recipe. Charity from the winners. Our boy didn't flinch. Calm grin, arms folded, faction leader Han. You spent a fortune these past few days, didn't you? He shrugged it off publicly. Money's nothing, you said so yourself. Han Xian's confident grin curdled. The bluff had been called in front of his own disciples. Lin Yan strolled up fanning himself like he'd just woken from a nap, and Han Xian's face went chalk white. The witnesses multiplied. Faction leader Han slapped down a 5,000-day red card as the agreed split. Pill ingredients, he bragged, beat whole pills every time. The math was supposed to break Boulder's sect, instead it crowned them. Our boy and his bro admired their handiwork in a mirror, two fox-eared chibis shaking on the deal. The idiots who'd pre-bought at any price, those were the real investors. Han Xian pointed, voice cracking. They never refined a single pill. It was a pump and dump from day one, and he had just handed them the keys. Our boy shrugged, palms open, grinning at the idiots who just paid him to rob them. But a bloodied disciple crashed to his knees. Enemy factions had allied and were storming their gates right now. A swordsman planted his crimson blade in the rubble, shielding a fallen girl as shadows closed in. The White faction and the Pill faction had arrived together, and a dark-haired disciple blamed the carnage on Xiao Yan for overstepping. Steel screamed as a brown-haired swordsman brought his katana down for the kill, only for a gray-haired disciple to leap in and block the blade cold. Hu Jia was down, and Wu Hao wallowed in guilt for being too weak to save her before their sect leader arrived, late and wounded, to apologize to the bleeding disciples. A green-haired rival clasped his hands in satisfaction and promised the Boulder sect's reign was finished. Faction leader Bai's betrayal cut deep, and the purple-haired elder demanded answers for allying with the very Pill faction that had humiliated them. The White faction's honor was for sale, and the Pill faction gleefully fanned out their money, hiring blades to do what their own couldn't. A dark-haired mediator wrestled with his conscience, knowing the White faction had struck the first bargain with the Boulder sect. The victory was hollow, and Han Xian callously tossed blood money to the defeated White faction like feeding scraps to dogs. A teal-haired swordsman unleashed a devastating wave of flame energy, warning the Pill faction that an unprovoked strike meant total war. The dark-haired antagonist thrived on the flames, threatening to massacre every single Boulder sect disciple behind his foe. The sect leader's blood boiled, but his battered disciples urged restraint, desperate to fight but knowing the trap was baited. Loyalties were declared in the heat of battle, and two disciples charged in to avenge Hu Jia and stand by their brother Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan smiled with lethal confidence, accepting the charge into a battle for his sect's survival. Xiao Yan slammed a massive pillar into the earth with crackling blue energy, declaring a life-or-death battle against the White faction to the roar of his sect. A brown-haired enemy shouted a death sentence, but Xiao Yan intercepted the charge, smashing a colossal energy beam into the ground to end the assault. A white-haired martial artist landed with a thunderous shockwave, planting himself as a human shield before anyone could touch Xiao Yan. Lin Yan dropped into a combat stance, his flame poison cured and his fists itching to test the 10th strongest cultivator in the central branch. The taunts grew vicious, mocking the White faction as weaklings too cowardly to fight without hired help. Lin Yan fired back with absolute arrogance, claiming he was stronger than both enemy factions combined and daring them to hire someone worthy. Han Xian flaunted his infinite wealth, but Lin Yan ripped his shirt apart, roaring that his sworn brothers in the central class were worth more than money. The war horn sounded, and a massive tide of Boulder sect disciples surged forward behind Lin Yan, shattering the battlefield beneath their unified charge. The shockwave from the clash blasted a white-bearded elder Liu right out of the ground, coughing up dust with a pickaxe in hand. An angry miner erupted from a tunnel, furiously swinging his pickaxe at the youth who had accidentally dug straight into the sect's territory. The Boulder sect youth smiled nervously, desperately trying to pass off a full-scale faction war as nothing more than a tiny misunderstanding. An older alchemist saw an opening, challenging the ponytailed Xiao Yan to settle the dispute with a formal alchemist battle. The academy had been waiting for this one all semester, a Tier 4 veteran versus a first-year nobody. And chat, the rumor was our boy might be packing a heavenly flame under that scar. The courtyard turned into a coliseum overnight. Banners everywhere, pom-poms screaming, and somewhere a red-haired maniac pumping his fist like he'd already won the bet he hadn't placed yet. A green-haired newsboy with a press pass and zero shame was already spinning the rivalry into gossip column gold. Leaning in to whisper the one detail that mattered, Elder Liu had hand-picked a nightmare recipe for the duel. Han Xian's own camp was cracking, because a blonde author kept selling fanfic-style portraits of their golden boy, and the embarrassment was visible from the cheap seats. He'd poured his soul into those newsletters, and Han Xian's public gratitude wasn't buying him a single second of peace. The stands filled with every faction the academy had: silver-haired elites, wide-eyed juniors, a sister pointing out her idol in the crowd, and the air tasted like money and bad decisions. And inside the venue, a blonde girl in the crowd couldn't keep her hands to herself, already reaching for the prodigy like she knew him. Xiao Yan's sister spotted the packed stands and lit up, while her brother just laughed it off. Yeah, the whole city had come to watch. Then a white-haired bruiser slammed Lin Yan on the back hard enough to restart his heart, and grinning like an idiot, reminded him he was the only reason that man was still breathing, so losing wasn't on the menu. Every ally Xiao Yan had bled for was now betting their flame reserves on his cauldron, and a tribunal of elders settled into their seats to watch the kid who'd wrecked their season try to wreck it back. But our boy wasn't intimidated, not even a little. He'd make them choke on every stone they'd smashed. Face to face at last, Xiao Yan didn't flinch. The comeback was cold, simple, and aimed squarely at Han Xian's pride before the first herb hit the cauldron. Han Xian hovered in the background waiting, and Xiao Yan just grinned back, save that bravado for after the flames cool. An old mustachioed announcer cleared his throat like he was opening a coronation, and the crowd hushed as Elder Huo strutted in like he owned the entire alchemy department. Which, honestly, he kind of did. So the host made it official, presenting the day's judge with all the ceremony of a coronation, Elder Huo, strutting like he'd already picked a winner. The formal challenge was read into the record: Pill Faction versus Boulder Sect, personal dispute, winner takes all, and both cheering squads screamed themselves hoarse before the elders even finished talking. Xiao Yan raised the stakes without blinking, demanding every sanction the Pill Faction had slammed on the Boulder Sect be lifted in one swing, and the faction's smug leader doubled down, 5 of his prime shops on the line. But if he lost, the faction's counteroffer was brutal: hand over every recipe the Boulder Sect had been selling, which meant monopoly, price fixing, and a stranglehold on the entire academy's alchemy market. And the rules hit the stands like a slap. Monopolize the recipe, corner the market, bleed them dry. The crowd saw right through it, and an orange-haired girl nearly put her fist through the railing. A purple-haired girl whispered her faith from the stands while, below, an elder hurled the contested recipe across the arena, and Xiao Yan caught it midair with a grip that told the whole crowd this was real now, which meant when the recipe hit the air, every alchemist in the arena caught it, and every face went pale at what they were holding. The recipe landed, and the place went dead silent, because Elder Liu hadn't just picked hard. He'd picked a Tier 5 Dragon's Might pill, a recipe so beyond Han Xian's tier the whole duel looked like a setup. The old alchemist just stroked his mustache, smug as a cat in a creamery, because a fair contest had never been the point. An elder warned the recipe outclassed both boys by miles, and Xiao Yan answered by lighting up anyway, cold-blooded and grinning, while a jab about his busted cauldron flew right past him. Han Xian's response was pure filthy rich flex, a blinding golden cauldron crashing into existence so bright the front row screamed, and then he lunged forward through his own light, all in, no hesitation. That was the cue the green-haired veteran had been waiting for, golden Du Chi swirling. He lunged straight for his cauldron, ready to end this fast. But the old-timer dropped a bomb of his own, and chat, this was beast territory. A cauldron went wrong somewhere, and the whole chamber paid for it. Han Xian wheeled out a golden cauldron blazing with his illusory flame, bragging loud enough to fill the arena. Elder Liu announced the rules: Same cauldron, same ingredients, 3 chances each. The alchemists gasped at the beat-up gear, an ancient fruit they were handed. Elder Liu leaned in and asked Xiao Yan if he wanted to back out. The elder offered him one last door out, but our boy wasn't built with a reverse gear. Both sides refused to yield. The gong rang, and the duel for bolder sex recipes began. Han Xian's first refinement blew up in his face, scattering him across the floor. Xiao Yan stepped up, calm as a man who already knew the answer. He dumped ingredients in like a stew, and the crowd howled that he'd lost his mind. Then blue fire tore out of his palm, and every voice in the stands died. A heavenly flame, refining every ingredient at once, held by one hand and pure will. Han Xian screamed that it was impossible, different temps for every herb. Xiao Yan didn't flinch, because doing this alone for his sect was just another Tuesday. His disciples roared as he drove toward fusion, though the watching elder noted he was rushing. Back in the corner, the white-haired veteran watched and quietly knew. The kid was rushing his flame work. The fusion cracked, the cauldron shattered, 3 chances just became 2. Han Xian laughed himself hoarse, calling him a good-for-nothing who couldn't tame the flame. Han Xian snarled at his first failed attempt and dove right back into the golden cauldron, while a young rival beside him traced the vessel's patterns looking for the cheat code. Xiao Yan's eyes narrowed. He told his worried girls to watch close, then reignited. On the sideline, one girl clutched her friend's arm in panic at Han Xian's second attempt, and the other turned with a grin, because faith in him was the only thing she'd ever bet on. Same chaotic toss, same wild grin, and a fresh blue flame conjured from nothing. Worry swirled around the boy in blue as 2 girls held their breath, but he just smirked and conjured a cool blue flame, because panic was for people who hadn't already done the math. 2 storms of fire faced each other across the arena, and Xiao Yan swore he had found the key. The arena split between 2 camps, every white and blue robe screaming for blood, waiting to see who'd crack first. Then the white blonde locked in, golden dragon roaring around him, as his rivals howled that the pill was impossible to make. A whisper of fragrance drifted out, and the elders went quiet, because a real Tier 5 would announce itself just like that. The pill formed. The judge slapped down a 0. Han Xian's disciples howled in outrage, but the verdict was in, failed. Han Xian leaned over Elder Huo, smirking, sure his busted pill outranked whatever Xiao Yan could scrape together from expired stock. Zunner grabbed Xiao Yu's arm, terrified, but Xiao Yu squeezed back because their boy hadn't quit yet. So Xiao Yan grinned at the doubt, spun up a blue vortex around himself, and dared them to keep watching. He blew the last ingredients across the table. Everyone shouted sabotage, but the master was working a different angle entirely. 2 ingredient sets, 1 cauldron, flame control off the charts. The old alchemist stroked his beard, calling it bold as hell. Essence poured back into the expired scraps until they glowed like fresh stock, and his eyes went wide. Now or never. He swung the sword strike that broke him last time, meteoric pill, fusing, lighting the arena like a second sunrise. Miracles meant nothing to him. Only the strength in his own hands, and that thick fragrance rolling out meant it was working. Now condense. He barked the order and thrust his palm at the light. He forced the energy to collapse inward on itself, every last spark bending to his will. The blast ripped the floor apart and cracked his cauldron wide open, Tier 5 energy, venting wild. Han Xian cackled, the elder screamed for a rescue, and Xiao Yu was already sprinting through the smoke for her brother. He sat there in the rubble, calm as ever, a glowing red pill floating above his palm. Tier 5 dragon's might pill perfected. Because that pill was real, the entire courtyard broke loose. His classmates mobbed him with praise, howling his name like he'd just pulled off a ranked upset. The teal-haired alchemist refused to swallow it, screaming cheat through gritted teeth. The elder offered a simple verdict: test the pill and see, which dragged the accusation straight back onto the accuser's own throat. The elder laid out the rules of the gamble. Red means reborn, gold means body-breaking boom, and dangled the test like a dare. Xiao Yan's grin said everything. He tossed the pill into his mouth with the cocky ease of a man holding pocket aces. Except the elder grabbed it first, betting his own bones on the proof. The second that red pill hit his chest, something lit up from the inside, and the crowd's cheers choked into panic. Turned out the side effect was pure shampoo commercial, a glorious white mane where bald had been. 3 girls immediately offered to riot for a dozen of them. But underneath the comedy, the elder delivered the real kill shot. You lost the moment you thought about quitting. The kneeling alchemist heard every word and knew they were true. From the balcony came the verdict our boy had earned Xiao Yan, named winner, while the academy erupted in a roar that shook the stone. His crew sprinted forward, fists raised. Voices cracked from screaming his name over and over into the bright sky. He bowed his head and gave the win away. Every recipe, every drop of sweat, it was theirs, the whole sex. Then the academy elder cleared his throat and dropped the catch. 20% of pill sales, effective immediately. Our boy's celebration stalled in his throat. Taxes, now. The elder leaned in with a wink. Elder Sue's referral trimmed it to 10, plus full access to the alchemy department warehouses. Free herbs fell from the sky and Xiao Yan nearly dropped. On cracked stone nearby, the teal-haired loser clutched the dirt and blamed the world. If Xiao Yan didn't exist, none of this humiliation would be happening, which meant it was officially victory banquet o'clock. Fireworks lit the rooftops, barrels sloshed, and our boy stood dead center of the chaos grinning like he'd been ambushed. A white-haired brother clinked mugs and thanked him out loud. 2 years of flame poison had him stuck at rank 9, and now Central Class competition season was finally in play. Because the Central Class was never just a tournament. Crack the top 10 and doors swing open, elder candidate status, the Skyfair Tower's 9th floor, even drops of the fallen heart flame. His crew laid it out bare. The white faction ran this bracket, Lin Ziuya and Liu Qing were already emperor rank, and the fallen heart flame was sitting in the prize pool. The girl beside him volunteered to cheer, and his brain blue-screened. Zunner read his mind before he'd finished thinking it. Of course he wanted stronger competition, but the sect was still a full-time job. She just smiled. Recruitment was already out. New alchemists were on the way. She'd handled it without him even asking. Under the moon, hands found each other, and the pill supply before then, leave it to me, he promised, clutching the paperwork like a man who'd volunteered for tour. Above his head, a radiant horned figure floated with hands clasped in prayer, the post-victory order flood, raining down on a boy whose tears now had company. Off-panel, the entire sect cheered. The grind had officially begun. Chapter 136, Guardian Beast, and a puppeteer pulling strings nobody could see coming. Word about Xiao Yan's pill victory had already gone nuclear. Because the sect gates buckled under a mob of disciples demanding bottles they had no business requesting. So the academy started handing out flyers advertising the kid as a cure-all, and every pun was intended. Some of those flyers pitched bust enhancement treatments. The marketing department was cooking. The girls tore the ads apart on the spot, but whoever wrote them was already long gone laughing about it. Zunner smiled through the chaos and calmly told the disciples their sect leader could not come out, because he was nowhere near here. Because out in the mountains, a young disciple was strapped to a tree taking lightning strikes as punishment, every bolt earning him nothing but a deeper hatred of his master's teaching methods. Yao Lao lectured that the 3000 lightning had 3 stages, and the kid had barely cleared the loading screen of the first, so the fallen heart flame contest would eat him alive at this pace. So the old man zapped him again, smiling, because cruelty in the name of growth is still cruelty. Then Yao Lao's eyes narrowed. A wild combat chi fluctuation ripped across the peaks, and the real show had just opened, which meant the lightning drills were officially over. Senior Han Yue carved a crescent slash through the air, moonlight style, and Han Yue watched from below knowing he could not touch that level yet. Yan Hao, the academy's 3rd strongest student, shattered a barricade of ice with one clean swing, opening the path inward. Lin Ziuya answered with a wide azure blast that scattered shards across the cavern, and even these peak spirit rank fighters were gasping, because the thing ahead of them was bullying elites like they were tutorial mobs. Han Yue defended his intel by waving a gossip book, which was not exactly credible sourcing, but the betting window had closed. From the cave mouth, a red-eyed beast roared and called them thieves, because apparently trespassing to take a legendary treasure comes with a dungeon boss. Senior Han Yue raised the alarm, bracing for the horror crawling out of the dark. The terror that emerged was a 6-inch white monkey with a death glare, which was somehow worse for everyone's dignity. The monkey did not enjoy being short, and it answered the laughter with a blast called Bai Quan that hurled a grown disciple straight through the ice. Yan Hao threw up a water curtain to buy seconds, and the monkey charged back in slashing, screaming about its cleansing hearth milk with full entitlement. Lin Ziuya answered with a pillar of blue force that cracked the cavern floor, but the chained fighter beside him already knew one strike was not going to be enough. Because then combat chi wings unfurled midair, and a quasi-king rank assault called Blue Halo Massacre tore across the battlefield. The kind of escalation that turns a treasure hunt into an extinction event. The gray-haired swordsman launched his own swirling blast with everything he had, refusing to leave the math unsolved. The strike hit its mark and scattered in sparks, but he skidded to a halt already drained, because punching up 2 whole ranks costs blood. Lin Ziuya dropped to one knee having just broken through peak spirit rank, and the white-haired girl floated free of the ice to remind everyone that only the cleansing hearth milk could finish the climb to king rank. Han Yue smiled at that and swore to train harder, because the prize was worth every bruise. But the white-haired elder stroked his chin with a grin, whispering that the real show was about to start, and that a demonic snow ape was next on the menu. The ape went berserk, its power surging to 5-star king rank. Chapter 137, Giant Python vs. Snow Ape. Mid-battle, the demon snow ape blindsided Senior Han Yue from behind with a thunderous roar. Before anyone could react, the beast slammed both fists down, shattering rock and blasting blue energy outward. Then Xiao Yan dropped from the sky, dark wings spread wide, cradling a shaken Han Yue to safety. Even carrying her, he had to bolt as the ape raged after them through the air. Back in a sunlit clearing, Han Yue caught her breath and thanked her savior, though the others warned that Berserker Mode Snow Ape rivaled a 5-star king rank cultivator. Wisdom won out, they prepared to retreat for treatment, but the silver-haired woman smirked, offering a way to still claim the hearth milk. He waited for one long-beat treasure, or the friend who'd bled for it beside him, and chose the friend. But the silver-haired woman had been listening, and the smirk that crossed her face meant she already knew a shortcut. Under moonlight, Yao Lao spun a story about the ape weakening after Berserker mode, then whistled and pointed. Go fetch. Xiao Yan charged in, only for the ape to roar, fully enraged and nowhere near weakened. Master had timed it wrong. Out of options, he slammed his foot down and summoned a glowing 7-colored python spirit, betting everything on Little Rainbow. But the ape-man flicked the half-asleep serpent across the cave like a toy, and Xiao Yan dropped to his knees begging it not to die. Kneeling over the limp little snake, claws out and voice cracking, our boy nearly lost it until Yao Lao poked the thing with a stick and shrugged, still half asleep. Right. The beast man's fanged grin said everything. Ancient bloodline or not, the brat was still small enough to mock. Little Rainbow awoke furious, rearing into a full serpentine dragon and blasting the ape clean across the cavern. Yao Lao yanked his dumbfounded disciple through a swirling portal, just as the beast's roar shook the mountain behind them. On the other side, torchlight flickered through a dark cavern where Xiao Yan nervously wondered if he was already a ghost. They'd stumbled into the snow ape's den, walls piled high with the bones of every beast foolish enough to chase the milk. Following Yao Lao's finger upward, they found it, a colossal crystal overhead, one precious drop falling slow as a held breath. With a flick of his wrist, Yao Lao drew the glowing milk into a rocky pit, and Xiao Yan stared in trembling, wide-eyed awe at the rarest treasure he'd ever touched. And then the blue-haired youth saw it, the treasure they'd bled for, right there in front of him. The legendary cleansing hearth milk, except the white-haired master drank it for skincare while her disciple begged her to stop. Then she dropped the bomb. That glowing pool was a decoy. The real hearth milk hides itself and only fools fall for the fake. She dragged the winged disciple deeper into the cave, into a colossal ice stalactite cavern that had to be 10,000 years old. Pure spiritual energy roared out of the formation, and the kid's body lit up like a conduit getting cleansed from the inside. The catch: the real hearth milk sits invisible inside the spiritual root, and it vanishes on contact with anything but jade. His face lit up. An alchemist without a jade bottle might as well be a soldier without a blade. Alchemist to the rescue. Vacuum Palm punched a controlled extraction window into the ancient stalactite without shattering it. Bottle caught and he left half behind so the treasure could regrow. The master smiled. That was the alchemist's heart right there. Yao Lao smiled, satisfied, because respect for the source was the first lesson, and the boy had finally learned it. Wings snapped wide and he blasted out of the crystal. Little Rainbow was in trouble, so skincare lessons got abandoned mid-sentence. He dove toward a shattered crater where where the snow ape had stood, scanning for any sign of his serpentine companion. He found a fat, hairy pink worm in his arms. Relief lasted half a second before Queen Medusa crashed in and broke the floor with her entrance. 1 year deadline had passed, no ingredients gathered. Her Highness was not in a calm-down mood. He tried to bail and she locked him midair with spatial chains. She'd broken through to ancestor rank. Bro was speed-blitzed. One step into the cave and reality snapped shut around him, spatial chains locking his wings mid-flight, leaving nothing but shock and stillness. She turned on the white-haired elder for breaking their agreement, and the blast lit up the whole sky. Then her eyes went wide. Not just ancestor rank, something stronger. She went in anyway, screaming to send them both to hell. But the cave's mistress had heard enough, and what followed was a pink-flooded roar that told them explanations were no longer currency here. Master and disciple fused midair in a burst of blue energy, and realization hit her. That was the mysterious helper from before. Twin energy blades lunged for the kill, and he answered by hurling a full tree trunk in her face. From the shadows, a blue-haired arm whipped a log into the path of the blast, buying the others a breath they did not deserve. She swapped targets, scissors flashing, then drove a flying kick straight through the snow ape's guard and split its lip. Different species, same Medusa energy. A redhead's reflexes saved her life. Her blade buried itself in the ape's paw mid-swing. She answered the beast man's sneak attack with a full blast of pink fury, ready to grant his wish to die. But our boy had stepped in, and she was not pleased about being rescued by a junior. She tilted his chin up and claimed him as her servant on the spot, dangling the spirit fusion pill deadline like a leash. 1 year to brew the impossible pill, or his humiliation would be legendary. The moment she vanished, little Rainbow came tumbling back into his arms, and for once, the kid looked genuinely happy. Under moonlight, Yao Lao sighed over the graveyard of cultivators who died reaching for spirit rank. He had a potion ready, and the cleansing hearth milk to pair with it, a guaranteed breakthrough. Apprentice tried to warn the master at the worst possible moment, and got screamed at over a radish. Then the hot pot plot twist hit, Xiao Yan dangling in ropes above a bubbling cauldron, fully convinced his master was just hungry. Our boy begged to be let down, and Yao Lao cheerfully offered a worse method. Our boy volunteered for anything. The rope got cut, plunged straight into the boiling brew, fully tied up, while his master cheerfully wished him luck. 1 month later, Jianan Academy's arena, and the bolder sex Wu Hao was racking up his 6th straight win. A 9-star grandmaster 1 breath from spirit rank. But a white-robed stranger stepped up. Bai Cheng, ranked 34th, eyes glowing with quiet murder. Wu Hao called out the half-year truce violation, and the white faction jeered back that the arena made its own rules. Wu Hao launched first, a blazing sword slash that cracked the arena floor and lit the fuse. Bai Cheng answered in a single brutal strike, slammed Wu Hao into the dirt, and bet 30,000 days of flame energy on himself. Then he caught a savage counter and went flying across the ring. The Boulder sect wasn't folding. Blades met in a scream of pink and white, the arena shaking as 2 factions put everything on the line. With Xiao Yan gone, the white faction spearmen swaggered in calling the Boulder sect a clown troupe. A red-haired disciple answered them anyway, blade erupting in fire, refusing to let his brothers be bullied. Corrupted demon massacre, the technique ripped out of him like a wound. The slash went vertical, a column of flame that launched his opponent straight into the sky. But a white-robed staff-wielder caught it on a golden light shield, mocking his rank like it was nothing. An advisor sect woman floated forward trailing orange glyphs, volunteering herself against a spirit rank challenger. The crew reunited, and the Chibai Hot Pot feast kicked off a chapter worth of bad manners and bad ideas. But the celebration ended fast. A girl dropped into the arena wreathed in flame, calling her shot. She meant it. A storm of violet meteors screamed down on the defender, a public lesson in manners. The strike landed clean, until someone noticed the faction leader's face, and the whole crowd lost its mind. Something had changed on that face, and the onlookers couldn't believe what they were looking at. A long-haired enforcer answered with a giant spectral snake, the kind of pet only someone desperate brings to a duel. Steel met fire midair. A gray-haired swordsman landed with an apology and a grin, stepping in where it counted. Our boy's brother cut in 2, cape and all, trading blows to protect the sister who'd already started the fight. The white faction had their own prodigy ready, and a spirit rank bully who thought the title made him untouchable. His brother stood over him with a raised spear and a crown of laughter, the arena ringing with every cruelty the crowd could throw, until the caped kid landed and dropped the bombshell spirit rank 2, earned in a single month. The bully didn't flinch. He was 6-star spirit rank, so he swung first, and the ground cratered under a purple explosion. His blade shattered on the counterstrike. The crowd realized the prodigy wasn't a fluke. The girl wasn't done either. She smashed the bulky weapon loose and rained fang missiles on the disarmed. Lightning answered. 3,000 lightning movement flashed, and our boy turned the duel into a speed blitz anime. The spear wielder braced in the smoke, stunned his foe had gotten that fast, while allies counted the gap in power. So he gambled everything on an 8-headed serpent combat chi, bigger, meaner, a last-chance ace. The prodigy compared the snake to a worm next to Medusa, then readied the counter while everyone braced for impact. 3,000 lightning speed launched, but the prodigy had already promised the same trick wouldn't land twice. The faction leader cracked an afterimage, and the kid appeared behind him with a flying kick and a message. The feud ended in a single octatic smash. Boulder, faction, and pride shattered together. Then the kid stomped the cracked ground, claimed the fallen rank, and asked who was next. Some arrogant punk decided Xiao Yan's freshly claimed rank was up for grabs, and brought a spear to the argument. But the kid refused to go quietly, crushing a purple gem and summoning a hulking crimson beast behind him. So the challenger popped a pill faction strength pill and slammed his staff down, cracking the arena floor on pure stubbornness. The blast sent 2 polearms clashing in a shockwave that leveled the courtyard around them, which meant the alchemist answered with his own opening. A handful of boost pills tossed into the air like candy. His newest creation, a revised dragon's might pill, held up between 2 fingers with a grin. Xiao Yan ripped his shirt clean off and dared the pill popper to back it up. Chat, sometimes the best advertisements are just flexing shirtless, while fans throw money at you. A whip came cracking toward him, and he caught it barehanded, then snapped it in 2. Combat chi spiral ripped down the field as he surged forward wreathed in blue currents. The beast strength pill did nothing, and 1 strike sent the attacker sprawling. But rage doesn't care about math, and that man tore his own shirt off, swearing he'd drag Xiao Yan to hell with him. Heavenly Demon Shield. Combat chi armor erupted in demonic tendrils, raw power bleeding off him in waves. He launched Heavenly Demon Destruction straight at Xiao Yan, betting his life on 1 apocalyptic blast. Xiao Yan answered with octatic smash, and the blue detonation hurled his enemy backward through a wall of violet flame. The victor stood alone on a cloud of swirling wind, while his cousin sailed across the courtyard screaming. Bai Cheng stood on cloud 9 while his cousin ate dirt, and the whole courtyard heard that crack. The sect celebrated, and 30,000 days of flame energy landed on the loser's tab within 3 days. Then the pill backlash hit. Zunner caught him as he slumped, and he suggested celebrating at the boulder, but someone off-panel refused to let him leave. Liu Jing crashed down in a fireball, supposedly mid-seclusion, grinning like he'd been waiting for exactly this moment. Cousin Liu Jing demanded Xiao Yan kneel for bullying her, bragging about her win over Bai Cheng, until a dark-haired girl stepped in and slapped her across the face. Liu Jing tattled to her silver-haired cousin about being bullied, and he panicked, knowing family trouble was incoming. Xiao Yan strode forward shirtless, arms spread, taking the whole incident onto his own shoulders. Somewhere else on the rankings, Lu Ting formally challenged Cao Yan despite barely standing, promising the real finish at the power rankings competition. Post-battle stiffness hit hard, and our boy wailed like the world owed him mercy. Yao Lao's home remedy was just his student pinned face down, while every joint got a brutal pop. 2 worried allies burst through the door mid-crack, ready for a fight. The kid was wrapped in nothing but a towel, frozen in the world's worst yoga pose. Fame had a cost. A mountain of challenge letters slammed onto his desk, and the ranked life came with them. Brushing off the dual flood as recovery time, he passed the headache to a smiling assistant. The campus paper landed next, and the ranking shift had his full attention. Liu Jing sat at 3, Lin Yan back at 5, and 2 stunners sharing frame 2, he nearly choked on his tea. Boulder Sect was green, and the competition was anything but, so the kid resolved to find a faster road to power. At the alchemy department counter, a Tier 5 herb request earned exactly 0 sympathy from the clerk. Another rebuff for the wrong class, even as elders warned the fallen heart flame was surging closer to breakout. Our boy walked up, asked for an Icefire dragon whisker fruit, and watched the whole hall go silent. Elder Su's special pass shut the room up and flipped the clerk's whole mood. A 10% deal sealed with a handshake, and our boy waved the fuming clerk a cheerful goodbye. Inside, the vault glittered like a dragon's hoard, and Bailu nearly tripped over her own awe. Every shelf was layered in glowing barriers that pinged the guards the second they trembled. Staring too long was a risk, so they pushed deeper, hunting row 17. Then the verdict slammed. Theft of warehouse herbs, execution delivered before a stunned audience. 2 frantic students reached for replacement herbs, screaming they had spares in their own stash. 5 labeled orbs blinked out on the shelf before their eyes, and nobody felt a thing. Ghost panic was overruled, and the search pressed on through the luminous aisles. Then the prize appeared, a single fruit glowing like captured starlight. A purple-haired girl materialized on the shelf like she'd always been there, and the kid froze mid-reach. She tilted her head, asked if they were playing some game, all bright-eyed curiosity. She took one casual bite and crunched straight through his combat chi armor, juice dripping everywhere. A hooded girl sobbed that her fruit had been stolen, then got blasted across the room for the accusation. Our boy sprinted in and pointed at the glass everywhere. The fruit was half-eaten. She needed energy to grow, so she munched bitter herbs for fuel. And that's when she dropped her name, Xiao Yan, number 1 on the power rankings. Chapter 143, The Black Demon. In chat, the Academy's number 1 ranked student just dropped from the sky on a pair of butterfly wings. She confirmed it with a grin, because of course she did. Turns out she isn't even human. Her body can swallow raw medicinal energy that would fry a normal cultivator, meaning she's a shapeshifted magical beast stuck in king rank, because she got greedy with a shape-shifting flower and shrank into this tiny, furious form, which explained the herb heist perfectly. She raids the warehouse to eat her way back to her real body, and she'll chomp him too if his pill snacks aren't delicious. She argued she wasn't a thief, just a born treasure sniffer saving head elder Su Kaiyan's shelves from her own stomach, a defense that somehow worked. Yao Lao clocked the ancient bloodline detection ability immediately, while Xiao Yan screamed at him like a stranger danger PSA and called the legendary alchemist a strange old man. Later that night, the winged demoness Xiao Yan landed on his rooftop grinning, 6th-stage water monster core in hand. Then she handed him the nourishing 7-spirit lollipop, her Xiao family specialty, and the moment he tasted it, every last ingredient for the Earth Spirit pill finally clicked into place. So of course, the very next morning, the invoice arrived with wings of its own. An elder calmly tallied every herb he'd borrowed plus the 6th-rank monster core Xiao Yan definitely stole, and our boy walked out clutching the bill while his savings evaporated on the spot. Yao Lao cheered him up the only way he knew how, announcing the Earth Spirit pill was go time, because a body for his mentor waited on the other end, which also meant Xiao Yan screaming, hot, 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 inside a bubbling cauldron for his teacher's amusement. So they trekked deep into the back mountains, his master snapping that a Tier 6 refinement triggers a heavenly pill manifestation that every sensing expert in the territory would notice. Then Yao Lao summoned the Black Demon Cauldron, a heavenly cauldron list relic, and Xiao Yan's jaw hit the floor. Glowing jellyfish and lotus blooms spiraled out of the conjuration as the old master warned, almost smugly, that live demonstrations like this were a once-in-a-lifetime gift. The energy coalesced into a blazing turquoise sphere, and our boy could only whisper in awe at what Tier 6 alchemy actually looked like. Because Heart Flame Grass fights back when refined, he unleashed a howling fusion step cyclone to suppress its will, and the raw aura blast alone told Xiao Yan exactly how far he still had to climb. Back at the academy, the Elder Council sat in panic. The fallen Heart Flame was breaking its seal, students needed evacuating, and the principal, the one who chained it, was nowhere to be found. So every eye turned to head Elder Su Kaiyan for a decision. Su Kaiyan held the line. Elders would reinforce the seal with full power until the crisis passed. Then he dropped the hammer. The Skyfer Chi training tower was closed, the Grand Array activated, because every vulture in the Blackhorn territory was about to come sniffing for the flame. And the moment that Tier 6 surge hit the air, the elders named the culprit instantly, Pill Emperor Han Feng, trespassing on their land, and shot into the sky like furious comets. Deep in the forest, a crow's cry betrayed a green-haired faction watching the glowing academy spire, their leader warning that the flame would soon break free, and the academy's vigilance was tightening. Behind him, The masked lord smiled as a flaming serpent spirit roared. A century of academy dominance was about to crack, and he intended to be the one to seize the flame when it did. But mid-scheming, the green-haired man froze. A familiar heavenly flame signature pulsed through the mountains, one belonging to a dead man, and his fists clenched on reflex. Yao Lao felt it too, two hostile auras closing fast. The final refinement step was seconds away, so he raised his hand over the glowing sphere and grinned, "Let's see who's faster." Yao Lao's blast tore the sky, and Han Feng knew his ghost master had come back angrier than death. Han Feng didn't flinch at his own disciple, slapping the boy across the face for daring to slow him down. Fueled by humiliation, the green-haired youth schemed with a shadow figure over a colorless poison meant for his master. News that Yao Lao was dead sent him into a frenzy, certain now that nothing could stop his rise. He tracked cold cauldron ashes to a scorched site and laughed, convinced fate was handing him what his master once denied. Head Elder Su Kaiyan caught Han Feng trespassing on academy grounds, smirking through a flimsy excuse while white-haired elders closed ranks. An old patriarch attacked him directly. Han Feng lazily flicked his fingers, sending underlings who were dropped in a single sweeping strike. The forest erupted as Han Feng unleashed explosive ghost domain, a chain of detonations swallowing the defenders whole. The elders broke off pursuit, bloodied and coughing, choosing the fallen heart flame over a wild goose chase. But Su Kaiyan froze, sensing an alchemist aura dwarfing Han Feng's, wondering if salvation had just walked into their crisis. Beneath the smoke, Xiao Yan gulped air while Yao Lao dusted himself off, cheerfully blaming pill refining for the close call. Yao Lao stared at the place Han Feng had been, regret carved into him for failing to teach his student mercy. Yao Lao conjured a flawless Tier 6 Earth Spirit pill, and cackled like a man who just rewound death. Days later, Xiao Yan slipped back to the Boulder sect hoping Zunner had missed his absence, until she burst through the door. Her smile vanished, hands clamping his face as she blurted the Xiao family was in mortal danger. A giant eagle slammed into the courtyard, kicking up a storm and snapping every gaze upward to the returning senior. Xiao Yu chased Xiao Li through the halls, the younger brother slamming into a door in sheer panic. A bandaged friend looked up from a sickbed, voice breaking with guilt for failing the clan in Xiao Yan's absence. Flames roared behind Xiao Yan's eyes as the name dropped like a verdict. Yun Lan sect's great ancestor, Yun Shan. That night the refugees danced around a bonfire, forcing laughter while one quiet voice wondered how Xiao Yan was faring. Mid-celebration, an explosion tore through, and a masked warrior demanded they hand Xiao Yan over or burn. Then she descended like a falling star, great ancestor Yun Shan herself, announcing she'd come to settle an old debt. An elder shoved Xiao Li backward and ordered the clan to flee, taking a killing blow meant for the young master. Villagers scattered as a ghostly whip carved through the fleeing crowd, a grandfather's scream swallowed by steel. Hooded swordsman Xiao Qiuan was ripped apart by shadow chains as spirit hall strikers emerged from the dark, naming him for his ancestors' sin. Deep beneath Yun Lan sect, a silver-haired woman in chains sat cross-legged on cold stone, waiting. Ancestor Yun descended to lecture her over releasing Xiao Yan, while a disciple begged him not to be steered by Spirit Hall. He called her soft-hearted and walked out, the heavy door slamming shut behind him. A hooded figure trailed him down the corridor, offering to help train the chained disciple. Ancestor Yun blasted him back and warned, "Take the Chu-Shi Jade, then vanish from the Jia Ma Empire." In another cell, an old man held a frightened girl close while booms rattled the walls. Then a fist cracked across a dark-haired boy's face, snapping his head back. Xiao Yan crashed through stone and rose, battered but refusing to quit. Standing amid cracked earth, he and his allies admitted the truth. They were still outmatched. Training montage. Blue flames wrapped his blade as his spiky-haired companion vowed to storm Yun Lan's sect together. Eyes narrowed again. The girl swung her violet meteor hammer overhead. Xiao Yan answered with his 8th-rank boulder explosion. A massive pink blast hurled Xiao Yan skyward, and Xiao Yu screamed his name across the smoke. His purple-haired companion dragged him upright and demanded to know why he was destroying himself. Xiao Yan tossed him a red pass, and his friends lit up access to the Skyfair Tower's top cultivation room. She stood atop a stone pillar and proclaimed him under her protection, looking adorable doing it. Then a quiet girl with dark hair approached from behind, needing to tell him something. Under a crescent moon, She found the words and asked him to listen first. Generations ago, the last god-rank cultivator died and hid his treasure palace behind a single clue. But one family broke the silence and sent a little girl into the Xiao clan to steal the last key. That little girl, now grown, confessed through tears that the key was the Chuoshi jade, and she was the spy. Xiao Yan stared, asking if that secret was why Yun Land sect and Spirit Hall had come for his family. Then he held her close, telling her 10 real years outweighed any secret and offering to carry the weight with her. The next day inside the Skyfer Tower, Yao Lao confirmed it. The Xiao clan was one of those 8 ancient lines. Up top, a white-haired woman pressed body-strengthening pills into his hands with a grin. Blue energy erupted around him, and Xiao Yan staggered, feeling a power he had never touched before. Then the seal cracked wide open, and a phoenix of pure black flame tore free. Chapter 146. The Flames Rampage begins. Inside the Skyfer Tower, the ground heaved like a living thing. An alarm screamed through every floor, demanding immediate evacuation. One wide-eyed kid dreamed of glory. An elder's palm cured him of it. Sukayan's elder squad surged in as a pillar of flame swallowed the tower. The fallen heart flame slammed down in its dragon shape, shaking the arena. Chains rattled and clanged as the beast thrashed against its bindings. 2 elders poured everything into a demon-sealing technique, urging focus. Light chains coiled skyward around the inferno and commanded surrender. It held, but Yao Lao grabbed Xiao Yan's head and reminded him how close he'd come to dying. The flame whispered through its chains to hurry, and Xiao Yan swore he would. Outside, the power-ranking competition pulled the whole academy into its current. Boulder Sect marched through streets, banners flying, with Xiao Yan at the front. His crew bragged about 2 ranked fighters, though Zunner barely glanced at the hype. He struck a hero pose, swearing victory to her, until Hu Jia yanked him back to earth. Hu Feng spotted Han Yue across the plaza and dragged Xiao Yan along before he could protest. Yao Lao grabbed our boy by the collar and hauled him across the plaza like a kid, dragging his friend toward the candy store, hungry for whatever waited up top. Beauty Yao slapped Lin Yan and dared her to make something of it. A rival's eyes went wide. She finally had a name for the rumor climbing the rankings. Her whole world tilted. The disgraced dropout she'd mocked at registration was the same face plastered across the power rankings, and she just handed him a top-floor pass. Bai Cheng pointed and demanded a death duel. Xiao Yan smiled and walked onto the stage. Rank 17, Yao Sheng, wanted payback for Liu Fei, a problem for later. Contestants flooded the arena as the annual tournament officially opened. One blue-haired fighter burned for a top 10 finish, and the fallen heart flamed beyond it. Chapter 147. The power-ranking competition kicks off with a horned swordsman bathed in pink fire, signaling the Academy's strongest are about to clash. 4 powerhouses pose for the crowd, while a robe-clad competitor vows to climb the ranks this year. A pink-haired girl sprints onto the stage mid-banter, drawing roars of laughter from nearby robed fighters, until one dark-haired youth recognizes her and goes pale. Zhao Paohui doesn't wait for introductions. One palm cracks rank 1's chest, a leg sweep shatters the stage, and the announcer quietly eliminates the top seed in seconds. The elder unveils the bracket. Top 49 draw lots, matching numbers fight, winners advance, losers are out, and 1 golden stick grants a free pass. Zai Yan, the rank 1 monster in disguise, reaches into the drum and pulls that shiny golden lot herself, hugging it like treasure while the crowd erupts. Every hand went up when Zai Yan's name was called, and she walked straight into round 2 without throwing a punch. Xiao Yan draws number 12, and a smirking rival flashes number 1. Certain fate has handed him an easy kill. The bracket spits out Xiao Yan versus Bai Cheng in the opening match, and Bai Cheng snarls that last time pills saved him, not skill. Bai Cheng climbed into the ring still bitter about the last time, convinced the only reason he'd lost was the pills in Xiao Yan's pocket. Elsewhere on the bracket, a white-haired fighter erupts with 8th rank power, hurling disciples into the dirt as towering serpents hiss behind him. Bai Cheng rockets upward, spear screaming with dark crimson Du Qi, and commentators warn a clean hit ends Xiao Yan's life. The spear plunges down in a killing strike, and Xiao Yan can't move, pinned by pressure and pure terror as the arena holds its breath. Dust swallows him, the crowd screams his name, and Bai Cheng cackles that the duel is his, that real strength has spoken. Blue fire splits the smoke. Xiao Yan steps out, finger raised, very much alive and very much annoyed. Heavenly flame armor clings to his body, forged mid-crisis by Bai Cheng's own killing blow. A defensive art unlocked in the exact moment he needed it. Grateful sure, but not soft. Xiao Yan winds up a palm strike fueled by every flame he has, and fires it back with interest. The blast catches Bai Cheng clean, launching him screaming across the arena in a spiraling column of water and Du Qi. Boulder sect disciples explode with cheers. Their leader just bodied a ranked fighter in one counter. His lieutenant protests the overkill, but Xiao Yan waves it off, calm as ever, while a scarred senior warns him not to let rage bleed into the next round. Exhausted, Xiao Yan drops to his knees, flame control barely held, as the next match is called and a rank 3 veteran steps up. The crowd shrieks, an idol has arrived, and a rain of pink projectiles turns the arena into craters, hurling the rank 3 fighter away in ruins. Liu Jing, the savage spear, stands planted on his weapon amid flames and shockwaves, having just ended a fight in a single instant. He locks eyes with Xiao Yan across the ruined stage and calls their next match, while a sulking demon girl fumes that he's stolen her spotlight. Chapter 148 opens warm, cheerful, almost domestic, a quiet breath before the storm about to hit the arena. First match sealed, and a pink-haired rival was already in our boy's face, demanding round 2. Xiao Yan just shrugged and pointed at the lot system, calm, unbothered, letting the tournament speak for him. The crowd didn't like calm. They called him chicken, begged for blood, buzzed louder with every shrug. The instructor shut them down hard, no private duels, only the lottery. A cocky blonde swordsman read his fortune off the wall and liked what he saw. That draining flame attack had a price, and his sister caught him staggering on it. She joked about his luck, and he joked back, but the truth sat between them. One bad draw and he was fighting Liu Jing on empty. 2 red-haired spectators felt the same dread, because tournament luck runs in streaks. He had to recover fast, he knew that. So when Lin Ziuya's blast caught him clean across the ring, there was nothing to do but take it and keep standing. While Sister Yue's lightning lit up her match, Lin Yan crushed his own. 2 more rankers locked in, the board tightening toward a top 10 no one could bluff their way into. Round 1 closed, and the lot drum rolled open. A purple-haired girl bolted forward, desperate to pick her own fate. Empty lot. Xiao Yan walked straight to round 3, and his teammates lost their minds celebrating. Then the drum betrayed him 2 sticks, both marked number 1. Our boy's grin said everything. Luck was finally bleeding his color. An elder gave him the match with a fatherly pat on the shoulder. The blonde swordsman dismissed it as a warm-up before the real fight he actually wanted, which lit a fuse behind one furious, vein-popping eye. Patience has a limit, and Liu Jing had just found it. So the teal-haired swordsman squared up, hammer crackling, and dared the blonde to bring everything. The blonde reached out a hand and smiled like he already had. Liu Jing cracked his spear into the rock and left it there. His rank was the weapon, he said, and Xiao Yan wasn't worth steel. That kind of mercy cuts deepest. Being called unqualified lit something our boy didn't know he had. A swirling green burst ripping from his palm on pure, stubborn pride. He answered the dismissal with a rising flame wave cleave, a crescent of cyan fury screaming across the arena, and a blonde on the sideline grinned like he'd just been handed a gift. In the next ring, a white-haired fighter cracked a flaming whip across his opponent's ribs and asked, voice dripping, if that was everything he had. 2 more elites traded finishing moves, cleaving claw against octatic smash, red on green, the shockwave turning the air to broken glass. Somewhere above the boards, silhouettes collided, and the dome of clashing energy cracked the stone beneath their feet clean through. Back in his own match, the math was ugly. Liu Jing's close combat craft outclassed him, and the longer it dragged, the worse it got. His sister's voice cracked over the crowd, begging him to hold. So he bit down, blue energy crackling up his frame, and threw everything into one decisive punch, shouting to end it now, before his body ended it for him. Liu Jing caught that full-force blow on heavenly flame armor and didn't even blink. Our boy read the smirk, then the smirk read him back 2 tanks, betting on who breaks first. Liu Jing answered patience with a barrage, beating our boy backward blow by blow. From the stands, a pink-ribboned girl called him a turtle, and the jeers rolled downhill like stones. His sister snapped. An eruption split them apart, and he lunged straight back in, fists colliding with a silver-haired rival hard enough to crater the stone. He had one card left, and he played it Fire Lotus of Divine Fury, a massive blue lotus of flame roaring down on a stunned Liu Jing who finally understood why he hadn't pulled that spear. Xiao Yan unleashed the Fire Lotus of Divine Fury, and the whole arena staggered at the raw intent behind that explosion. Blue fire punched outward in every direction, students scrambling, debris singing through the air like shrapnel. Liu Jing staggered through the smoke, bloody, breathing hard, while onlookers debated whether he'd eaten a finishing blow. But the savage spear held battered, cornered, and very much alive, drawing a roar from the crowd. He answered with laughter, summoning the mountain-shattering spear and hauling it overhead like a verdict. Only Lin Ziuya and Xiao Yan had forced that weapon out before, and now one spectator quietly realized the kid might actually win. Both fighters agreed on the rule: whoever bled out of the ring first lost. One last attack, no second chances. Xiao Yan answered with a colossal flamewave cleave and a grin, because retreat had never been his language. Spectators felt the weight. An earth-tier technique was tearing the air apart, and the kid had labeled it incomplete. Liu Jing swung his spear through the air, mocking Xiao Yan's flame-splitting mountain seal as nothing more than a low-grade earth-tier technique. He dropped from above with the ultimate armor cleaver, blade first, promising destruction on contact. The collision detonated so violently the head elder cursed. These brats had taken the fight past the point of safe. A robed figure choked for air, as the blast hurled one combatant across the arena like a broken toy. The elder answered with a spatial lock, freezing the arena so the survivors wouldn't die for a ranking match. He hurled raw force into the heart of the storm, ending the exchange with one furious word: destroy. Two fighters crashed through the wreckage, while Su Kaiyan landed in a crouch, coughing disciples scattered around him. Both had been knocked out of the ring simultaneously, an unprecedented result, and the elder tore into them for the recklessness. Rules said a double feint meant a draw, until Xiao Yan hauled himself upright on shaking legs and refused it. Liu Jing braced on his spear, muttering that he could still fight, and his cousin leaned in demanding he rise. Two warriors, broken and bleeding, refused to fall. The arena lay in ruins between them, and both somehow dragged themselves upright. Our boy gripped his blade so hard it sang, legs planted on trembling stone, daring the other man to flinch first. Liu Jing lunged with everything he had left. The crowd split down the middle, half screaming for the kid, half begging the spearman to end it. And then head elder Su walked over and poked them both off the stage like misbehaving children. Both crashes landed at once. Comedy gold, but the contest was over. The arena went dead silent when the referee raised both hands. Double knockout. No winner. Zunner rushed to cradle and emptied Xiao Yan while a friend dragged Liu Jing's limp body from the rubble. A silver-haired schemer cackled at the thought of Liu Jing waking to learn he traded his ranking for a draw. Then the announcer called a break for repairs. Lin Yan and Han Yue both finished their opponents in the same breath, one massive blade, one clean descent. Two birds, one announcement. Lin Ziuya and Yan Hao joined the winner's circle right after. The stands were losing their minds over Han Yue and Lin Yan. The elder rose on the floating platform, arms wide, and the inner academy held its breath for the final standings. Xiao Yan took first, grinning like she'd known all along. Lin Ziuya claimed second, calm as ever while hearts floated around his head. Yan Hao, Lin Yan, Han Yue, the names climbed the board. Then, finally, rank 10, tied between Xiao Yan and Liu Jing. A blonde girl with Liu Jing's blood in her veins stepped forward, finger leveled, and accused Xiao Yan of pill-cheating to steal her cousin's glory. Her words drew blood. One bolder disciple lunged at an offender, fists already swinging. Then a blue-haired girl opened her eyes amid swirling flame. Everyone in the Boulder sect except Xiao Yan, she declared, was beneath her notice. A dark-haired girl walked through the chaos, smoke curling at her feet, and addressed head elder Su with one quiet question. Could non-participants still challenge for rank? Liu Jing's cousin tried to redirect her at Xiao Yan. The girl ignored the bait, locked eyes on Lin Ziuya instead, and formally invited him to fight for the Boulder sect. Lin Ziuya accepted with a gallant bow. Across the arena, a muscular senior laughed and a silver-haired woman watched, curious what Zunner was hiding. She asked where his sword was. He smiled, eyes closed, and told her not to worry. So she answered with a blazing slash that shaved past his cheek. Lin Ziuya answered with a golden-fisted counter that cracked the air like a thunderclap. But the force skidded him backward across the stone, and he felt it. She was stronger than any opening round he'd seen. Zunner leaped into the air and told him plainly. She wanted the number 2 ranker at full strength, and this was his final warning to draw steel. Onlookers gawked from the windows. Lin Ziuya finally pulled his sword, Blue Du Qi coiling up the blade, and admitted out loud he'd badly misjudged her. He unleashed a black-tier combat skill, Gale of Yearning, his body spinning into a spiraling blue vortex that swallowed the arena. Friends shouted to be careful. She answered with a spinning kick wrapped in explosive force, every impact detonating like a struck bell against his cyclone. The clash ended midair with a burst of light, and Lin Ziuya conceded on the spot. His rank belonged to Miss Zunner now, though she didn't care about the number. She'd done it all for brother Xiao Yan. The arena erupted. Lin Ziuya, felled by a girl nobody had ranked. Chapter title: Separation. 4 kids share a bowl of tangyuan, warm and easy, the last taste of normal before everything splits. Because the ranking match wasn't even done. Xiao Yan, wreathed in flame, towered over a smaller figure and demanded submission. A youth rebuffed him, screaming that the win was already his. But reality was softer. Our boy jolted awake 5 days later on a strange bed, fist raised in triumph, while a white-haired woman munched fruit and cheerfully informed him the fight was ancient history. She'd watched over him every night, forcing herself to rest only when a special technique put her under, which made him call her a silly girl, soft and grateful. Then the teasing started. Fainting mid-tournament earned him dog food jokes and pure panic, until she finally broke the news. Mutual knockout, draw with Liu Jing, 10th place, and the Chibai meltdown that followed was legendary, which meant the real spotlight wasn't on him. A white-haired man pointed upward and announced the true headline, while our boy leaned out the window to investigate the racket below. A frenzied fan mob in matching uniforms was demanding entry, screaming loyalty oaths and begging to join the Boulder sect, peak idol launch chaos. Staff tried desperately to control the swarm, an orange-haired woman whipping a rope like a weapon, a red-haired man begging for calm, 2 background bros duking it out, and the heart sign chorus chanting on. She even cut off the lullaby singer's mid-note, which prompted a dramatic apology from a dark-haired boy who answered with a full-page wind strike, flash, crouch, power on display. Then the blue-haired idol finally emerged to direct his fans, right for autographs, left for hugs, center for both, while Zunner yawned awake nearby. His smile faded as the crowd went dead silent behind him. A masked rookie idol stormed the stage to fresh screams, until the crowd spotted Lin Ziuya watching from the masses, total shock. And a small figure dashed past yelling they had the wrong guy, while Shui Guanjai laughed nervously below. Back at the academy under a giant tree, our boy caught Zunner up on the chaos, teasing her as his little tigress until her blush matched the sunset. He reached out and rested a hand on her hair, the simple weight of it saying everything words couldn't. He thanked her for staying by him while he was out, a quiet, glowing moment neither of them would forget. Her wide eyes, the small blush, she couldn't speak and didn't need to, except her voice broke the silence with an urgent warning. A wave of powerful cultivators was closing in fast, and brother Xiao Yan had to run. She yanked him into cover just as 3 winged steeds ripped across the sky, and the elders of the central branch felt like children next to whatever rode those things. A dark-haired commander astride a massive winged unicorn stared down with cold certainty. "Miss Hunter, we've finally found you." He landed and knelt. Ling Quan, deputy commander of the Black Oblivion Army, sent by the clan leader to take Zunner home. Her face crumbled as she told Xiao Yan she couldn't defy her father. He reached for her, calling her name, and the world answered with a fist. One blow sent him flying. The air ripped from his lungs before he even registered the hit. The long-haired man loomed with yellow energy swirling between his palms, calling him a good-for-nothing from a fallen house, and asking calmly if he was the reason their young miss refused to come home. Zunner grabbed Ling Quan before he could finish the insult. The Xiao family, a long-time ally of their clan, while the stranger rebuked them both, reminding the dog there were forces he couldn't afford to offend. Ling Quan fired back that girls like her were unworthy of anyone, pure fury, no filter. So Zunner answered him the only way that left no argument. She pulled Xiao Yan into a fierce kiss that silenced every sword in the clearing, Ling Quan shrieking in the background. Afterward, Xiao Yan looked at her with a quiet smile and promised, no matter how powerful her family, she would always be his girl. And in a sunlit field, our boy made her a vow that shook heaven itself. Zunner rode away on a great white beast, still smiling through tears. One voice chased her across the blossoms, "Wait for him because he was coming." He stood beneath that moon until the flowers blurred, and the only name in his chest was hers. Every memory surfaced, childhood promises, borrowed years, the girl who always believed in him, and it crushed him. So she cracked him across the head and reminded him that Zunner was only waiting on his strength. That was the switch he needed, and he swore it out loud with clenched fists. He would rise so high no one ever pried another person from his hands again. His master approved with a grin, then shot off toward tomorrow's top 10 reward, leaving our boy scrambling to keep up. Night broke on the academy at last. A new day cracked the horizon open. Up on the chain bridge, the academy's #1 was getting roasted for being short, and a tiny purple-haired queen was absolutely not amused. Then her whole face lit up at something off-screen. A pink-haired missile came screaming across the courtyard demanding more candy. Then someone shouted his name, Xiao Yan, from behind a silver-haired senior. The savage spear ambushed him next, smacked him on the head like an old sparring buddy, and jogged off grinning about a rematch. Xiao Yan left standing there processing. And just when the day couldn't get weirder, the academy's silver-haired heartthrob Lin Ziuya walked up, blushing, and held out a letter sealed with a red heart. Turned out the confession wasn't for him. A flustered kid shoved the letter into Xiao Yan's hands, begging him to deliver it to Zunner with her soul still aching in his chest. He stared at the envelope like it was a grenade, still half stuck on the word Zunner. Then a gray-haired academy brother crashed the party, figured out from the archives that he and Zunner were siblings, and excitedly grabbed Xiao Yan's hands to call him brother. Our boy cackled, saw an opening, and started claiming feelings for Zunner himself to mess with the love-struck fool, who swore on the spot to take good care of her. So he laid out the gauntlet ancestor rank, lord of a territory, the 3 obediences and 4 virtues, shopping budget on call, and the kid agreed to every single impossible demand. Then came the killing stroke. Any suitor had to take the Xiao surname, and the Lin family successor crumbled. Xiao Yan scratched his head sheepishly, hearts floating around him, privately inviting the universe to compete with him for her. An elder slammed down in the courtyard and called the top 10 forward. The Skyfer Chi training tower was waiting, and every top-ranker's pulse jumped. Deep under the academy, a white-haired guide warned the chosen that they were about to see the academy's most guarded secret. They stood before a massive stone door, and it shuttered open on its own. The lowest chamber swallowed them whole, a circular pit roped with glowing seals, and at its heart, a single blaze burning hotter than anything alive should the fallen heart flame. The head elder barked for seats as chained fire roared in the array's center, and one sharp-eyed disciple spotted the energy seal smothering the beast. A white orb cracked apart in the flames, and an entire swarm of glowing fragments scattered skyward. The seal broken, the flame free, and an old hand hurled a single command through the roar. A white-haired candidate braced himself, and the fallen heart flame came down on him like a verdict. 3 disciples screamed under the blast, 2 elders held their positions below, and a third asked the only question that mattered: was the beast still sleeping? The chamber cracked open around them, and rubble buried the junior disciple in an instant. Lin Ziuya warned Xiao Yan that something had gone terribly wrong. An elder's roar split the chaos. "Evacuate the tower now," as the walls buckled. And then the heart flame rebelled, erupting into a screaming phoenix of gold and crimson. The chaos began with her silhouette backlit in a cathedral hall, wind curling through her armor like a promise. Then a power named Batty slammed a spiraling seal into the inferno below, and the elder screamed the order that started the evacuation. Our boy threw himself between civilians and the fire, shouting for them to run. He barked at his companions to withdraw, while reinforcements raced toward the blaze. A stairway beneath them shattered and tumbled down the cliff, and the scramble to climb became a fight against falling rock. They turned in time to see the Skyfer Chi training tower's seal split open in a cascade of fire. The shockwave hurled 2 elders across the broken ground before either could plant his feet. The fallen heart flame had broken the first layer of its cage in minutes, and the veteran could only stare at the impossible sight. From the smoke emerged something colossal, a fiery beast shape screeching across the spire. Elder recognition hit all at once. This was no ordinary creature, and the flame had just multiplied its strength tenfold. A serpent head of pure flame roared and lunged forward, eye blazing like a forged door. Onlookers screamed warnings as glowing chains rattled out to bind the monster. Two veterans slammed a runic seal into the sky and hauled the beast backward by sheer will. It was not enough, the phoenix still thrashed free, screeching against the chains. Flames punched through the shield and burned one fighter's combat chi to nothing in a single scream. An explosion flung a silhouette into the fire, and the elder's curse was swallowed by thunder. Then aircraft crested the ridge, and the same elder grinned with a chained weapon in his fist. Help had arrived from the central branch. One punch rocketed a spiky-haired enemy skyward in a flash. But this was an ambush. Masked attackers carved Han Feng's cheek open before he could react. Han Feng landed in a billow of black robe and laid it out plain. The Academy had lost its grip on the Blackhorn territory, and the fallen heart flame would be his. The Academy answered with a sweeping blue wave that slammed his vanguard flat. Elder Jin Yin kicked flaming chains apart and dropped the students free, then dared the enemy to finish the job. An emperor-rank aura tore across the field and froze everyone who felt it. A purple-haired girl flew forward alone, swearing the Academy was hers to defend. She answered with a colossal violet dragon flame blast that swallowed her enemies whole. Han Feng only smiled. His plan wasn't to fight the seal, it was to break it, let the flames slaughter the Academy, then claim the treasure himself. Yao Lao stood firm, daring Han Feng to break what he couldn't capture. Then a horned figure materialized in blue fire behind Xiao Yan, Han Feng's master, alive, and the traitor's smirk died. Chapter 154. Betraying kindness and forgetting gratitude, and that title was about to draw blood. Yao Lao's spectral form blazed into view, white hair wild with blue-white flame, and Han Feng's manic grin cracked into pure disbelief. That ungrateful disciple was too busy savoring his new rank to notice death walking up behind him. Tier 6 alchemist, oceanic heart flame, a throne of blue fire, the empire he'd built on his master's stolen legacy. Xiao Yan stepped between them, twin heavenly flames coiling around his hands, and dared Han Feng to ever call that old man master again. He hurled the flame tsunami in a roaring blue tide, the oceanic heart flame palm blazing bright. Vengeance paid forward for a master who couldn't swing his own fists. Liu Jing locked blades with a black-hooded enemy, then froze, muttering that Xiao Yan's sudden leap in power was absurd. Two older seal crafters grimaced through the pain, golden dragon jaws straining against their chains, begging each other to hold the ritual one breath longer. A white-haired warrior brought his massive blade down in a thunderclap of fused flame, while Xiao Yan braced through the shockwave, and Yao Lao warned him his borrowed power wouldn't last. Han Feng just laughed through the inferno, promising that Xiao Yan's second death would hand him every flame and technique he carried. Xiao Yan poured everything into a single beam, yelling that he'd settle the debt by taking Han Feng's life in return. The fire lotus detonated across the field, and a white-armored elder screamed at everyone to throw up their combat chi shields. The blast lifted two figures off their feet and sent them tumbling through raining rock and smoke. Xiao Yan stood in the settling dust, fists clenched, asking if Han Feng was finally finished. Han Feng coughed behind his heavenly flame shield and offered his mercenaries double the bounty to finish Xiao Yan. The tower's seal exploded outward, and three white-robed elders staggered as a trapped evil beast's strength surged past every leash they'd tied on it. A phoenix-like fire lotus drank up the leftover energy from their clash, growing brighter with every heartbeat. Xiao Yan stood bruised amid the smoke, watching a wall of orange flame bear down on them both. Han Feng panicked, offering triple the price for an escape, and Elder Jin Yin shouted a warning to Xiao Yan to move. A demonic column of fire blasted Han Feng backward, cursing as he fled into the smoke and vowing a return. Xiao Yan whipped a golden flame lash at the phoenix creature, which pivoted toward him with predatory interest. An elder barked the evacuation order, students scattering deep into the forest as the academy burned behind them. Three elders leapt into a triangle formation, rallying every fighter in earshot to seal the academy's fate on this single clash. Elders poured into the breach like a final gamble, golden wings of Du Qi, slamming the enemy ranks into the dirt. But the fallen heart flame hit back harder, catching a white-coated elder point-blank and spitting blood across the courtyard. A blue-haired boy screamed for the head elder, but the answer came as a wall of fire shoving him away from the man who just saved his life. The head elder threw himself into the blast, buying the boy one chance, his last breath already spent. Yao Lao's voice cut through the roar. The fire lotus had fattened this thing into a monster. So Xiao Yan launched himself forward on 3,000 lightning movement, wreathed in flame. Fireballs and lightning tore the courtyard apart, and our boy felt the hunter become the hunted. Chains rattled and buckled under the strain as two academy fighters strained against a seal that was no longer holding. The seal wouldn't hold, and every elder in the tower could feel the academy counting its final minutes. His body betrayed him mid-stride, the hand-fang wound ripped open, and a massive flaming bird screeched to life behind him. Purple-haired Zunner screamed the warning, but the fire pillar answered first, slamming the ground and scattering everyone who tried to stand. A desperate disciple asked if hope existed, and Yao Lao's gaze dropped toward the Skyfer Chi training tower's still glowing seal. Lure the beast to that seal, the master warned, and they could cage it again, but whoever did it wouldn't walk away alive. Xiao Yan sprouted his purple wings and dove straight at the serpent, screaming for it to come and eat him. Somewhere below, a reckless kid was charging straight at the flame they couldn't even cage. He'd made his choice, to drag the flame underground and buy the academy its survival, even if it cost him everything. The world went orange around him as he fell, and one quiet apology slipped out to the master he'd have to leave behind. In that final flicker of light, he found Zunner's face and promised that even his death would make her proud. A colossal seal bloomed across the ruined skyline, while a bloodied elder rallied the survivors, vowing none of it would be wasted. Half a world away in the West Imperial capital, a teacup slipped from a blonde woman's fingers and shattered on the floor. Her companion laughed it off. That scourge always lands on his feet, but her eyes lingered on the horizon, hoping he was right. Far from the fire, a woman in red turned her eyes to the city and let herself want something softer than survival. Inside the flame's birthplace, Xiao Yan floated between blue fire and roaring orange, waking into a war that had been raging through him for half a month. Yao Lao poured the last of his soul into the kid, and our boy threw both arms wide, dragging the blue lotus mantle flame into a desperate shield. The world tilted, and Queen Medusa's red hair snapped into focus beside him. The spirit fusion had dragged her into his personal hell. The heat hit him, and the realization slammed in. Queen Medusa had been riding in his body this whole time. She smiled, a slow predator's smile, and called this place his little accident. Then the smile died, replaced by ancestor-rank fury. Her servant had dragged her into a primordial flame's birthplace, and she would kill him for it. He begged for his life, palms up, stammering that the spirit fusion pill's ingredients had taken ages to gather. Please, Your Highness. He wasn't useless yet. Her heavenly flame barrier cracked, and he screamed the only word that mattered. Watch out. He threw himself in front of her, and drove them both straight through a wall of fire, every step burning what little Du Qi he had left. And in the heartbeat of calm, he looked down and apologized for dragging her into this. Medusa took the carry across molten rock, then unleashed a frenzy of strikes, only to realize she'd been tricked a second time. She lashed out with a hiss and a blast of purple-pink fury, claiming the boy as hers and daring the arrogant flame to move. The phoenix dove, and he screamed at her to run. He'd distract the beast so she could escape, a trade he never thought he'd offer. The pink-haired flame wielder laughed off the attack, brushing it aside as inferior, and her young companion warned her it wasn't over. Flame swallowed the group. The golden-eyed girl couldn't break free, and his blue lotus mantle shield was seconds from failing. A blast tore through, a protective pendant shattered, and he pulled Medusa and little Rainbow close to spend the last of his defense on them. A glowing sphere erupted around the two of them, the blue lotus mantle's pistol igniting on its own to swallow the blast. Even the sphere was cracking, and the pink-haired girl sheltered behind him had seconds, not minutes. But through the roar of fire, a single pill dropped toward him, the Earth Spirit pill, made for exactly this moment. Grinning with nothing left to lose, he lunged for the glowing sphere, betting his life on one desperate grab. Pain ripped through him as the flame consumed them both, a soundless, scorching end. Only fire remained, roaring on. A year later on Jianan Academy grounds, Bai Cheng strutted forward, Zunner gone. Our boy confirmed dead, the perfect time for revenge. A red-haired disciple and her swordsman stepped up, fury in their fists, daring him to try. An orange-haired girl shouted that he'd spit on Xiao Yan's sacrifice, and the elders would make him pay. The black-haired disciple snarled and smashed a boulder into gravel, swearing he'd destroy the boulder sect and make our boy regret the grave. From the rooftop, a blond man and silver-haired woman answered. Anyone touching the boulder sect walked through them first. A fur-cloaked elder stepped in and banned the white faction from the Skyfer Chi training tower for a year, ending the brawl with one decree. New elders honored, the red-haired disciple's eyes went wet for the friend still missing, and a silver-haired woman whispered the only hope left. Maybe he was still alive. The gray-haired elder promised to guard the boulder sect and meet his missing friend again. Deep in the Fallen Heart Flame's birthplace, blue-white fire defied an ocean of orange. One captive spirit refused to vanish. A master needed avenging, a father still waiting. Then a dark-haired young man shattered his ice prison in a burst of icy wings. The gamble paid off. Wings of Du Qi ripped from his back as our boy rocketed out of the wreckage, fist raised to the heavens, spirit rank shattered, king rank claimed. But the celebration died in his throat. Floating limp beside him, wrapped in that same eerie glow, was Medusa, and the fusion bond wasn't waiting for anyone's permission. She convulsed. The spirit fusion pill's leftovers were rewriting her from the inside, and all our boy could do was hold her up and scream for the one ally still unaccounted for. He bellowed into the inferno for little Rainbow, voice cracking over the roar, because if that swollen serpent soul hadn't survived the tower's collapse, nobody was coming to help. Then the lion came back. Our boy just grinned. He'd fed this overgrown house cat stone once before, and the memory of that choking meal was written all over its furious face. He dove straight through the flames, the unconscious queen cradled against his chest, betting everything on one fragile hope, that she'd remember this mercy instead of returning the favor with a knife. But the Flame Lord crowed that the Earth Spirit pill had made him immune to heavenly flames now, and our boy just laughed, summoning the Blue Lotus right back. Back on the surface, a year had bled by. Robed figures lined the bridge in silence, honoring the reopening of the Skyfer Chi training tower and the kid who'd died sealing it. Students bowed their heads. They carved his face in stone and swore his name would never leave that campus. Students gathered before a stone likeness of the boy they'd lost, kneeling like he was already a legend. The head elder's grand reopening speech was barely out of his mouth when the earth started shaking, and every elder there knew exactly what that meant. Smoke poured from the tower. A young woman drifted down through the debris like she owned the place, and every weapon on the bridge came up at once. But deep in the academy, an elder with a patch over one eye threw up his hands, because lately, trouble just kept knocking. Then she detonated. A wall of pink fury screamed outward, and Medusa's voice rang through the blast. The spirit fusion was done, and her power was back with interest. She laughed into the sky, ancestor rank thundering off her in waves, told the stunned elders she owed them one, and launched herself over the ruins without looking back. That was because the woman who just leapt skyward wasn't a student or a guest or anyone's friend. She was ancestor rank. She just repelled an attack on the sect, and her favor wasn't a gift, it was a debt. Walk easy, elders, she was still watching. And that chat was officially our boy's re-entry stolen right out from under him. He crawled out of the rubble ready for his dramatic hero moment and got completely upstaged. But he made it count anyway, shirtless on the ice, fist in the air, grinning like a man who just walked out of his own grave. Because he had. His crew mobbed him before he could stand. Tears, shouting, a full-body group hug that nearly buried our boy alive, and the elders smiling like they'd personally won the war. They dragged him to his memorial statue. He stared up at it, sweating, and quietly died inside. The thing was already in pieces. A quiet sky, a breath between storms. Then came the best meal he'd had in a year, piled high, eaten like a man who remembered what food tasted like. The old man watched him inhale 3 plates and offered to hear the whole story once his bowl was empty. So our boy cheerfully told them the fallen heart flame was gone, absorbed into his own body, and the elder nearly had a stroke on the spot. The elder's solution was to seal him under the tower as a replacement. A blast of light launched our boy across the room, and his former mentor fled into the mountains to sob. But before the dust settled, a messenger burst in. Xiao Li was pinned down by the Black Alliance in Blackhorn territory, and the war wasn't waiting for anyone to finish lunch. His eyes went wide. The brother he'd left behind was about to die. Because 1 year ago, Han Feng crawled home wounded, founded the Black Alliance for revenge, and now its blades had Xiao Li cornered. Three brothers, side by side on a quiet afternoon, the calm before everything they built came crashing down. That crash arrived at the barren fortress, where Han Feng's army ringed the walls and screamed for Xiao Li's head. The Xiao Alliance answered from the battlements. Every man among them would die before betraying a brother, which only made the Ximen lieutenant grin harder. Third brother gone, Han Feng's blood on the grudge. Xiao Li lunged forward spear first, and the fortress erupted behind him. His fighters roared back, but the four cloaked Ximen cultivators springing skyward meant the Black Alliance had brought kings. One of those kings dove at a red-haired defender with a staff, and ate a shield bash plus a kick that sent him skidding through the dirt. Two more rushed in, fire and steel together, gambling that a newly minted king rank couldn't last. That gamble died in a cyclone of lightning as the orange-haired fighter answered with a black-tier spirit spell, a straight highlight reel moment. Xiao Li himself was bleeding on one knee, staff swinging, promising to send both kings to apologize to Xiao Yan in hell. A white-haired ally landed a clean slash. Then a dark-haired swordsman blindsided him from behind, because honor was never on Han Feng's payroll. The mace came down. Brother Xiao Li was done. The Black Alliance's stepping stone had been crushed, until light erupted across the field, and a familiar voice apologized for making Xiao Li worry. Two assassins recognized the silhouette and lunged for a second kill, a prize Han Feng would surely pay a fortune for. Fury answered them. Those who dared to hurt his brother would die for it. A sea of green flame detonated outward, and the Ximen soldiers finally learned what a real heavenly flame felt like. The blast carved a crater around him. Xiao Yan stood at the center, untouched, while concentric rings of teal fire devoured everything else. The survivors screamed demon, which was a reasonable reaction, and one meteor hammer later, Violet had introduced the second of those demons to the sky. A pink-haired girl with bat wings landed furious that he'd stolen her flashy entrance, then declared the entire Jianan Academy at war with the Black Alliance on his behalf. Xiao Yan let one broken enemy live, just long enough to carry a message. Han Feng would pay for what he'd done to Xiao Li. Crisis over, he knelt by his sworn brother, pressed healing pills into his hands, and took the blame for every scar on him. Xiao Li countered. Reaching king rank in a year was no small feat, and Xiao Yan let the smile stay on his face while the truth sat heavier underneath. Then his eyes found the mark on Xiao Li's collar, and the smile died. That cursed tattoo was a life-draining pill, 2 years from Grandmaster to King, 2 years to an empty grave. A year ago, Xiao Li had believed his brother dead, had sworn vengeance against the Yunlan sect and Han Feng, and chased that power into a mountain cave. There, fate handed him a bottle and a scroll, and Xiao Li paid the price without a second thought. Now he sat bandaged in candlelight, entrusting the family to his younger brother's hands with the calm of a man who had already made peace with the cost. But Xiao Yan refused that peace. A cure existed somewhere, and he would find it before the 2 years ran out. War had a face now, and it wore wings. Inside the Black Alliance, the schemers were furious that Xiao Yan's return had saved Xiao Li. Cloaked underlings dismissed him as stubborn and cockroach-like, too angry to realize the joke was about to turn on them. Then the doors blew wide. Xiao Yan had carved his way in, alive and radiating killing intent. Han Feng grinned through every scar, promising to return the favor in kind. So our boy roared Han Feng's name across the sky, while cloaked enforcers swept in behind him to collect what was owed. The two faced off. Xiao Yan's palm ignited green as he taunted. Apologies for surviving, gratitude for delivering the flame. Han Feng gushed about finally seizing the fallen heart flame, and the title of medicine, Sage's true disciple. That was the line that broke Xiao Yan's restraint. He charged screaming that this traitor never deserved to call himself Yao Lao's heir. The Black Alliance retaliated against the Jianan Academy with a screaming dive bomb, and head elder Su answered with a vow. Today, the Black Alliance dies. Han Feng just laughed harder, cupping his ear as the watching crowd jeered, and Su Kaiyan's patience cracked. But the Academy answered in full force. An elder ignited the rallying array, troops surged downhill, and a pink-haired girl joyfully hurled a violet meteor hammer into the fray. Purple blasts hammered Su Kaiyan until Xiao Yan dove through them with a massive blade, and an ally shouted that this was just one ancestor-rank threat, manageable. Our boy answered with a brand new technique, Flame Wave Cleaver, and the explosion tore the sky turquoise. Han Feng staggered. He'd recognized no flame in that blast, not lotus, not bone-chilling, not heart, until Xiao Yan named it. The extermination flame, born of two heavenly flames fused together. Fury replaced reason. Xiao Yan lunged with another blade, screamed that this backstabber had murdered the man who raised him like a son. He followed with Reflection of the Heart, an ice arc meant to crack Han Feng open and expose whatever regret still lived inside. Han Feng refused the mirror entirely, screaming that strength was all that mattered and demanding the heavenly flame and the extermination flame alike. A witness blanched. The traitor's combat chi had climbed to quasi-emperor rank, a full half-step beyond king. An elder shouted for Xiao Yan to stand down, but our boy drove a green flame sword downward. This kill belonged to him and to his master. Both unleashed finishing moves at once, Flame Wave Cleaver against Splendid Sealing Claw in a cataclysmic midair collision. The shockwave ripped across the city below, shattering stone in every direction. Han Feng floated serenely above the ruin, smirking that all those flames couldn't bridge the gap between king and quasi-emperor. Battered, bleeding, with debris streaking past, Xiao Yan screamed upward that he wasn't finished, and the victor was still undecided. And then the water boiled. A colossal, illusory, oceanic heart beast rose behind him, jaws wide enough to swallow the duel whole. Three teal-haired warriors locked in coordinated assault, and the chapter promised the impossible, defeating a quasi-emperor. The illusory oceanic heart beast screeched down at him, jaws wide, calling him a mere king-ranked nobody. His opponent smirked, summoning the same old fire lotus, but something in its color had changed. The lotus swelled into something far worse, fire lotus of divine fury, and the elders screamed to take cover. Green annihilation ripped outward, shaking the ground flat beneath everyone's feet. Enemies on the cliff debated whether Xiao Yan could actually kill their leader Han Feng, and then spotted him coming. The Black Alliance cheered a victory they hadn't actually won, as Han Feng descended wreathed in flame, half-mad. Bloodied, wings torn, riding a cracked sword, Xiao Yan plummeted out of the smoke alive. His body screamed for rest, but dying wasn't on the table while Han Feng still breathed. He launched into the air and drove Flame Wave Cleaver straight into Han Feng's skull. He crashed to his knees, spent, and the enemy ordered the finishing blow, but a winged elder stepped forward to deny them. The masked captain barked the order to swarm the kid, but Elder Jin Yin stepped forward with wings flared and dared them to try it. Han Feng knelt broken in the rubble, calling it impossible, and Xiao Yan gave him one word: retribution. He raised his blade to end it for his master, and a voice from nowhere laughed, naming Yao Chen's spirit as living inside him. Black mist and chains burst from the shadows, and a grinning presence announced itself. Spirit Hall had arrived. A spiked chain hissed past his ear, while the spectral figure cackled that Xiao Yan's life was his. Queen Medusa planted herself between Xiao Yan and the specter, claiming his life as her property. She answered with a devastating blast of pink Du Qi that hurled the cloaked attacker across the field. She smacked Xiao Yan for getting caught and dared the shadow to name a consequence she feared. The specter struck back, wrenching a glowing spirit out of a green-haired ally, a sixth-tier alchemist's soul ripped free. Those blue eyes promised to let Xiao Yan carry Yao Chen's spirit a little longer, before coming to collect both trophies. The enemy line broke the moment their leader fell, and Spirit Hall's name alone sent the survivors scattering for the hills. Medusa stood over the battered kid, glaring down at his grateful smile like it personally offended her. She admitted the python's lingering soul had forced her hand, saving a man she'd rather have watched burn. That same unwanted mercy now choked him from the inside, crackling through his veins while her hand hovered, deciding. Mid-clash her head split with pain, the spell sputtering wild, and she broke off swearing she'd kill him first, then hunt our boy down. She spat his name like a curse. The kid stood dumbfounded, and the head elder quietly concluded, a woman. This dangerous only hated a man that hard because he broke her heart. With Han Feng dead, his allies pressed the Nether Sea storage ring into our boy's hands, insisting the kill was his and the spoils should follow. He took it for the herbs inside, because Yao Lao's awakening couldn't wait and Han Feng owed the old man a debt paid in pill ingredients. A week of grinding meditation later, the branded poison was gone, the wounds had closed, and he'd touched the peak of king rank. Then he remembered the scroll Zunner slipped him long ago, the one she swore he couldn't open until he was strong enough to survive it. The snap of the seal tore the room open in a cyclone of green light, and the answer came flooding out. 5 seals forged by a god-tier cultivator, chained together into a heaven-ranked art, and our boy sat there gaping at the scroll like it had just rewritten his sealing. The page cut off at the introduction. He reached in for more, and the scroll smacked his hand with a flash of warning light. Then a familiar voice cut through the glare, congratulating him on hitting king rank with a warmth 2 years of absence hadn't dulled. He spun on his heel shouting her name, heart in his throat, and the girl he'd been missing was suddenly standing right there in the room. Only it wasn't her, just a projection she'd left sleeping inside the scroll, already fading as she pressed 2 seal books into his hands. She pressed 2 glowing tomes into his hands, betting everything on how fast he could learn. She told him to use its power sparingly, smiled like she was holding back a flood, and scattered into blue petals before he could reach her. He swore to the empty room she hadn't wasted a single sacrifice, and pulled the book against his chest like a promise he intended to keep. Weeks later, on a mountain behind the central branch, he sat in stillness and called out, smiling, because he already knew who was lurking in the trees. Medusa slammed him into the rock for the suggestion, but he just laughed and named the culprit Little Rainbow's ghost pulling her chain against her will. She snarled that the whole mess was his fault, and the scamming alchemist grinned, admitting there was a way to cut that ghost loose if she'd listen. A spirit recovery pill sat waiting in Han Feng's old ring, the recipe tailor-made for her exact problem, and she crossed her arms daring him to name his price. He held up one finger, 1 year as his summoned blade, and she bit out an agreement while her fist clenched behind her back, already planning his end. He threw his arms wide crowing about a new companion, named her Kai Lin on the spot, and got a venomous correction to address her as Highness instead. At Miter's auction hall, section leader Yun slammed the railing and demanded Yun Shan back off, but Xiao sect master Xiao Ning stayed seated, calm as stone, offering only the Xiao family remnants. Some white-haired fool tried to play emperor. A teal-haired girl rushed him with a crystal fist, and he swatted her apart without rising. The Miter family had drawn an enemy it couldn't afford, so Yun Shan laid down the law himself, 1 month to kneel or flee. The silver-haired woman turned her back, robe sweeping, and went to seal Miter's auction house as a warning shot to every house left. An elder marched disciples out as nobles whispered on the balcony. The Yun land sect had grown monstrous since Yun Shan hit ancestor rank and crushed Hai Badong and Jia Xingxian in turn. A blonde woman pressed her palms together, smiling, certain she knew someone who could match that monster. Sunlight broke through pink and blue clouds. Above those clouds floated the Yun land sect's palace, waterfalls off spires, a skybridge of arrogance, and every empire knew who owned the high ground now. Inside, a pink-haired disciple clenched her fists before her dejected master, wishing out loud she had the spine of whoever wrecked Miters. Half the empire cursed Xiao Yan's name. Don't you dare come home, you disaster. A blonde woman asked where he was, and a pink-haired girl on a balcony stared into the distance, thinking the same thought everyone wouldn't say. Far away, under a bruised purple sky, the Blackhorn Territory's peaks marked the new Black Alliance base. Brother Xiao Li grabbed Xiao Yan by the shoulders and pointed at a brand new gate stamped with the Xiao clan crest. Our boy just stood there, jaw slack. His family owned a territory now. Elders debated pushing further into Blackhorn, but a headband-wearing muscular bro cut them off. Xiao Yan was back, and there was a fortune to sell. Han Feng's years of loot were about to hit the auction block, and every coin would pour straight into Xiao clan growth. Xiao Yan smirked and tapped his temple. The auction was bait. He wanted lonely, dangerous people to come knock and chat about life. And they came. The hall filled, the auctioneer took the podium, and the bidding on Han Feng's stolen empire began. They'd already crashed the party, cloaked figures from rival factions, demanding a share of the dead alliance's spoils, and a blood trial before the Xiao clan sold a single coin. Then the real threat walked in. Lion Sha, Xiao Lion, Hengwu Moon, 3 emperor-rank powers, side by side, and the gallery went dead. Xiao Yan refused to flinch, daring all 3 to a duel. The gray-skinned brute answered with a roar and a ring of fire. Han Feng's allies thought our boy had nothing without Jianan Academy behind him. So our boy threw his arms wide, flared his aura, and called the one ally he absolutely could not lose. Medusa didn't answer. A purple-haired girl rocketed in fists first, a brute charged with a glowing punch, and Xiao Yan dropped to the floor screaming for the Snake Queen to please come out. She did. A pink-haired kick launched some poor soul across the room. Then she loomed over our cowering boy and demanded he start calling her Your Highness. He laughed nervously and agreed. Ancestor rank pressure slammed the hall like a closing fist. A purple-haired rival looked up. The Jianan Academy itself had materialized in the raft above, and her stomach dropped. Then the lineup dropped. 2 ancestor ranks and a wall of king ranks, glowing behind 3 men. The sweating, bowing emissary handed Feng City back and begged forgiveness for the misunderstanding. The 3 tried to slink out. Xiao Yan slammed the doors shut in their faces and proposed a trade, arms crossed, daring them to hear him out. A slice of Feng City's profits for muscle against a common enemy. Our boy smiled and let the offer hang. 3 terrified powerhouses had just been handed an offer they couldn't refuse. 3 powerhouses balked at the terms until he named the catch: cooperate or die together. A common enemy. They pressed for the name, dread pooling in their chests. And our boy turned, halo of flame behind him, and dropped the bomb. The Yun Land Sect. Chapter 163. Onwards to battle. The Empire was about to bleed. Good news exploded across the room. The major Blackhorn factions had agreed to join the war, all of them hungry enough to bite at Yun Land's throat. Xiao Yan laid it out cold. Pills for loyalty, recruits for cannon fodder, and Yun Land's head reserved for his own hands. His brother wanted to ride out that same hour, but the herbs weren't ready, not yet. He asked for a few more days, one small black ring pinched between his fingers, eyes soft with something that wasn't war. Sky stretched wide and quiet above the cliffs. Kai Lin wanted blood, not delays, but the old master slumbered still, and Xiao Yan meant to wake him before the killing started. She called him audacious. He answered by summoning Han Feng's hall, a cauldron's worth of priceless ingredients that proved the dead alchemist's sins still paid dividends. 2 flames, Blue Lotus and Fallen Heart, twisted together into something new, a prismatic lotus heart flame screaming into form. He hurled the fusion skyward, begging his sleeping master to hear it after a year of silence, while Kai Lin heckled him about lunch. Kai Lin yawned. The work was boring, but Xiao Yan wasn't finished, and he never knew when to quit. 3 days in, his spirit energy guttered low, and even she started wondering if pride alone could fuel a miracle. The ring sizzled like a warning, and Kai Lin's boot solved the problem midair. 1 armored corpse later, the distraction was over. He rounded on her furious, nearly there, willing to die for the attempt. She snarled back. His life was hers by contract, and he'd burn out her spirit fusion pill before he got the chance to be a martyr. The ground cracked open beneath them, something vast and ancient heaving awake, and neither of them had seen it coming. Yao Lao's ghost popped out grinning, caught faking a year-long nap just to grade his student's growth, and Xiao Yan's relief curdled instantly into a scream. The old man stretched like he'd just woken from a nap, bones creaking, while his disciple wondered if laziness counted as a body part. But there was a plan behind the jokes: merge the flames, add 1 more, and his teacher would walk the world in flesh again. Yao Lao agreed, then named the price: 3 final ingredients standing between a ghost and a body, an 8th-tier pill and a 7-stage magical beast's lifeblood. The first one flattened Xiao Yan like a boulder, the second made the boulder feel merciful. He remembered who he'd need to beg or fight for that lifeblood, and the memory alone was a headache. The 3rd ingredient, the master said quietly, was the bones of an ancestor-rank cultivator. That was a mountain too steep to climb yet, but Yun Lan was a mountain he could climb now, and he owed them blood before he owed his teacher flesh. Jianan Academy Square thundered with wings as giant eagles landed among the students, ready to carry war across the empire. Xiao Yan called the march, and a purple-haired comet dropped from the sky onto his shoulders, because Xi Yan had finally resurfaced, and she was not about to be left behind. 3 brothers crash-landed beside him, volunteering to take the strongest enemies on themselves. Behind his eyes, the long road from Wutan to here flickered in memory. Friends lost flames, a master avenged, every scar had built him toward this war. Wings caught the wind, and Xiao Yan rode toward Yun Lan to collect what was owed. The Jia Ma Empire's holy city burned under Yun Lan sect's opening barrage, civilians scattering as robed cultivators rained annihilation from the sky. Lord High and Booming stood atop the wreckage and gave the Miter family an ultimatum. Hand over the Xiao clan survivors, or get erased first. An ice cultivator answered with a wall of frost, which the blue-haired fighter detonated into shards across Hai Badong's defense. Hai Badong paid for that defiance in blood, hurled backward through his own broken ice, while fireballs pounded the Miter line. Then Yun Lan's elders felt the trap close. The auras clashing back weren't king rank at all, but full-blown emperor rank. The sect's fading glory showed in every shaking breath. Back at headquarters, the white-haired Spirit Hall master saw through the whole act, the Miters stalling, the Xiao clan already gone, and wondered why the hall cared about such a small family. His shadow beast snapped a chain forward like a verdict, and he reminded everyone present that the power they wielded was borrowed and could be reclaimed. His terms were simple: wipe out the Xiao clan, nothing else needed explaining. At the forest's edge, Hai Badong told the group the next valley meant freedom from Yun Lan territory. But Xiao Yan couldn't square that freedom, with the Miter family bleeding behind them. A dark-haired guard cut that guilt short. Anyone who didn't want to leave could leave their corpse instead, in the name of Yun Lan. Elder Jia tried to brush off their royal family protectors, until a dark-haired noble erupted in golden fury, and swore Yun Shan would learn the Jia Ma Empire wasn't his to chain. The Xiao clan stopped hiding. They charged into open battle, choosing a hero's death over a coward's shelter. A purple-haired emperor-rank powerhouse answered that pride with a palm strike that turned the sky to fire. How dare elders forget he was standing right there? A silver-haired veteran walked straight through an emperor-rank cultivator's guard, burying him in raw force. Then the trap snapped shut, pink-haired poison smoke rolled across the Yun Lan elders, and winged Blackhorn assassins stepped out of the haze. Spears rained from above as reinforcements crashed the siege, and a purple ponytailed rival called out asking if Xiao Yan had finally come home. An explosion slammed into the field. The blue-haired girl threw herself in front of her blonde companion and took the blast. The blonde refused to cower, insisting she could still pass out healing pills while her furious friend screamed at her to stop. Lightning cracked the sky, and Xiao Yan descended on glowing wings, years gone but unmistakable, flanked by Academy brothers. He landed with sword raised and named his target, Yun Lan, Yun Shan, Revenge, while a Yun Lan elder sneered that the sect leader wouldn't even need to stand up. Then he spread his wings wider, because he hadn't come alone. The whole sky behind him filled with cloaked aerial allies, and the enemy's smirk died on the spot. 3 of them crash-landed into the fray bantering. An impatient swordsman, a smirking silver-haired veteran, and a pouting bat-winged girl ready to bite through fodder. Xiao Yan rallied the swarm and dove forward, sword out, roaring for everyone to charge together into the war he'd finally come home to fight. A bride stood alone beneath a cathedral window, red roses in her hands and something like dread behind her veil. Back at Yun Lan, an elder sprinted up the throne room steps, breathless, bringing news Yun Shan hadn't asked to hear. The soul tablets of his elders sent to the Miter Manor were dimming, and the imperial princess's reinforcements had tipped the scales against them. Yun Shan's composure cracked. The Empire's factions stacking together shouldn't have been enough to push his people back. Even a veteran among them whispered the word she dreaded, demon, because that glow belonged to no ordinary cultivator. A defender recognized it too late, screaming the name as the wave swallowed him whole. When the flames cleared, the kid stood wreathed in green, and his people roared the counterattack had worked. The answer came from behind him, a shadow with white eyes, laughing, promising retaliation from an insect they'd written off. Let them dig in behind the Empire's strongest walls, Xiao Yan answered coldly. He would tear his way in and drag the man out. Miter kicked him square in the face for being dramatic, sending the great Avenger flying. Someone else had a more transactional reunion, a chest exchanged, a promised pill delivered, and a body that was about to get a glow-up. The teal-haired youth screamed her name, as a venomous fang proved it. Her pill came first, she informed him, and the little alchemist agreed very quickly. Yun Lan had gone mad dog, crushing every major clan in the Empire, and patience was no longer an option. But the cyan-haired youth cooled the room. Yun Lan's elders had grown unnaturally strong, propped up by some hidden backer. So the march paused for a war council, and the warning was blunt. Yun Lan was no longer the enemy he remembered. He'd come prepared, not reckless, and the room finally exhaled. which meant Yun Shan and the Spirit Hall were the only targets worth killing. He asked after Master Gu He. No one had answers. The teal-haired disciple slammed the table of all people, Gu He, the lovesick fool, and asked the only question that mattered. Who was the bride? The white-haired elder answered quietly, and the laughter died. Yun Yun had vanished, and they suspected Yun Shan had locked her away, which meant Yun Yun, the sect leader, had vanished from her own throne, locked away by her own master. The cautionary elder figured. Nobody, he swore, was going to sell her happiness for power. That was the part that made our boy slam both fists on the table. Yun Shan was bargaining her future to buy Gu He's poisoned support. Yun Yun didn't even look at it. The room watched shards rain down, and wondered if this wedding was going to end in blood before it began. But the question hung in the air like smoke. Would she ever speak again? Or would the war Xiao Yan was bringing up that mountain answer for her? Chapter 166, The Wedding. Lanterns and fireworks lit Yun Lan's grand hall, but no one in the crowd was smiling. Then the bride arrived, Yun Yun herself, veiled in white beneath a sky of bursting color, and the sect fell silent. Behind closed doors she snapped, demanding answers from Gu He for sealing her chi to force this marriage. He called her brainwashed, offered freedom only if she came back to him, the control freak doubling down. Gu He thanked Yun Shan publicly for the bride, promising the seal would lift after the vows, and Yun Shan laughed and agreed, which meant it was already a cage, until glass exploded inward on dark wings and a voice cut through the hall. I object. Xiao Yan crashed the ceremony, blade blazing, and aimed straight at Yun Shan. Nobody was sacrificing Yun Yun tonight. He didn't come alone either, because behind him coiled the imperial family's sacred beast, the serene sea dragon, full emperor rank. With dragons and fairies at his back, Xiao Yan's coalition announced it. Old debts paid today, the Yun Lan sect erased. Yun Shan answered with a kill order. Every intruder, imperial family included, dies on this mountain. So the ambush ignited. Winged squads dove on the dragon, a commander bellowed kill, and the hall became a battlefield. Zunner surged forward trailing blue flame, as her angelic allies rained light down on the domed palace below. Gu He tried dragging Yun Yun clear of the collapsing hall, but she tore free, veil ripping. She couldn't leave yet. High above the burning city, Xiao Yan cornered Yun Shan over his vanished father, and Yun Shan coldly confirmed his hand in it. Pressed on the father's location, Xiao Yan revealed the trail, Spirit Hall. That one word made Yun Shan flinch. Xiao Yan detonated a secret boosting technique, green lightning roaring, and Yun Shan sneered. Fake strength against an ancestor rank. Nothing. They traded blows across the sky. Xiao Yan's 3 thunderclap lightning movement earning a grudging nod mid-fight. He followed with flame tsunami, cyan green fire crashing down, and his opponent didn't even shift, calling it too weak. So he answered with one clean sword swing, a blazing shockwave splitting the air, and the smirk finally died. Then a white-robed elder stepped into the sky, heavenly flame swirling, coldly announcing that harming his disciple carried a death sentence. A white-haired elder in flowing robes descended from the sky, wind screaming around him, answering Yun Shan's arrogance with fury. An admirer wept at the sight, his granddaughter fangirling over the blue-haired youth instead, and the old sage laughed. The kid's powers had come from him all along. But the white-haired fighter landed hard, dismissed Yao Chen as a fading ghost, and swore he would never leave this place alive. A chained demonic entity grinned up from the ground, welcoming the medicine sage to hell. Chains rattled as a horned reaper rose behind them, promising that this time Yao Chen would not slip away. Yun Shan's blue shield ate the incoming barrage without flinching, but the winged Xiao heir lunged forward, vowing to spill Yun Shan's blood for the Xiao family. The white-haired fighter answered with a colossal green flame tsunami, shattering the attacker's ice and stance in a single blast. A teal-haired Xiao broke through the woman's shield, screaming for the blood his clan was owed. A green slash punched through Sister Yun Jai's chest, and her anguished no tore the air. Xiao Yan screamed her name, and the Xiao silver-haired elder cradled her body, offering a pained apology for the sect's sins against his family. A wounded disciple clasped her master's hand, begging him to remember who he used to be. But his body convulsed, eyes snapping wide as crackling power hijacked his will. Sister Yun Jai's hand thrust forward, blue fury blasting her own disciple backward. He leaped through the air and caught her before she hit the ground. She accused him of betrayal. He fired back that he had only ever cooperated to save her from Yun Shan, and that agreement was now ash. Her brother ran toward her, as Xiao Yan learned Yun Shan had sealed her for 2 years just for freeing him. The silver-haired fighter roared traitors and hurled a howling wind vortex, while a friend begged Gu He to evacuate Yun Zhai. A golden mountain-splitting seal detonated, shattering a floating island and blasting 2 cloaked figures across the sky. Xiao Yan cupped a glowing golden seal, panting as the ground split beneath him. His opponent calmly wondered how many times he could fire that. Glowing chains snapped through the air, binding the dark figure, while the white-haired youth taunted that his master could not save him in time. The dark-haired cultivator raised a swirling blue flame that shattered the assault, shocking his enemy who recognized the bone-chilling technique. Blue-haired Xiao Yan cradled a glowing lotus, teal fire screaming around him. His first-ever fusion of 3 heavenly flames, aimed straight at the heart of the battle. The Xiao family's vengeance, forged in azure flame and a decade of pain, finally hit the mountain. An icy dragon answered it, roaring down on an armored challenger with pure, frozen fury. Allies scattered through smoke and screaming wind, grabbing elders and bolting, because staying meant burning alive. The dragon's blast collided with green energy, and the shockwave cracked the world open. A figure went spinning through the thunderclap, and on the ground, 3 faces could only ask if Xiao Yan survived. Forced back through breaking pillars, the white-haired fighter managed a smirk. His green-haired foe answered through clenched teeth. One of them dies today. He would not leave that field alive unless his enemy did first, which was exactly why everyone froze when Xiao Yan swatted an ancestor-rank elder aside like a moth, calm and clean. But the silver-haired man took a spiked chain through the shoulder, a shot nobody had seen coming, because the real killer had finally arrived. A blue spirit clone rending an armored cultivator apart to devour an ancestor-rank soul. And then the truth dropped like a stone. Yun Shan had been Spirit Hall's puppet for years. The truth finally came out. Every move the Yun Land sect had made, every pill, every promise, was a leash the Spirit Hall had been tightening for years. The hooded villain grinned red, calling the medicine sage by name and promising to drag him home at last. Borrowed power came due in screaming chains, ripping borrowed strength and soul straight out of Yun Shan's flesh. So Xiao Yan had walked into a grinder, drained, baited, and almost spent. Except the cloak finally fell, revealing a skull-armored demon who laughed and swore the sect dies tonight. But Sister Yun Zhai refused to let it end like that, sword raised, demanding her disciples stand or die in shame. With Yun Shan gone, her seal shattered and her chi returned, she called for blood. Yun Zhai raised her voice to what was left of her people, and a broken sect found its fury all at once. The red-haired villain didn't care. A crimson storm screaming death while Gu He threw himself over Yuner to shield her. Then a blade cut the blast in half, and a lone swordswoman landed declaring herself Nalan Yanran of the Yun Land sect, here to kill. Out of nowhere, Nalan Yanran dropped onto the battlefield with fire in her eyes, and the whole crowd lost it. She'd survived the door of life and death, but the real bombshell, that book identified her as the Yun Land Junior sect leader and Xiao Yan's ex-fiancé. 3 years ago, he was a discarded nobody, and that humiliation birthed a 3-year oath to duel her and take everything back. So when their eyes finally locked again under a cold night sky, the only question left was simple: were they enemies? Because the way they stood together, bathed in that soft glow, that sure didn't look like a grudge match. Then Yun herself crashed the party, dropped to one knee before her disciple, and rose roaring for blood. A colossal ice-blue blade screamed into the sky, and Yanran's answering battle cry shook the whole ridge. Steel met that spectral dark fist head-on, the shockwave alone shattering the ground beneath them. The fist punched straight through her frozen barrier, and the white-haired elder went flying with blood trailing behind. He caught the blow meant for someone else, and paid for it in blood midair. Before the nightmare could finish her, Yanran dove in with wings blazing, sword drawn, refusing to watch her master die. A wall of green flame answered the demonic strike, and an anguished voice rang out naming Xiao Yan. Kai Lin poured heavenly fire into a shield past her limits, while Gu He screamed at him to stop before it killed him. He swore he could hang on, and the next instant, a colossal dark hand descended to grant his wish with death. Xiao Yan's desperate strike cracked across the hooded villain and staggered even that monster. Then Queen Medusa arrived in a cyclone of pink fury, declaring anyone who touched her people would pay the price. Her reveal left everyone frozen, And that split second was all the skeletal warrior needed to step out of the dark. Because the fallen sect still had a guardian, and the hooded thing welcomed the duel, bragging right to its grinning skull that one ancestor-rank soul already belonged to it, just for trying. He crushed Yun Shan's ghost between his fingers like fruit, and Kai Lin finally understood what this thing truly was. An ancestor-rank soul swallowed whole, fueling the next killing blow. He hurled the universal creation funeral of souls, a sweeping blue tide of death meant to erase them all. Xiao Yan answered with green heavenly flame, blinding bright, until rattling red chains shot through the inferno. Yao Lao's body seized, wrapped in those hellish links, and Xiao Yan screamed a warning as the trap closed. Heaven-locking chains erupted in every direction, and our boy screamed for his master. A single red eye watched as a blast of science struck Xiao Yan down hard, the boy shrieking through the impact. His head swam, the world tilted sideways and vanished. He came to standing on still water, inside a pocket dimension Yao Lao had carved open for shelter. His mentor raised the bone-chilling ring, the last relic of his lingering soul, and named the Central Plains as their next stop. Then the warning, don't challenge Spirit Hall until strength matches the debt, or the sacrifice means nothing. The hooded villain swung his chains in triumph and learned the hard way. Chains can be grabbed. Xiao Yan answered with a sweeping flame slash that swallowed his armored enemy whole. The scarred villain fired a bloody blast that hurled our boy backward, his scream torn loose, "Give me back my master." Above the ruins, a dark vortex tore through the sky and ripped open a hole straight into Spirit Hall territory. Xiao Yan realized his master and Queen Medusa were still trapped inside, and the hooded figure laughed. Kai Lin stepped forward through Medusa's shadowy specter and refused to break. She would leave on her own terms. She shattered the spell with a rattling burst of energy and broke free, the villain cursing behind her. A red spatial vortex hammered him across the field until he staggered up and got slapped back to his senses. She told him straight, going back now is suicide, and his master's death would mean nothing. He bit down on the grief and gave her the only answer that mattered, "I understand." Then in a column of green light and white wings, our boy swore the oath, "Father saved, Master saved, Spirit Hall erased." A distant voice cackled from inside the closing vortex, daring him to come die. Green energy erupted skyward as his oath ignited the air around him. Later, among cracked ruins, our boy knelt drained and screamed for Yun Lan and the sect. Grief boiled over. Yun Lan had caged his father, cost him his master, and now he wanted it gone from the empire. Sister Yun Jai answered that the sect had bled enough, and Xiao Yan's terms came back merciless. Not one disciple left standing. Her eye widened. The word barely left her lips before the answer hit her. Nalan Yanran drew her blade and stepped in front of her master, ready to die for the sect. Yun Yun refused to hide behind her disciple. As sect leader, the fight belonged to her, and nothing would stop him today. Blades drawn between them, Xiao Yan named his title and challenged her for Sister Yun's debt, and Yun Yun accepted. Xiao Yan stepped forward as head of the Xiao family, voice like iron. He challenged the Yun Lan sect leader to a duel of skill. Yun Yun met his eyes without flinching and accepted, because the Sister Yun debt demanded a clean answer before the empire. A purple-haired girl tugged her companion's sleeve. Baffled, adults and their tangled debts made no sense. The teal-haired girl broke into a sprint anyway, because in Xiao Yan's drained state nobody could reach him, and this match destroyed everyone. Yun Yun drove a sweeping blue slash at Xiao Yan, committing her opening strike. He slipped it clean, the blast detonating behind him, and her face went slack. His speed dwarfed any ordinary king-rank cultivator she'd ever fought. She dodged a diving green-winged strike, and answered with a colossal blue blast that crashed headlong into his. Bleeding, gasping, he called Sister Yun Jai's name, because the faces of the wounded and the fallen were swirling through him like a wound reopening. He saw the Yun Lan protector, thought of his father and his master, and lunged with everything because hesitation meant losing them too. Wounded, bloodied, the woman swung her sword and swore she would not show mercy, not even to him. A gray-haired man tackled Yuer aside as the green blast screamed past them both. He stepped forward, and Xiao Yan's mother grabbed the wounded girl, shouting she'd gone too far. Yun Jai watched the memories unspool, the boy reaching up, the swordsman catching him, duel after duel, and smiled, heartbroken because he'd outgrown her. She surged forward with a storm of blue orbs and roared for the feud to end, right here, right now. A teal-haired boy panicked, Were they really fighting to the death? A red-haired woman cutting cold. One side was dodging without striking back, because this was never a two-sided fight. The boy raised his blade overhead and unleashed a spiraling tsunami of flame, every ounce aimed at finishing her. An elven woman smiled softly as a dark sword hovered in cyan light, offering her last breath for someone else's revenge. Allies screamed for Yunar, for master, for sect leader, as a green blast hurled a body skyward through shattering stone. A cloaked swordsman rebuked her through the explosion. Why throw her life away for the sect? The dark-haired man vowed he wouldn't stop until the Yun Land sect was wiped from the empire. He answered with a devastating green slash, and every ally around him broke into screams begging him to stop. The green-haired fighter laughed through tears, screaming for his father and master, because the dead don't negotiate. He detonated a green blast that shattered the ground, hating that they weaponized his heart against him. While a pink-haired girl lay unconscious and Xiao Yan wept over her, apologizing. His brothers closed in around him, reminding him he wasn't the last Xiao left. The dead couldn't be revived, so he had to follow his own heart. Bleeding from the mouth, lit by the white-haired woman behind him, he gathered everyone and prepared to speak the Empire's new terms. 1 month, then the Yun Land name dies forever. A quiet moment under a crimson wolf's shadow, the silver-haired woman watching over our boy like she'd already given him her whole heart. 1 month after the raise, Yun stood at the edge of a broken sect, disciples begging her to tell them the Yun Land name would survive. Their whole world, reduced to rubble and a name they couldn't keep, and a leader who had nothing left to give them except permission to walk away. So she smiled through it, told them the road ahead was long, and ordered them to go. They bowed once and walked into the sunset, leaving her to carry every sin the Yun Land sect had ever committed on her back alone. And that's when Xiao Yan dropped out of the sky on blazing green wings, and Yun looked up and realized the boy she'd once shielded was about to outrank the heavens themselves. They slipped back into the old rhythm, her asking him to call her sister Yun Jai again, him grinning like a kid who'd finally come home. Side by side across the broken mountaintop, our boy kept his promise, and confessed he'd always wondered what would have happened if she'd been the one to greet him first. She warned him not to repeat her mistake. The Yun Land sect rotted from the inside because she'd been too gentle to cut out the evil early. So he told her about the Yan Alliance, then unrolled a map of the Northwest, hundreds of nations, a sect conference every 5 years, glory on the line. He called for unity across the Jia Ma Empire because no single sect could stand alone anymore. But Yun Jai said she was leaving, her sect leader chains finally broken, the vast world calling her name. On a cliff at sunset, she recited a poem about the long road ending in clear daylight, and our boy asked for a farewell hug like it was the only thing he could still hold onto. They embraced in falling petals, pink-haired Qinglin watching from behind a rock with quiet, aching eyes, knowing some partings echo forever. Somewhere else, mercenaries tried to jump a cloaked figure, and learned in one snap of his fingers exactly how far beneath him the entire food chain sat. Green wings snapped open. He shot skyward, and the rescued stared up at a stranger who felt like legend already. A blue-haired girl's eyes went wide, because the silhouette looked hauntingly, impossibly familiar. Hope flickered across her face like a candle someone had just relit. Xiao Yan landed in a grassy field, and immediately got dragged off by Zai Yan and a pink-haired girl shouting about adventure. But Qing Lin and her red-haired sister had followed him anyway, offering protection and rare herbs, and casually mentioning they'd already cured his second brother's poison on the way. Qing Lin hit a field of high-level herbs and absolutely lost her mind with joy, then started eating them raw while someone screamed at her to stop. A teal-haired boy tearfully accused the gluttonous little girl of stealing ingredients meant for his pills. A red-haired woman hoisted the kid by the head and casually explained the urge meant she was about to break through. The boy panicked and started shoving vegetables into her mouth himself, speed blitzing a breakthrough into existence. Farther in, Xiao Yan and Qing Lin's sister felt a wrongness sweep the valley, cold wind, rustling leaves, and the unmistakable chill of something watching from the dark. Wrong call, too. Red-eyed wolves lunged at the kid from the tall grass. A blue-haired swordsman carved a green arc through the air, howling that nothing threatened his people here. Kai Lin answered with a 10-second ultimatum, and pink death coiling around her fists. Her strike bounced, and that single deflection meant someone in this valley outranked a queen. The cloaked figure hurled a screaming purple vortex at her, and Kai Lin cut straight through it like it was rain. Kai Lin wheeled on the white serpent and unloaded a pink blast right down its throat, daring it to test her venom. Her poison ate through the air itself, and when she hit it again, the cloaked figure barely raised a wall of black flame in time. Steel and sorcery collided in a shrieking purple storm while Xiao Yan scrambled behind cover, dumping every antidote he had, none of them biting. Kai Lin thrust both palms forward and detonated a pink petal bomb on a gravestone, and Xiao Yan's blood ran cold when he saw the name. A blue-haired stranger threw himself between the blast and the headstone, arms spread, begging them to let an old friend's family rest. The cloaked figure buckled, hands clamped to their skull, then bolted through the pink haze before Xiao Yan could reach them. Kai Lin bolted through the haze with her queen's venom trailing her, because the second Xiao Yan's voice cracked through the fight, every instinct screamed retreat. An antidote vial rolled to a stop on the grass, and when Kai Lin turned on the youth, his eyes glazed over with a flood of faces he couldn't place. High above the valley, a silver-haired woman felt him before she saw him, and the cliff crumbled under her trembling fist. And Yunjai felt the world tilt, her palms suddenly slick against the cliff, as the name alone reopened a wound she'd spent a year pretending had scarred over. Xiao Yan popped the antidote into Qing Lin's mouth, and a pink formation swallowed her whole before he could scream. Xiao Yan socked him across the clearing for the gamble, but the math was already damning. Every vault from Mitre to Nalan had been raided by a tiny pink menace. Meanwhile, Qinglin counted bodies of evidence with the focus of a woman realizing she'd accidentally bankrolled a small war, and Chibai Zai Yan in the corner radiated pure unbothered gremlin energy. So Xiao Yan claimed a cave and swore he would not crawl out until he broke through to Emperor rank, and Kai Lin agreed to stand watch over Zai Yan's breakthrough. Xiao Yan's answer came back simple and immovable. He wasn't going anywhere until his flame broke Emperor rank, flowers and blue sky be damned, so Qing Lin could take that and add it to her list of unpaid bills. His combat chi burned steady as a forge fire, but Kai Lin's answering strike shattered the thought that he was anywhere close to catching her. Mountains of growling meat surrounded her, and Kai Lin dismissed the lot as ants beneath the massive pink serpent coiling over her head. Half a month later, she lounged on a mountain of gold and broken monster, bored out of her mind, and itching for Xiao Yan to make his next move. Then a soul-burning signal screamed through her head, the Snake Clan priest calling for help, and her heart split between the clan and the two cultivators she'd sworn to protect. Kai Lin wove a spatial lock across the peaks to shield them both, then vanished in a streak of pink light, racing home to a war she hadn't seen coming. Seasons turned, and inside a quiet cave the blue-haired cultivator's eyes snapped open on the edge of something vast. 6 months of grinding, 6 months of failure, and now the cave hummed with something that finally answered back, his eyes flaring open on a breakthrough half a year overdue. A pillar of green flame punched through the cave mouth, and beside it the bone-chilling flame roared to life in his palms at last. A glowing spirit shape whipped around him in frantic spirals, pouring meaning into him faster than he could parse, and the pressure nearly knocked him flat. He tumbled through the firelit cavern, and the name hit him before his eyes adjusted Spirit Hall, and they had walked straight into its throat. The swordsman lunged at the towering apparition, and froze when he recognized his own master floating amid the swirling flames. A swarm of ghostly wraiths swarmed the second fighter, hungry spirits clawing for his soul while a blue-haired ally watched in horror. A blast of green energy slammed the earth, cratering stone, and the blue-haired kid hit the dirt wondering if the entire spirit hall had just come down. Devoured souls, the wraiths whispered, lose all sense of self, and their master was next on the menu. Not on his watch. Somewhere else, purple light cracked behind Xiao Yan's shoulder. A colossal golden dragon coiled around a blinding white figure, the sky itself tearing apart around them. That figure was Zai Yan, purple crystals shattering off her as her breakthrough hit completion. The dragon roared, energy detonating sideways, and Xiao Yan snatched her mid-blast, hauling her clear through the maelstrom. She landed beaming, certain the breakthrough had finally made her as tall as him, then checked, and her soul left her body. He patted her head and swore a quiet prayer for his wallet after the mountain of ingredients she'd eaten through. But the laughter died when they realized their guardian, Kai Lin, had slipped away without a word. They were sealed inside a spatial pocket she'd left behind, and the moment Xiao Yan tried to charge off after her, she ate dirt. So Xiao Yan improvised wings, grabbed her, and lifted off, promising himself a haircut appointment once this was over. Back at home, a tiny dragon basked on a cliff, blissfully unaware her friends were in danger. Xiao Yan's old serpent friend was less blissful. The kid dropped onto its back like a meteor and cheerfully said hi. Kai Lin's absence made a lot more sense. Once a panicked beast confessed an ancestor had rocketed out of the forest half a year ago. Yes, that ancestor had used the forest as her personal punching bag, and every beast had thrown a 3-day party when she left. Then purple smoke rose over the treetops, and any hope of a quiet search vanished. The miasma hit like a wall. Xiao Yan pressed an antidote into Xiao Yan's hand and scanned the bone-littered clearing for answers. Little Red lay crumpled in the filth, barely breathing, and Xiao Yan dropped beside her, shaking her awake. Her golden eye cracked open, a weak, relieved whine. Cloaked figure, he decided, wouldn't poison his fox or his forests, but somebody cruel had, and he meant to settle it. Little Red bit his sleeve and pointed her muzzle at Green Mountain Village, choked in purple haze. Reinforcements wouldn't come. The 3 empires were hitting the capital at the same time, and poison specialists had already slipped inside these walls. Like hell they'd hand it over, the blue-haired defender snarled, even trapped. Guards raised blades, but the poison in their lungs was winning faster than steel could. The blue-haired defender barked the only order left: shield up, breathe shallow, hold the line. The bald poison master swung his miasma wide and laughed, certain the village was already his. They spat defiance back through bloody teeth. Then the sky cracked green feathered wings, an emperor-rank aura, and the miasma burned away. Brother Xiao Yan dove out of a purple sky, wings cutting the toxic air, and the kid charged with him. Their girl rocketed forward in a screaming kick, blowing miasma back, then landed bent over and dizzy. The bald villain laughed from above, sure the poison was his to wield. So Xiao Yan snapped his fingers, and green fire ate the toxin alive. The earring captain sneered and doubled down, poisoned the whole village, dared them to find a cure. Xiao Yan just smirked and conjured a ring of antidote vials, because of course he'd come prepared. Then he rose into the night, clasped a charge of green flame between his hands, and fanned it outward. Soldiers gasped clean awake. The crowd roared his name, and Xiao Yan stood on the wall like the savior everyone needed. A year of seclusion later, Xiao Yan leaned over the Jia Ma map and got caught up on how bad things had gotten. The poison sect had swallowed the Cloud Empire whole, puppets and all. Now its claws reached for Jia Ma cities. An allied roster answered: Cow Alliance, Ice Emperor, Eisen DVA, General Nalan, until the sect's ancestor rank leader stepped in and reversed every gain. That ancestor rank tyrant had crushed the heroes in a past clash, and only Medusa's last-second arrival had saved them, which meant the Snake clan now had skin in this war. So Kai Lin had run because her people were dying. The kids grinned at the alliance, and the elder slapped down a paper with Medusa's face on it. 2 little pests immediately asked for her autograph, because of course they did. Then the war map went quiet, stalemate at Black Mountain Fortress, and a starburst split the sky. A signal flare. Xiao Yan bolted upward, while his bat-winged friend flapped helplessly under a mountain of food. She finally rocketed after him with a growth spurt of speed, and Medusa blew past shouting she was on her way. Back at the village, a girl asked if they'd be okay, and the elder answered that Xiao Yan had a habit of making miracles. Mid-flight bickering gave way to a felt snake aura, and an exhausted serpent woman slumped against a tree. Xiao Yan froze, a snake person's aura, this deep inland. But Kai Lin was the only snake queen he knew, and she was supposed to be halfway across the continent. A blonde elf glared back at her winged pursuers with a grin, then sprinted hard for the valley's safety. Somewhere in those mountains, a desperate woman was sprinting for the Black Mountain Fortress, and the life she carried inside her left a trail a cultivator could smell from miles out. She never made it. A purple blast hammered her across the rocks, and the 2 bald attackers laughed her down. She'd rather die than kneel, and started forging a self-destruct seal in her palms. A bald man hurled green death at Xiao Yan. He dodged clean, and someone yelled the telltale name: a heavenly flame. Hurry to Black Mountain, Her Majesty's in danger. Chapter 176. The 3 Mulan Elders, and a war that just doubled in size. The fortress walls shook as a defender leaned into the wind and screamed defiance at the empire below. Laughter cut through the standoff. They came back for round 2, and the Snake Jia Ma Alliance wanted their old nightmare, the poison sex demonic leader, sent up personally. An armored commander answered the taunt, accusing their queen of hiding behind stone like a tortoise. Kai Lin answered from the ramparts, wounded, still regent, still lethal. A blast of pink fury cut the insult clean off his tongue. Jia Ma troops roared and charged to defend their home, spears lowered and blood up. Wrong showed itself as a single blazing slash ripped clean across the charging line and detonated men backward in a scream of fire. Then a golden light split the sky. The golden goose sex leader hovered between his palms, introducing himself to Queen Medusa like this was a courtship. Her attendants begged her to rest. She told them, very politely, to shut up and launched herself at the golden brat like he was an insult she could kill. Her true form answered the call. A colossal white serpent uncoiled and unleashed a pink annihilation blast that swallowed the field whole. 2-star ancestor rank meant nothing to her. One slash from her blade answered his sword, and the boy learned the gap between ranks the loud way. Gold met pink in a ringing clash as the winged fighter pressed in, blade screaming. She caught his strike on her spear, redirected, and drove the counter clean through him midair. The smirk he wore didn't save him. 3 silhouettes dove from above in tight formation, wings blazing. The trap had just revealed its teeth. The Mulan elders linked hands and summoned a flaming lion head that roared golden fire straight into Kai Lin's chest. The bearded one laughed it off. Cloud Empire, Luo Yan Empire, the Mulan, all sworn together for one purpose: take the fortress, swallow Jia Ma whole. The horizon answered him. A second army crested the ridge, fresh and armored, and far larger than anyone on those walls had bargained for. Kai Lin stood at the center of it all, still bleeding, still upright, and told the heavens she'd die before she fell. A small winged shape took the hit meant for someone else, and went tumbling skyward in a boom of gold. Qinglin arrived on a wounded beast, grinning, calling sister, and a bald alchemist ripped her off its back midair like she was salvage. The bald alchemist cackled midair, hauling her off the beast like cargo and a resource to refine. Kai Lin howled the name of her fallen, then whirled back to her own duel. The golden goose brat wasn't done yet. On the ground, the blue-haired warrior surged forward to die trying, and the bearded elder rode the wind straight at her. His fist came up wreathed in a heavenly flame, until that green fire folded itself into a small teal-haired girl, and a watching veteran shouted the name that flipped the whole battle. Xiao Yan walked onto the field in wings of green fire, grinning. The alliance had its leader back, and chat, this war just learned what that means. The bearded elder sized up the kid descending on clouds and sneered, still smelled like weaning milk. He swung wild at empty air, target gone, and his red-haired partner rushed in to fuss over every scratch. Medusa carved sect leader Yan mid-sky with a pink blade, drew blood, and got a counterslash for her trouble. 2 reinforcements finally arrived, so the yellow-robed warrior dropped the pretense and summoned heavenly Yan swords. Ranged weapons rained on the green-winged kid. He lit a fingertip and dared them to try harder. Our boy Xiao Yan thrust his arm out, flames howling. 3 heavenly flame transformations cranked him to peak emperor rank. 3 elders leapt back, and a colossal glowing wolf materialized beneath them, roaring the wild beast trio seal into existence. The teal-haired warrior hurled a green flame tsunami. The bearded man shrugged. Heavenly flame wasn't invincible and braced behind a guard. A bald elder roared and slammed a golden lion spirit straight into both winged fighters, flash and shockwave swallowing the sky. Our boy saw his opening, fists clenched, and launched octatic smash with everything he had left. The strike blew the bald elder apart midair, and Xiao Yan gawked as the man's ancestor rank energy just collapsed. But the Mulan kid wasn't done. And chat, when your opponent pulls out a giant spectral beast head, you already know it's about to go bad. A cloaked pink-haired fighter detonated combat chi armor and sent Xiao Yan screaming backward in a blue blast. Winded, arm wrecked, our boy pieced it together. Only one of the 3 brothers could wield the seal at a time. He figured it out too late. A green blast caught him from behind while the angelic ally fired point-blank. 2-on-1, no mercy, and the green-haired fighter finally buckled under the weight of a fight he was never meant to win. Qinglin's shield caught the follow-up barrage, bam after bam, and Xiao Yan struck down a brother before the power could transfer. A grinning foe slammed our boy into the dirt from above, declaring every retry would end the same way. Our boy flickered through teal lightning, 3,000 lightning movement chain, and their attacks were already hitting afterimages. 3 BAMs rapid fire, but the white-bearded brother just laughed. Their minds were linked, their breathing in sync. Behind the mustached elder, red hair and a purple blade, the red-haired woman ambushed and impaled him through the torso. She hovered above, smirking, dismissing her foe as beneath her, and a golden-winged warrior descended to answer the insult. Medusa and our boy stood shoulder to shoulder, asked the shocked ancestor rankers how they'd like to die. Word ripped through the coalition ranks. Sect leader Yan and the 3 Mulan elders, beat by a handful of wounded kids. Nobody wanted to believe it. Tealhair planted himself on the fortress wall and gave the survivors a single choice. So the Yanao Jiama alliance erupted behind him, screaming itself raw. Then a shadow crossed the sun, winged, fast, and Xiao Yan was the first to spot it. The scarred man laughed like the war had just flipped, and the red-haired woman's curse told the whole story. Their injured ally should still be bedridden. Xiao Yan pushed his giant eagle higher into the storm and locked onto the figure in dark robes. She was the one they'd crossed a year ago, the poisoned celestial, sect leader of the poisoned sect. Her arrival landed like a funeral bell. The coalition officers smirked, dust swirled around the eagle, and an entire army held its breath for sect leader. On the wall, defenders felt the ground tilt. So the cloaked woman finished stepping over her kneeling Mulan elders and called their failure by name. Flame wings erupted behind sect leader Yan. He wasn't dying on his knees for anyone, least of all her. Cold rebuttal followed. A pink-veiled fighter put a bloody kick straight through a soldier and demoted the lot of them to rank and file. 3 ancestor rank cultivators beaten by a single emperor rank kid. Sentence: demotion. Let them train until the shame wore off. Snow and silence across the field. 2 commanders squared off before a castle. The masked poison celestial studied the Yan alliance leader. She remembered him from the magical Beast Mountains. She offered surrender and immunity for his people, but Tealhair smiled like he'd been waiting for this exact offer. He refused, fist raised, the Yan alliance roaring behind him. A winged warrior lunged for sect leader Yan, seconds away from the kill, until the cloaked figure overrode her. Alive, not intact. Anchors and odds clashed in the crowd. A 2-star ancestor rank monster versus Xiao Yan, freshly emperor, all on a body running on fumes. The red-haired woman intercepted a strike meant for her people, and purple chi gathered above her head. Winged light answered with a barrage of cyan blasts tearing the earth open, and green-robed Yan didn't even blink, ancestor rank or not. He'd done this before. Gold-clad swordsman carved a bloody grin across his foe's cheek, holding back only on the poison sect leader's orders. A battered warrior tried to rally, but green-robed youth met him with mountain-splitting seal, boom, golden sparks swallowing them both. Xiao Yan's palm came down like a falling star, and the orange-haired opponent finally understood. Every step had been the trap. A dark-haired woman snapped, screaming, golden detonation launching her white-haired foe skyward. Blonde giant staggered under a rain of impacts, sword raised too slow. Dark-haired youth was already inside his guard. One final shout, everything he had gone. The blue-haired brother tumbled limp from the sky, and Xiao Yan's scream was swallowed by the winged laugh above. Alive, not intact. Moonlit serenity, 2 old friends, a heartbeat away from chaos. The winged warrior dove from the storm with one promise, a death slower than any Xiao Yan had known. Steel met flesh, and our boy went flying, because mercy was never on the menu. The red-haired queen lunged, furious at Yan Luotian for daring to move on her man. But Yan Luotian plucked her strike from the air like fruit and smirked, which was the last mistake he ever made. Our boy answered with a colossal lotus blast. Feigned weakness detonated into pure divine fury, and Yan Luotian ate every flame. His buddy screamed the cover call, but the cyan explosion swallowed the field and hurled soldiers like leaves. A green-haired youth vanished into a pillar of green energy, and while the army cheered, one kid shouted the truth. This wasn't over. The blue-haired warrior staggered, grinning through agony because he'd burned every drop of his combat chi on that one strike. So the red-haired queen answered, unloading a devastating pink blast at the armored foe daring to touch her man. A shadow's pale mouth curled, your man, which earned a furious correction, because manservant was the word, and the blushing fool beside her had nothing to say about it. Yan Luotian hit the dirt, emperor rank or not, and the Yan alliance raised their banners over the Luo Yan retreat. She told them to run, so naturally a lone cloaked figure erupted from purple light, swearing to take every life left standing. The red-haired queen met him head-on, a crescent slash opening his eye like a gift receipt, which left an opening, and a fist answered, cracking the swordsman's cheek open with a sound that made the red hair scream no. He took the hit and let the anguish tear out of him raw. Then her blood touched him, and sizzling agony crawled through Xiao Yan's veins, poisoned by her very existence. His fury snapped upward through teary eyes, poison celestial. Behind a tiny red hair, a colossal pink cobra manifested, threatening to tear the robed ones apart for the antidote. A silver-haired woman with blood on her lip asked if he'd die for her, which made the bruised boy whisper the one name that didn't belong on a battlefield. Fairy Doctor. That name broke her, because everyone who'd ever called her that was already dead, and now he'd joined them. She turned that grief outward, deciding the soldiers below deserved to accompany her into the grave. Green eyes wept, because the woman beneath the monster still remembered how to grieve. Except she wasn't just grieving. She was converting every last drop of combat chi into poison, enough to erase a country, and the boy begging her to stop already knew she wouldn't. The fairy doctor was long dead, and the poison celestial swore to drag Brother Xiao Yan down beside her, wings of purple death already unfurling. The silver-haired sorceress rejected any path back and hurled a violet seal straight at them. No mercy in those green eyes, only the verdict that everyone should die, screamed from inside a swirling crimson vortex. Soldiers screamed for someone to put her down before the toxic wind killed them all. The fairy doctor lashed back that she'd hang his corpse from her guilt if he died here. His face contorted as the corrosion ate into him. This was stronger than he had gambled on. A blue-haired caster answered with a heavenly flame invocation, summoning a towering green pillar to disperse the corruption. Xiao Yan ripped through a portal, tore down from the sky, and seized the fairy doctor by the collar to pull her back from the edge. She looked at him through fading eyes and whispered that everyone would be together again, soon. Poisoned soldiers choked and begged the poison sect master for their lives. A desperate boy slapped his unconscious companion awake. The white-haired girl blinked at him like a ghost, her Xiao brother alive after all. He grinned through the pain and opened his palm, a green flame hissing to life, promising he had a plan. The blue-haired alchemist smiled and melted the crown-wearing enemy's poison away with his heavenly flame, immune to every toxin the enemy could brew. A white-haired figure reached trembling fingers toward Xiao Yan, voice breaking on his name. The reach overlapped a fever dream of losses, grieving figures, rain, a bald man screaming into an empty world. The bloodied blue-haired boy swore the Jia Ma Empire, the Yan Alliance, and the Xiao family would all die by his hand alone. Only the title Poison Celestial remained, and the challenge to kill them if they wanted to stop it. A cloaked commander on the ramparts ordered a retreat, the army already breaking beneath the miasma. He stared down at the rout in silence, the weight of it pressing on his shoulders. A teal-haired teammate smacked Xiao Yan across the face, furious that he had been flirting with his past lover mid-battle. An unseen voice from the castle bellowed that the story was pure invention. Under moonlit drifting petals, the white-haired woman turned to see him arrive, and something in her finally softened. His poisoned body had only brought death to those who helped him, so even longing for closeness was the real sin. The fairy doctor's history poured out, cursed by her own body. She had shed the name and let the poison celestial take its place. The price was simple: help seize the leader of the Yan Alliance. The blue-haired listener's eyes went wide, Spirit Hall's fingerprints on yet another catastrophe. The Yan Alliance's leader wept, pledging retreat in her own end. Under a grieving moon, she asked only to be remembered as the fairy doctor, not the poison she'd become. But our boy Xiao Yan caught her cure mid-air and bragged that Spirit Hall's alchemists were amateurs next to him. A horned woman unveiled a rare gift to a stunned blue-haired boy, an innate poison body, masterable through one forbidden pill. The price was monstrous: a 7th-stage beast core, divine saliva, and 3 heavenly flames, almost unreachable. So he summoned 3 heavenly flames at once, red and green and white swirling from his palm, and her doubt shattered. The blue-haired boy made her swear. No more innocence harmed, no more harm to herself. She whispered yes. And later, walking that same glowing field, he finally relaxed enough to ask her for help with something. Far from that peace, a wounded camp erupted as a furious girl kicked every body out of her tent. One soldier raged about tomorrow's reinforcements and revenge, until a calm voice behind him asked, "And what?" "He's a ghost in the doorway, and his enemies knew at the second their bodies locked up. Xiao Yan materialized in the doorway and froze him cold, then detonated green flame at anyone who schemed with poison sect toxins. Elsewhere in that Muling camp, a coughing blonde swore vengeance while his bald comrade promised Jia Ma's fall. Xiao Yan found them and smiled. "Sorry, your reinforcements aren't coming. Yan Luotian's already waiting on Hell's Road." 3 goons, all teeth and threats, bristling like they hadn't heard what happened to the last guy who talked like that. Brother, that smirk said everything. 3 names, 1 funeral, so the heaven and earth flames could light it. A desperate bearded elder bit back his pain, stomped the earth, and roared a colossal golden beast spirit into being. The blue-haired swordsman answered with octatic smash, a teal-wreathed punch that screamed defiance as it landed. Inside the camp, green fire erupted among the guards and the cry went up, "Assassin in our midst." Subordinates begged the hooded sect leader for reinforcements, but she refused, still wounded, while a quiet voice warned Xiao Yan to be careful. His coordinated slash missed, and the swordsman cursed himself for underestimating how well these 3 fought as one. Clean cut, clean miss, and the swordsman tasted the gap between effort and outcome. Reinforcements flooded in to back Elder Bear, who promised a promotion to whoever burned Xiao Yan to ash. A green-robed commander swooped against the moonlit swordsman, claws out, certain his elder's blessing made him untouchable. An ambush caught him mid-step, a volley of glowing blue orbs slamming his crossed arms and cratering the ground beneath him. Winged disciples of the Golden Goose sect screamed through the moonlight, hunting the swordsman who just cut down their leader Yan Luotian. A bearded enforcer answered by summoning a spectral lion, taunting his quarry before unleashing a blue detonation that swallowed the field. The teal-haired fighter laughed through his own dying gambit, channeling the 3 heavenly flame transformations and swearing to drag everyone down with him. A pink-haired noble cut through the chaos with a shockwave that hurled bystanders aside, his fury clearing the road for himself alone. Somewhere above, a red-haired princess plunged from the sky with her guards screaming after her, while Xiao Yan's battered face lit up at Hai Badong's arrival. She hit the ground like a hammer, cracked the stone flat, and announced she hadn't come to rescue him. Her hand closed around his throat and lifted, an advisor begging mercy and warning that civil war was no time for executions. She swatted her silver-haired guard aside in a blaze of pink and rocketed skyward, daring anyone to follow her to the death. She tore off into the sky trailing pink light, daring anyone dumb enough to chase her, and chat, "You do not want to chase her." The 2 left behind could only stare at the mess she'd carved into the earth and hope our boy Xiao Yan made it back in one piece. 1 punch from her sent Xiao Yan through a cavern wall, his body ragdolling into the dark before he could even form a defense. Bleeding and gasping, he found himself surrounded by 4 snake-eared elders on thrones, their final boss energy undeniable. The masked chief pronounced judgment, just as the princess shattered the chamber in a blast of pink energy, demanding answers now. Magic seized him by the collar and slammed him backward into the rock, the queen sentencing him to 1,000 snakes devouring his heart. He stammered through his wounds, begging her to name his crime and reminding her she'd saved his life more than once. She spat back that a real friend doesn't defile her, and a masked elder dropped the bomb. A child was on the way. The elder doubled down, the princess pressed, and Xiao Yan's brain officially blue-screened at the word father. Medusa accused him point-blank, her aura tangled with the blue lotus mantle and fallen heart flames from inside the fallen heart flame. Her magic detonated around him, a veiled elder barely shouting her down before she killed the father of her unborn child. 2 masked elders intervened with staves crossed, insisting the child had to be born before any sentence could pass. She lunged again, and his mouth opened before his brain did, shouting a name he'd never expected to find in a snake cave. Except somewhere safe, Xiao Yan's eyes went wide. Little Rainbow. The little dragon was alive, grown, and standing right in front of him. That man just unlocked a legendary reunion. The truth spilled out fast. The broken refining ring had fused the ingredients into her, and Little Rainbow's spirit now lived inside him. Medusa froze, the pregnancy no longer an accusation, but a miracle. Little Rainbow about to be reborn. Chapter 183. Parental Love, a soft pink dawn for a queen and her 2 tiny charges. Inside the cavern, Xiao Yan's fever dream clicked into place. The fallen heart flame hadn't betrayed her. It had reborn the child inside Medusa, and the attendants were already screaming celebration to the clan. The teal-haired kid and 4 masked elders stood frozen, smile cracking into a sweat drop, none of them brave enough to be the next one to speak. Medusa, queen of the snake clan, clutched her belly and told her entire court to go away. So Xiao Yan met her fury head-on, split lip and all, and refused to let her write the child off as a cruelty, because it carried his blood and his flame as much as hers, and he begged her to let it live. He swore on his name, mother and child would never be abandoned, and when their daughter grew, she'd be every bit as beautiful as her mother. The silver-haired queen, veiled and floating in serpentine chi, unveiled the snake clan's secret nourishment, a prenatal pill ritual meant to crown the next heir with limitless potential. She brushed off the difficulty like a stray leaf, while the kid's grin finally died into a stare. The masked elder conjured a glowing chest and laid out the 3 tiers. Bottom was Emperor rank cap. The middle was the Tier 6 snake bone marrow pill that built Medusa herself. And the apex, a Tier 7 heavenly blood and bone spirit pill, so rare and brutal to refine it might as well be legend. Which was why the kid thumped his chest and volunteered to refine it himself, the strongest heir in snake clan history, on him. The clan sang his praises right up until the sky split open, thunder tribulation, the heavens auditing his arrogance, and Medusa calmly called him an idiot for not warning them. Her eyes narrowed as she turned the question back on him. Was all this just so he'd have a shield against her? While the kid sputtered, 2 masked spies behind a rock whispered that the queen's relationship with him looked awfully close, nearly sending him through the roof. Back on the cliffside, jade energy glowing at his knees, Xiao Yan rose as Elder Ling returned from the front. He gave her the bright ledger first. Jia Ma Empire had weathered the war because the Yan Alliance had swallowed the Yun Lan sect whole. But the glow died quick, because Spirit Hall had started to move. Then the floor dropped, Yao Chen captured for the Chuoshi Jade, and the Gu clan elders fed up with waiting, dispatching retrieval squads to the Jia Ma Empire. The young miss answered with a palm full of roaring violet flame, shattering crystals across the cliff as the armored elder dove for cover. Cut to the Yan Alliance headquarters, Gothic white spires catching a rare rainbow, the new seat of power on the continent, and a mob of cultivators already crushing itself against the doors to get in. They weren't there for politics. Pills personally refined by the Alliance leader were the new gold, and pockets were getting emptied fast. Supplies ran dry. Disciples sprinted for restock, and one mustachioed alchemist answered a shove with a flaming palm strike that nearly leveled the hall. Up on the balcony, merchants counted tripled earnings and handed every ounce of credit to the blue-haired prodigy who taught them the method. He passed it off to his fellow alchemists, then leaned in on a silver-haired, bespectacled master, Gu He himself, hiding out in the pill hall to wait for Yun Yun. Gu He leaned in and dropped a name every alchemist in the empire had heard of, the Pill Tower. The kid behind him heard something very different, egg tarts, and had to be corrected mid-sentence. For a hot second the Pill Tower lived in the clouds behind them, all tiered stone and unreachable prestige. Xiao Yan asked the sharp question, why stay here and not climb higher, and Gu He answered it plainly. One loudmouth announced he was leaving to polish his skills elsewhere, and a teal-haired terror put a boot in his skull for it. A messenger dove winged through the window with a scroll straight from the Cloud Empire. He cracked the seal, read twice, and the joking drained right out of his face. Spirits howling, scroll raised. He turned and bolted, because the Spirit Hall had finally come to their door. 3 cloaked travelers cut through a grand plaza, and one of them immediately whined about the smell. The Cloud Empire ran on poison arts, and the air here carried it. Scorpions and centipedes scuttled across the floorboards. He pulled his hood tighter. Nothing in this city could be trusted, especially not the kid tagging along. The little purple-haired menace scooped up a handful of centipedes and asked if they were edible. He batted them out of her hands. The floor was not a buffet, kid. Why she tagged along instead of returning to Jianan Academy was a question with no good answer. School was boring, she chirped, then bolted after a fat spider crawling on a stranger's shoulder. They plotted their route in hushed tones while a scarred bodyguard warned them, enemy territory, stay sharp. Purple flames licked his arms. A poisoned sect disciple sizzled on his knees as masked strangers from the 1,000 Scorpion sect laughed in his face. Another sect disciple's fury flared at the insult to their leader, the poisoned celestial. The Scorpion enforcer kicked the man bloody, and bragged that their ancestor could crush the poison celestial like an insect. Then the sky split with pink-violet light. The poison celestial answered the insult in person, a vortex of celestial poison screaming toward the smirking dark-robed man. Medusa pressed medicine into a wounded ally's hands and ordered the survivors to follow her. She led the cloaked column across a courtyard under gathering storm clouds, pagodas dark against the sky. Inside Poison Sect HQ, a captain reported, 2 storms were converging, Spirit Hall scheming, 1,000 Scorpion Sect circling. Black wings beat across the overcast sky, crows or something worse. The Poison Sect pagoda brooded under the storm. Where was Spirit Hall's envoy, and what did the Scorpion Sect want? Back at headquarters, Medusa laid out the board. Every Cloud Empire sect had been absorbed, save the reclusive Scorpion sect. Until the Spirit Hall emissary came knocking again, mocking her for letting Xiao Yan slip free. A hooded emissary's poison splattered across her. She didn't flinch. She answered with swirling venom blades and told the Spirit Hall to mind its business. The emissary paused mid-stride, red eyes blazing. Disappointment curdled into a promise. This brat would regret it. Xibian had tailed that very emissary into the Scorpion Sect compound under cover of night. The truth surfaced. Spirit Hall and the Scorpion Sect were in league, eyeing the Poison Sect like carrion. Bitter jabs flew between allies about whose sect had fallen hardest, and the poor kid caught between them just sweated and begged for focus. The War Council finalized its plan. Strike the weaker Poison Sect first, leaving only the emissary and Xibian to worry about, at which point the little pink-clad menace volunteered herself with zero hesitation. Medusa laid out the math calmly. Xibian was 3-star ancestor rank, the emissary nearly her equal, but together they could win. Xiao Yan smiled from under his hood. With him as their trump card, the odds looked very, very good. Inside the poison-soaked capital, our boy approached a bald elder with a wooden staff and started stirring the pot. The elder pushed back politely. With battle imminent, hoods shouldn't hide faces. Xiao Yan's heterochromic glare answered for him, twin flames of green and blue promising violence. Then the Poison Sect leader, white-haired and crowned in purple, had her control seized by a hooded ally's strange art. Elder Yuya dropped his hood with a smile, revealing the blue-haired trump card. The purple-masked monk bowed them out, voice honeyed, playing perfect host. But the second they turned, his grin curdled into a hunter's stare. Xiao Yan and Medusa caught their breath at sunset, grateful the face-changing masks held. The white-haired girl walked on, already calling this her chance to inherit the sect. Poison Sect versus 1,000 Scorpion Sect, the clash our boy walked straight into. Inside Poison Sect, tempers flared, one hand slammed the table hard enough to rattle it. An elder warned the assault was reckless, but the white-haired leader brushed it off and claimed the win herself. 3 elders pledged loyalty in one voice. Then the leader buckled, blood on her lips, and the room went cold. She swore the invasion would begin tomorrow. Then her own body betrayed her mid-sentence, blood on her lips and her legs folding beneath the weight of the very poison she commanded. A disciple begged her to rest, but pride and old wounds alike meant nothing to her. The march was tomorrow. Under a starless sky, 2 youths felt it in their bones. Tomorrow would decide everything. A dragonfly messenger landed, a slip read, "It is time," and a hooded watcher smiled at the moon. By dawn, a Poison Sect army rolled toward the green-shielded city, the leader calm, the gate glowing. She carved the sky open, one violet arc, and the barrier screamed apart. Her followers charged through the breach roaring, drunk on the first taste of victory. But she was spent, and the bald monk's grin promised she'd never rest again. And grinning through that mask, the bald monk made his play, offering to handle the rest so she could die in peace. Yuya's purple blast blew disciples skyward, and the survivors screamed the only word that mattered: traitor. Spies dropped their masks, laughing, declaring the sect already dead and the empire theirs. One emperor-rank strike landed clean, and the white-haired poisoner stood untouched, the monk's fury turning to fear. She'd suspected traitors for months. Now she let the poison answer for her, violet clashing green in a thunderclap. Then the real monster arrived, Xibian, 4-star ancestor rank, green chi curling around his staff like a welcome. The white-haired fighter answered with violet fury, and Xibian vowed to erase her sect from the map. Allies crashed into the fray, explosions, blades. An emperor-rank enemy cut down mid-brag. The swordsman lunged at the monk for touching his friend, fist wreathed in killing light. Octatic smash tore the monk apart, and the fighter closed in grinning, Could he dodge what came next? Cornered, the old elder spat violet and summoned a spectral dragon, ready to drag his killer straight to hell with him. An elder hurled a shrieking pink skull spirit at our boy, screaming for his death. Xiao Yan answered with a mountain-splitting seal, palm blazing teal, and the collision lit up the sky. He rocketed clean through the blast, a single dark streak cutting pink and teal apart. The bald monk staggered as the shockwave ripped past, screaming loud enough to curdle the air. One strike from the blue-haired fighter sent an Emperor-rank veteran airborne, and every bystander froze, peak Emperor, dismissed like a child, by someone nobody recognized. Behind that wing-wreathed warrior, the cost of triple heavenly flame transformations was already biting, combat chi draining like sand through a fist. He lined up the killing blast, grinned and fired, only for the bloodied monk to claw back to his feet and clash it cold. Zai crashed in like a verdict, staff glowing violet, and planted his boot on the monk's skull before the stone even stopped cracking. A white-mustached elder tossed a scorpion into a fleeing ally's shoulder, laughing that dead weight was worthless. Then the ground itself stood up, a colossal dark-scaled beast, purple eyes blazing, the thousand scorpion sex sixth-stage armored horror unleashed. Another elder cracked his knuckles, summoned a fanged blue monster, and told it to feast. A shadow swept across the rooftops, and a bald elder threw up a green barrier, screaming for his disciples to scatter as the sky fell on them. The interception barely slowed it, disciples flying backward into each other, screaming for the elder who'd thrown himself into the blast. A blue-haired warrior didn't wait for the dust to settle. He charged the scorpion feeder mid-bite, staff clanging free in a single ringing clash. One clean slice, and the scorpion dropped like it had swallowed something cursed. The blue-haired kid smirked down at it, asking whether the beast was having digestion problems, while its master stared in numb disbelief. A purple-haired girl cackled and yanked the leash on something massive and black, hungry for a new playmate. She hoisted its tail overhead like a javelin, and slammed it down on the blue horror in a finishing throw that shook the stones loose. Onlookers gawked at the tiny girl riding her kill, demanding the next opponent be sent over already. An older scorpion elder howled for his dead pet and swore revenge, until the dark-haired youth reminded him whose fight this actually was, which made them forget about the real threat in the shadows. This man stepped forward, eyes locked on, and announced himself as the opponent before they could blink. The elder answered with a wall of red poison, hurling the kid through the air before he could even think about dodging. Xiao Yan grinned through the blood, declaring the poison sex toxins were nothing next to the fairy doctor's craft, and detonated a green blast that swallowed the elder whole. With Zai Shan dead and his beast broken, Bian's disciples raised fists and roared that the 1,000 scorpion sex end had come at last. But somewhere in the smoke, a hooded figure slipped from the shadows, licking his lips, because the battlefield had finally laid out the kind of souls he lived to eat. A translucent specter swung red chains through heaven-poisoned city, laughing for stronger souls, because a pale-haired guardian Tai rose to meet him, and the two locked eyes over a battlefield still warm from the scorpion corpses. She opened with a purple beam that hurled the hooded monster backward, taunting the poisoned celestial that their fight was far from finished. The chain-wielder claimed the strongest poisoned souls as his, but a long-haired warrior lunged in front with a chained blade and answered, "I'm your opponent." An ancestor-rank chain master sneered at a measly one-star emperor-rank challenger daring to meet him. Crimson chains crashed down again and again, and the younger cultivator buckled under every strike. Because Yan Zio paid for that moment of distraction, a skull-armored hood lunged through his guard, slashed his chest, and locked fingers around his throat to claim his soul, which is when the black-haired swordsman cut in, a single glowing slash cleaving the hood clean and blasting a shadowy beast clear off the field. Another ancestor-rank burst answered back, purple energy meeting purple energy in a whip-crack collision that announced his arrival, and the teal-haired swordsman seized the window, blade raised overhead, screaming the order to charge and topple the 1,000 scorpion sect once and for all. Even the pink-haired girl joined in, slamming an ultra-big violet meteor hammer into the line for a massive bloom of fire, while the old survivors traded blame for who had orchestrated this whole mess. An elder swept a green blade through the air and warned the silver-haired woman not to get cocky. She gave ground, then answered with her own purple blast that sent him bracing backward. He clicked his tongue and returned a wide green arc, refusing to let her reset. because her whole body was poison, he taunted, and finding a way through that fact was going to cost him everything. Then a shirtless elder conjured a green orb and unleashed his real strength, earning himself a new title on the battlefield, Blood Scorpion Demon King, which is exactly what the demonic centipede had been cultivating toward for centuries. And green power erupted from him in triumphant waves. An old summoner tried to finish a blood soul seal with his granddaughter's life as the first sacrifice, but the white-haired girl cut him down with a purple slash before contact, and the poisoned celestial, reeling from one strike, flew straight into the waiting elder, who roared green flames and bragged he could match a 5-star ancestor now. She lifted a finger, poison-dark and dripping, and warned him she had just fully released every toxin she had. Her eyes burned green as she asked if he was ready to die, and she answered with poisoned celestial prison, a swirling pink-violet vortex swallowing the whole arena. The elder choked inside the miasma, realizing the locked battlefield and poisoned air meant he would burn through over half his energy just breathing. Because the poisoned body is a double-edged sword, and every release brought her one step closer to death, which is exactly what he was counting on. He answered with a roaring green blast that hurled her clean through a purple shockwave. Projectiles bounced uselessly off the hooded monster, until he drove a blade into his own chest, and the blood-soaked creature opposite him screamed instead. But the hooded soul hunter snapped, chains whipping wild as he screamed he would not lose. A dark-haired ally saw the danger. Those souls were the real prize. But Kai Lin wasn't waiting for orders. She'd already committed to the intercept at top speed, burning straight at the soul hunter. Crimson tendrils erupted around the soul hunter, twisting him in a vortex of stolen essence as he howled for his collection to save him. Then the skeletal warrior surfaced from the chaos, chains rattling, claws outstretched for her soul. Kai Lin answered with a sweeping arc of pure Du Qi that tore the stone field apart, forcing the cloaked stranger to finally call her a real opponent. He volleyed blade after blade at her. She carved them out of the air like they were warm-ups. He caught her mid-strike with chains, grinning, demanding she hand over her ancestor-rank soul. Those chains wrenched her off her feet and slammed her into the stone hard enough to crater it. The chains hit like a hammer, slamming him into the ground with everything Spirit Hall had left. Across the field, a green-haired warrior lost all composure, screaming vengeance for a child the Spirit Hall had taken. Xiao Yan answered that grief by forming the seal of God between two fingers and driving it forward. Above the raging sea, a colossal spectral hand answered his call, the ocean-turning seal, summoned at impossible scale. It crashed into the soul hunter with a green eruption that made him shriek about the Gu clan. Zai Yan cheered the kill while Xiao Yan's gut clenched. The masked figure was still standing, barrier raised, and he was only emperor rank. Kai Lin wasn't letting that report home. A dark red spiral dragged the fleeing messenger through stone before he could vanish. Her serpent form erupted beside her, hissing at the soul hunter, and he yanked his chains back furious. Even in the lull, Zai Yan couldn't resist smacking the red-hooded fighter around like a toy, earning a scolding that landed on the wrong target, which was rich, coming from the guy who just watched their little purple-haired gremlin turn a man into a stain on the floor. Xiao Yan let the Spirit Hall prisoner snarl his threats, green flame already dancing on his fingertip. He had no plans to spare them. That heavenly flame poured into the vial and dragged the spectral hounds inside, sealed shut before they could crawl back out. Then purple poison celestial miasma surged across the horizon and violently reversed, spiraling back toward its source. A white-haired woman stood untouched inside the bloom of dark power, raising the only question left. It was the fairy doctor, bloodied but upright, telling Zai Bian he'd lost, while the Scorpion Lord refused to admit it. But Zai Bian wasn't finished yet, bloodied, broken, and too proud to know when the fight was already over. Zai Bian answered with a green detonation tearing from his chest. If he was going down, he was dragging everyone with him. Zai Bian chose annihilation over surrender, emptying every drop of his power into one final green cataclysm aimed straight at the poisoned celestial. But a teal-haired fighter hurled himself through the blast, catching her midair and carrying her clear of the worst of it. Xiao Yan took the full wave meant for her, the poison detonating across him in a fountaining eruption of blood and light. The poisoned celestial dove after him through a screaming sky, refusing to lose the only person who'd ever called her friend. Because Zai Bian's corpse told the real story. A scorpion-shaped poison brand seared into his back, proof that his final gambit carried a built-in death curse. Every poison-fighting cultivator who'd ever faced him swore the brand was unbeatable, a death sentence that would burn through his meridians over 3 agonizing days. The poison meant nothing to that cloaked monster, and the kid was already screaming, branded with a curse that ate him from the inside. The teal-haired warrior demanded the antidote, his aura flaring purple, but the broken old prisoner had nothing left to give. So he cleaved the nearest demon in half, carving through the 1,000 scorpion sects' remaining line for a cure that didn't exist. And the dying sect leader laughed through his own blood, glorying in the boy he dragged down with him. Only a veneratrank healer could shatter the brand, he rasped, before she hurled him across the battlefield like discarded meat. What remained of the sect knelt and begged for quarter, and the poisoned celestial dismissed them with cold contempt, while the teal-haired warrior shouted his fury. So she bought him time with her own hands, hoisting his poisoned body into the storm and swearing no price was too high. But the poisoned celestial wasn't done yet, because she refused to let another person die in her arms. So she lifted the broken man into the storm and swore she'd pay whatever it cost to bring him back. Hours later, the poisoned sect's forbidden grounds went silent, 2 allies pacing the gate, trusting her and trusting Xiao Yan. Inside, the boy sank waist-deep into a stone pool laced with hundreds of toxins, the only cage strong enough to slow the brand's crawl through his vein. She began a sealing ritual drawn from the poisoned scripture, knowing the incantation would cost her 10 years of life, and not hesitating, because the years had taken everything from her, except this one stubborn fool who still treated her like a friend. 10 years meant nothing against losing him, so she waded deeper into the water and poured her power out. She pulled him into a kiss to force the seal through, and the cavern flooded with sealing light. Then his heavenly flames answered, erupting green from his chest, and an onlooker screamed because the brand had just met something it couldn't burn through. Chapter 190 opened on a blonde woman by the window, thoughtful, staring out at a city that didn't know what was coming, the secret of the spirit hall. Inside Xiao Yan's body, the 3 heavenly flames dug in against the scorpion poison, and the kid screamed through the worst night of his life. So the fairy doctor offered to take the pain into her own body and started disrobing, and Xiao Yan panicked louder than the poison had. 5 days later, he jolted awake from that fever dream clawing at the sheets. Little Xiao Yan stood guard with a bowl of porridge, but the red-haired warrior and silver hair were already at each other's throats over whose cure had failed. Dueling Duchi auras flared as those 2 squared up again. The pink-haired girl sighed, watching them scrap across the courtyard for the 100th time. Someone shouted he was awake, snapping him back to a room full of worried faces. All of it, the poison ritual, the fairy doctor's offer, had been a nightmare, and the relief on his face said everything. First question out of his mouth, did the poison sect win? Yes, 1,000 scorpion sect erased, silver hair confirmed. But the brand on his back from saving her was a 2-year ticking clock, and only a veneratrank healer could crack it. Then the silver-haired girl told him the upside. The scorpion combat chi inside the brand could be refined, slow and steady, into raw strength. Silver hair bowed her thanks for the 10 years of life he'd spent saving hers, and he brushed it off, no thanks between friends. So the real question became, where does a veneratrank healer even exist on this continent? Then it clicked, their own Jianan Academy headmaster. Xiao Yan cheered. Grandpa Su's deadpan face was about to make a comeback. Silver hair dropped the catch. Her poison could flare any time, and Xiao Yan was the only one who could control it, which meant leaving the poison sect. The red-haired warrior didn't wait to be asked twice. She was heading back first, bodyguard duties officially retired, and in true pregnant wife fashion, she punched him across the room for suggesting she babysit the Yan Alliance, then told him to scram back to school. With Guardian Tai's summons waiting, Xiao Yan uncorked a heavenly flame bottle and let the green fire scatter into the air, departure ritual done. A hooded spirit hall guardian crashed into the dirt before them, beaten, broken, very much alive. The blue-haired boy cracked his knuckles, the bearded warrior blazed green, and they made the threat very clear. Talk or else. Where is the spirit hall? Xiao Yan asked. Or I'll cook you myself. An orb-bound demon laughed, earth-rank guardian Jai. Weaklings, right before the kid ordered it to answer only when spoken to. Where was Master Yao Chen held? The demon cowered, it honestly didn't know. Headquarters, same answer. So Xiao Yan burned it until it squealed. Closest branch, Tiangxin Empire, the heavenly graveyard where they delivered every soul they stole. Tiangxin was half a continent away, and before Xiao Yan could press further, something monstrous crawled out of that bottle in his hand. Plans shifted. Black Horn territory, a rare ingredient auction that might hold what the poison pill needed. He raised a fist and swore to master his flame, because the people counting on him couldn't afford to wait. Far from that vow, a teacher flung his student forward and turned to die. Then wings filled the sky above them. A masked phantom sneered at the academy students as prey, until a pink-haired girl lit the air purple and told him, very loudly, to pick on someone else. Relief lasted one heartbeat. The blue-haired boy went pale, because Wu Hao had already been taken. The red-haired warrior was hurled through rubble, blade clutched tight, screaming through the impact. 6-star Emperor rank. Demonfire Valley's fourth elder Zai Zhen finally stepped forward himself, blue chi swirling, and a room full of trembling students realized the warm-up was over. Teacher Xiao Yu threw up a barrier and planted herself between her students and the blast, daring anyone to get through her first. But the red-haired warrior hauled himself upright, eyes burning, and came again, blood sword sacrifice howling on his blade. The scar-faced swordsman ended the argument with one clean blue arc and a cold reminder. Overestimating talent is a fast way to die young, which was when a teal-haired blur tore across the sky, scooped his sworn brother out of the air, and told the whole valley they had no permission to kill him. Jianan Academy erupted. Because the blur belonged to Xiao Yan's Xiao clan head, returning to collect a debt in blood. Zai Zhen smiled like a man receiving a gift and loosed a tornado, blaming the Xiao clan for dragging the academy into this war. He carved straight through it, green flame devouring blue wind like paper in a furnace. A green and white vortex swallowed his men whole, and the only thing louder than the wind was their screaming. A 6-star elder staggered by a 2-star emperor. The math didn't work and that terrified him. The teal-haired kid had enough. He scooped his wounded friend up with one arm, drew back his other fist, and launched the older man across the clearing with a bam that shook the trees. "Don't lump me in with the likes of you," he roared, and every student behind him felt that one in their chest. Lightning cracked the dark as a black-haired attacker invoked 3,000 lightning movement and tried to wipe the students out in one manic strike. The masked fighter answered with octatic smash, 3 enemies airborne, and Zai Zhen himself running for the sky. The elder didn't get far. Something purple lanced into his throat mid-pursuit, and his revenge choked to a gurgle. They had him cornered and dying, and the only question left was how a 6-star Emperor-rank cultivator went down to poison so easily. A red-haired ally crashed in, shoved the guilt trip aside, and welcomed Xiao Yan home like the brother he was. The coughing fit couldn't hide the grin. Brotherhood was the kind of bond that survived getting your teeth kicked in, and the red-haired swordsman landed beside the green-haired kid like he'd been waiting his whole life to deliver that line. Revenge could wait for the Blackhorn auction. The blue-haired boy made that clear. Xiao Yan's war was his to finish. Revenge could wait, the blue-haired boy told him flat. The score with Demonfire Valley started with the Xiao family, so it was a Xiao who would settle it. And only after this man healed enough to stand on his own 2 feet. Blackhorn Imperial City rose in mirrored black stone, and Zai Yan nearly lost her mind at the shininess. She bounced on her heels wanting whatever shiny thing had caught her eye, and the boy answered her with a bonk to the skull, enough playing around. They had a world to save. 3 shirtless brutes from the Tao Wolves swaggered over, shoved the kid aside, and invited the white-haired beauty to pick better company. The beauty disagreed, with a blast that burned their hands black and told the whole street they just picked a fight with an emperor rank. Xiao Yan let a wisp of green flame curl off his fingers and reminded the territory that the strong write the rules here. The Blackhorn Imperial City sprawled like a fortress of spires and domes, every street a marketplace, every rooftop a flag. Our boy hit the stalls grinning, sacks swelling with mystic grass and cores while a merchant hawked 10-for-1 deals. Cultivation hall secured. He offered Zai Yan a box of ingredients meant for candy, and she vanished mid-sentence, because of course she did. She crashed the 1,000-herb shop like a pink-haired wrecking ball, spitting on their stock and calling their inventory garbage. The white-haired owner roared, fists shaking. This child had not just robbed him, she'd insulted his name. She dismantled each herb by name. Sun-starved rattan, dry ginseng, expired lotus. A connoisseur's cruelty, delivered with her mouth full. Then she caught a whiff of something better upstairs, and the orange-haired clerk caught a fist. "Elder, please, calm yourself," she does not calm. Xiao Yan grabbed her by the clothes and shook the lesson into her. Strength means protecting the weak, not punching shopkeepers. He turned, eyes squeezed shut, and apologized to the elder with the full-body shame of a single father at a parent-teacher meeting. 3 high-grade Tier 4 Azure pills hit the counter as compensation, and the old man's rage evaporated into alchemist-shaped awe. "Yan Zio, rush job, pleased to meet you." Another customer gathered his things to leave. The famed 1,000 herb shop had disappointed him. Every drawer, same dusty mediocrity. The bald owner lunged after him, dignity in free fall. "Oh no you don't," the good stock lived 1 floor above, and he'd never admit that unprompted. Up a creaking staircase, the 2nd floor opened onto the pill exchange gathering, where no coin bought anything, only pills of equal or greater worth. A gavel cracked the air. A phoenix deer fruit sold for a single 3rd-tier pill. Premium ingredients demanded premium coin. Then the jade bone fruit rolled out, 2 centuries old, perfect. A key ingredient for high-tier pills, and Zai Yan's eyes went full constellation. A teal-haired youth boasted of the shop's worth. Spirit ginseng, demon stalk, names that made alchemists weep with envy. Customers recoiled at the Tier 5 tag. The brown-haired hostess smiled. For refining a Tier 6 pill, this was already a steal. Then the doors blew open. Imperial Black Sect, announcing Elder Qi Shan like he was royalty. A bearded leader strode in, attendants shoving bodies aside. A treasure was rumored found. Elder Qi saw the jade bone fruit and went predator still. The crowned hostess met his smile with hers. Auction rules, honored guest. Bid like everyone else. "None of you mean to challenge the Imperial Black Sect, right?" The crowd bowed, retreated, scrambled for the exits. One onlooker reached out a helpless hand. Elder Qi laughed, problem solved by reputation alone, while the hostess' smile calcified. "Our rules still apply, Elder, even to you." He laughed louder, produced a Tier 5 pill vial and dropped it on her counter. She stumbled back. The same coin she demanded, weaponized. "Who daresgo against the Imperial Black Sect?" His palm slammed the floor. A blue shockwave launched some poor soul screaming across the hall. A blue-haired youth crouched, pinched his nose, and held up Elder Qi's pill like Exhibit A. "Brown, ugly, stinks. Fake, surely." The elder choked on his own fury. Then the youth raised his own, azure, luminous pattern, singing. The elder's eyes bulged. That quality, that fragrance, a Tier 5 pill done right. "So, Elder, I'll trade mine for the ingredients. If it's not enough, I have more." Behind him, the real Elder Qi shook a scroll of recognition at no one in particular. The gavel crashed. The auctioneer's smile said it all. Elder Qi had just been outbid, outclassed, and out-auditioned. She reminded him of the rules, with a curtsy that cut like a blade. A little purple gremlin locked eyes on the chest, and our boy had to swat her off and torch some fool in the same heartbeat. Then Elder Qi's man laughed, until Qi Shan dragged a colossal spectral dragon into the room behind him, and that laugh died in his throat. Blue-haired swordsman sighed, his good mood gone, and answered the bearded elder's mistake with 1 emperor-rank slash. An upper-floor window blew out in a roar of fire and smoke, and the street below recoiled in shock. Elder Qi crashed through tile and didn't get back up. The kid hadn't even broken a sweat. Green flame still clinging to his fist, the blue-haired boy dared the whole sect forward, and the Imperial Black Sect marched in to answer. His side cheered, but Kai Lin's voice cut through it. "The sect doesn't forget and it doesn't forgive." Victory lap over, the team pivoted to business. The last ingredient on their list was the one nobody had ever held. A queen in a golden crown told them where to look, an ancient tree none could reach, and a heart it had grown over millennia. She stalled on the location, so Xiao Yan laid a precious pill on the table and bowed, cash on the barrelhead for a miracle cure. The queen slid an ornate box to her attendant and whispered, "Open it alone." Sunlight poured over slate rooftops and spires as the city breathed. Down a shadowed alley, 2 allies squared off over the box. The fairy doctor's life waited inside it. A silver-haired woman cracked a glowing tome, found their answer, then yanked it back before a purple-robed ally could rip the page. Then a bombshell. The very saliva they needed was the final lot in this year's imperial auction. The kid shredded the catalog in a rage, and little Zai Yan dove through flying pages to snatch a wooden box cold. The girl flashed black tokens. The older woman turned them over and her eyebrows climbed. Auction entry passes. Their way in was already paid for. At the gate, the cloaked doorman checked the tokens, felt emperor rank and ancestor rank signatures, and practically folded in half, bowing them through. The herb shop's gift had just bought them a front row seat to the strongest auction in the territory. Inside, the hall was packed with kings and monsters. Every chair held a heavyweight. A horned ally hissed to stay low. The boy tugged a little girl's braid, and she slammed him into a wall. Before the doors closed, a wolf pelt faction leader stormed in, pointing at the white-haired woman, payback for his men. Two strangers settled in like it was theater, smirking that the show had finally started. The teal-haired youth shrugged. His enemies had swung first, and the gray-skinned leader launched himself with a roar. Steel and air met in a thunderclap as the dark-haired boy braced under the killing blow. A dark-robed fighter answered with a green energy blast that cratered the wolf lord into the ground. The crowd gawked. A 3-star king rank, dropped in one exchange by a kid half his size. Then a careless shout about ruined candy ingredients earned the loudest scream in the hall, and a very public death glare. Then a robed figure stepped in, flooding the hall with a wall of light that swallowed the blade cold. It didn't matter, the clash still detonated, a pillar of light punching skyward as the green-haired man held the line. And that's when the real problem walked in. The young master of the Imperial Black Sect, Moya, striding in like he owned the air itself. The Imperial Black Pavilion supervisor Moya formally greeted the hooded young master, Xiao Yan, whose alias was Yan Xiao, while the crowd buzzed about a rumored teen emperor-rank cultivator in their midst. The tension spiked as the young master of the Tao Wolves faction directly questioned Moya's allegiance in this brewing conflict. However, Moya was a master of public relations. He used his authority to forbid any bloodshed, playing the gracious host to the wolf leader, and even using a tied-up girl to highlight the latter's crude temper. The black-haired Moya, realizing the target was Xiao Yan, warned the arrogant wolf leader not to cause trouble in his sect's territory. But as the situation grew messy, Moya instantly flipped his tone, playing the perfect gentleman to pacify the silver-haired beauty. The long-haired elder quickly lost his temper, silencing the wolf leader's complaints to force a polite apology. Moya later dropped his act. He was merely using the wolves as a free stress test on the legendary Xiao Yan, and looked forward to examining the gorgeous silver-haired woman accompanying them. Shortly after, the group was led into a majestic, pristine plaza marked by tiered fountains. Inside, the staff explained the pavilion's strict hierarchy, featuring lodging spaces separated into 3 rigid ranks. Guided by a host, they were assigned the highest possible accommodations, a luxury usually reserved only for ancestor-rank cultivators, and Xiao Yan subtly signaled to his group to keep their true identities hidden. At their suite, a maid bowed in absolute deference to these VIP guests. Xiao Yan and his blue-haired swordsman companion eyed each other with suspicion, wondering if the smooth-talking host was trying to pull a fast one. But their guard soon shot up. Xiao Yan's perception caught the faint, sweet scent of a hypnotic, soul-swallowing flower secretly placed in their room. When his angry companion wanted to flip the table and attack, the blue-haired youth casually dropped that their enemies might already be dead, as the white-haired man's poison arts were far beyond theirs. The white-haired man heard the kid's accusation, and a cold smile crept across his face, because in the art of poisons, he was the one holding the knife. Elsewhere, the white-haired woman, seemingly aware of a deadly threat, plotted to use Xiao Yan's alchemy to outbid the top factions for the divine body saliva. Across the pavilion, the Demon Fire Valley's head elder, Fang Yan, was ordered by his sect leader to secure that saliva at any cost, even if it meant eliminating all opposition. Though one of his men was nervous about their missing 4th elder, Fang Yan arrogantly dismissed the threat, assuring him that their dark allies had everything under control. But Fang Yan's confidence was exactly what the looming, red-eyed shadow wanted. Wearing a sinister grin, the masked mastermind guaranteed that not a soul from the Xiao clan or Jia Nan Academy would leave this city alive. As dawn broke, a massive crowd flooded the cliffside auction house, buzzing with chaotic energy. A gray-haired onlooker marveled at the terrifying density of powerful cultivators gathered for this single event. Back in their suite, the night had been a nightmare of waiting. Xi Yan was half dead from sheer boredom after being told almost for hours. Losing her patience entirely, she glared daggers, but the white-haired alchemist only smiled gently, completely unfazed. To refine a pill worthy of the divine body saliva, Xiao Yan had locked himself away in closed-door alchemy, which meant his team had to stand guard and babysit him, much to the candy-deprived Xiao Yan's absolute horror. Then, a massive pillar of energy erupted from the rooftop with a deafening rumble, startling the entire district and instantly alerting the Imperial Black Pavilion to this impossible feat. The whole district froze, because whatever that pillar was, it wasn't a rank 6 rumor anymore. It was a tier 7 scream aimed at the sky. Winged elites from every faction banked toward the glow, and even veteran Sukayan couldn't hide the alarm widening his eye. 2 demons in the dark chose patience. Killing the target could wait, because a soul that refined tier 7 was worth far more stolen than surrendered. Their cold math was evil poetry. Strike mid-refinement, harvest the backlash, pocket a legendary alchemist's soul as pocket change. But they'd forgotten who else was in town, and a single green-blue flare revealed an ancestor-rank woman nobody had clearance to threaten, the poisoned celestial herself. Chapter 195. The Bone of a Magical Beast. Every major faction had converged on Black Imperial City for the auction. Every elder in the pavilion froze, because that toxic pressure belonged to an ancient-tier poison-body cultivator, and one observer in the shadows was absolutely delighted. The auction bells began to chime, so the schemers swallowed their schemes and scrambled for the venue. Winged escorts peeled off toward the seats, and a curious youth shouted about wanting to know the alchemist's true identity. 2 more elders streaked across the rooftops toward the hall, leaving the silver-haired poison woman alone, relieved to see the back of them. Our boy Xiao Yan stood wreathed in green fire, ground cracking behind him, and vowed the divine body saliva would be theirs. Black Imperial City was packed. The pavilion glittered, every balcony crammed with killers, and the crowd knew blood was coming. Elder Su watched from a balcony with a blue-haired Jianan disciple, then froze. A hooded group drifted past, and the silver-haired poison woman walked at their center. Inside the pavilion, Xiao Yan pressed her face to the railings and cheered, drawing a crowd. While a cloaked ally begged her to stay low, old monsters were everywhere. Xiao Yan bickered with a companion about who caused more chaos, until the auctioneer cut them off, and the bidding war officially opened. A white-haired attendant in ceremonial robes unveiled the first lot, a combat skill called Heavenly Feather Touch, glowing inside an orange orb. Paddles flew. 80,000 on a warm-up lot, and a smiling observer crowed this auction would outdo last year's bloodbath. But Imperial Black Sect leader Mo Changsing just sipped his wine, and replied it was far too early to celebrate. Old monsters had crawled out of hiding for the saliva, and a red-bearded elder announced it from his balcony. A grinning schemer poured wine, and predicted a massacre no matter who won the final bid. A mustachioed plotter toasted the chaos, vowing that all the bloodshed would one day hand them the entire Blackhorn territory. His brown-haired ally agreed, and a purple-haired girl squealed that even an ancestor-rank woman wouldn't escape them when the time came. Lot 2 hit the stage, hexajoint flow, a venerate-tier cleaver skill, and a pink-haired ally nudged our hooded boy. This one fit him perfectly. Bidders scrambled past 1.9 million, until a hooded gray-haired figure slammed down 3 million and froze the room. The blue-haired hooded youth smiled, certain the cleaver skill was already his. Then a paddle shot up, 3.1 million, and he froze, because the bidder was someone he called second brother. The gong fell on 3.1 million, gavel slamming down as a cloaked rival reached futilely for the lot, while Xiao clan onlookers laughed. That mysterious alchemist had just humiliated their enemies. Later, the blue-haired youth held the cleaver scroll up to the flame-lit sky, smiling, because this technique was perfect for Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan peeked around a doorframe, broke into joyful tears, and swore his love for second brother, while a small purple-haired girl groaned at the embarrassment. An elder bowed and announced the first round closed, blue light detonating through the hall as he promised a massive surprise for round 2. A purple-haired demon woman flinched against the shockwave, braced beside a hooded ally who watched the stage in silence. Xiao Yan crumpled without warning, and the hooded ally dropped beside her while the purple-haired woman asked what hit her. Because the answer detonated across the hall. A 7-stage magical beast, dead but devastating, unfurled before the crowd in a wingspread snarl. Under his hood, Xiao Yan's breath caught, every nightmare he'd ever faced looking back at him from the spectral dragon. The auctioneer spread wide and promised armor from its hide, weapons from its teeth, a body practically begging to be bought. So the elder declared no gold could price it, only a treasure for treasure, and Xiao Yan stepped forward with his bet already loaded. A seven-stage dragon corpse hit the floor, and half the hall lost their minds drooling over its scales and teeth. The real prize hadn't even surfaced yet, divine body saliva, the kind of ingredient alchemists kill for. Then the hooded alchemist raised a single finger and dropped an Emperor Breakthrough pill onto the table. The crowd recognized him. Tier 6 pills for a monster core was the most reckless flex they'd ever witnessed. His grin said it all. Whatever that dried body meant to the purple-haired woman beside him, he was buying it or burning the room down trying. Demonfire Valley answered with an Earth-tier combat skill, gambling everything on a single scroll, and still lost to Sir Yan Zio's deeper pockets. The scroll was the flame-crafting technique. Merge any flames at will, power on par with a heavenly flame. Even the hooded alchemist nodded. That was a real prize. An onlooker grinned. Demonfire Valley had come to collect a body, and they weren't leaving empty-handed. Elder Fang threw another pill on the pile, and the hooded figure just gestured for him to keep going. The sect leader tried to kill the flame-crafting technique's hype with a warning about lethal side effects, but Elder Fang ignored him and locked the pavilion's choice. The pills. Whispers about sect leader Mo Tianxing breaking through to ancestor rank rippled through the stands, but the dried beast sold to Sir Yan Zio without another challenger. The auctioneer drew himself up, and the whole hall leaned forward. The final item was next. The cloth came off and blue light bathed the room. Divine body saliva, live and glowing on the pedestal. In a dark corner, a scarred elder's eyes went feral. This saliva could lead him to a divine heart and a saint-rank breakthrough. His aura detonated outward, a rolling shockwave that rattled the rafters and warned every expert in the building. An official's voice cut through the chaos, reminding every ancestor-rank lunatic in the room that the pavilion still had rules. The auctioneer smiled and changed the game, sealed private bids, one bidder at a time, so nobody saw what anyone else offered. The hooded alchemist read the move instantly. Clever way to hide which faction just emptied its vaults. A blue-haired Zio clan youth volunteered his family to go first, bitter that sect leader Mo hadn't even glanced at his offering. Elder Yingshan stepped up next, and the room choked on his aura, an ancestor-rank legend, supposedly retired, very much not dead. Then a blue-eyed fighter under a dark hood volunteered, and a pink-haired companion whispered good luck from the shadows. Sir Yan Zio materialized in a flash of pale light, and the blue-haired host greeted him like a man who'd been waiting all night. His opening offer, a Tier 6 ancestor breakthrough pill glowing purple on an open palm. He turned the question on sect leader Mo. What did the Imperial Black Sect's leader think of that wager? Mo's eyes stayed closed, voice silk smooth. He needed time. Sir Yan should return to his seat and wait. 3 relics turned the tide. The Demonfire Valley's Soul Swallow technique, a Tier 7 resurrection pill, and Xiao Yan's ancestor breakthrough pill. Mo weighed resurrection against breakthrough, knowing one choice meant the other's maker as an enemy. The hooded young man had come hunting treasure, only to find himself outbid by monsters. The auctioneer raised a barrier to seal his announcement, and the hall held its breath. Elder Yingshan took the saliva, and somewhere, a white-haired stranger's glare promised that wasn't the end of it. Blue-haired swordsman in robes poses under a willow, blade trailing ribbons of cold, but the calm was a lie. Inside, the banquet glittered with wine and winners, Yingshan holding his prize, everyone pretending the night was civilized. Yingshan toasted Mo at the head table, gracious on the surface, while hooded strangers in the dark counted blades and waited. Then blood hit the floor. A hooded figure staggered, clutching his chest and howling Ziyan's name. The white-haired girl snapped and unleashed purple poison, ready to burn the hall down over a treasure she'd already claimed. A hooded youth grabbed her shoulders, begging her to trust him. Without that saliva, no cure, no future. Across the room, a man bared his teeth, swearing Yan Zio would pay for touching what belonged to him. The daughter came running with news the guests had slipped away, and her father's face curdled at the insult. Same hooded boy patted his ring in panic, the fury heart seed he'd made for his second brother gone. A silver-haired woman spotted smoke on the horizon, grabbed him by the collar, and flew before anyone noticed. A red-haired figure blurred past with impossible speed, and Ziyan screamed. They were already being run down. Then the beast appeared, a colossal dragon of living flame roaring above the trees, turning twilight into noon. Our boy clutched his head and screamed his combat pills. His fury heart seed, all burned to ash by two grinning demon kids. The horned girl beamed that no corpse could share her bloodline, then got the spanking of her immortal life for it. Somebody's demonic little princess was about to learn why you do not steal from the big kids, and honestly, this beat earned its meme. Another blast tore apart a stone creature mid-step, blasting shrapnel across the white-haired girl and the hooded onlooker. The white-haired caster answered with a staff raised high, and fire swallowed her hooded opponent whole. The cloaked boy staggered, frozen before a swirl of golden fire and atomic fury rewriting the air in front of him. The pink-haired girl preened over her handiwork, then got thwacked on the head. Coincidence or not, the corpse was hers. An older swordsman warned the blast would draw every expert in range, so they grabbed claws and fled into the dark. In the imperial capital, a kneeling scout confirmed it. Yingshan was being shadowed, and the trap was set for the city gates. A young disciple demanded action now, but a 4-star ancestor rank elder didn't bend easy. The kid clenched his eye and swore he'd be the one to move. Blue-haired Yan Zio spun at the shout, and there they were, his second brother alive and closing fast. An old warrior bellowed his name as Xiao Yan launched herself into his arms, squealing, "Little ancestor." But Yingshan was riding into a knife fight, and the clock had already started. Elder Su's relief curdles into a scolding the second he spots Xiao Yan in the trees. Then he clocks the veiled figure at his side, and the scold drops to a whisper, "The poison celestial, that demoness." Before the boy can answer, the fairy doctor lunges, and the blue-haired swordsman barely drags her back mid-flame. So he tells the clan the truth outright, her poisoned body, the 2-year fuse, why the divine saliva is the only cure. Elder Su pivots from worry to big brother teasing, but a runner cuts the fun cold. Elder Yingshan's been spotted. In a quiet stretch of forest, the old man walks alone, and watchers on the cliff can't believe their luck. 3 masked assassins drop from the canopy, spears aimed at his throat. 1 heartbeat later, 2 of them are on the ground, and the 3rd is bleeding out of a tree. Arrows whistle past the elder's ear, and he doesn't even blink. He raises 1 open palm, green energy coils, and the lead swordsman rockets backward screaming. The ninjas swarm him anyway, and he swats the whole volley back like gnats, his aura dwarfing anything ancestor rank. Then his eye blazes green, and 6 elemental spirits rush into him at once. Across the region, Elder Yingshan finishes a spirit-splitting meditation and finds Mo Tianxing waiting on the ridge. The sect leader lays it out bare. The saliva's already rigged to kill whoever wins, and the weakened elder can't stop him. Yingshan refuses. Golden Du Qi erupts from him like a verdict. A wounded elder, a white-browed fox, still had teeth, and Mo Tianxing was about to learn it the hard way. On a far cliff, Xiao Yan and his crew arrive just in time to watch the real show. Mo Tianxing confirms the whole auction was a trap: lure the rich, auction the prize, silence the winner, keep the goods. A robed stranger offers Yingshan one last out: walk away or fight and let the watching Yan Zio scoop up the prize. Mo Tianxing turns the tables, proposing an alliance with Sir Yan Zio himself, splitting the loot for compensation. Winged figures descend from above, and the blue-haired swordsman knows the ambush clock just ran out. A mustached man eyes the hooded newcomer, and the orange-haired wing confirms him as Demon Fire Valley's guest, which is when Yan Zio's mask finally cracks. The orange-haired man names him Xiao Yan, leader of the Xiao clan. A hooded figure floats up behind him, calls him a coward just like his master, and pulls his hood back. Green hair, scarred face, Han Feng grins. The prodigy who stole Yao Lao's flame just walked back into Xiao Yan's war. Han Feng hung in the sky, cloak snapping, scarred grin aimed straight at Xiao Yan, the man who'd crawled out of hell for exactly this moment. He ripped his cloak wide to bare a stolen ancestor-rank body, raging that it would rot in a decade. The price he'd paid in oceanic heart flame to survive. The blue-haired swordsman's eyes went cold. A traitor who'd burned his own lineage deserved a second death, and he looked ready to deliver it. Xiao Yan stopped thinking and launched himself screaming across the grass, because somewhere behind this fight, the saliva was about to vanish. The white-haired woman, the poisoned celestial, answered with a column of purple fury, demanding the divine saliva, and the bald old man sneered that he wouldn't soil his hands on her. A dark-haired youth rocketed in to block Elder Yingshan's escape, but the elder planted himself firm, and refused to budge an inch. 2 more ancestor rank auras joined the sky, and Yingxin almost laughed, 3 of them ganging up on one old man, and they still hadn't won. Yingxin whipped a box into the open air, daring them to fight over it, then sweated when not a single hand reached out to grab it. A pink-winged girl streaked past every schemer, snatched the prize mid-flight, and fluttered back to Xiao Yan beaming, because it smelled delicious. They cracked the chest, and inside burned the real divine saliva, blue and impossible, too clean. Yingxin never gives anything away for free. The old fox was already gone, cackling into the wind, betting the dogs would tear each other apart for his leftovers. Xiao Yan answered with a roaring purple-pink blast. The price of the saliva was a life, and he was collecting. The enemy flew backward, but the sky behind him filled with 100 winged silhouettes. 3 fighters against an entire valley. Bad odds. Mo Tianxing's envoy smiled and offered a deal. The saliva and some emperor pills, and the imperial black sect would let Xiao Yan walk away breathing. Xiao Yan gripped a furious little Xi Yan and smiled back. The enemy had miscounted, because numbers wasn't a problem for his side anymore. A colossal ice dragon roared into the sky, frost blasting across the field and freezing every schemer where they hovered. Wings burst from 2 allies' backs, Jianan Academy and the Xiao clan, united, daring the valley to touch a hair on their people's heads. Yingxin landed with a retinue of his own and spat at Han Feng, a former pill emperor leashed to Spirit Hall like a dog. Mo Tianxing scrambled, offering 3 ancestor pills for Han Feng's blade, and Han Feng took the deal without flinching. Xiao Yan rose wreathed in blue flame and demanded Han Feng's life. Han Feng answered with a screaming blast, old debts over Jianan Academy, finally coming due. A purple-robed figure summoned a colossal spirit serpent, while a tiny antennae-haired girl rocketed forward to test the new gloves her big brother had forged for her. 4 floated in the sky, wings glowing, facing the orange-haired leader of Demon Fire Valley across a mountain wind. The leader hurled a ball of fire and warned that Xiao Yan's tricks wouldn't survive a real sex heritage techniques. 2 flames slammed together and erupted into a phoenix inferno whose heat rivaled the legendary Blue Lotus mantle. The enemy had just unlocked flame crafting, and the war was about to tip. A massive white-gold phoenix detonated skyward in a blast of light. And chat, our boy had maybe 1 second to get clear. Sukaini answered the call with a crackling blue blast, buying time against an unseen juggernaut. A silver-haired ally spotted Mo Tianxing closing in. The trap was already snapping shut. The old flamesmith conjured a colossal fox of fire, smirking that his craft eclipsed any heavenly flame. Xiao Yan answered with self-sacrifice, blowing the orange-haired elder apart in a scream of fury and flame. A celestial fire phoenix screeched and ripped the sky, 3 silhouettes below raised arms against its glare. Our boy raised 2 fingers, summoned a luminous bird, and shattered a blue energy net wide open. A blonde combatant refused to go down easy. The next exchange tore the air apart. Xiao Yan clapped once, and a cage of lightning screamed shut around a charging bull beast. A bald elder unleashed a shockwave blast on cue. The young fighter staggered, stunned. Bleeding from the mouth, the orange-haired elder invoked the sacrificial flame and called the elders to begin. The bird lunged with claws bared, and the elder laughed that Xiao Yan was already finished. The blue-haired swordsman stood untouched in green energy, calling their phoenix a cheap fake. A cloaked ally embraced the celestial phoenix, swallowing it whole in a spiraling green whip while onlookers screamed stop. An emerald dragon roared, filling the sky with coiling light, pure ancestor rank spectacle. Our boy pocketed a dragon flame spirit, merged it with his mantra, and even snacked on a glowing orb while enemies flailed in despair. He tossed the dragon spirit forward in a swirling blast, swatting aside a raging red-haired warrior mid-threat. A storage ring drifted from the sky, and our boy seized the flame-crafting scroll like it was Christmas morning. 2 robed thugs cornered the winged girl to ransom her for the divine body saliva. The bait was set. The pink-haired girl answered with a name-dropped finisher, sending her target airborne. The scarred green-haired warrior snarled that, without his oceanic heart flame, he could have killed the elder on the spot. Han Feng, and behind our boy, a green lotus of divine fury bloomed, ready to finish what the alley started.